The flames devoured our home. My mother shoved me into the closet. Her final whisper, "Run south." But when I watched a soldier's blade pierce her back, I knew escape was the end. Vengeance became my destiny. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Prologue. Listen to me, darling. Mother's voice trembled, her protect instincts flaring. Run as far as you can, away from these grounds. Thick, acrid smoke engulfed the night sky, shrouding us in an eerie silence that muffled the crackling of flames and snapping of branches. All I could see were her emerald eyes, glistening with unshed tears and determination. Go south. Past the dungeons, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, sending a shiver of dread through my very core. And just keep running. Okay, Habibti. My gaze darted to the door handle as it began to rattle violently. My heart pounded against my ribcage, threatening to burst. Mother grasped my slender arms, her touch both comforting and urgent, shaking me from the stupor that threatened to overwhelm me. The smoke was suffocating, creeping into my lungs and clouding my thoughts. But Mother's love wouldn't let me succumb. Wake up, Leila. Don't deprive me of those eyes I gave you. Not now. I blinked hard at her words, forcing my eyes open as wide as possible. Good girl. Just how I raised you. The thunderous sounding on our door reverberated through our once peaceful home. Once you turn 18, run to the castle and become the golden warrior your father raised you to be. Understood. I nodded frantically, my mind racing to find a way for both of us to escape this nightmare. Mother glanced behind her at the door handle, which was now shaking so forcefully that its screws were coming loose. Her grip on my arms tightened, and tears welled up in my eyes, not from pain, but from the heart-wrenching realization that this might be our final embrace. Mama, I can't, I pleaded, shaking my head as tears streamed down my face. I can't. With a sob, Mother pulled me into her arms, her shoulders heaving as she wept into mine. Her embrace silenced me, and I knew time was running out. The screws clattered to the floor, the screams outside grew more frantic, and the fires raged ever closer. I could only pray that Father and slain man had found safety. I love you, Habibti, she whispered, her fingers gently stroking my trembling back. I love you too, Mama. As I uttered what might be my final words to her, Mother released me, her eyes blazing with a fierce, protective love I'd never seen before. She motioned towards my closet and pressed a finger to her lips, urging me into silence. It was the first time I'd witnessed such profound sorrow in her eyes. The depth of her anguish and determination terrified me, driving me into the closet out of a fear I couldn't fully comprehend. I listened to her. What else could I have done? The darkness of my closet was suffocating, space non-existent and air concentrated in tar. Though something caught my eyes. Throughout the voice of blackness, something called out for me. A glint. A reflection. I didn't know. But it was something. Something out of the darkness. Silently, I knocked onto the back of my wardrobe, only to hear a hollow sound that echoed back at me. There was something behind the closet. As I went to break it down, the sound of wood shattering and soldiers screaming sprung into our home. I screamed into my hands and dug my head into my knees, unable to control the quivering of my body. I peeked through the gap of the doors, watching as Mother grabbed her sword, the sound of its metal threatening, and growled so loudly the ground shook. My wolf whimpered, itching for us to make a move, one that may or may not have us killed. And so I sat there, watching as Mother fought off tens of soldiers, eliminating each one with such feral force doubt grew in their eyes. All until one soldier, until one coward crawled behind her, rose his sword, and plunged it into her back. I screamed, so loudly the stars wavered and the clouds parted. With glass eyes I watched her body grow limp. I heard her sword clink onto the ground and her eyes turn dull. Without a second thought, I sprung out of the closet. Growling so menacingly the walls rumbled. I couldn't see properly. I couldn't see anything but red. With elongated claws, I sliced the murdering soldier's neck and kneed him in the head. The soldier behind him grabbed me by the waist with one hand and slapped his other onto my mouth. I bit it till I felt his bone crunch. With a guttural growl, he dropped me to the ground. My eyes scattered to find one weapon when they landed on Mother's sword. I saw my green eyes in them. I saw her in my reflection. Was I going to die today or make it out alive? I grabbed the sword and plunged it into his stomach. No more screams left in me. That day, I crawled through the passage Father had dug for me, my ears ringing the sound of my pack members shouting, calling for help. I ran south and didn't look back. I ran till Mother's dull eyes left my thoughts. Till I dropped. Nothing left in me anymore. Chapter 1, 6 years later, soldier. I stomped my foot onto the ground and raised my hand to a trained salute. My other hand wrapped around my back. It was hard to breathe, my throat drowning in the sensation of my fallen opponent's hits, each bruise a patch of pins and needles. The world was somewhat blurry. I couldn't make out what the general's face looked like, but I knew he was there, in front of me. You have passed the final round of the screening. Your next and final test will be primarily based off of your psychological and mental abilities that have any relation with protecting the king of all wolves. The general's tone was disapproving as he looked me up and down. His fists clenched. You will now be suited up to meet the former Luna, whom which you must speak only formally to. After that, you will be excused to your flat. My hands were shaking. My entire body was trembling. The females in this kingdom really are getting out of hand. He mumbled under his breath, shaking his head as he clenched his fist. I looked down before my wolf and I said something that would have had us sent back to our home when we didn't have. I am a rogue. Something I am not too ashamed of stating to only those who ask. My status has staffed me some advantages, those being the ability to fend for myself, to survive in the wilderness of the lichen world, and has built up my emotional walls. Granted, if they weren't built up, I would have punched the general back to where he belonged. The gym. Follow the beta. He will guide you to the changing rooms. Those were the general's last words before turning around and giving the boys who had failed a speech that consisted of "I encourage you to try out next year. Follow me." I turned around and faced the beta, going before following him. I won't lie and say I wasn't afraid. The silent walk was evident of my emotions. I was sure the beta could smell my fear, my discomfort in this new habitat. It was all too much. The grand halls, the mosaic floors and flamboyant chandeliers that swarmed every inch of the tall ceilings. I was used to any of that. Frustrated, I ran a hand through my hair. Just how long were these hallways? A shiver overtook my being, and I wondered whether there was an outcome of the overwhelming wind or the fact that I was wearing a tank top and leggings. I chose the latter to save my pride. You did good. Out there, the beta's voice echoed against the silent hall's walls. Almost provoking lie. Did he mean to sound that way? As though he were making fun of the metal I wore? Or was that just my conscience speaking? I pursed my lips and nodded, not sparing him another glance. The title almost didn't seem like a win, but rather a slap to the face of what I was. A foe found no other way out of the wilderness other than to sneak into the higher family's homeful abode, to spread her feral nature into their royal blood and slither like a snake through their castle walls. Yes, Mother had forced upon me this destiny. But something about this castle ruffled my fur. You're quite silent for a warrior. The color of his voice turned annoyed. I halted in my footsteps, offended. Am I supposed to be screaming right now? I asked. You made it through. No. I gritted through my teeth. My words were harsh. I knew that, but I couldn't help it. I was suffocating in the scent of these high bloods, in the aura of their power that urged you to bow down to them without a second thought. His next words went into my right ear and out my left. There was a hole in me, one that Calden wouldn't be filled with a stable home, a costly job and acquaintances I would surely make in this castle. This hole could only be filled with one thing, those green eyes. Tears sprung to my eyes as I silently followed the beta. My hands wrapped around my waist, a failed attempt at diminishing the hollow feeling in my chest. Goodness, did I feel heavy with emptiness, a robust vacantness that swarmed my entire being. Father would be proud. What I remembered of him would be proud. The beta took a deep breath in and proceeded to shake his head before we stopped in our tracks. The large door laid in front of us, embellished in rubies that were engraved into the dark. Rich chocolate wood. My eyes glowed at the sight. Truly, it was a beautiful piece of furniture. I laid my hand on one of the rubies, the strings of my heart pulling painfully. The beta abruptly knocked onto the door, making me flinch away from the loud sound on instinct. How insensitive. Not even a second later, the door swung open, welcoming the presence of red-headed woman, one that was taller than the beta regardless of the deviant heels she wore. Her eyes sparkled once they had landed on the beta, and without a second thought, wrapped her arms around his neck and dug her head into his shoulders. "I miss you," she mumbled, snuggling her nose deeper into his neck. "Me more, 𝐿. He laid a wet kiss onto her neck, tightening his hold on her slim waist. My brows rose. The woman turned to face me. A bright smile plastered across her face, with her arms still wrapped around her male. "Who's the stunning female you've brought me at this ungodly hour?" she asked, her eyes trained on my figure. "Laura, the witch, Laura. This is the royal guard." His eyes were glued to her neck so intensely it felt as though I were intruding on their moment. Her eyes sparkled as she jumped in glee. Clapping her slim fingers together, she left his grip, eliciting an uncontrollable growl out of the frustrated male, and put her hand through mine. "I told you. Power is in the females," she said almost defiantly. "You can leave now. You'll see you our floor." She shooed the bait away with her hand before pulling me into the changing room. Surprising me, she could do that. I winced at the sheer light the room emitted, my eyes irritated by the array of sparkles and colors that surrounded the place. Dresses upon dresses laid on all the couches, with pins and needles protruding out of them, though some were either hung or worn by mannequins. They were all dazzling to look at, more than pleasing to the eye, but I didn't spot my armor anywhere near here. "You look like a deer caught in headlights." "Deer?" she giggled, evoking a grimace out of me. That was not my ideal first impression. "Apologies," I mumbled. "May I ask where my armor is?" "I've been ordered to meet the former Luna while sporting the medal." "Metal?" She rose her brow. "Sweetheart, this suit is made of more than just metal." "That's fine, so long as it's armor." "Blunt." She nodded, somewhat impressed. "I like it." "Thank you." "No need to thank me." Oh, how was I supposed to reply to that? "Apologies." "No need to apologize either." "My bad." At my serious answer, her head fell back and she let out a gregarious laugh, the sound radiating off of the four walls of the room. I was confused what exactly was comical, but I decided to stay silent. "You're funny." She pointed an accusing finger at me as she stood up, her long legs carrying her across the room to the wall that was covered in mirrors. "Thank you, though you do come off as robotic." Her tone was light as she pressed a button attached to the corner of the wall. "You'll take that as a compliment." "You certainly should." All I could do was nod obstinately as I watched the mirror slide open, revealing a new section of the room. One that held one mannequin that spun in circular motions, wearing an exquisite piece of leather armor I had never seen in my 18 years of existence. The lichen symbol was engraved into the swords attached to the armor. The hands were sewn to represent black leather bandages that swiveled around the arm more than once, making a knife to that part of my body impenetrable. The boots were otherworldly, made of a dark cyan leather I had never seen before, as 3 clips laid consecutively above each other's to ensure comfortable usage. I even had my own cape. "A cape. It's beautiful," I whispered, itching to touch the leather. The hands grabbed my own and forced me to look into the eyes of the owner. Laura was smiling at me, her eyes crinkling at the edges as she inched her head to the direction of the armor. "This is all yours." "Bella." She shook her head, letting out a chuckle. "I've always wished for the day a female guard would come up and overcome the social constructs this awful kingdom brings upon us, and finally, The day has come. I nodded back at her, pride swelling in my heart. There is pain behind those beautiful green orbs. I can see it. She smiled as she tightened her grip on my hands. But that pain is what makes you different than those high boys. That pain is what brought you here. She gave my shaking hands a squeeze of reassurance before letting go. Now let's get you into this, darling. It won't move itself. Royal Guard. Chapter to the suit fits you wonderfully, the maid had said, her eyes sparkling. She was young, very young. Her brows were thick, untamed yet shaped sleekly, and her hair ran down her back like waves. I felt the strong urge to ask her where she was drumming, what she was doing here when thousands of males would be asking for her hand in marriage if she even stepped foot outside the castle, but fought it. Thank you, dear. I pursued my lips, sending her a sad smile. No child should be wasting their years grooming adults who were fully capable of moving themselves. She should have been running outside, chasing birds and catching feathers with her fangs. I've been instructed to send you to the Luna. It's only a short walk, right down the hallway on the first left. She took a deep breath in, checking my armor for any faults. Does it fit comfortably? Madam. Yes, don't worry about me. She nodded, gesturing for me to leave the room and follow her. Her shoulders slumped when she walked, a clear sign that she was overworked in this awful place. There was this shadow in her eyes, almost blackening the bright honey hue of her orbs, one that I'd never expected to see in a 14-year-old. In fact, I don't think I saw her smile once inside that changing room. I gulped, genuinely fearing the doings of this castle. We passed by several guards who sent me looks of envy and disappointment that the protector of the king of all wolves would be a female rogue. I was restless for peace, for a sixer entity. The untamed forests were only ever approached by those who had been banished by their packs or rogues. And I had grown up in that wilderness, though I couldn't take any more of it. We are here. The young girl halted in her footsteps, forcing me to do the same, my cape dropping to the ground. She swallowed, turning around to face me after taking a frightful glance at the set of double doors in front of us. The young girl had hope in her eyes. At what? I didn't precisely know, but it made me feel something. Please, do your best to become the kingdom's royal guard. The girl shut her lips as a male guard passed by us. Fear saturated in her eyes before I bent down slightly and pointed to my ears, ushering her to whisper her final words. The kingdom must understand that the females are worth more than balls and galas. They must understand that it is us that will lead them to prosperity. Please, prove yourself to the Luna. I cannot stand my status. A tear had slid down her cheek, pulling the strings of my heart painfully. I wiped away the lonely tear, looking her in the eyes intensely. What is your name? I asked her, tilting my head to one side. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿. I will do my absolute best to prove myself worthy. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐿. I let go of her face, unable to stare into her gloomy eyes 1 second more. It reminded me too much of myself. She knocked onto the door 3 times, waiting patiently before a loud enter had echoed throughout the length of the hallway. 𝐊𝐢 trembled and turned the knob of the double doors, pushing them open. A cold air had whooshed past me, evoking a shiver out of me. Behind the large ivory desk sat a platinum-haired woman of great age but youthful beauty. 𝐊𝐢, you're excused. I watched as 𝐊𝐢 scattered out of the room, closing the doors behind her, leaving me alone with the cat-eyed woman. I got down on one knee, my head bowed down in respect as my hair shielded me from her powerful gaze, a curtain surrounding my slim frame. Either the air was especially thick or my fear of her had skyrocketed, but it was getting hard to breathe. The armor began feeling like second skin in the worst way possible, as though I were trapped in it. I itched to scratch at my neck and free myself of this position, to throw myself out into the woods once more. Rise. I did just that, waiting for her plethora of commands. My heart was beating out of my chest and my hands were getting sweaty. I just hoped she hadn't noticed. Your past lies within these files. Darling, The Luna drummed her fingers onto her desk, tantalizing me with the yellow file that sat right in front of her. You read it before you arrived. I like to keep myself prepared for whatever this kingdom throws at me. I gulped. There is nothing more I hate than surprises. They execute silliness, are an unneeded waste of time, and never help. I felt a droplet of sweat run down my neck. So, let's see. She opened the file. The Royal Guard. And so she began. A female. A line. A woman of red blood. Another line. A vacant history. Another line. Unbonded and unwedded. The last line. A rogue. A rogue. My heart stopped. Her eyes were furious, as though it just murdered her son and served him to her on a platter. There is absolutely nothing on this piece of paper that remotely inclines me to elect you as the Royal Guard. Absolutely nothing. Her eyes glowed a dark amber. So I will allow you to talk of yourself and not this. She dropped the piece of paper, folding her hands in front of her. Who are you? Who was I? In those moments I had completely forgotten who I was. I'd forgotten the platonic reason of my existence, why I was where I was and why I was wearing such armor. All I could see was blooming fires and fallen homes. All I could hear was deathly screams and the burning of wood. All I could do was sit still, until I saw my reflection in the mirror that sat behind the backboned Luna. All until I saw those damned green eyes. Mother's eyes. Become the golden warrior your father trained you to be. You'll try. Once you turn 18, run to the castle. I did. Don't deprive me of those eyes I gave you. I won't. I love you, I love you. Leila, I love you too. I looked up and into her eyes. I am a female rogue. I started. I am someone who has witnessed what terrors lay beneath the trees of the untamed forest. I am someone who has heard what the wallowing winds whispered within the midnight skies of the outskirt lands. I have grown up in the wilderness, surrounded by evil, yet I am still alive. My wolf rumbled in the back of my head, cowering at her stare. Luna, I do not expect you to understand what power one must withhold to survive 6 years in the undisciplined lands of this kingdom, but I do expect to at least respect my integrity when I say it is not easy. Nobody in this castle would last a week in the anarchy that is the untamed forests. You have my word for it. My blood may be red. My past may be vacant for reasons you have no business creeping around to find. But that is not something that should determine my ability to protect the king of all wolves. What should is that I have scored the highest amongst all the white-blooded boys. What should is that I am still breathing and alive when I am supposed to be dead. By the end of my speech I was out of breath, clenching at the edge of the Luna's table, as though I had been burnt by it. I snatched my hand away from the wood, regaining my composure. I didn't know what had gotten into me, what had allowed me to speak in such a manner with the queen, but there was no taking it back. I clenched my jaw, praying to the moon goddess that I had not blown my chance at serenity. The Luna looked taken aback, her sea blue eyes wide and her shoulders leaning against the chair, away from mine. She hadn't expected me to ignite at her, to tell her exactly who I was. It wasn't exactly possible to raise your voice at someone of higher status than you, but I think the moon goddess has granted me the ability after all my years in the wild. She gulped, fixing her posture, before shutting the file completely closed. The Luna rose her hand to her face and pulled a stray strand of her hair behind her hair, seemingly flustered. The guards will guide you to your section of the castle. You will meet the Alpha tomorrow and be prepared by the dressers. A maid will be assigned to you, one to your liking, she said, and 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷's teary eyes flooded my memory. Could I please have 𝐊𝐢𝐬 assigned to me? I asked, hopeful. Surprise and a flash of angst crawled across her blue orbs before she nodded. You're excused. I bowed my head before turning around, my cape flying in the thick atmosphere. The set of double doors opened themselves, bidding me my farewells as the male guards awaited me in their metal armor, swords and chains strapped to their belts. Awakened. I felt awakened, as though something minuscule in my soul had snapped and spread. The soldiers walked me to my section of the castle in silence. Their heads held low as they exchanged glances every now and then. Their metal armor was noisy, but that was more comforting than the suffocating silence of the castle walls. Our silent walk came to a stop once we faced a large set of doors. The guards gestured for me to enter, and I did just that. I pushed the doors open, entering a small room that held exactly one weapons closet, a grand sink and a mirror. At the end of the room was another set of double doors, this time rich in color and mighty jewels. Taking a deep breath, I pulled down the handle of the doors and pushed them open, eyes tearing up as I witnessed the beauty of the interior of my new home. A living room with beautiful red sofas and fireplace facing them, a large dining table and a matching set of beautifully crafted chairs, a bedroom at the end of the room and a kitchen of my own. Most importantly, windows that surrounded an entire wall of my new home, that allowed me to witness the beauty of the starry night. Thank you. I nodded at the guards, eyes teary. I'd like to be alone now. The guards left, not sparing me another glance. That night, I moved the 3-seater couch so that it was facing my wall of windows and fell asleep in front of the midnight stars, hoping that wherever she was, the moon goddess could hear me thanking her. Chapter 3. I laid on my couch, legs pulled up to my chest head and between my knees. My hands cocooned me from the winter atmosphere and my hair surrounded the entirety of my body, leaving me feeling full with tranquility and warmth that was somewhat unsettled, certainly easy to get used to. The morning view was dazzling, mountains upon mountains saturated in scenery that sported the winter hues of white, pale blue and the occasional orange. The snow-tipped trees stood tall, not the tallest I'd ever seen, but still, astoundingly taller than usual. Every now and then I would see a pack member leave the comforts of their own homes to put up laundry, pick up weeds and some even paint that surrounded them. Sure, he'd only gotten a solid 4 hours of sleep, but that was well more than enough. My wolf needed to witness the sunrise. She needed to be reassured that she would watch the sun set and rise every day till she took her last breath, and, to be quite frank, I did too. A light knock sounded at my door, forcing my eyes away from the mundane wolves and to the large set of double doors. I almost didn't want to answer it. My nightgown too comfortable and my blanket emitting a warmth I didn't know existed. "Come in," I mumbled, hoping their ears were perky enough to notice. Once I'd heard the sound of soft footsteps echo throughout the door walls of my room. I turned back around and faced the scenery. There was something about watching wolves interact so normally that calmed me. "Good morning, madam. I must ready you to meet the Alpha today at 12:30. The sound of Leila's's voice made my head turn to face hers at whiplash speed. Green eyes meeting bright hazel ones. "You made it. You proved yourself worthy." I nodded, sending her a bright smile. Yes, I did. What was it like? She wasn't happy, that was sure, but I managed to convince her I was well more qualified than the white-blooded males in this castle. Dale slapped a hand to her mouth, shocked. Clearly, it had worked. I didn't think it was possible to talk back to a royal. Surprise laced her voice. Well, it isn't. Her brows furrowed, but somehow, the royal guard did it. She giggled at my answer and gestured for me to follow her. "We must get you ready." "Madam, please, call me Leila," I interrupted. Dale paused, an unrecognizable emotion flashing through her eyes before nodding back at me, a smile staining her peach lips. Do not look into the Alpha's eyes before bowing down on one knee. He will take it as a challenge and will quarrel you till you surrender, especially because you are the royal guard. He is far from happy that he is what he calls a babysitter. Do not speak unless told to answer every question he asks. Be truthfully. Never forget he can hear the beating of your heart. Lara sat at her vanity as she spoke while Dale tightened the straps of my boots. He's a very traditional man, and considering he hasn't found his mate, he won't be delighted to have a female as his guard. My brows rose, in confusion mostly. "What is a mate?" I asked her, not missing the way Dale paused at my question. Lara turned around to face me. red hair flying in its volumes and face shocked. "You don't know what a bondmate is." I shook my head, whispering a word of thanks to Leila once she let go of my boot. "A bondmate is someone the moon goddess plans to bind your soul with. You other half. They make you feel complete. Fill a hole in your chest you didn't know you had." Lara smiled gratefully, most probably thinking of her male. Not everyone gets one. It's the moon goddess's blessing to a deserving man. The alpha is determined to find his woman, even traveled for kingdoms to look for her, but failed in his mission to even catch her scent. "You said he looked everywhere," I asked. She nodded. "What of the untamed forest? Did he look there?" "I think it's best he be bonded to any normal female than his banished mate. Not for his sake, but our mother's." Lara looked down. "That woman would send out an assassin and murder the poor girl if his mate held no status of royalty. Your mother is the Luna." My tone was nervous. "Yes, but she really isn't a mother if you ask me. Why would a mother not want her son to wed his rightful mate? She's his mother. She's also thirsty for power." I pursed my lips. "How do you know if some owns your mate?" I decided it was smarter to change the subject. "Oh goddess, there's too many signs," Lara gushed. "The first is their scent. All you can smell is them. Whether it's their shampoo, their incense, even their musk, you'll get dizzy of them. Something's going to push you to them. Either it be fate or just coincidence. But you will know, just by looking at, that you're theirs and they're yours." Lara continued speaking, but my ears drowned out the sound of her voice. I feared I'd gotten too comfortable in my room, the castle's room. The screening process had intended. There was still a high chance I would be sent back to the cursed lands. I winced. That ringing was back. Every time it'd stare at myself in the mirror. Every time it analyzed the curves of my body too closely. Thought about my future too clearly. It feel like I was slowly detaching. It feel my soul leave my body ever so slowly. So hollow lie. Until something around would snap me back to reality. "Leila." My head snapped to the sound of Leila's voice. My hand rising to my sword, looking for any sign of danger. Lara stood in front of me, her hand waving in front of my face as Leila's hand remained shaking my arm. She looked startled, whereas Lara looked more confused than anything else. "Did you get enough sleep?" Leila laughed, placing the back of her hand on my forehead before shaking her head. "You've got a fever. Now isn't the right time. Leila, prepare her herbs for when we get her back to her section of the castle." "If I get back to my section of the castle," I corrected Lara. "Shut it. Sweetheart, you managed to convince the Luna, who always manages to look like she's gotta stick up her arse." Lara looked into my eyes reassuringly. Those green eyes were enough to convince me. I gulped, fear slithering down my veins. "Leila, darling, prepare those herbs. I'm going to take the royal guard to the Alpha." "Okay," Lara said, and Leila nodded urgently, running out of the changing room to get to her new task. We were alone in the room. The tension was thick with unwanted angst, but we had a job to do. "I'm going to take you to the Alpha. You'll be alone with him in that room. It won't be easy, much harder than it was with the Luna. All you have to do is accept the fact that you are the royal guard. It is the Luna that elects her, not the Alpha. Understood? He has no right to fire you, regardless of how much he will dislike you." Lara's words were more than comforting, but an Alpha was an Alpha. He was the king of all wolves. I was positive he had the ability to banish a rogue. "Thank you, Lara." Which Lara?" I nodded gratefully. "Any time." She looked into my eyes, searching for any sign of doubt before nodding to herself. "Follow me." I followed her out of the room until we stood in front of a hallway that led to a large set of glass doors. 2 guards stood in front of each of the edges of the hallway. Their swords stabbed into the ground, and no matter how much I looked at them, no matter how much my eyes stared into their own, their expressions didn't falter. How was I going to become that? "This is where I leave." Lara looked at me with a sizzling emotion beneath her eyes before bowing down to me, surprising me. "Good luck, Royal Guard." She left, leaving me standing in front of a long hallway. I seriously considered not walking through it, but fought that urge. Just barely. Become the golden warrior your father trained you to be. I strode into the hallway, posture perfect, head held high, ignoring how the walls would whisper my name, how they would look at me as though they could close in on me any second that moment. I walked for what seemed like hours until I stood in front of those glass doors. Those damned glass doors. Behind them sat a broad-shouldered man, his eyes smoldering as they looked into my soul. Never had I seen such a color of bright amber. If it thought it was hard to breathe before, I didn't know what to do now. It completely forgotten how to breathe. I gulped, not moving my eyes away from his. Slowly, I rose my hand to the door and knocked 3 times. I hoped 𝐾𝐞𝐬𝐬 see it shaking. Because of him. Come in. His voice soothed like honey to my ears. I pushed the door open, walked to the middle of the room and got down on one knee, bowing down to him shakily. The sound of his desk chair scraping against the stone floors echoed throughout the walls of his office. I heard him walk to me, till I felt his presence right in front of me like a pair of boulders on my shoulders. My knees felt like they were digging into the ground. I felt heavy, burdened almost. There was too much going on. Was it the fever? The alpha? My fear? I couldn't tell. I really couldn't tell. Rise. I did just that. There was no escaping his command. His eyes met mine, amber and green, interconnecting like 2 stars forging an unforgettable supernova. I could hear my heartbeat. I could hear his heartbeat. It was nearly as fast as mine. His eyes analyzed the bumps of my face, the slope of my nose, the tips of my lips. They looked at me like I was the only thing that existed. His hand rose slowly and rested on my cheek. I leaned into his touch. Involuntarily, I wanted to step back. I wanted to push him away, but I couldn't. I was sure he noticed the complete and utter turmoil that sat beneath my eyes. I was sure he noticed how my eyes would stutter in front of him. He was warm, so extremely warm. I loved warmth. He broke the void of silence and spoke 3 words that took the breath out of me. I found you. Chapter from my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. He trushed to my face. I felt a bile rise up my throat but gulped it down, refusing to falter in front of the alpha. He couldn't see the other side of me, the side I hid from myself more than anyone else. I looked down and stepped back, only to have him grab my wrist and pull me closer. Bodies flushed against each other's. He was warm, so warm. What have I done? His thick brows were furrowed, the bright blue of his swirling with concern. He probably hadn't realized it, but his grip on my wrist was tightening by the second, almost as though he was afraid I was going to run away. My wolf howled at the action, turning my thoughts into a whirlwind of unrecognizable emotions. The warmth he emitted was more than maddening, urging me to cozy up to him, an urge that was hard to fight. In all honesty, I didn't know what to say. He hadn't done anything wrong. My head was just processing everything so slowly. Too slowly. Speak. Will you? His tone was anxious more than annoyed, pulling at the strings of my heart. My voice cracked. I don't know what to say. An uncomfortable silence enveloped us, filled with tension and unspoken words. His hand still wrapped around my wrist and inches away from his. His eyes watched my every move, reassessed the curves of my face and laid hypnotized by my green orbs. It's almost as though he couldn't stop looking into them. Every time 𝐻ED look at my cheek, my nose, my lips, 𝐻ED just go back to my eyes. Those damned eyes I ached to rip out with my bare claws. I can hear your heart all the way from here. Verdi. His voice was honey, velvety and smooth. But his face, it was a whole other story. Upturned eyes, Roman nose, plump lips and sharp features that could cut through you like a knife. I clenched my fists, hating the way he read me. I can hear yours too. I'm glad, he said, chest vibrating. His response evoked the tiniest smile out of me, forcing me to look into his ocean eyes. They were tired, dark circles shading the edges of his orbs. His skin was clear, but it definitely was new, with stars littering his canvas like stars on the wondrous Milky Way, which left me wondering, how many centuries has this man, the man I was supposed to share half my soul with, lived? How many lives had he taken? How much power did he hold in the palm of his hand? How much blood? Your my royal guard. His breath and my face. Yes, I said. Tone shaky. His scent was driving me crazy. It was overriding my ability to breathe. A look of relief passed through his eyes. What was your score? 1991 mistake. One that wasn't even considered a fault because it'd beaten my opponent. That's all it'd gotten. But the general thought otherwise. What's your name? His grip on my wrist softened at the mention of my name. But he didn't want to let go. I didn't want him to let go. Why the fuck did I not want him to let go? Leila hatted. His eyes darkened. Your pack? I have no pack. The void of silence it feared rushed back to the surface. I could tell it caught him off guard. That was obvious. But I didn't know whether he was disappointed or just surprised. I hoped it was the latter. I didn't understand this bond. Why it was making everything so blurry. Why it was fogging up my minds to speak. His heat. The energy he emitted was so completely overwhelming. Every damned breath I took was of him. The alpha. All I could breath, think, and smell of was the alpha, and it was driving me insane. What is your name? Do not dare call him by his name. I remembered what Lara had instructed me not to do. Back when I was solely the royal guard. I was going to be the royal guard and his bond mate. The other half of his soul. I deserved to know his name and call him by it. Why do you ask? He rose a curious brow, eyes running down the length of my body. The goddess gave you half of my soul. My voice was low, barely a whisper. I deserved to know who I'm sharing that part of me with. I watched his chest move up in one fluid motion, and go down the same way. His gaze was too powerful for me. The slight amber in his blue orbs disgustingly beautiful, tiring to look at. It was only then I realized how tightly his shirt has clung onto him, how his shoulders stretched like mountains and his hands, rough and dragged. His finger tipped my chin upwards, encouraging me to look into him, into the soul I would be given. Alpha Luca Belusi. Leila. He uttered my name as though each letter weighed 1,000 words, effortlessly yet with so much fervor. Luca. His name was Luca. Such a gentle name consisting of just 4 letters, each dainty and delicate in their own way, yet the man who wore those letters was anything but. He was rugged, large, and held a 𝐷𝐴�R that forced those around him into submission they could not deny nor fight. It found the contrast enchanting. 𝐿've dreamt of you, he said, letting go of my chin. How so? Your eyes. I gulped. Though in my dreams, they're a much darker green, like the leaves of the untamed forest trees during the storm. He tilted his head to the side, almost examining me. They're all I can see now. I despise mother's eyes. I sense that I've angered you, he said. You haven't. What makes you think I've stopped listening to the best of your heart? And my lie was caught. Why are you listening to my heartbeat? To make sure those green eyes are real, that they're not part of my damn dreams. Lucas' replies were thought well and came out strong. He looked to be restraining himself, the veins on his neck prominent along with those on his hands. Luca was holding back, for me, because he was sure I had accepted him or not. He was forcing himself on me. He was intruding into my life like his mother. He was urging me to spill the secrets of my past like everyone else had. It intrigued me. What had intrigued me more, though, was the scar that had swiveled from the top of his neck to the inside of his shirt. Without thinking, I rose my hand and placed a finger onto his scar, itching to feel the texture of his seasoned skin, only to have him grab my wrist and stop me. I would love it if you touched me right now, Verdi, but I fear I would not be able to control myself. He kept a soft grip on my hand this time, making sure it was touching his scar. I much prefer our first meeting to be civilized. I nodded, swallowing. Understood. All I could do was watch as he took my hand and rose it to his lips, only to place a wet kiss onto the slightly bruised skin of my knuckles. His lips were unimaginably soft, sending my heart racing into directions I didn't know existed in my body. Everything about him executed masculinity, all but his name. I wondered, maybe that's why we weren't allowed to call him by his first name. Maybe that's why I just found out the name of the king of all wolves. His eyes held so many presents, secrets I had to unravel until I was able to reach the borders of his heart and cross them. But until then, I had to wait. You cannot be my royal guard. A stab to my chest. Instantaneously, I slid my wrist out of his grip. Why is that? You will be holding a position lower than you deserve. I did not betroll those high-born boys to be told that I will not be given the title I have worked 6 years of my life for. He paused, clenching his jaw, clearly angered by my response. His alpha status most probably took it as me rejecting being by his side. But at the time, I didn't care. Father's prophecy and mother's words were all I could think about hearing those 7 words. You will not be my royal guard, he said, plunging another sword into my chest. You do not stand below me, rather on the same level as me. He clenched his jaw. Fuck, okay, you will keep this status to yourself, as it is above 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐬 law to have the Luna hold a position lower than the moon goddess had intended for her. You will leave my office as the royal guard. Everyone will recognize you as the royal guard, but in your heart, you must know you are much, much more than that. I nodded, lips turning up with every word he spoke. I am breaking the law for you. Luca leaned forward, brushing his lips against my ears. Do not make me regret it. A shiver ran down my spine, forcing me to take a rapid step backwards. Thank you. I felt the strong urge to wrap my arms around him, to lean my head against his shoulders and put all my weight against him, but fought it. You won't regret it. I can promise you that. He held both of my hands in his once more, unable to let go of my skin. It was such a foreign feeling. It terrified me how much his touch pulled at the strings of my heart. Meet me at the empty crop field tomorrow at sunrise, he asked, tone soft as he squeezed the bottom of my fingers. All right. I'll be thinking of you until then. So will I. It was barely audible, but by the looks of the smile growing in his face, 𝐻𝐸𝐷 heard me loud and clear. I bid you my farewells. Leila, 𝐊𝐲. His eyes had lost their ferociousness for a second or two after speaking those words, but it was for good reason. Farewell, Luca. And so I slipped my hand out of his. A familiar, uncomfortable cold settling within me as I walked out of his office and into the suffocating hallways of his office. It was only then I'd realized what I was, what the moon goddess had planned for me. The Luna of the Lycan kingdom. If only Mother was here to see this. Chapter 5. You made it. Oh goddess, this is wonderful news. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 jumped into the air, hair static as she floated for those few seconds. There's something else I must confess, I said, eyes falling to the ground. Look at the Lucy. Sure, it met him a whole day ago, but his face, his bright pools of amber, blue and voice of honey were etched into my mind for goddess knows how long before I'd fallen asleep. Farewell, Leila. Goddess, how 𝐻𝐸𝐷 said my name. This feeling, a feeling of mutual attraction, want and desire, they were all foreign to me. Never had I imagined myself fancying a man of royal blood, let alone be thrown into the new reality of soulmates, or as Zara had called them, bond mates. I honestly preferred my term better than hers because it helped to feel some sense of purpose. That my soul was just for me. Rather, I was made to complete somebody else's half. It made me feel powerful in a sense, but more secure than the latter. What is it? She asked, eyes eager. You mustn't tell anyone. 𝐊𝐲𝐬. I looked behind me, to make sure the walls of my room hadn't miraculously grown a pair of lips and ears. But I've found my bond, mate, she gasped, eyes glowing. Who is it? I'm not comfortable with sharing that information yet. It's only my second day here. Take it easy on me. I reasoned, smiling as she huffed a hair or two out of her face. You'll respect that. But we have to ready you to meet the Alpha today in the empty fields. She stood from the couch. He'll get you your outfit for the day. He'll be back. My eyes watched her walk to the door, noticing an unfamiliar skip in her steps, until she left the room, leaving behind only the echoes of the locks clicking back into place. I resumed my staring of the view in front of me, noticing a gleam of purple flash through the sea of snow-covered roads. With furrowed brows, I walked closer to the window, eyeing the gleam of uncomfortable purple. I placed my finger on the glass, trying my best to figure out what it was all before it disappeared. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, my curiosity unsatisfied. I have the outfit. I turned around at whiplash speed, breath taken away at the surprise that had hit me like a ton of bricks. Is anything of the matter? She asked, clenching the black fabrics in her hand. Gulping, I shook my head at 𝐊𝐢𝐬. There's nothing wrong. Don't worry. I pointed my finger to the clothes she was holding, a desperate attempt at changing the subject. He'll get into that. I took the clothes from 𝐊𝐢𝐬 without question and left to my room, locking the door behind me. Silently, I began changing out of my nightgown and into the thick, black jumper 𝐊𝐬𝐬 had given me and matching black pants. They were warm, perfecting for the white-hot cold the 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐾 winters brought with them, but they were dull all the same. It expected their outfits to be a bit more than extraordinary, but I guess my expectations were a bit too high. My eyes caught the dagger that sat on top of my pillow. I'd chosen to sleep next to it yesterday. The walls of this castle still too foreign for me to sleep soundly in. Without a second thought, it grabbed at the thing and hooked it to the string of my knickers. Before leaving my room, I looked into my mirror, the familiar hollowness in my chest rising back to life at the view of my own reflection. Don't deprive me of those eyes I gave you. Oh, how I wish you didn't give me your eyes. Mother, one look into them and all I can see is you. On the ground, back bleeding and soul battered, before my thoughts could have turned into a never-ending cycle of hauntingly beautiful memories and irreversible regrets. I turned around and left my room, heart heavy yet hollow all the more. Take me to the Alpha. The empty fields are a new asset to our lands. Ever since a few nights ago, all sorts of crops have died and stopped growing. The beta predicts someone has poisoned our fertilizer, or that the soil has grown rotten. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 said, we still don't know. It's alarming. We've lost over 10. 0 crops. All food. And we don't know why. I looked ahead, at the vast acres of dark soil and blackened plants. It evoked a shiver out of me. The sight was all too familiar. I'll leave you to it. The Alpha will be here any minute. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 bowed her head and scurried away, back into the castle. The wind kissed the skin on my face as I walked to the exact middle of the field. Taking a deep breath, I could hear the sound of the leaves crunching underneath my shoes, the sound of the wet soil gushing over the power of my weight, birds chirping. I could hear everything so clearly. I squatted down to the ground, eyeing the earth that surrounded me for miles upon miles. It smelt so familiar, almost home-like. Confused, I dug my fingers into the ground, trying to grasp the feeling of the soil that evoked in me a nostalgia even I didn't understand. 1 second passed. To point for you, Leila hatted. The winds whispered. I gasped, immediately pulling my fingers out of the soil. I looked to my left, my right. Above me, no one. I found no one. Just size and more acres of land. Startled, I stood up, itching to step away from the soil. You look as though you've just seen a ghost. Luca's voice seeped into my skin and flew out all the thoughts it had before he arrived. I turned around, facing him. He was sporting the same colors as me. A long-sleeved black tee, shirt that molded the mountains on his arms, and a matching pair of black pants that hugged the muscles on his thighs. Goddess, he really was stunning. You walk like a ghost, I remarked, raising my brows. Of all places in your kingdom, you choose this to have our first meeting. You don't like it. He tilted his head to one side, eyes curious. I looked over the area once more, taking in a deep breath. It is hauntingly beautiful. I'll admit that. Beautifully said, he replied, not looking me in the eyes as he took my hand in his, raising a brow in question as he eyed the remnants of dirt on my fingers. Curiosity never killed the cat, I said sheepishly, pulling my fingers away from his to wipe the dirt away. I believe the term is curiosity killed the cat. Not this one, he let out aloud. Throaty laugh at my response, head falling back. You do look like one. I furrowed my brows at his words, urging him to elaborate. Your features are dainty soft. You could fool anyone into thinking that you don't have claws hiding underneath there. I'd like to think so. I agreed. Feline females are a male's favorite challenge. Verdi, hot, ready, flushed my cheeks, forcing me to look away from his eyes and at the view in front of me. There was this smile that stained my lip, one that wouldn't go away despite my greatest attempts at pushing it away. He had this way with words. They were light, but they were all two-way mirrors with underlying meanings and secrets made for only you to unravel. I felt him silently creep up on me, his front facing my back, his heating oozing into my skin, evoking razor-edged butterflies to bloom into my stomach. Very delicately, he placed his fingers onto my shoulder. He proceeded to walk them down the trail of my arm. Once they reached the dips of my elbows, his two fingers jumped playfully to the curve of my waist, making me gasp lightly, before he slipped his fingers into my pants and slid out the dagger it attached to my knickers. Immediately, I turned around and grabbed his wrist, forcing him to halt his movements. He eyed me with a lively fire in his eyes, head tilted to one side. He'd a habit of doing that. I'm going to need that back, I ordered, tightening my grip on his wrist. Do you plan on assassinating me when I'm not looking? He asked, stepping into my personal space. Verdi, I can smell your movements. That was there for the sole purpose of my protection and not your danger. That's not the kind of protection you're going to need around me. I gasped, raising my knee to his crotch. I may have left the North for 6 years, but I was still a Northern woman, and that was certainly not any way to talk to a Northern woman. Luca doubled over in pain, dropping my dagger. Without a second thought, I squatted down and snatched my weapon from his huddled figure, puffing the hair out of my face. That comment was a little too comfortable for our first meeting. Alpha, I said, meeting his pained eyes. That was expected, he said, voice stringed, though I do not take back my words. I still have the upper hand here. 𝐶𝐿. His eyes shone with surprise at my words. This time, I could tell it was the good kind by the way his lips had rose to one side. Even when he was in pain, he was undoubtedly beautiful. You're from the North. How did you know? My bait is from the North. He calls his mate Moonshine too. He stood up, groaning slightly, and I followed suit. He taught me a word or two. That brute is from the North, I asked, distraught. Yes, and that brute is my mated to my sister. I noticed. My heart bloomed. I cannot believe I have a sister-in-law. That, you do. Bella, he said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear. You need not to carry a weapon around me, Leila. You are my mate. His tone turned intense, forcing me to look into the abyss of his eyes. This may be our first meeting, but you must not feel in danger around me. It's not you I fear. Who is it? The fire in his eyes grew at the mention of my tormentor. I'll murder him. Just give me his name. The whispers. The monsters I met outside the kingdom. Anyone that's not you. Mother eyes. Her red blood. That's a story for another time. Luca. I sent him the best smile I could muster up, trying my hardest to remove the frown that had taken the place of his smirk, but failed miserably in my mission to do so. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he started deeply into my soul before he nodded. I'll wait for you. My heart burst at his confession. Thank you, Luca. Anything for you. Verdi? I watched as his nose, sniffing the air around him before he looked back into my eyes. "Someone's coming." I stepped away from him, pursing my lips to prevent myself from smiling at the annoyed expression that overtook his face. He shook his head and whispered into the afternoon atmosphere. "If you would let me, it'd make you my Luna this instant. But you're a pain. That I am. 𝐶𝐿, I whispered back, finally growing the balls to look away from his eyes. I turned around and looked into the distance, and there appeared the bird from the north walking up to the alpha and I. Face expressionless and posture slumped as though he didn't want to be there. Something in him made me want to punch him across the face. But I resisted the urge. "The Luna has requested your presence." "Alpha." The beta sniffed the air and turned to face me, a scowl appearing across his face. "What is she doing here?" "What a piece of shit," I whispered underneath my breath. "Say it louder." "Crooked nose knave." "A classic." I bit back. "Jess here because I ordered her to write me a statement of the reasons she believes our soil is growing rotten." Luca growled at the both of us, eyes glowing at our immaturity. "Royal Guard, you've been excused. I expect the statement to be at my desk tomorrow morning." I bowed down to him, mischief shadowing the bright hue of my eyes, before leaving the fields to go to my room, dagger strapped to the lining of my knickers. Chapter 6. I stood in his office. Luca's office. Indeed, it was a wonderful room, made of cobblestone and surrounded by candles that stayed lit day in and day out. There was only one window, though that window took the space of the entire back wall. Leaning on it made me feel like I was flying, but I feared I would break it more than I feared falling out of it. The paper he asked for laid on his desk, the bullet, pointed list of what could have been rotting all the crops. A sudden shiver overtook my spine at the thought of that soil. It didn't feel for unjust vacant. Dark. Weird. I would say it even made me feel wavy, but that would have made me seem high, which was not one bit classy in a castle full of wealth and coin, though I have to admit, I would not decline an offer to smoke an ivy weed, just not in front of anyone I knew, Luca especially. That was fast. I spun around at the sound of his voice. I didn't expect it until later today. I had nothing better to do. I shrugged. Plus, 100 crops sound important. He was wearing a different shirt. A black short sleeve. It exposed the boulders on his arms and the tan of his warm skin. The mere sight of it made my stomach squeeze, and I had a feeling he knew it did that to most females. "We have 40 more fields, each wielding 80 to 120 crops. I think we can let this one slide." He picked up my piece of paper with a young shrug. 43 3 bullet points. I hate to admit this, but I never even thought a 𝐊𝐢 was even an option here. Worgons are a witch's favorite pet. Luca. They cling to them like hair on skin. Some can even live within a witch. Their energy can kill chlorophyll just by passing by it. I said as a matter of fact. But you're right. That's unlikely considering we're in a shielded castle. His strong fingers clenched the delicate piece of paper, denting it. The action confused me, but it also kept me silent. He looked strained, even his jaw was tight. I was afraid he would grind those perfect teeth of his. Luca gently placed my list back onto his desk and took a deep breath. "My name sounds delightful on your lips." My cheeks flushed and I immediately looked downwards. I didn't know what to fucking say. He sounded so potent in those few words of his. "Tell me, Leila." He stared at me through his hooded eyes. "How old are you?" Immediately, I felt defensive, intimidated. "How old do you think I am?" His brows went up at my question before he began walking towards me. I felt trapped, but it was a new kind of trapped. A comfortable form of suffocation. It was just me with my back against the glass and him stopping me from moving elsewhere. 24. I shook my head. 27. I shook my head and furrowed my brows. I knew for a fact that I didn't look 27. I'm all out of answers. "You have the brain of a 40-year-old woman." And just like that, the sultry mood of his office turned light again. "I'm 18. His brows rose for the nth time that day before he took a step away from me, as though it held a knife to his stomach. The action deeply offended me, but I decided it was best I did not voice out my offense. Is something of the matter? I asked. If not, I best return to my chambers to train. That's a lot of pressure. You know, his reply stilled me. If you're 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐸, probably the first male you've been with. Now I have to make your experience worthwhile. I pursed my lips to stop myself from smiling. I hope you do. Do you really have to train? He winced. I tilted my head to one side, hair sliding off my shoulder. How do you think I got here? Luca, you scored practically a full mark on the physical assessment. You can take a break, Leila. I'm sure of it. I did want to take a break. I really did. But I also wanted to prove to the Luna that I was a woman who would take breaks given the chance. Surely, she would think I was lazy and inept for doing so. Luca took my silence as a decline to whatever offer he wanted to put to the table inside, his breath fanning my face in the softest way possible, all while talking to him. I had to fight the urge to wrap my arms around his waist and dig my face into his chest to succumb to the warmth his body emitted. His voice made it easy to do that. It distracted me from the god-like structure and presence of his body. I still couldn't believe such a brute was named Luca. They'll send your list to the seers. They'll know what to do after that. Wait, what? Why would the seers need my list? I asked. They're seers. They don't need list. Just their hands and eyes. He paused, confused. Since when? Since forever. The seers that resided in the outskirts could read me like a book, even if they were blind. They are born to tell stories of the future, not to use lists. My brows furrowed. How do you not know this? I guess I didn't really focus during 𝐴𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐸. He mumbled. Then, as your mate, I will teach you about what lies beyond your castle walls. I changed my voice to sound like an old storyteller, wiggling my fingers in front of his face. He smiled before capturing my wrist and pulling me closer to him so close my chest met his. I gasped, not used to the absolute heat that lay beneath his shirt. It seeped out of his very skin and through the tight knit leather of my armor. I wanted to pull away because the feeling was overwhelming. Don't act all cute now. His eyes sparkled with newfound mischief, surprising me. He had this obnoxious habit of switching from goofy to sensual in seconds, and honestly it was uncanny. But I had no complaints. I'll act however I deem fit. I slid my wrist from his hold before sliding away from the mirror. The absence of his body from mine made my chest cave softly, but I didn't show it. At least I hoped I didn't. As your guard, I began. I will inspect your seer's ability to provide you with factual information. I will return to your office once I have all the information. I courteously-eyed him before turning to leave to my chambers. I would like you to train with me after tomorrow. Leila, 𝐶𝐿. I halted in my footsteps. Deep down, I fear he would catch on to the way my body moved and use it against me one day. To me, training was sacred. It was something you should keep to yourself. Nobody other than you should be able to point out your weaknesses. The only person it ever trained with was father, and he, being the old wise man he was brutal. He would say I moved like a no-dila, that me elbows looked like tree branches, that every bruise on my body was a bruise well-deserved for not listening to my instinct. After training, though, he would handle me with such delicate care that despite his cold insults I knew he loved me deeply. Goddess, did I miss him. Sometimes even more than mother. I'll think about it. I knew I wouldn't, but I didn't want to leave him hanging. Please, Leila, not sparing Luca another glance. I sent him a curt nod before bowing and left for my room. The Alpha King kissed me, but his mother was the one who slaughtered my entire family. Chapter 7. You want me to visit the seers with you? Lara stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if I had suddenly sprouted antlers. It was the day after Luca, the strong and attractive Alpha, had extended his invitation for me to train with him. The thought still lingered in my mind. The 24-hour deadline slowly driving me to the brink of madness, but I was determined to handle it, just as I had handled every other challenge in my life. We sat in Immerse's working chambers, a kaleidoscope of sparkling dresses and vibrant fabrics surrounding us. The air was thick with the scent of newly stitched cloth and the faint aroma of perfume that clung to the garments. I nodded at Laura. My lips pursed in determination. There's something completely wrong about them, I insisted, my observant nature kicking into high gear. Leila, you've never even met them. Laura spluttered, her hesitation evident in every word. Her fingers nervously toyed with a piece of silk in her lap. Laura, seers are supposed to predict the future using auras, object, soil, and nature. Words alone are enough. They don't need a piece of paper to detect things. They are the paper, I explained, my suspicion of seers coloring my tone. A heavy silence fell between us before Laura replied, her voice vacant, as though the very thought of visiting the seers drained her of energy. Why don't you take 𝐷𝐴𝐿 with you? I stared at her, incredulous. Are you absolutely insane? Laura, 𝐷𝐴𝐿 is only a teenager and a servant. Seers are hideous old women that speak to you in rhymes and whispers. 𝐷𝐴𝐿 is the last person I'm taking, I said, my protective instincts flaring up at the thought of exposing the young girl to such an experience. What about Luca? Laura suggested, a hint of mischief in her eyes. My heart skipped at the mention of his name. Unbident, images of his glacial blue eyes and powerful arms flooded my mind. I struggled to push them back, my cheeks warming despite my best efforts. They would never crack underneath their alpha snows. Puss. They would know he was there to interrogate them. Remember, they can sense auras, I explained, tapping my chest. I, however, am just a nosy guard in their eyes. They wouldn't care, even if I broke one of their many crystals. Laura groaned, frustration etched across her face. I don't want to go, she admitted, her reluctance palpable. Understanding her hesitation, I decided not to push further. Whatever personal reasons she had for detesting the idea of the seers, I had to respect them, despite my own fears of visiting the seers alone. I valued Laura's friendship too much to pester her. I'd best leave then, I said with a nod, turning to exit her working chambers. As I walked away, my eyes lingered on the breathtaking dresses that adorned every corner of Laura's workspace. My gaze settled on my favorite again, the color of the deep sea, adorned with crystals that seemed to emit light from their very cores. Its spaghetti straps and fitted bodice gave way to a cinched waist, while the skirt flowed like a curtain caught in a robust wind. One day, I thought to myself, they'll try on one of those dresses. Perhaps it would be a small moment of normalcy in the midst of the chaos that seemed to constantly surround me. I sighed in envy. Laura was a talented woman with crafty fingers and an eye for beauty. I envied her art. Sometimes, being a woman with a sword was saddening, to say the least. All I could produce were everlasting scars and generations of blood. I could not compose paintings that would last contemporaries, nor could I create towering wooden doors that would lead to chambers and council rooms. As I reached the end of the hallway, Laura's voice interrupted my thoughts. Wait. They'll join you on your mission. Just let me strap my heels. I turned around to find her leaning against the door of her workspace. Indeed, strapping her very high heels onto her ankles. The sight was worthy of a smile, or because she struggled greatly to balance the weight of her tall body on one foot. But she eventually got it done and jogged towards me until she was by my side. Let's see if those seers could fit into one of my gowns. She hummed PhD as we walked arm in arm towards the underground levels of the castle. The lowest level of the castle was otherworldly, engulfed in darkness and filthy with algae coating its every wall. It smelled of ash and rot, brown and green, deaf and dirt. It was dangerous to have such a dim area in one's home. Darkness is a shadow's favorite hiding spot. And shadows, they were home to the kingdom's most sought-after witches and wizards. The lowest level of the castle consisted of one long hallway, almost endless, with doors lining the left and right walls every now and then. It was unsettling and proved just how old its structure was. Every step I took felt as though the walls were closing in on us. No wonder Laura was so resistant to visiting the seers. It smells of peasantry down here, Laura spoke in a nasal tone, to fingers squeezing the edges of her nose. "It smells just like the ungoverned lands of kingdom," I said. "It smells too familiar, almost as if you have their exact soil on your land." Silently, I shook my head as we walked further through the dimly lit hallways of the dungeon-like place. "This is very bad. The energy in this level of the castle can attract shadow beasts." "What in the world are shadow beasts?" "They're monsters that lurk in shadows and lurve in filth. Very difficult to kill. Cryptosodalia was not my thing. It seems that way with everyone in the castle." I expected more from the alpha. He too was uneducated in what lies beyond the borders of his kingdom. I tugged. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed my throat, restricting my ability to breathe. I halted in my footsteps, as did Laura, and tried to take a full, deep breath. Pathetically, I failed in that minute task. "We're here," she said, pointing to my door on the right. "You've visited before, haven't you?" I tilted my head in question. She nodded grimly. "Let's just get this over with, Leila. The non-existent hairs on my skin are rising." Our arms remained the way they were when we first stepped foot into the hallway, interlocked out of fear and comfort. I tightened my hold on her, feeling a tad bit more protective over her colorful soul. Without him, we entered the room where four women sat on a table with a crystal ball laying on its center. As expected, they were all gruesomely ugly, with skin wrinkling like scrambled eggs and teeth shaped like chipped nails. All four women had long, downturned noses reaching the tips of their lips and oily hair strapped to their scalps. Suddenly, three seers turned around to face us, their black eyes staring us to the depths. "You dare step foot into our chambers, disenchanting our box, uninvited neighbor, causing us more lines than paid labor." Overwhelmed, I was. I coughed into my hand before speaking. "We come in peace to be advised of the future of this castle. 100 crops have passed in the west. We trust you to help us find out why." I spoke as professionally as I could, though their response was anything but. "We have thousands more. Damn those 10 crops. Not like we have vegetables raining down on us like drops." The lanky woman speaks of peasantry too. "Best to go chop, chop, chop." Laura's grip on me tightened at the mention of her shape. My eyes focused on the fourth seer that sat silently, eyes trained on my own. She was short, maybe 411, and had both arms sat lazily atop the table. "Speak, silent seer," I demanded, watching as her flat lips arose. "I don't speak without a price." "Then state your price." "A white rat stale. You will receive one by the end of today." I promised. "Now spill to us the future of this castle." She laughed cranky, like nails scratching against floorboards, revealing her several missing teeth and horribly saggy lips. A woman with eyes the color of honey, desperate for status and long-run money, will snake through your walls disguised as a halo bunny, only to be a bitch that will leave you stabbed and bloody. She leaned against her chair, finger tapping the wooden table. "That is all for now." My brows furrowed. "That can't be all. Your abilities seem limited," I said. "Do you see where we reside? Surrounded by blackness and pesticide." She spat. "Our powers are given to us by the moon. We are not meant to function in the environment of a goon." "Why are you down here then?" "No one has ordered you to remain chained to your place," Laura pointed out, grip on me bruising. "That bitchy which has cursed us to our chairs and sealed our lips with no aftercare." "You mean to say there's a witch roaming our grounds?" Laura gasped, eyes wide with horror as she turned to me. "We must inform the Alpha." The Alpha is wrapped around the guard's bony finger. "He will not spare you the chance to chat nor linger." The same seer spoke. "Keep this mission to yourself. Be like a thin book strapped to a shelf. Let no one find out about our chains, or else the entire castle will light up in 1,000 little flames." I could not understand a single prophecy each old woman uttered, and I wanted to scream. The women were definitely seers. They spoke like them and looked like them, though their powers seemed blocked, limited, strapped. "We thank you for your time," Expect your rat's tail before dinner time." Laura and I bowed and left to her working chambers without another word. I understood nothing. I mumbled before throwing myself onto Laura's couch. They did say there was someone with eyes of honey, and I think I have eyes that are quite honey-like. Laura, which Laura? That is not funny. Well, I happen to find myself to be quite hilarious if I do say so. Laura's next words erupted by a knock that sounded from her door. She stared at me with furrowed brows before whispering, "Nobody ever knocks." I shrugged and stood up to open the door. My hand hadn't even reached the doorknob before Luca, being the absolute brute he was, opened the door and smashed it into my nose, forcing me out of balance and hurtling to the floor like a kitten. Goddess, it hurt like a butt-cheek on a stick. Except it was my nose. Damn it. Leila, are you okay? Luca rushed to my side and placed me so I was laying in between his legs. Laura, Laura, hand me a tissue. Chest bleeding uncontrollably. His thighs were warm, and, despite the sudden dizziness and nausea that had accompanied me, I felt severely comfortable and at home. My back faced his front as we laid on the floor, his hand keeping my head upright by holding the back of my neck while his other hand laid under my nose pushing one-to-many tissues beneath it. Indeed, I felt hot everywhere, and this time I could embarrassingly state that it wasn't my bleeding nose but rather, it was Luca's searing skin. I think just blacking out. Alpha, I think so too. Laura, tell the maids to prepare a fresh set of silks, and I blacked out. Chapter 8. I was back at the lowest level of the castle, surrounded by everlasting darkness and the smell of robust filth. Breathing was hard but manageable. I've endured worse since. Everything around me felt flimsy, including my body itself. It was only when I looked down at my fingers, noticing just how distorted they were, that I found out this was a dream. Well, a nightmare, I supposed. A torch lit from beside me, allowing me to view the endless corridor I was caught in. I disassembled the torch from the wall and held it in my hand, finally able to walk further into the hallway that resembled the basement of the castle so well but was different in a way. Darker, with no doors drilled into any walls. A shiver ran down the small of my spine as I hastened my steps, eager to get this dream over with, to wake up and view the sun once more. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind me. I turned around, the fire on the torch faltering for the smallest of moments, unable to see farther than half a kilometer. It was maddening. I didn't know what swarmed through the darkness of my dreams, and this torch helped me see nothing but to walls that stretched for what seemed to be thousands of miles and the floor below me. Out of frustration, I sighed before turning back around and walking forward. A minute or so later, the footsteps were back and running from behind me. I spun so hard my neck ached. The footsteps were gone. Fear engulfed my chest, forcing the strings of my heart to pull painfully. Without a second thought, I ran. So quickly my torch struggled to stale it, but I didn't heed. I needed to get out of my dream, even if it meant I was going to die in it. As I ran, I contemplated smashing my head against the wall just so that I could wake up. But the words of a grown wolf I had encountered outside the kingdom urged me otherwise. Your dreams are your wolf's way of telling you whether or not your soul has been touched by a dark spirit. Just as that thought came into my head, the footsteps came bellowing from behind me, running much faster than I ever could. The walls cracked at the weight of my captor. The floor shook with such vigor running became a hassle. Everything was falling apart. My dream was falling apart. The corridor, once straight, began spinning like a roller flattening dough, until I could no longer run properly because what was once the floor was now the wall I had complained about. I forced myself to crawl between the tight space, but it was so tough. My leather armor did nothing but hinder me down. Fingers the size of tree branches grabbed a hold of my ankle and pulled me downwards, evoking a cry of the pain out of me. The pain was so hot I couldn't breathe. Whatever it was, its grip on my ankle was smashing the delicate bones of my feet. Just as I was about to pass out, my eyes caught the face of the tall, fingered monster, in the length of my shortest finger. A nose shaped like a handle of a mug and eyes the color of bright honey. Almost amber, like. The last thing I saw before dying were those fire-filled, honey-colored eyes. I gasped, eyes flying open as my body flung upwards. That dream was anything but fun. Goddess, was that creature ugly? What was uglier, though, was the orange silk cover draped over my body. Even worse, the bed I was in was mine. It was much bigger, much softer, so much that my body laid imprinted into the mattress. The room I was supposedly sleeping in was mine either. So where was I? I got up, bare feet digging into the carpet of the floor under me, with fear like no other. I looked down at my legs, gasping at the sight in front of me. I was in nothing but a T-shirt and my spandex shorts. Mortified, I snatched the ugly colored silk sheets from the bed and wrapped it around my body, tying it ever so lightly at the top so it looked like a sleeveless dress. Nobody other than I was going to see my bare legs, for now at least. The ceilings of the room were very high and great 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷. Several ancient patterns were carved into the columns that held the walls up, some I recognized and others I didn't. Carpets covered every inch of the room, and I found that created an aura of warmth and invite. I wondered if Laura could weave me a carpet similar to the one that was under me. Finally, I left the room, not before eyeing the wonderfully crafted curtains hanging against the two large windows facing the left side of the room. Goddess, I really wanted to earn a skill directly related to the arts. Suddenly, the smell of sizzling meat engulfed my nostrils, forcing me to close my eyes and appreciate the scintillating scent of the food being cooked. "You're finally awake." Luca's voice brought me back to reality. He stood behind a large marble counter, poking a piece of lamb meat with a metal rod. Luca, being the brute he was, wore a white tank top and loose-fitting cotton pants, exposing the dazzling outline of his upper body. It was then I realized I was walking in nothing but spandex and a shirt through Luca's area of the castle. Apologies, but I do not remember how I landed here. I blushed at the rasp that accompanied my voice but made sure not to show it. I slammed it into your nose and you bled so fiercely you passed out for 22 hours. His eyes run down my body before his lips turned up. Wonderful dress you crafted there. Laura would be impressed. Who changed me? The servant girl did. Don't worry. I haven't entered my room in 22 hours. Now that made me feel content. That I deprived him off of his bed for almost an entire day. That was the best form of revenge for someone almost breaking my nose. May I ask how you're seasoning the lambs? I walked towards the counter, standing directly opposite to him. Garlic, mint, vinegar, red currant and some rosemary sprig. He shrugged. Something simple. Have you always cooked? Mother never really bothered. So I made sure I got private lessons with the house chef. I smiled. He was sweet like peach. What about you? Do you cook? He flipped the steak as he spoke. I shook my head sheepishly, leaning my elbows against the counter. I know how to brew potions and healing jellies. I've not a thing about cuisine nor art. Do you want to? I looked up at him, lips parting. If the opportunity presents itself, I definitely wouldn't pass it. I said, "Come here." Then he nudged his head to one side, gulping. I nodded, walking so that I could stand in front of him. It wasn't until the silk sheets wrapped around me got stuck underneath the palm of my foot and slid down my body that I halted in my footsteps, stunned at the absolute cold that slammed into the pores of my skin. Despite the absolute cool seeping into my body, everything in me felt hot. My veins, my heart, my cheeks, all of it. Never had I been this exposed to a man that was not my father nor brother. It scared the living heartbeat out of me. Luca's eyes glowed a bright amber at the sight of my lean legs there in front of him, even licked his bottom lip thinking I hadn't caught him. Come here, come here. He used his alpha tone on me and, though I could have resisted, the spark in my chest told me not to. So I didn't. I walked so that I was standing right in front of him, heart beating out of my chest so ferociously breathing hurt. Close your eyes. I closed my eyes. Open your mouth. I opened my mouth. Not even a second later, a slice of lamb chop was placed into my mouth, forcing my lips to close around the fork holding it. Slowly but surely, Luca pulled the spoon out, allowing the piece of meat to be chewed by me. "How is it?" Luca's voice turned raspy. After swallowing the lamb, I opened my eyes. "Ravishing. I could say the same about you." Verdi, his hand clenched around the fork I had eaten from so strongly that his knuckles turned white as day. "Thank you." He tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, halting my breathing altogether. "Can I kiss you?" Chapter 9, Can I Kiss You? His words hung in the air, waiting for an answer that consisted of a 3-letter word indicating approval. Approval to take my lips in his and interconnect our souls ever more powerfully. I, however, had no answer. It only met Luca 5 days ago. It didn't seem right to touch him just yet. I knew on the inside I sounded prude and futile, but I was still a woman of the North. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴. No woman was allowed to rest with a man that was not wedded to her. Punishment for such an act would be 11 lashes to the spine. It went the same way for the men, though for them, it was 16 lashes. Mother taught me, she ingrained in me to protect my body from strangers. And Luca, well, he was technically a stranger to me. I began, eyes staring into his. "I'm sorry." He smiled, shaking his head. "Why are you apologizing? I've bruised your ego. And soon enough, you'll build it up." My brows furrowed. "How so?" "When you scream my name, Luca." I smacked his chest, eliciting his eyes to glow once more. "Stop turning every little thing I say into something inappropriate. It makes me queasy." "You mean to say you want me to stop making you blush like this?" He smirked. "Never in a million years. Even if it meant you deprived me of your body for an entire week's time. Are you willing to test that theory?" He stilled for a beat before regaining his composure. "Sure. I'm no animal." "Okay then." I took 2 steps away from him. "You are to stay 1 meter away from me at all times." His jaw slacked. "You can't be serious. Joking has never been my thing." "Luca." He squinted his eyes at me, jaw twitching as he attempted to take control of the situation. "My mother told me that alphas hated it when they had nothing to say, that they always had to have the last word, even if it meant they had to take the wrong side to seem right. Before this challenge starts, can I hold you for a minute?" he asked, taking a step towards me. "Make it 30 seconds. Deal." He took another step towards me so that we were back to our previous position, chests barely brushing against each other's and arms swinging beside on another. "How should I approach you?" "As you like." I smiled up at him. "Starting now. I'm all yours for 30 seconds. If that's all I get then." Without another word, he without clothes, his long arms around my waist and squeezed my frame, spreading a warmth I never knew existed from my core. The butterflies that once sported razor-edged wings now swam through my stomach as graceful swans, feathers white as day with eyes blue as the East Sea. Slowly, I wrapped my arms around his neck and dug my head into his chest, breathing heavily against him. It was so nice, so ethereal, so peaceful. Time didn't pass. Only our heartbeats did. "Is my time up?" he mumbled, voice deep. I thought about it for a second. None of us were counting, so even if I said his time was up, it wouldn't discredit my ability to stick to my word. "I think there's about 15 more seconds left." I mumbled into his shirt. He shivered, holding me tighter against him. It wasn't until then that I realized I was standing on my toes trying to hold him. His decision to wrap his arms around my waist was uncomfortable for him, bending so he could reach my height. But it was so completely and utterly whimsical for me, almost like I was flying. Too soon he let go of me, forcing my chest to cave inwards and the hollowness residing within it to return. Why hadn't I given him a minute? Who knows? Maybe I did. Maybe I just didn't count correctly. "Does it start now?" he asked, a frown displacing the smile on his lips. "I guess it does." A frown was also on my lips. None of us are quite happy going through with this challenge. Indeed, we are not. Does that mean we still have to go through with it? And you infuriate me. Leila. As do you. Luca. Mike caught the clock behind his head, gasping. Goddess. It's 6:30. I must leave before the Luna finds me here. How long did you survive in the cursed lands? Luca changed the subject, tilting his head innocently. I let out a stressed breath, unable to deny him an answer with his wonderful eyes begging me for one. Just about 6 years. Now I have 6 years. I nodded. A Holland was settling atop my chest at the rush of unwanted memories. You deserve an award for that. Honest to the goddess Leila. I don't think I could fend for myself for such a period of time. And Imman Alpha. He ran a hand down his face. Why were you banished anyways? My heart paused as Mother's words ran through my mind. Don't deprive me of those eyes. Leila. Father's face came up my whirlpool of memories, images of him shouting at me as I stumbled upon my steps. Slay man. My brother's face came into my thoughts, smiling at me with his toothy grin. Mother's eyes barked at me, air green to stark. Too much was rising up to the surface all at once. I shut my eyes like a wet cat before looking up at him. I was sure he noticed the cold my eyes held. You're quick to assume I was banished. I spoke with no color. Nobody would willingly step into the outskirts. Leila, nobody said I willingly did. I took a step away from him. Anyways, I best leave to my chambers. The Luna will be furious if she finds me here. See you tomorrow. Leila, wait. Leila, wait. I left his area of the castle without another word. I knew it was wrong of me. Morbidly wrong of me. Even. But too much was rising to the surface at once. I spent 6 years fending for myself. And now, I had to fend for Luca's feelings too. His heart was in my hands, the same way mine was in his. I didn't know how to deal with it. So I ran away just like I have for the past 6 years. I watched the sun rise from my couch, unable to catch a blink of sleep as I thought of the way I left Luca. My heart ached at the thought of telling him of my family as death. Not just that, but he was so quick to assume I was banished, that it either murdered someone or cursed the goddess of the moon because those who were banished were the worst of the worst. Rapists. Serial killers. Dark artists. He was so quick to assume. Why did you get banished? Was I overreacting? Honestly, I did not know. But deep down I didn't think I was. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 didn't just throw something that held such depth so easily into a conversation. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 didn't just ruin a memory I made with him, of us holding each other so tightly in his kitchen, by bringing up my exile. I ran a hand through my hair, stressed. Never had I dealt with such complex emotions. I was not raised to know how to kiss someone, nor was I raised to know how to open up to someone, my male specifically. Mother always told me, when I found the father of my children, to sit down and listen. The only questions I should ask should be related to him and only him. Did she know I was going to be tied to an alpha? She never acted that way with my brother's mate, always urging her to fight for her voice and come home as Timon ever raised his tone at her. Talia, her name was. She was pregnant with my brother's child the day of the invasion. I was so excited to hold the child, my niece. I never got the chance to. Though, only tear slid down my cheek and I wiped it away with no hesitation. I deeply desired Laura's company and bubbly voice. She was able to lessen the weight of my burdens and add color to my line of vision, color I deeply lacked in my survival. Just one look at our dresses and I would be mushy all over again. I still laid in my spandex and shirt, too comfortable to change out of them. Might as well sleep in them if I were to wake up into hours. Right. With a slump in my back, I walked to my bed and threw myself onto the mattress, a huff leaving my chest. Who knew love, the most beautiful sensation curated by the moon, would be so confusing? Mom and Dad made it look so easy, exchanging a few words every now and then and discussing politics until they fell asleep in each other's arms, the couch too small for their warrior-like bodies. The more I thought about it, it didn't seem my parents had the connection Luca and I had. They respected one another more than anything. They would exchange nods of approval before going to work, not kiss each other's goodbye. That's what arranged marriages were like, I guess. With too many thoughts to grasp and floating in my head, I fell asleep, lips parted and sun rising. I woke up feeling like I was thrown into a cauldron of boiling water. My eyes oozed open slowly, expecting the view of a rocky ceiling, only to find 𝐊𝐢 leaning over me with a hand on my head. I screamed, jumping away from her. 𝐊𝐢 flinched backwards, stumbling. Goddess, I didn't mean to scare you. It's just that your skin seemed to be very, very red, and wet, and hot. You had these droplets sliding down your hairline, and I worried your fever was back. Relax. 𝐊𝐢, which, 𝐊𝐢. I'm not angry. I paused, attempting to slow down my heartbeat. You startled me is all. Apologies, she mumbled, bowing before me. The Luna wants to meet you and discuss matters of the ball taking place tomorrow night. I must get you into your armor as soon as possible. All right. Let me have a quick shower. Her eyes widened. Make sure to take a shower in warm water. The castle waters are blessed by the Church of the Moon. Cold water washes away the blessings. I nodded, sending her a small smile. All right. The warm water didn't work. It was a surprise considering a blizzard was making its way towards the castle. But still, I had hoped it would be warm. I guessed it'd have to do without the blessings that day. I was sure Mother was sending me a ton already. Remember what I told you. All right. Bow before entering and don't tries until she says so. 𝐊𝐢 patted my back before knocking on the door of the Luna's office. Oh, and the Alpha is there with her. What my sentence was cut short by the opening of the doors, with a heaviness accompanying my steps. I walked into the room, eyes facing the floor, and bowed till my knee made contact with the floor. It didn't feel right. Lowering my head for a female of status lower than mine. My wolf felt the same way too, but we both knew it was for the best. Mother would be satisfied and Father would be very, very proud. That thought, the one of Father smiling down at me from the skies, made it hard not to smile myself. Rise. I rose, meeting the Luna's icy blue eyes. We meet again. Guard. She spoke with her nose in the air. Bow down to the Alpha. There's no need. Mother. Luca eyed his mother. The guard is welcome. As you wish. Dear. My brows rose at his mother's endearing pet name. Your first mission starts today. You must make sure our gates are burglar-proof. You must also seal all of our secret exits before sundown. We must have a commoner interrupt our ball. She eyed my suit before speaking again. You can't wear that to the ball too. My face remained stoic. What do you suggest I wear? Luna. Choose one of Lara's dresses for all I care. The Luna huffed a hair out of her head. We can't have the Northerners find out you're the King's Guard. Let them think you're some maid or princess. After all, we did sanction the attack on their kingdom 6 years ago. If they find out it was us, they're bound to make a move on us after Ray, establishing their pack name. My ears rang so fiercely I went completely deaf for a second. Luca tilted his head at me, sensing the extremity of my shock. May I ask why you attacked? My voice shook. Why? I need to understand their motive to attack. It helps with my technique. That was complete bullshit. A seer warned us that the warriors from the north would bring down our line of family. The Luna shrugged. Get rid of them if that's the case. Understood. I spoke, stomach churning. I wanted to grab the sword strapped to my back and plunge it into the Luna's pretty little head so hard it slipped through the other side, appalled by her stupidity, angered by her carelessness, shocked at her naivety. What she didn't understand was that attempting to stop a prophecy from coming true would only make it come back stronger. I just hoped those warriors were already somewhere in the castle. Chapter 10. I locked the last secret corridor in place, making sure the cracks in the door were sealed with rocks and the key was nowhere to be found. The door laid at the very edge of the castle, standing at about 4 feet, and was only accessible to those who were willing to crawl through it. Most of the hidden exits were similar to it in a way, but I paid no mind to that fact. They were hidden exists. They weren't supposed to be inviting to just anyone. The act of locking theatre doors in place was mind-numbing. But at the time, when I found out that my mother-in-law was the woman that was partially responsible for my parents' death, it helped lessen the rage blooming in my chest. The kind of rage that made it difficult to control the urge to stab my sword into the center of her skull and twist until fragments of bone oozed out of her skin. I was on high alert too. My wolf and I had gotten too comfortable in our armor, so the sudden bombardment of news was a brutal slap to the face. We couldn't afford to be surprised. As I walked through the cramped stone corridors, I wondered why Luca and his mother would think it best to murder thousands of Northerners because one or two of them would bring them down. It didn't make sense, or maybe I didn't want it to make sense. Luca's scent was creeping through my nostrils, clogging my airways the further I walked. He was here, somewhere in the maze of cobblestone corridors. Luca was here. It wasn't until I reached a W-shaped hallway, each point a different exit leading to a different area of the castle, that his scent became bombarding. There lay 5 exits in front of me. I took in a deep breath and perked my ears up, heightening my sense of sound. I could hear his steps. They were slick, obviously trying to hide the fact that they were even there in the first place. Just the bow that he was looking for me after his mother's avid confession brought life to fire in my veins. His footsteps loud and end. There were too many exits in front of me to focus on all 5 at once. Without a second thought, I readjust my stance ready for him. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. I spun around, holding a dagger to his throat. His eyes were wide with shock and his lips parted in awe. He was hurt, that was for sure, but that didn't stop me from pressing the dagger further into his neck. I've never had to pause when slicing through a captor's throat, but my wolf didn't let me go any further. It's me, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Put the dagger down. For a second, his arm twitched, almost as though he was denying his body the desire to disassemble the weapon from my hands and reciprocate the action. In not asking again, anger rushed through my veins. I rose my knee to his crotch and stepped so my front was facing his hunched back to hold his hands as though my own were a rope sealing him still. It took every bit of strength in my body to keep him from moving, and I was sure I wouldn't be able to sustain him for much longer. But if it meant I would be able to witness him seem so defenseless for even a second more, I'd do it again. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, he grunted, squirming. You are no match for me. You know that. I don't have to be. I spat, kneeing his back and leaning all my weight against him. I just have to do enough. Stop this. He growled. Stop before you put it in my place. I laughed sadistically. That was the plan all along. Suddenly, Luca rolled all his weight to one side, forcing me to stumble forward. Without question, he grabbed me by the back of my neck and spun me so I was facing him, his hand on my throat. The crown of vulnerability was suddenly placed on my head. I didn't want it. I'd choose death over that. Back down, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, he bellowed, grip on my neck tightening. Stop this madness. Tell me what's wrong. My nostrils flared. He knew more than enough I was a woman of the North. He stood there, faceless, as his mother bragged of her victory in our loss. Who in the world would not be offended in my position? You, I spoke. What's wrong with me? The fury in his eyes turned into livid confusion, red with a mix of orange. I took my chance and struck a blow to his stomach, my fists seething with white, hot pain as he yelled in strain, while his figure was slouched. I rose my fist upwards with all the strength I could muster up and knocked him in the chin. It was as though time stopped. His eyes rolled to the back of his head. His shoulders cruised backwards. His face looked towards the sky, and his body fell to the ground, rattling the earth and silencing the stars. Pulling Luca all the way to my chambers was a pesky task, but I got it done without alerting any of the warriors and fellow guards. He was a heavy brute, with shoulders the size of ship sails and thighs thick as tree trunks. My arms ached. My back screamed and my head spun, but by the time it reached my room, the pain in my body oozed out of my pores. I managed to get him onto my couch, facing the afternoon sun that highlighted the curves of his face so wonderfully. The walk back to the castle succeeded in calming my rage and even gave me time to reflect on my actions towards Luca. I hadn't regretted them. No, Luca deserved every punch that kissed his skin. But I did feel guilty for knocking him out. The man didn't even know what he had done wrong, which struck a moderate class of violence in my chest. But I guess that as a maid it was my job to tell him. Despite my source of rage being as obvious as a missing arm. As Luca snoozed through time, I prepared a plate of fruits and eggs coated with spices. I made sure to add a bit more than usual, knowing full well a 𝐾𝐿 wouldn't be able to withstand the vigor of flavor, and left them to cool atop my coffee table. The sun was still bright, indicating it was about 2 o'clock, and I concluded it was time to wake Luca up. He had slept enough anyways. I grabbed a glass of chilly water from my set of cupboards and emptied one atop his face. His body flew upwards and his eyes burst open. I swear to the goddess 𝐊𝐿𝐬, if you do that again. His eyes landed on me and his mouth went shut. A tick overcame his jaw as he assessed his surroundings, concluding that he indeed did not wake up in the comfort of his king-size bed. I am in your chambers, aren't I? Yes. Do I owe you a visit? He rose a brow. After you've knocked me out. How did you manage to move my body all the way up here? How did the guards not notice? I am the guard of all guards. I think I know from experience. His eyes shone with fury as he sat up straight, body taking up almost half of the entire couch. I stood in front of him, blocking the sun from touching his skin, and waited for him to speak. Maybe I was waiting for an apology. Maybe I was hoping for one. I was sure he was directly responsible for the loss of my pack, but I was also sure he was completely unhinged. What was all that about? He asked, frustrated. You were lucky my wolf was mated to yours, Leila. Only goddess would have known what I would have done to you if you weren't. You really don't know what that was all about. No, well then you must be clueless. I exclaimed, hands flailing. Spit it out then. Where am I from? I demanded. The north. What did we talk about this morning with your mother? Your new task. Suddenly, I regretted cutting up those fruits for him. 6 years ago. Which pack did your mother order to attack? As rage continued to bottle up inside me, Luca's eyes lowered. Leila, I had nothing to do with that. How do I know that? I was only announced king 4 years ago, when my father passed away. He attacked the north per my mother's request. She lied to him about the northern situation and he believed her because he always did. He ran a frustrated hand down his face. Believe me, Leila, I only found out about the attack a year ago. That was even worse. I had no one else to blame now. Nobody but myself. And the fact that all 3 of my family members were dead because of me. It was eating me up inside, sucking the life out of me like a leech. My chest caved just at the thought. 6 years of buried memories rushed to the surface. A whale leaping from the bottom of the ocean high into the air. Breathing turned into a chore. Suddenly dizzy, I sat atop the coffee table with my head laying in my hands. I knew if I spoke even a word of it all I would burst into a fit of pathetic tears in front of the man I was supposed to be protecting. Luckily, I sat directly in front of him. My wolf found the color of his presence comforting, which lessened my desire to scream out his tweeted melancholic rage, though it did not completely diminish it. Nothing would diminish that tightness in my chest. Leila, his fingers wrapped around my wrist. Speak to me, will you? With heavy lids. I looked into his eyes, overwhelmed by their saturation of emotion. He looked to be speaking the truth. I was reluctant to believe him because that would have meant the burden of slayman. Mother, father, Talia and my niece all sat on my shoulders. 𝐸𝐬 making my heart heavy. Verdi. Luca's shoulders slumped, inching our faces closer. Heavy with what? Luca paused for a beat, thinking. Everything. His grip on my wrist tightened. Absolutely everything. I could say the same about you. Every time I think about you, I think of what I'm not. Do you have a dress picked out? Luca drew circles on top of my wrist with his thumb as he spoke. I was glad he knew I wanted a change of subject. No, but don't worry about me. He'll have one by the end of today. He connected his eyes to my own. He looked down at me as though I were the only person that existed. My lips parted, slightly shaken by the emotions in his eyes. Don't worry about me. Luca, can you promise to tell me about your past, Leila? I laced my fingers through his and nodded, sighing. One day, I had only two things stopping me from drowning in my thoughts, two things that stopped me from ending it all. The fact that if I'd honorably, I'd be able to meet my family once more. And Luca, though he was quite a new promise I made to myself. As my thoughts began to subside, Luca unshackled his fingers from mine, put them around my waist and pulled me onto the couch. I gasped, placing my hands on his thigh to balance myself, eyes facing his own. They were that bright amber again, that beautiful torrent of fire. He let out a short breath. A beat had passed before he rose his hand with hair behind my ear. Your eyes are beautiful, he said. I tilted my head to one side, hair sliding off my shoulders. His eyes immediately shifted from my own to the base of my neck. Thank you. I mumbled. Yours are wonderful as well, with his eyes trained on my throat. He slid his hand to the back of my neck and leaned forward, placing a wet kiss atop the tan of my skin. I gasped, suddenly charged with heat that arose from deep within my stomach. His grip on my throat tightened. Do I have permission to continue? I nodded, unable to speak. His lips trailed across the curve of my neck until they reached the vector of my jaw. There, he let his fangs graze my pulse, evoking a sound I had no idea existed from my body. Without question, he hoisted my body onto his lap, not giving me time to recover from the suffocating spirit of pleasure I had just undergone. If it were up to me, he laid another wet kiss to the base of my neck. I would have had you the minute you walked into my office. My thighs clenched around his pelvis. But your mind. His fingers swiveled through my hair and pulled downwards, exposing the entirety of my neck to him and forcing a moan out of me. It makes my own bow down to yours. As it should, I whispered, finding it hard to use my voice. He ravaged the skin of my throat, biting in places that made my heart explode with frustration. Luca used his mouth with divinity. Even the simplest touch of his lips made my skin ache for more. Never had I imagined myself rest so intimately atop the lap of an alpha male, our cores sighting right above one another. The feeling made me melt all over. If you don't stop me, I'm going to have you. Leila. A growl laced his cords. My grip on his shoulders tightened. I didn't want to stop. My wolf didn't want to stop. Then we should stop. I let out. Please. He let go of my hair and rested his hands on top of my hips. How is this considered armor? He asked. I chuckled, head falling backwards. Why do you ask? I can see every curve of your body. And if I can see that, so can every other make out there. That's because I'm not wearing my cape. I leaned forward so my lips were scraping his ears. Though maybe I should ask your sister to shorten it a bit for me. Okay. I think you should get off my lap. I laughed as I got off his lap and pointed to the food I'd prepared for him. You must replenish your energy before leaving. Are those northern-styled eggs? 𝐊𝐴MZA always cooked these for me during breakfast. He grabbed the fork and bit into the eggs. Goddess, I love them. What? Are they not spicy? I asked, brows raised. They're perfect. They just have to add some more next time. Chapter 11. It was the night of the ball. Yesterday, I spent the entire day sealing every secret exit and corridor that may or may not have led to certain events taking place. Regardless of that, I did my job and I did it well. The Luna, that snake, approved of my work and said I was able to attend and sport one of her daughter's feudal dresses. She said I was to have a weapon strapped to me at all times, but I was not able to showcase the metal. It would alert those northerners. She said. I sure hoped it did. In the entire 6 years I spent surviving in the outskirts of the Lycan Kingdom, never had I expected my pack to rise again. I spent those days mourning over the loss of my home, my people, even the 2 friends it made in my 12 years of living. Excitement brewed in the pit of my stomach, accompanied by a nervousness I did not know how to subside. I was going to meet them, though this time, I was going to be on the other side of the fence. Currently, I stood still as Lara stitched a needle through the waist area of the dress I was wearing. It was that midnight blue gown I dreamed of the day Lara and I visited the Sears, the one littered with ice-like crystals at the skirt and laid tight at the waist up. I couldn't believe I was dressed so richly in velvet cloth covered with stars. "Your waist is fabulous," Lara gushed, tying a knot. "Honestly, I'm jealous of you. 𝐊𝐚𝐳 also has one, except you're shaped like an hourglass in him. A sexy macho." My brows furrowed. "Who's 𝐊𝐴MZA? My mate?" "Silly." Lara patted my waist before standing up to face me. "HS the northerner you can't stand. The castle's beta." Oh, my eyes rolled to one side. "Him." Yes, Lara rolled her eyes exaggerated. "Him." I sent her a threatening smile and she cackled, slapping her knee. "I'm so glad you're emated to my brother." "Honestly." "Who told you that?" "Calm your horses. Babe. Luca told me. His chambers reside next to mine. The day you stormed out of his room he couldn't help but ask me why did she leave. I thought my shirt made me look powerful." She shook her head, her red hair bouncing on her scalp. "I didn't know why you left either, after he explained the entire situation. But I told him to give you some space." My heart burst with affection for Lara. I was about to apologize before she interrupted me. "The day you walked into my workspace, I knew you were, mind my words, scarred in a way. How? I don't remember speaking of my past to you. You didn't need to. Your eyes spoke more than your lips did." I let out a shaky breath, suddenly overwhelmed. It wasn't every day somebody was able to point out that I wasn't a normal female wolf, that I had a past saturated with blood and gore. I can tell you don't like that able to point that out. And don't worry, I won't speak of it again. But she paused, eyes faltering for a second. "It's nice to know somebody else in this castle doesn't have a past as clean as my brother's." My eyes snapped to hers. Curious. She shrugged. "What? Just because I'm related to an angel doesn't mean I'm one as well." "I don't know why, but that just made me like you even more." I confessed. "Content. I'm glad. I swear to the goddess the day you walked in here I knew we would click. So let's get into that ball and show those pesky princesses how it's really done." She huffed a hair out of her face and slid her arm through mine. "Wait." Lara halted in her footsteps at my word. He be something of the matter. I could trust Lara. Her past could have been similar to mine in a way, with her mother giving her the cold shoulder ever since giving birth to her and growing to witness her own father's death. Who knows what she could have gone through. It was clear her and Luca were close. Though, that's why I was so reluctant. "I want to confess something." Her eyes shone and her ears perked up. "But you have to promise you won't tell anyone." "Who am I going to tell?" "My mother." I chuckled before shaking my head. "I'm serious." "Okay then. Spill it." I took in a deep breath and confessed to my sins. I spent 6 years in the unnamed lands. In those 6 years I had no idea the North would rise once more. I turned around to make sure nobody was listening in. Today, I would like to befriend an Northerner and ask them how the pack is doing. But I don't know how to do that without alerting the Luna. Could you, possibly, inform them I would like to speak to them once the sun rises? I would love to. I even know how to speak in the northern dialect. 𝐿𝐴MZA taught me. My heart bloomed. Well then, since we're officially ready, let's get to the hall. Lara and I walked hand in hand to the ballroom, me in my midnight blue spaghetti knee-strap gown and her in a spicy red dress that hugged hers. I worried that the bodice was too low, exposing the area of my chest a bit much. But Lara said I looked edible in it, so I paid it no matter. On the inside, I hoped Luca thought the same too. Ever since yesterday, when his lips touched the skin on my neck, I wasn't able to get him out of my mind. My dreams consisted of either nightmares of that honey-eyed creature or Luca being fiercely intimate with me. I preferred the latter over the other, but it's not like I could control my dreams. Only witches could do that. We're here. Lara and I stopped in front of a set of large doors made of carved gold. Do you have your daggers strapped to your thighs? I nodded. paying more attention to the music that oozed out of cracks on the door. Well then, let's get to it. Lara pushed the door open and my ears were flooded with the sound of orchestral notes and high-blooded murmuring. The ballroom consisted of men wearing suits and women sporting dresses that made my own look like a handmaid's nightgown. The contrast was unruly, while my dress was a simple spaghetti strap scattered with crystals. They were gowns with mermaid skirts and patterns so exquisite that I howled and called them out. My mouth watered at the buffet that lined the edges of the wall, itching to grab a plate and smear food all over it. But I couldn't. My commoner self had to remain high class. High class my arse. The Northerners have just arrived. Hamza is over there conversing with them. Lara nudged my shoulder. You should too. We agreed that you would. Does my mother know you're from the north? My lips parted. No. Then you go on ahead and speak to the males. I'll tell my mother you're talking to them to seek their motive to attack. She won't even bat an eye. Trust me. Lara slid her arm out of mine. Go on. My eyes landed in the group of males huddled in a circle. Some held women in their arms. Others didn't. But one of them, a green-eyed man wearing brown leather armor covered in chains with a bow and arrow held in his hand, caught mine and my wolf's eyes. Lara, I held onto her wrist, eyes begging. Will you at least walk me there? She rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. Fine, but I'll leave once you're settled. Okay. I muttered. Nervous. They stuck out like sore thumbs wearing brown leather armor with tall swords strapped to their backs. Some even sported traditional headwear that made them seem taller than the average castle dweller, a mixture of cloth and halo-like chains hanging from their heads. Pride swelled in my heart at the sight, as well as a bundle of nerves, rising to the top. It will be difficult, but we've recovered since the war. Even grown more powerful than before. The green-eyed man spoke calmly, yet his voice took over almost the whole room. Our greatest loss was our people, but we know they are watching over us beside the goddess of the moon. Their prayers are aiding us greatly. His eyes landed on mine, brows furrowing. Who might you be? Hamza's nostrils flared at the sight of me. The one look of warning from Lara made him lower his gaze. His nostrils were still flared, though pig. I'm all but a guard in this castle. I curtsied, smiling nervously. Please do introduce yourself. His energy was radiating into mine in torrent-like waves, dizzying me, to black holes circling one another. That's what it felt like. Ladies first. He gestured to me, nodding. I am Leila 𝐊𝐲𝐬. Over the course of the upcoming months, I will be crowned golden warrior of this castle. The green-eyed man's grip on his bow tightened, his eyes glowing a bright red. Is anything of the matter? Would you like a glass of water? He seemed to be controlling his breathing, but had trouble doing so. Judging by the color of his eyes, his wolf wanted to take control, and I genuinely didn't want him to embarrass himself in front of everyone around us. I had to distract him. Please do introduce yourself. Kind sir. Northerner leaders loved to her slathered in compliments. I hear your pack is growing. Tell me more about your journey. The woman beside the green-eyed man rubbed his arm, and I found her face to be oddly familiar. Honey, his woman gulped, looking me in the eye. Introduce yourself to the green-eyed beauty. My brows furrowed. Only one person ever called me that. What is going on? Lara whispered so only I could hear. He seems troubled. I ignored her. My gaze trained on the man holding a bow. A hand landed on the small of my back, forcing sparks of warmth to rush through my spine. I didn't have to turn around to know it was Luca. He just seemed bothered, his jealously sleeping through me skin. Introduce yourself. Kind sir. Luca, the king of all wolves, spoke. As your female has asked you to. The green-eyed man finally gained control of his body, red eyes finally turning back to the color of mint. I am 𝐨𝐿𝐲𝐬, Beta of the Northern Lands. I once thought my world had already collapsed until I met him. My brother, the one I believed had died in the war, suddenly appeared before me. He was no longer the gentle artist but a cold warrior. His eyes, devoid of their former warmth, were now filled with a coldness that made him a stranger to me. Chapter 12. A cold sweat overcame my skin, chilling me to the bone. His voice was the rope, and I was the bell being smashed. I only knew one person with that name, and that person was my brother, a man of grace, honor, and artistic soul. My love for 𝐿𝐸 it hurt to even think of him, how perfect he was and how imperfect the entire world around him lay. He was an angel in disguise, not Luca, whose protective nature now felt suffocating. The only thing keeping my traumatized mind alert, the only thing convincing me that this was not a dream but actual reality, was Luca's hand resting at the small of my back. The occasional swarm of warmth that would flit the bend of my back brought me comfort, very slight, unapaidable comfort, but at least I was dead. Right. Memories of 𝐿𝐸's kindness flooded my mind. How he would tell me our parents had a different kind of love, one I should avoid. I recalled him stealing a wheelchair from the local hospital to give me a midnight stroll during the lunar eclipse when I was too injured to walk. His graceful movements, his honorable actions, his romantic gestures all crashed into me like a glass of wine smashing onto the ground. It was hard to believe that all that emotion arose in just a second or two. Wonderful meeting you, Beta 𝐿𝐸. We hope you are comfortable during your stay at the castle. If you'll excuse me, I must discuss personal matters with the castle's guard. Luca pulled me away from the northerners. I bit the inside of my cheeks to stop myself from screaming like a banshee. How was he alive? Of all people in our pack, 𝐿𝐸 was the least trained, the most artistic, and a hopeless romantic. He was nothing like me. No, he was his own person. A person that should have been dead, not Beta of the North. As Luca pulled me away, my eyes never left 𝐿𝐸's and his never left mine. Green meeting green, to black holes finally forging into one. The strings of my heart pulled so tightly even breathing hurt the muscles in my chest too tight. It felt like a swarm of bees burst in the middle of my torso and left their poison to burn my vessels into ash. Luca, I whispered, my voice trembling with emotion. Where is the bathroom? I wanted no. I needed to let out the 𝐕𝐸 building up in my chest. Otherwise I would scream. Who was he? We stopped walking, and I realized we stood in a corner of the ballroom. The man you were talking to. I didn't have time for Luca's authoritative questioning. Traitorous stares already began rising from their cores. Luca, where is the bathroom? My body fell onto the wall, tired and overwhelmed. The room around me was spinning. I'm not taking you there unless you tell me who that man is, Luca. My voice rose, attracting the attention of 3 dwellers. Take me to the bathroom, now. His eyes widened, noticing the redness in my eyes, the grayness of my usual tan skin, and the desperation seeping out of my body. My wolf cried out to his, and it seemed he finally noticed that now. Now was not the time for his curiosity. Okay, he nodded, his protective instinct kicking in. Okay, I'll take you there. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me to wherever the bathroom was. My eyes caught Laura's body, watching as she purposely dropped her plate of food onto the ground to drive attention away from us. Her quick thinking and supportive nature shone through, even in this moment of crisis. Thank you. I wanted to tell her. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Luca said firmly. I'm sorry about the way I acted. The ladies' bathroom is down that corridor to the right. He let go of my wrist and I ran down the corridor and into the bathroom, bursting through the door like a rhino hammering into its prey. Silence accompanied. Complete silence. It was suffocating me as I stared at the mirror in front of me, hands gripping at the sink. My lips trembled, my eyes burned, and tears finally erupted out of their sockets. I wailed. The sound was completely foreign and it scared me. Ever since arriving in this castle, I'd been bombarded by nightmares, drowning in emotions and pestered by desire. It was so much I hadn't been taught to handle. And now this. The brother I spent a year mourning for. more than I ever had from my mother or father, was alive, and he looked nothing like he had 6 years ago. Hundreds of questions rushed to the top of my brain. Was my niece alive? Did 𝐿𝐤 make it? Was that woman 𝐿𝐤? If it was, I couldn't tell. I forgot what she looked like for years ago. I forgot what anybody I'd known looked like for years ago. I sobbed into my hands, unable to get rid of the tightness in my chest. Why now? As quick as it met Luca, the man that made me feel things I didn't know were possible. He would leave. Once he knew how littered with secrets I was, once he knew how much of a nuisance I was. He would leave, and I wouldn't blame him. It's not like I would tell him 𝐶𝐤 was supposed to be dead anytime soon. It's not like I was going to spit out the fact that I was an orphan anytime soon. It's not like I was going to tell him every little secret I had built up inside me anytime soon. The scars I'd drawn onto my stomach 2 years ago burned with fury, and my skin itched for me to make more. But I resisted the urge. For Luca, I would resist the urge. He wouldn't want to see me like that. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open and there walked in Luca. He wore a wonderful navy blue suit I hadn't recognized, and a cape of the same color ran down his back. The crown on his head glittered as he walked up to me, distracting me off the emotional turmoil I was feeling for the slightest moment. Leila, Leila, he let out. Why? Just as I was about to usher him to leave, Luca wrapped his arms around my shoulders and pulled me into him, forcing me to breathe only his scent. Warmth charged all throughout my chest instantly, lessening the tightness in my heart, but not completely diminishing it. Without thought, I wrapped my arm around his waist and cried into his chest as silently as I could. The way he would squeeze me tighter every time I sniffed took my mind off of the situation. He rubbed my back, grazed his fingers across the back of my neck, and without quotes his hands through my hair, comforting me in the best way possible. I hate seeing you like this, Leila, he whispered to my head. It makes me feel unworthy of you. Unable to look at him, I spoke into his chest. How so? You've clearly been through so much, and I've lived sheltered and guarded my whole life. He held me tighter, so much that I couldn't breathe. The day I found out you were from the north, I dreaded the thought that my mother had anything to do with the passing of any of your family. He laid a kiss to the top of my head. It's been keeping me up at night. My arms instinctively wrapped around him tighter. I didn't want him to feel that way. I didn't want anyone to feel the same way I ever did, that they were to blame. So I decided I would reveal just one thing. He was my brother, I said. 𝐶𝐤 is my brother. Is that why you were crying? I shook my head. I'm crying because I thought he was dead. For 6 years, I thought he was dead. I unraveled my first secret. Shit, Luca breathed out, his hand sliding across my shoulder. Is he the only relative you thought you lost during the war? If it meant he would be able to sleep soundly, yes. He let out a relieved breath. Thank the goddess. Luca was sweet like honey. I know I said that before, but he was so sweet. He stayed up at night because he thought he was to blame for my family's death. And I didn't want him to do that, because he simply wasn't. His relief was my serenity. His calm brought me peace. Mother and father were now white lies, lies that would one day be uncovered. But I decided to let the future handle that. Because something told me Luca wouldn't be catching much sleep if he knew his mother was to blame for my own death. I have a speech to give in 2 minutes, he mumbled. If I had the chance, I would choose this over that speech. But it's a pretty important one, so we better get going. You leave without me. I need to fix my eyes. Do you promise to come out to witness my speech? I promise to come out in 2 minutes. Luca let go of me and smiled, shaking his head. Sometimes I think you're 𝐸 here. He cupped my face in his hands and laid a kiss to my forehead. It's very attractive. His kiss burned through me, made me wish it were my lips rather than my skull. I smacked him across the chest. Now is not the time, Luca. All right, Verdi, he said. If you say so. He turned around and left the bathroom, leaving me to gather my emotions and dripping mascara. It took me barely a minute to fix my eyes, and my tears left my cheeks a natural red tone. So I concluded it was time to leave. As soon as I exited the bathroom, solace slipped out of my body and the sound of classical music thrummed through my ears. It was still overwhelming, but much less overwhelming than it was a few minutes ago. Laura's eyes scanned the crowd of people until they landed on me, a look of relief sliding onto her face. She sent me a look asking, "Can I come?" And I nodded, watching silently as she jogged her way to my side with a worry staining the lines of her forehead. I didn't want her to worry about me, just the thought of anyone having to stress over me stressed me out. 𝐶𝐬 asked about you. Asked what your age, title, ethnicity and origins were. He also seemed very keen on asking me of your relationship with the Alpha, but I told him it was strictly professional. Laura shrugged. He didn't seem to believe a word of it though, and I don't blame him. 𝐻𝐸 your brother. And he is. I whispered into the air. The Luna, that wretched woman I burned to kill. Clicked her fork repeatedly onto her glass of wine, calling for attention of all ball attendees. The king of all wolves will now speak. Her ice blue eyes landed on Slayman's group of men. So silence yourselves. He bared his teeth at her, warning her. She shushed him with her fingers, sliding them across her lips threateningly. And so the king of all wolves spoke. We hope you all have enjoyed the annual castle ball. Please, help yourselves to as many meals as you would like. The trays fill themselves, so don't worry about filling up too much. The crowd murmured in laughter. We invite the leaders of the East, South, West and North to stay at the castle for the remainder of the week, discuss certain matters. The maids have already taken your bags to your designated rooms. You can leave the ball anytime you like to rest. We understand that your journeys have been long. Luca stood in front of the throne, gesturing his hand to crowd. That is all for now. Everybody bowed down to Luca. Everybody except for 𝐶𝐬, who merely nodded his head and turned around to continue conversing with the males of his lands. 6 years ago he would have never done that. 6 years ago he would have never willingly put on armor. The sight hurt because I didn't recognize him. Not like I used to. Leila, Leila. Shifting my eyes from Lucas to his own. He was staring right back at me. Meet me at the roof by sunrise. He shut the connection after those words. And it hurt. Back then it was always me shutting him out. And as of that moment, I regretted every single time I did so. I didn't understand just how hollow the feeling was. How foggy it would turn your brain in mere seconds. Okay then, I whispered to myself, and attempted a distraction. Is anything of the matter? 𝐷𝐸 came from behind me, startling me. I can tell you've been crying. Would you like to talk about it? I shook my head eagerly. Everything's fine. 𝐷𝐸, I'll just need you to hand me the keys to the roof before midnight. I understand you have access to them all. Her eyes faltered for a moment before she smiled at me, nodding. Of course. They'll slide it under your door by midnight. Will you be in the room? I shook my head. I don't think so. She let out a breath. Okay. If you don't mind me asking, why will you be visiting the roof? I thought about it for a moment. 𝐷𝐸 was a 14-year-old maid. What's the worst she could do? They'll be visiting the Green-Eyed Northerner over there. I pointed to 𝐶𝐬, watching as her eyes glowed like marigold. She blushed, looking down. 𝐻𝐸 a very attractive male. I'll admit. Is he the mate you've mentioned before? Goddess, no. Not at all. My cheeks reddened at her confusion. He already has a woman by his side. I'm there to discuss personal matters with him. We've had relations in the past. Oh, she nodded soundly. Okay. No worries. You'll have the key. Thank you. 𝐷𝐸. Really, really? I held a hand to my heart. Genuine. You don't understand how much this means to me. You look like you have a fever. Your face is all red. She placed her hand on my forehead, its warmth flashing a wave of dizziness through me. You're all hot too. Don't worry about that. I just need the key by midnight. Is that all right? Her eyes flashed for a moment back to that marigold color, almost as if her wolf was trying to take control before she shook her head like a wet cat and huffed. My wolf has been acting up lately. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I live to serve you. I winced at her last phrase but let it slide. She didn't even give me time to address her. I let out a deep breath, feeling much more stable than I did 10 minutes ago. If it weren't for that encounter with Luca, I'd probably have stayed in the bathroom bawling till I had no tears left to cry. My sudden changes in mood were greatly confusing, but I stayed grateful for them. Back in the outskirts, I was surrounded by silence and monsters. I had no one to pull me out of my feelings nor thoughts. I only had myself and my grief. It was lonely. Luca helped me feel the exact opposite of that in just seconds. Crying in his chest was more relieving than keeping silent alone, though that didn't mean I was about to utter my entire past to him in one night. It just meant I felt better. I think. Gosh darn it. Damn these feelings. It is time to dance. The Luna's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. But before we can start, the king must pick a female to share the floor with. The females that surrounded me gasped and buzzed, their eyes peeking over the crowd to find the king my male. A peculiar jealousy overtook my senses, twitching at my fingers and vocal cords. I suddenly felt violent again. Luca stood by the throne, his eyes lurking over the mass of men and women with disinterest until they landed on me. A smirk painted itself onto his wondrous lips before he walked down his steps. A look of determination spread across his sculpted face. The crowd split at his presence in complete silence as they looked forward, trying their hardest to spot the lucky woman that caught the eye of the king, and I had a feeling a swarm of butterflies fluttering their wings in my stomach. That it was me. My lips parted once he stood in front of me, a hand held out for me to grab. Can I have this dance, warrior? My entire body melted at the gesture. I rose my hand, slid it into his extended one and nodded. You may. A bright smile replaced the smugness on his face as he pulled me to him. A hand dashed without clothes into my own and another resting on my back. Our chests brushed against each other as we swayed, our eyes connected. Blue meeting green. Green meeting blue. It was electric. The air sizzled with passion, energy, and music so beautiful it felt like your eardrums were flying. I never wanted it to end, the synchronized movement of our bodies, the grazing of our chests and the warmth, the everlasting warmth surrounding the entirety of the room. 𝐿𝐸 my thoughts. The honey-eyed creature flew out of my brain. Luca replaced it all. He leaned forward, his lips brushing against my ear. Did I mention that you look delightful? I blushed, eyes lowering. Stop it. You look ravishing. Stop it. Absolutely irresistible. I laughed against him and tightened my grip on his shoulder, afraid to lose the light he forced into my soul. He knew nothing about me, and I didn't know much about him either. But right then and there, I knew I needed him. I knew that without him I would remain mourning the death of my rising home. I knew that without him my future would remain filled with the monsters that existed only in my mind. I leaned my head against his chest and he laid his chin on the top of my own. We were both content. The midnight bell rang and there lay hundreds of lichens swaying across the ballroom floor, all oozing with tranquility. But from my line of vision, something shone. Just by the exit of the ballroom, an old lady wearing a lilac gown slid out of the doors, though it was her dress that caught my attention. It was her honey-colored eyes. Chapter 13. Will you be okay sleeping alone? Luca halted in his footsteps, forcing me to stop with him. He was currently walking me back to my room, somewhat concerned that I may have had a difficult time navigating my way through the castle, taking into considering what had just occurred. Little did he know that 𝐿𝐸 was now second on my list of concerns. That old lady was first on my list. Her and her damned eyes. Her lilac dress stayed ingrained in my mind that I was almost positive that I would dream about it. My brain had a knack for doing that. It's just that the entire ballroom was filled with young males and female, the oldest one being that wretched Luna. So what in the world was a woman that old doing in the annual castle ball? He snapped his fingers in my line of vision. Earth to Leila. Damn it. I should stop all this fretting. What was it you asked again? Will you be okay sleeping alone? I thought about for a second. If I were to sleep alone, I simply wouldn't sleep. I would remain eyes wide open until sunrise came about and it was time for me to visit 𝐿𝐸 at the roof. My mind would just continue thinking and thinking until my next mission was up. I don't know it. I let out a breath. Maybe. So that's a no. A maybe. A no. Got it. Why are you asking anyway? I huffed. Well, I want you to stay at my place. Just for one night. You'll take the sofa and you'll have my bed. Luca took my wrist in his hand before looking me in the eye. Please. I already had the answer. Okay, I'll stay with you. His eyes lit up. But I have to get something from my room first. Give me a second. Don't be long. I heard him say as I entered my room, grabbing the pajamas Leila had laid out for me on the couch. She was a sweet girl, always making sure I was well. Once I had my toothbrush, nightwear, and soothing oils, I snatched the key to the roof off the ground and walked back out, ready to be surrounded by Luca's addictive aura. He had this ability to make me feel warm and full in my chest. He made the Holland was not so hollow, and I hadn't felt that way in a long time. That reaction may or may not have been somewhat related to finding out that my kin was still alive. But still, Luca played a large role in the way I felt. Give me those. He carried my items for me with ease. What's the key for? I'm going to meet 𝐶𝐬 at the roof today. He linked me and said we should talk. Just the thought of us meeting was bringing me on the verge of cardiac arrest. I knew that his tone on me would be cold, that he would speak to me like I was not his sister. Something about him had changed. His once bright aura and paint-stained fingers were no longer present. Now he was covered in armor and had a stone for a face. I can feel your heart all the way from here. Verdi, calm down. He wrapped his boulder of an arm around my shoulder and pulled me to walk with him. Do you want me to be present for when the two of you meet? They'll wait in the staircase. Yes, please. There went my mouth blabbering again. What time? He asked as we neared the entrance of his hall. He didn't specify. I frowned. He said to meet him there by sunrise. That's code for 530. You know, when the sun rises. He heard me huff and cackled, head falling backwards. Put your things wherever you like. We arrived. His section of the castle was largely different than mine, and I don't think I took the time to appreciate the architecture of his mansion. Like home the last time I was in here. His ceilings were higher than the tall trees that graced the untamed forest and were lined with massive chandeliers. It was furnished basically a kitchen on one side with great marble countertops and a living room on the other. Right before the bedroom was a dining room with a table longer than the kitchen countertops, about 16 chairs in total. Goddess, I wanted to live there. You can, Luca said, and one day, we'll have a home far away from the castle, wherever you like. I spun to face him, confused. Your link was on. Oh, my lips parted. Well, that definitely won't be a problem. It shouldn't be. Lucas' brows furrowed. Why would it be? He was offended. I could tell by the way his eyes shone. My brain is the only place where I can think freely. It's where I have privacy that is absolute. I confessed. It feels weird to have someone prying in there. He let out a deep breath and walked so he was standing in front of me, his strides powerful Leila. He ran a stressed hand through his hair. I will give you all the time you need. And believe me when I say this. I would never force you to be with me, talk with me, nor dance with me. But sometimes, it really feels like you dread every minute with me. My eyes widened, just as I was about to speak. His voice took over the conversation. Do you know how hard it was to resist you the minute your hands ran down my neck? Or how strongly I had to put my wolf in his place when we saw you in this dress? He had trouble putting his thoughts together. I am not prying in your brain. Leila, I would never do that. Don't take me as some ill-minded pervert. I stuttered. Shut. That's not what I meant. Luca, every minute I lay with you is a minute I have to resist you with every fiber in my body. He professed, out of breath. It's like you don't even have to try. I didn't know what to say. His confession had caught me so completely off guard I was left with my jaw slacked, staring at him like a doe in headlights. Hands held to my chest. That feeling was back, the guilt swarming through my chest like white, hot fire. His eyes were angry, but his face was stoic, almost like he was hiding himself from me. It hurt me that he was hiding away from me. What hurt even more, though, was that I was doing the exact same thing to him. I was doing just that the minute I met him. Your bed is prepared. I'll just use the bathroom every now and then. He looked through my eyes one last time for any sign of emotion before sighing. Good night. He walked away from me to enter, most probably headed to brush his teeth. My chest caved at the sudden feeling of singularity surrounding me. I was such a piece of mold. He showed me his heart the second he saw me promise me things even my father couldn't, and stuck to his word. Luca never lied to me. His level of transparency was something I envied. Whereas I lied to him when I told him I was fine. I lied to him when I said only 𝐿𝐲 was caught in the war. I lied to him like it was the easiest thing in the world. Tears rushed to my eyes all of a sudden. Why in the hell was I crying? What in the cosmos was this? I looked up so my head was facing the ceiling, ushering my tears back to where they came from. This was supposed to be a happy night. One where I would remain awake talking to Luca of all the things 𝐿𝐲 had helped me with. Of all the ways we could hide his brute-like body so my brother wouldn't find him, even maybe talk about us. Something we rarely did because of me. Because of my need to hide. I couldn't lose him, and right now, with the expression he last left me with, it seemed I was going to. I didn't want him to stop being transparent with me. I didn't want him to ever lie to me. A shiver ran down my spine, guiding a wave cold onto my skin. The fear I felt right then and there was unimaginable, the fear of losing Luca. The mountain of secrets I had submerged deep within me rose from the bottom of my throat, eliminating any possibility of hastening back down. It was so overwhelming I felt like I was going to rupture into a million unfixable pieces. I burst through the door of his room just as it did the bathroom, eyes wide. Just the sight of him made my tears almost impossible to keep at bay. Leila, 𝐊𝐲𝐿𝐬. I hammered into him, wrapping my arms around his waist as if I was afraid he would disappear. My tears flew powerfully, like a wave crashing onto the shore. Leila, it was just 𝐿𝐲 I lost in the war. It was my parents too. I croaked, desperate for his forgiveness. My friend, my niece, my sister-in-law, even my favorite teachers and bullies. I let go of him slowly, aggressively wiping at my tears. I lost everyone. Luca. Picture this entire castle. Empty. No maids. No Luna. No seers underground. Every single person in the entire world that you knew. My father dug a secret exit behind my closet that led to the outskirts of the kingdom, and I was only 12. I kept running till I lost my way back. I was stuck there. I was out of breath. My heart hurting in my chest. For 6 years I was trapped in those forests. And I don't want to talk about what happened there. But it was a lot. It was too much. I lost too much of myself in there, and I don't want to lose you now. My fists clenched beside me as memories rushed to my mind. Luca's muscles turned rigid. Ugh, goddess. I hate this. The tears wouldn't stop welling up in my eyes. But I hate mine too. And I'm sorry for lying to you before. The burden of mother's death lifted from my shoulders in the slightest of ways. I felt lighter, but also heavier at the abundance of monsters that had risen from the graves it built. It was complete emotional turmoil, a pain everywhere in my body. Leila, his voice made my breathing halt altogether. Leila, come here. I paused, staring at his extended arms as though they demorphed into snakes. Did he really still want me? I didn't want to think of the answer, so instead, I leaned into him, appreciating the way his arms wrapped around me. This may have been the last time I would see him. No alpha would want to be mated to an orphan, a woman with no ties to bring wealth and coin into the family name. Especially me, a stray wolf with the status of a commoner. Just the thought brought me anxiety that would make my muscles twitch and brain fuzz. Calm down. Leila. Luca rubbed my back soothingly and laid a long kiss to my head. I would never leave you because you're an orphan. Leila, never in a million years would I leave you for such a thing. Even if it meant I were to lose my status. But your mother would never accept such a thing. I mumbled into his chest. She wants you to wed a wealthy woman. To hell with her, he scoffed, tightening his grip on me. She doesn't love me. She loves that I'm an alpha. I was going to disagree with him on that. Laura was to Luna and her mother treated her like some scab on her skin. Luca cupped my face in his hands and stared down at me. His eyes were filled to the brim with emotions I couldn't read nor understand. It moved something in me the way he looked at me, like I was the only thing in the universe. It was then that I understood why he so badly wanted to be inside my head, why he would get so happy when he got a whiff of my thoughts, because I wanted the exact same thing too. So badly did I want to ask him, why are you looking at me like that? What are you thinking right now? Are you happy? Are you disappointed? Am I still worthy of you? Your eyes, he whispered. I've never seen anything greener than them. His breath in my face, the smell of mint gracing my nostrils. It made me lean further into him without noticing. Your hair. He curled a loose strand of hair in his hand. They're waves of the finest silks. He ran his finger down my cheekbone, all the way to my jaw and stopped at my chin. He held my chin with his thumb and index finger so lightly, yet it felt like I was about to melt in his arms. Your lips. He took a deep breath. They were sculpted by the goddess herself. Leila. Warmth erupted throughout my entire body. It never felt like this. Such desire for a person. It's like you don't even have to try. He said. Oh, how wrong he was. I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. His eyes glowed a bright amber, saturated with desire and dominance. If it were up to me, your neck would have my mark and your lips would have tasted mine by now. Your status doesn't mean shit. The muscles in my body clenched as a foreign emotion rushed through my veins. Without thinking, I clenched the fabric of his dress shirt and knowing of what I was feeling. Was this last? He looked down at the way I fisted his shirt and let out a short breath laced with a growl. Fuck it. He smashed his lips onto mine, turning my entire body to flames that could melt a bullet flying faster than light. I moaned into his mouth, evoking his grip on my neck to tighten as our lips moved in synchronization, a key sliding through a lock and twisting ever so perfectly. His lips were made for mine. His entire body was made for me. My dress felt too hot and his shirt suddenly bothered me. Without a second thought, my fingers began undoing the buttons lining his shirt with these I didn't know existed. Luca smiled against my lips as I pulled his shirt out of his pants, giving life to 1,000 butterflies in my stomach. I was flying through a million clouds and I didn't want to stop. Luca without clothes his hands through my hair and pulled downwards, giving himself full access to my neck and downwards. I gasped as he laid a wet kiss to the base of my throat and sucked the skin there, tickling the set ones laid ever so peacefully. My hands instinctively ran up his neck as he attacked my sweet spot, forcing a foreign wetness to acclaim in between my legs. One day, his tone was laced with a growl. Your neck will be marked with my initials. Not if I do it first. My own voice sounded different, so concentrated with desire and velvet. I pushed him onto the bed, a surge of dominance overtaking my senses, and straddled his hips. I felt his girth in between my legs, hard and strong, and shivered. As a virgin, I was terrified of it. You'll never get the chance. Just as he was about to pull me under him, I laid a sweet kiss to the base of his neck. His muscles melted. This power I had over him was addictive in every way possible. Euphoric, hypnotic, spellbinding. My lips ran up his throat until they landed on his sweet spot, an area of skin that made him groan in approval but also at the growing discomfort between his legs. He placed a hand on my exposed thigh, squeezing. Leila, stop. I didn't want to stop, but I did. His wish was my command. If you don't want me to take you right now, I suggest you get off me. The look of frustration on his face was severely entertaining, but I complied nonetheless. Goddess, you drive me insane. Woman, you really are nothing like the others. I cackled as I lay beside him, dress still on and heels strapped to my feet. I just want to know, with kisses like that, whose lips did you go around gracing with your own? Luca's tone was light, but I could sense his jealousy from a mile away. I shrugged. I guess I'm just a natural. So there is someone else. Your jealousy drives you to stupidity, Luca. I sat up, facing him. I was 12 when I left my pack. Who could I have kissed? The 8-headed beast I slayed. His lips parted. Apologies. I forgot about that. My brows rose. Do you really not care that I hold no status? Or that my parents have no wealth? Or the fact that I'm littered with secrets? That means absolutely nothing to me. Your secrets are your secrets, unless you want to spill them to me, which I'll admit, I would love. I have no business praying around in them. I'll try too. I lowered my eyes. It's just that it's not fun. You know what else is not fun? This. He pointed to his erection and I swatted him across the chest. Ouch. That is highly inappropriate. Luca. And our 6-minute make-out session lost. He exclaimed, rubbing his peck. I need to take a cold shower. And when I come back, I am expecting you to be asleep on the bed where I will also rest. Yes, sir, sir. He gave me a look of warning and stood up. Before leaving, he leaned down and laid a chaste kiss to my lips. Go to sleep, Verdi. And I did. I fell asleep to the sound of him showering and the scent of him swarming. Chapter 14. I gasped. Eyes flying upon. It was another nightmare, the same one over again with that long-nailed, uney-eyed creature. Except this time she hadn't caught me by the ankle, she caught me by the nose, which confused me greatly. What the hell was my brain trying to tell me? Because I knew for a fact that dreams were able to signify whether or not my soul had been tainted by a witch or spirit. Sighing, I sat up on Luca's bed and stared at the window. It was only when I saw the sun peeking through the opening of the curtain that I jumped out of bed, still in my dress from last night. It stuck to me like second skin and made my waist ache. Sleeping in it for 4 hours was not one of my best choices. My eyes shifted to Luca's closet and immediately I rummaged through it, desperate to find a change of clothes so I could meet my brother at the roof before 530 struck. I had a feeling his new persona wouldn't appreciate my lack of punctuality. Finally, I settled for a pair of his boxers, my bra from last night and matching black sweatpants and shirt. It was that long-sleeve shirt he wore the day we visited the dying fields, and it smelled wonderful. More specifically, it smelled of him. When I turned around to leave Luca's room, I spotted a body that faced my back. I flinched, absolutely terrified at the fact that I had both shared a bed with him and changed in front of him. Did he see me, without clothes and changing into his cloth? I didn't think so because he was facing me. He laid on his side of the bed, shirtless, with the covers draped only to his abdomen. It gave me the chance to admire his sculpted pecs and defined features, but it also made me feel severely perverted because I remembered not wanting him to see me shirtless. Who was I kidding? He would have loved the fact that I was ogling him. I tiptoed to his bed and rose the covers so they covered the entirety of his body before leaving his area of the castle, my key in hand. As I ran to the roof in my flats, I passed by a clock that read 532 and strengthened my strides, eager to get over the anxiety that was me meeting my dead brother. Or so I thought. While running, I genuinely questioned whether or not this was all some sick dream my brain had fabricated to stop me from going through with my plans. Because that was a possibility. Half the time, when I was trapped in the outskirts, I couldn't tell whether the creatures that surrounded me were real or not. Some witches were even powerful enough to trick your brain into thinking a beast the size of a castle stood in front of you when really, it was a moth flying past. Finally, I reached the staircase that led to the roof and trudged through each step, painful adrenaline running through my veins. I was actually meeting 𝐶𝐸 again, and I was really scared. So much that when I reached the end of the staircase and found him waiting in front of the door, I genuinely considered running the other way. Maybe I still can, I thought. To just leave the key for him to 𝐊𝐢 the view from all the way up here and go back to Luca as if none of this had ever happened. But I didn't. Instead, I walked until I was 2 steps behind him, a heart bursting through my chest and muscles twitching. 𝐶𝐸, I whispered, chest caving. He turned around, eyes faltering for the smallest of seconds before that cold I saw back at the ball overcame. He coughed into his hand before pointing to the door. I'm hoping you have a key. Guard, My jaw clenched as I forced a nod. Why do you want to go outside? I walked so I was stood on the same step as him. It's for the best. Look at me. Open the door. Leila. For fuck's sake. Slay man. Look at me. His lowered eyes forced a cough from my side. You're a beta, but you can't even look me in the eye. Open the damn door before I break it, and blame you for doing so. That Luna won't bat an eye when she replaces you. I took great offense to his words. So much that I pulled the key out of my pocket and dangled it in front of him. You want this. I threw it down the stairwell, ignoring the guttural growl that left his throat. Get it yourself or break the door. I dare you. He had the audacity to show up after 6 years with an attitude. I was going to stand for that. Did he even bother looking for me? Where was he when they attacked? Back at 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Or was he painting some vase of flowers? You asked for it. Slay man lifted his leg and slammed it into the door, forcing it to explode open. That piece of shit. He strode out of the staircase and onto the roof, and I followed him suit. Anger bursting through my veins and betrayal pulling me down to violence. I grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to the ground, placing my knee on his chest to hold him down. He slid out from underneath me and pulled me up by my hair, evoking a grunt out me as he wrapped his arm around my neck, limiting my ability to breathe. Why are you here? I croaked, squirming. I could ask you the same thing. Guard. I slammed the back of my head into his face and he stumbled backwards. Spit it out. Slay man. You can't just come back into my life like a snake and keep your mouth shut. I sneered. Now tell me why the hell you're here. You know. When father told me to wolf from the north would erase this castle's name, I thought it would be that honorable beta. Thought you. My heart stopped. It physically stopped. I cowled and he writ nor feel it in my chest. Did you? I gulped. Did you just say father? Yes, father. The alpha of the north and the warrior of the pack. HES taking your position while you're ear-prancing in your gowns and balls. For fuck's Leila, did you even for a second think to come back and look for us? Did you come back to look for me? I screamed so loud crows scurried from the edges of the roof. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I only got to this castle 8 days ago. The last 6 years were spent fighting the beasts outside of our kingdom and mourning for you. For Dad. For Mom and Talia. I pushed at his chest. Curious? How could you even for a second think I would willingly leave you? I witnessed Mom die in right before my eyes. She was the one that told me to come to the castle when I was of age. She was the one that pushed me to the outskirts. My throat burned. My body was seething. And my heart. It was finally breathing. How do I know you're not lying? He had every right to ask that question. But at that moment, it just didn't sit right with me. Why would I lie? To protect your little alpha. I growled, warning him. You will not touch a hair on his head. Slay man. Oh, would you look at that. Protecting your male. The man that sanctioned the order of the attack. He scoffed. Pathetic. His father sanctioned the attack and his mother ordered it. My male had nothing to do with the attack, and if he did, I paused for emphasis. Why would the goddess mate me to him? All female cannot survive without her male, and I would have to kill him if what you were saying is true. That would render the seer's prophecy false. But kept his mouth shut. What happened to you? I asked. Desperate. Where's your art? Your paints? Why are you wearing the armor you swore you would never put on? I lost my child. That's what happened. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Maybe Slay Man's presence gave me hope that my niece would still be alive. Maybe that's why it hurt so much to hear that they were dead. I approached Slay Man slowly, watching as he sat himself onto the edge of the roof. He looked distressed with his hands clenched based facing the ground. 6 years ago he lost his first child. 6 years ago he was also dancing around in our home, shouting it's going to be a girl. I can feel it. 2 different realities set in stone so closely together. 2 different Slay Mans standing right before my eyes. Is Talia still alive? His brows furrowed. Yes, didn't you recognize her yesterday? Sorry. I scratched the back of my head. I forgot what everybody looked like. You seem to remember me pretty well. Well, that's because you're 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. I sat down next to him. I thought of you every day for a year until the monsters got so strong I could only think for myself. Same here. But I thought of my unborn child a bit more. I think I can forgive you for that. He huffed out a laugh and winced at the pain on his chest. Did you really have to knee me in this chest? Did you really have to punch me in the face? If it meant I got your bull of a knee off of my chest, then yay. I did. He shook his head, shocked. The outskirts turned you into a fighting machine. Leila, you're better than Ad ever was. I'm positive that if I lost your brother, you would have either killed me or knocked me out. Yeah. I pursed my lips, unwilling to think of the unnamed lands. And what of your male? My ears perked up. What of him? How old is he? What's his name? What's he like? 𝐻ES wonderful. Sway man. Everything you ever wanted for me. I smiled to myself. I'll keep his name to myself. It's too beautiful to spell out. And his age. I thought about it for a second. How old was Luca? 2 years older than me. He looked to be that way. How the hell have I never asked him how old he was? I stammered, 22. Slay man scoffed. 𝐻ES at least 30. Leila. I chopped on my own spit. What makes you say that? Did I look like him when I was 22? Leila. I get you. Alphas to grow faster than normal wolves. But not that much faster. Plus, his aura screams maturity. There's no way 𝐻ES in his 20s. Slay man faced me. I'm going to need to meet him. Since Mother's dead, I will replace her approval of your male, and remember, you need 2 witnesses for your marriage to be approved by the moon. Marriage. 𝐊𝐲 and 𝐼ve know him 8 days. And his scent is all over you, so things seem to be moving pretty fast. He rolled his eyes. That bastard. �K𝐼𝐧 keep his hands off of you till you were wedded. We're not in the north. Brother. But you're still a northerner. And he always asked if I was willing to. I let the memory of yesterday's kiss slip through my mind. And don't worry. I'm not going any further until we're wedded. I've not completely forgotten my roots. Suddenly, and look of horror sliding across his face. What? Basir's prophecy stated that the beings of the north would infiltrate the castle. That's you and I. She also stated that another northerner's heart would stop beating. The woman didn't specify whether it would be you. The bait or I. Slay man hand down his face. It also stated that a witch would have been roaming the castle grounds well before we got here. 100 crops died a week ago. I think the witch has something to do with that. Then that must be one old, powerful witch. 100 crops is worth 10. 0 spells. She's probably 3 years old at minimum. I winced at the image of a 3-year-old witch. A pile of skin and bones littered with moles and bruises. Her body would be crooked as would her nose, and she would smell like burning candles with a hint of rot. She'd stick out like a sore thumb. He mumbled, "How have you not seen a 2-pound old woman roaming the grounds you're supposed to be protecting?" The honey-eyed woman popped into my head. I saw one yesterday night. She was old. Really old. Her eyes were the color of bright honey, and she wore a dress the color of lilac. There was only one girl wearing a dress the color of lilac last night, but I can't seem to remember her face. He took in a deep breath. She was young, very young, but that's all I remember. Not the color of her hair, nor the color of her eyes. I huffed. This was going to be more difficult than I thought. A witch's magic has no beginning nor end. We don't know exactly what they can or can't do, or if they can do just about anything. I said, "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting," I swallowed, "that we go to the outskirts and kidnap a witch. You know, for research purposes. You're insane if you think I'm letting you go back in there." I wasn't asking. "Slay man." I stood up and dusted my pants. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have no missions today. I'll be taking this as my day off from any form of human interaction. Vampire deception. I Drake Mason and 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐬 and forced to code at a low-level weight. I halted in my footsteps. If you were to go back to the outskirts, when would you do it? I thought about it for a second. The sooner the better. Right. Next week. Damn it. Leila. Okay. I'm coming with you. Just don't tell your mail. It's better we keep this between us. I nodded. I was planning on doing so anyway. I knocked onto Luca's door and waited. If I told him about my plan, he would definitely object and might interfere with the seer's prophecy. And, as someone who has interacted with seers on a weekly basis, I knew that would only bring it closer to happening. It's not like I was excited to go back and kidnap the witch, but it was also the only way to understand what power their species truly wielded. Plus, we would be able to use her to our advantage, maybe ask her to cloak the entire castle with truth serum for the entire day. That would be fun. Suddenly, the door flew open, exposing Luca with a shirt halfway through his body. That's where that shirt went. He stared at the dust staining my pants. Oh goddess, you already met up with him, didn't you? I decided to change the subject. Don't you have 100 other shirts that look exactly like this one? I do. He walked out of the door and shut it behind him, but I wore this one the most, so it just feels less stiff than the one I'm wearing now. You can keep it though. It looks much better on you. Luca. I swatted him across the chest. Stop thinking with your pickle. He cackled, head falling backwards. How do you manage to make that sound attractive? Because in me, I said in an attempt to joke, something I didn't do often, but it seemed that Luca's senses were extra heightened that day. You smell heavenly. He cupped my face in his hands. What did you do? Is it some sort of perfume? Did you bathe in lavenders? I furrowed my brows. I woke up in the dress I'd been wearing for 8 hours and went to see my brother. That's hard to believe. You even look different. Come. See, he dragged me by the wrist to a random mirror lane in the hallway. You look amplified. My lashes seem darker. My breasts seemed rounder. My bum even looked perkier. And my hair. I could have sworn and never seen it that dark and silky since I was 12. That was when the dots connected. Oh crap. What? Luca cowled and kept his hands off of me. Whether it was him twirling my hair or his entire arm wrapped around my waist. He just cowled, and I knew exactly why. My heat was arriving soon. In a few hours, to be precise. Chapter 15. I knocked rapidly onto Lara's door, heart beating at the pace of a jaguar speeding through grass because I was about to have my first heat. Goddess, I was not prepared. Not only that, but my mother, who promised me she would be there during my first heat, was not. Rather, she was somewhere in the stars watching over me, about to succumb to my body's punishment for not fertilizing its egg. The thought itself was daunting, but I was stepping another milestone without my mother there to say good job. I'm proud of you. A shiver overcame my body. I didn't want it to be today. Really? I would have done anything to stop it from occurring that day. But there was nothing I could do to stop it. To my surprise, Dale opened the door holding 3 dresses over her shoulder, and each different color. Yellow, coral, and lilac. The same lilac that was on the honey-eyed woman I saw last night. And my eyes went to it. Who wore that dress last night? I'm sure I seemed insane asking that question. Hair stuck to my head and eyes wide as my heat slowly rose. Dale stumbled backwards at the sight of me. Goddess, you scared me. She tilted her head. Your fever worse than it was last night. She placed a hand to my forehead. It's cold, dizzying me for a single second. You definitely have a fever. I think your heat may be on its way, and it was some maid. I forgot her name. I furrowed my brows. The woman was old. Right. Okay. I nodded. Where's Lara? She's out at the garden with the beta. But I was just about to inform you that she wanted you to meet her there. Dale readjusted the dresses on her shoulder. Will that be all? I must get these to the laundry. I winced. Guilty. Yes. Sorry for taking your time. Dale bowed and scurried away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I better get going. I thought to myself. Lar is the only person I'm comfortable going through my heat with. So I walked down several sets of stairs. Enjoying the windows I was able to look through every now and then. The snowflakes were stunning. Honestly. And in a weird way they calmed the beating of my heart down and lessened the way my pores would ooze out sweat. It wasn't until I witnessed a delicate snowflake melt onto a window that I realized this was my first time in pure snow. My steps quickened at the thought of feeling it. It never snowed in the north, it was too hot up there. So I was excited in a way I'd never been before. Thoughts of my heat. Memories of the outskirts. The death of my mother. They all slipped away as I reached the greenhouse of the castle's small cottage-like mansion made of glass and filled with flowers of all kinds that was attached to the edge of the castle. The sight made me sigh in content. It looked and smelled wonderful. I jogged towards the greenhouse and approached a boy the same age as me who was patting the soil in a pot. Comfort was saturated all throughout his body, slumped shoulders. A casual walk and a flailing fingers as he did so. He had honey brown hair and dark brown eyes accompanied by a tall, yet lanky frame of body. The sight reminded me greatly of myself when I was younger after Father told me I was done training and it was time to shower. That's probably why I was only comfortable approaching him. Excuse me, do you happen to know where the exit to the garden is? I held a hand to my chest, awaiting his answer. His eyes widened before he bowed down to me. A nervousness overcoming his slacked posture. Royal Guard, Please don't bow down to me. It really does make me uncomfortable. A look of horror rushed through his eyes. Not that I don't appreciate it. It's just I'm your equal and not of alpha descent. It doesn't sit right with me. Apologies, I guess. We've all been trained to do so. So I must warn you that everybody else will do the same. Guard. I grimaced. Please, call me Leila. He was taken aback. If that is what you wish for, please, follow me to the exit. Leila, thank you. I sent him a smile and he lowered his eyes. Blushing. Did he just blush? That made me blush. We passed by several miniature trees and towering flowers that all smelt like fresh forest with a whiff of sea. It never felt so refreshed in my entire life, regardless of the fact that I hadn't taken a shower in almost 2 days, but thankfully, the flowers were there to cover for me. They had my back and hopefully, I would have theirs if they had any. If I may ask. I stared at the back of his head. How old are you? He turned to face me, a smile staining his fresh face. 19 turning 20 in just about a month. My jaw slacked. You're born in March too. Yes, the 29th to be precise. And you? If you don't mind me asking. The 31st. I said just as we exited the greenhouse. A gush of ice-cold wind slamming into. Are you planning a celebration? And if so, where? I'd love to help plan its flower arrangements. I smiled genuinely before shaking my head. I don't think so. My birthday isn't something I'd like to celebrate. I scratched the back of my head. Mood suddenly rotating. He'll probably keep it small though, that doesn't mean I wouldn't want the flowers. I'll definitely contact you when the time comes. The name's Roman Salvador. I'm here most of the day. And when I'm not, I'm most probably at the library. He sent me a respectful nod. Eyes shimmering. I will be awaiting your call on the 29th. And with that, he left walk boyish and a hand running down his head of hair. I pursed my lips. If Luca wasn't my male, I would have fancied him so hard. The thought itself was embarrassing, but the bright red-haired woman I caught stomping her foot onto soil brought me back to my situation. What in the hell was Lara doing? Attacking the soil in hopes that it would bloom a flower out her violence. I trudged through the snow until I stood behind her and tapped her shoulder. She spun around, a look of anger clouding her expression, and spoke. Hamza, the seed won't grow. Oh, Leila? Sorry. He smiled sheepishly. I just wanted to grow a mango. But it's been 2 weeks and my seed is still nowhere near done. Maybe it's the weather. I suggested. Try planting it in the greenhouse. That's what Hamza said. But I don't want to prove him right. I snorted. Lara, which, Lara? That's the only way to grow the fruit. I'll throw some bone meal to it. Anything to prove that 𝐻𝐿. Laura straightened her posture before looking me in the eye. Okay, let's get to business. Luca's birthday in a weekend since you're his mate. You must be present. My eyes widened. 𝐻𝐸s also born in March. The 7th of March, yes. 𝐻𝐸s going to have a huge party. That's why the people of the north, south, east and west are staying at the castle. But there's a catch. Her eyes shifted, making sure nobody was listening. His mother is planning on introducing him to the prince of the west. To wed them. I overheard her speaking to their alpha. My lips parted. But they're not mated. Kings and queens don't give to craps of bonds. What they do care about, though 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐬, are alliances and coin. The West are known for their jewels and fancy accents. She rolled her eyes. Can you believe Hamza thought he would be mated to a Western woman? That man is tasteless. My shoulders slumped. They speak French, have eyes the color of the sea and skin pale as snow. Who wouldn't want them? Laura swatted my boob and I hissed. You speak Arabic. Have skin the color of the sun and eyes the color of nature. I'm pretty sure we know who wins here. Wouldn't wedding him to the east be more beneficial though? Their women are much richer and so beautiful. I gushed. They have skin the color of chocolate that doesn't age. I swear. Laura, when they visited us 7 years ago, I couldn't find one oddly faced lichen. That's what I thought too. But mother has an agenda of her own. Just never liked them. Maybe she's jealous that their skin takes ages to wrinkle unlike hers. But we have to stop her. If she wants that wedding to happen, she'll make it happen. My heart fell out of my bum. How was I going to compete with a Western princess? Above that, how would I be able to focus on postponing the Luna's plans while trying to figure out the origins of the seer's prophecy and brother's resurrection? Shit's hished it. I promised 𝐊𝐸 Anne that we would visit the outskirts next week when next week was Luca's birthday. Never in a million years would I miss Luca's birthday. Even if it meant my prophecy or even my death would come back stronger. He was slipping through my grasp, and if I didn't start moving, he would completely dissipate from my life. Something I feared it a bit too much. I'm designing a dress for you and it's going to be stunning. Leila. Even more dazzling than the Luna's gown. Wouldn't that be rude? Though, to outdress the Luna, Laura shrugged, lips pursed. You're a royal guard. Your job is to make people fear you, not look over you. And, technically speaking, you're the Luna, not that old brat. So wipe that frown off of your face and move that bum of yours so I can get your measurements right. All the secrets Laura spilled made me forget exactly why I was there in the first place. So when I saw Luca stomping his way our direction, eyes wild and shirt clinging to his massive build, I gasped as though it just seen the Luna fall down 7 steps of stairs. What? Laura? My heat is approaching. My voice turned desperate as I tried to hide her tall frame. And so is my male. She turned around and her jaw slacked. What did you do to him? I told him I didn't want to see him for the rest of the day. He seemed fine with it. Though, if he seemed fine with it, why is he bulldozing his way over here? I held both her wrists in my hands and begged her. Laura, I don't know what to do with my heat. It's my first one and you're the only person I trust can see me this vulnerable. Okay, Penelope. Prepare a warm bath in my chambers and ban the beta from stepping foot into his well. My home. Laura spoke to a middle-aged woman that nodded eagerly at her. Yes, ma. Penelope turned to face me and bowed. Royal guard. I didn't know what to do and almost bowed back. But Laura held a hand to my chest to stop me. Thank you. Laura smiled sweetly at her and the woman scurried away. Just as I was about to speak, I felt a hot, roaring presence seep into the pores of my back. A shiver ran down my spine as I tried to imagine just how angry Luca would look up close, and my brain completely rejected the idea of his fur iOSness. My wolf and I just couldn't fathom Luca. Someone who had been treating us like a glass of wine for the past week, looking so livid. Laura, would you spare me a few minutes alone with my female? His voice came from right behind me, forcing my chest to cave. Why in the world was he so angry? Laura held her hands up in surrender. I'm giving you 5 minutes at most. Leave. Laura, no. Every breath he let out was laced with a guttural growl. Before Laura walked away, she glanced down at the spot of dirt that held her mango seed underneath it with a look of determination on her face. Suddenly, I wanted to be that mango. Leila, Leila. His breath kissed my neck. Turn around, slowly but surely. I spun around to face him. Fists balled to my collarbone. Luca. His eyes glowed at the mention of his name. Is anything of the matter? I asked. Chest caved. You told me you didn't want to see me today, and I respected that wish. But to see you avoid me only to prance around with some twig of a boy all smileys. Leila. His jaw ticked. That's a whole other story. I was taken aback. Were you following me? Don't change the subject. He growled, voice rising. Don't use that tone on me. For fuck's sake, Luca. Why in the world were you following me? You smelled different. And what? I took a step back, overwhelmed with bright anger. Luca, I don't even have time for that. Neither do I. And that is exactly why he will no longer be working at the greenhouse. He scoffed. I paused. What did you say? I'm saying I rid that boy off his job. If I learned one thing during my time at the outskirts, it was how to anger beasts, how to use their own emotions against them, and judging by the way Luca was looking at me, he was definitely a beast. He has a name. You know. Let it be known that I knew the name of the twig boy Luca oh so hated. He stretched his neck, an attempt at controlling the beast that resided within him. Give Roman back his job. Alpha. Or so help me goddess, I will tear this entire castle inside out. He roared, claws snapping out at his fingers. You will break down an entire castle for a random boy, but you will not speak to me about your past for more than 10 minutes. I stared him down, without hesitation. Leila, I'm warning you. And I'm warning you, Luca. The next time you invade my privacy like this only to accuse me of cheating on you, you won't have to fire me from my position. My eyes shone a bright green. Believe it myself. I turned around and began walking in Laura's direction, ready to leave, only to have Luca grab me by the wrist and pull me to him so strongly I felt the muscles in my wrist tear. I cried out in pain as I slammed into him, the breath being knocked out of me. We were fine this morning. Why this all of a sudden, huh? His claws dug into my arm. Why do I find out your lips are mouthing another man's name? The pain in my wrist was dizzying. Luca, let go of her. I heard Laura from behind me, but I was sure. The ringing in my ears was overpowering all of my senses. Of all people, Luca was acting this way to me off of a misunderstanding. How would he react to everything else? Leave? Laura, the alpha growled. His eyes turned a bright amber, indicating his wolf had taken over. This is my second time telling you. Luca, I whispered, eyes fluttering. Let go of me. He didn't hear me, and I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear the way his claws kept digging into my wrist, or the way he had changed so suddenly because of his jealousy. His damned jealousy. Of all things, I thought our first fight would be because someone had died, or maybe just maybe someone had actually slept with a stranger. Not this. A pain erupted from my lower belly, and I fell to the ground, on my knees with my wrist still chained to Luca's hand. My heat had begun. Leila. Luca's eyes changed from their unnatural amber to their original ice blue. Another invisible blow came, this time right above my left ovary, as though it were a wet towel being squeezed of its liquid. This pain was different, though. It was so extreme, so inexplicable that I couldn't even scream. Rather, all I did was fall limp in Luca's hand, unable to move. Laura, the witch Laura, what's happening to her? I looked up lazily to find Luca starting down at my wrist in horror at the fact that he had punctured for gushing wounds into my skin with his nails. Fuck. What did he do? Chef's going through her first heat. Luca. And your ass of a wolf almost beat her. Laura went to push him away, but Luca growled at her. I'm supposed to be the one helping her. A powerful pain struck the space in between my legs, and I screamed in pain. unable to voice out my opinion. Goddess. Everywhere hurt so badly I couldn't even protest against the pain in my head. All I could think was how much I wanted it to stop. Leila, I'm so sorry. He placed a hand under my neck and one under my knee and pulled me up to his chest. Fuck Laura. Prepare a bath. Go to my chambers. There's one prepared there. Without a second thought he ran with blinding speed, me held tightly against his chest. I squirmed in his grip as another hit came to my upper thighs, evoking a cry of pain to deep through my lips. Leila, I'm so sorry. It felt like I was about to faint. Goddess, what have I done? My eyes opened to find stone ceilings above me, indicating that we had reached the castle. As much as I hated Luca at that moment, I was grateful for his strength and status. I was grateful for his touch because it eased my pain. I was grateful for his apologies but I certainly was going to forgive him because of them. Not when he accused me of such a grave sin out of his own insecurity. Not when he had dug his claws into my skin like I was some sort of enemy. We're almost there. I promise you. Verdi. His grip on me tightened even further and I was glad for it. Several more blows struck my lower abdomen before we reached Laura's area of the castle, where Luca kicked the door open without hesitation. He sprinted to the bathroom of her home and opened the door gently and locked it behind him. We're here. Luca breathed out. Put me in the water. Luca, please. I croaked, fisting his shirt. He did as I asked and put me in the water. But the minute he let go of me, my body screamed in pain. Ugh. I curled into a ball, unable to withstand the pain. What can I do? Tell me. I'll do anything. Panic was thick in his tone. I ignored him and removed my shirt, the shirt he'd stolen from his closet this morning, and threw it onto the ground. With a flushed face he turned around, giving me the privacy I accused him of depriving me of just 10 minutes ago. I did the same with my pants, to discarded them like a crumpled piece of paper being thrown into the trash. The pain didn't lessen though. In fact, with my skin exposed to the water, it felt like a toaster had been thrown into the bathtub, electrocuting my every tendon and muscle. I couldn't hold in my cries. Really, I couldn't. No matter how hard I tried to, each blow surprised me by being more painful. It got to the point where I couldn't bear it anymore, where I wanted to be knocked out of consciousness. Leila, please, let me hold you. His voice shook as his back faced me. Please. Silently, I shook my head. How was I sure he wouldn't attack me like he did back there? A blow struck my right ovary this time and I gasped in pain, body curling furthermore. I had to shut my eyes. Maybe if I pretended this was a dream, the pain would alleviate. Not even 5 seconds had passed before that theory was proved so miserably wrong. Gosh. I just wanted it to end. It wasn't until I felt the water ripple in front of me that a warmth filled my chest. It wasn't until I felt the presence of another being in the bathtub that the prickling sensation of my body lessened. It wasn't until I heard his voice, the voice of my male, that my eyes opened slowly, only to find Luca. He wore nothing but his slacks as he sat in the middle of the large tub. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠. His eyes were shut closed. I won't touch you without your permission. But you can do whatever you want to my body. Rest within my arms. Hold me. Carve scars into my skin, whatever you like. Verdi, I won't look at you until you let me. I won't do anything until you say so. I stared at him, at how vulnerable he seemed in all his strength and build. The sight made my eyes water. It made me want to swim my way into his hold and rest there for an eternity. It made me want to slather kisses all over his chest for daring to stand lower than me. It made me want to be his. I'm here. Leila, he spoke with a tight chest. Please. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Whether it was the pain or my complete and utter desire to scream how much I appreciated him for being so understanding, I didn't know. But what I did know was that I wanted to be surrounded by him and his everlasting warmth. I crawled my way to Luca until I laid less than an inch away from him in nothing but my undergarments. He promised he would lend hope in his eyes, and I trusted him on that. Without question, I wrapped my arms around his waist and dug my head into his chest. His body tensed underneath my touch before slumping in relief and emotion he surely didn't deserve at the time, but one that made me more than happy. In his arms I felt like gold. Shimmering. Singular. Absolute. Never in a million years did I ever think it'd feel that way again. Absolute. Like I belonged. Can I wrap my arms around you? He asked for my permission, yet all I did was nod into his chest. Desperate for more of his touch. He complied, slowly lifting each arm to wrap around me. The delicacy he treated me with almost made me forget the fact that I had 4 wounds healing and a fractured wrist, both things he had caused. It was turning purple as the seconds passed, but Luca 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐿. He 𝐊𝐢𝐿𝐧𝐿 because he promised me he wouldn't. Out of nowhere he tightened his grip on me. I'm sorry, Leila. I really am. It's okay, my wolf thought. I know, I said instead, tracing circles onto his pec. I know you are. I know you are. It was the bond working its way through my brain, an attempt at binding our souls furthermore. I wanted so badly to accept his apology, but deep on the inside, I wanted him to regret what he had done so strongly that the next time he thought to quarrel with me, he just wouldn't. I'm going to kiss your head, he mumbled, eyes still closed, okay? With his eyes shut, he accidentally kissed the tip of my nose instead, but I didn't mind. I was too content with the way I was feeling, surrounded by water and the protective presence of my male, and so we stayed that way for what felt like hours. His eyes closed and my arms without closed around his. I woke up with my body carved from stone, yet lying in the prince's arms while he suffered for me. Chapter 16. I awoke, my body feeling as if it were carved from stone, submerged in tepid water. My skin was clammy, fingertips wrinkled from prolonged exposure, but I found solace in Luca's arms encircling me, his skin pressed against mine. The contrast between our cultures was stark, even in this intimate moment. Luca must have been terribly uncomfortable in his sodden slacks, yet he remained, honoring his word. He had promised not to open his eyes or hold me without permission, and true to his respectful nature, he kept that vow. However, his adherence to his promise didn't erase my lingering resentment. It would be a considerable time before my lips met his again. My determination to hold this grudge as strong as my resolve to navigate the intricacies of castle life. With careful movements, I extricated myself from his embrace and stepped out of the bathtub. A severe chill rattled my bones, compounded by the robust take permeating my muscles. This was far from ideal for walking, but I needed to reach the infirmary. My fractured wrist would take about 5 days to heal without proper care, and I couldn't afford that delay if I wanted to execute my plan to kidnap the witch and attend Luca's birthday celebration. I chuckled to myself, the sound echoing in the opulent bathroom. Luca's birthday. My focus had shifted to postponing his wedding to the Princess of the West, a testament to my strategic mind. I hadn't even considered what gift to present him. Perhaps something from my homeland. A bird? A bear's carcass. Those were popular where I came from. Maybe even jaguar meat. I was certain I wouldn't conform to the castle's traditions of jewels or flowers. As king, Luca could command every merchant in the market to provide him with hundreds of such trinkets. What he 𝐊𝐿𝐷 toward her, however, was a mother bear slain by my own hand. The thought amused me, a reminder of the cultural chasm between us. I snorted, wrapping a silk robe around my body as I prepared to leave the bathroom and enter Lara and 𝐊𝐴𝐺𝐻's master bedroom. The irony of being in 𝐊𝐴𝐺𝐻's room was lost on me. That northern brute, as I often thought of him, despised me with a passion I wholeheartedly reciprocated. Yet here I was, surrounded by his most treasured possessions. The urge to sabotage him in some way was strong, but I resisted for Lara's sake alone. That kind soul deserved the world for allowing me to rest in her chambers during my heat, if postponing my plans to toy with the brute's mind was the price. I would gladly pay it. My sense of loyalty overriding my mischievous impulses. Sadly, I found a notepad laid on one of the bedside tables with a pencil beside it. I figured it was Laura's notepad because the handwriting was feminine and in cursive. Written on the notepad was a to-do list that looked like 𝐿𝐴 prepare Leila's dress. Train with 𝐿𝐴 pregnant. I stumbled backwards, shock overcoming my body at the complete invasion of privacy I had just participated in. Laura was pregnant and I had no business knowing, and now, when she approached me, I knew for a fact that I would not be able to resist the urge to stop myself from staring at her belly at the life she carried inside her. Right next to the notepad was a pencil and I grabbed it without hesitation. Sorry I saw this, but I'm going to grab a few items of clothing from your wardrobe and leave. I stared at my message, unsatisfied with it before adding a small congrats at the end. Would that be enough? I didn't know. Honestly, but I guessed it would do. The sun peeked out of the curtains of Laura's master bedroom and I sighed, content regardless of the beating pain on my wrist. The sun was up and I had Laura's entire closet to myself before she found out I'd stolen an entire outfit of hers. I took a deep breath, preparing myself, and pulled her closet open. The dresses in her closet didn't catch my attention. Rather, it was a velvet, burgundy blazer paired with a skirt of the same style. Immediately, I wanted to put it on, so I did. I gently slid the outfit out of the closet and shut it closed, shimmying my robe off of my shoulders in the process. Once I had the outfit on, I turned so I was facing the mirror. My eyes widened. Luca would not like the outfit, which is exactly why I would wear it. The skirt landed a few inches above my knees, but I didn't mind it. In fact, I found it quite endearing. What I found more endearing, though, was the way the blazer would cover up my breast fairly well, but also showed their outlines so beautifully that it didn't look cheap in any way. It looked just right. A pair of black strap heels would look dazzling with that outfit. Laura's voice evoked a flinch out of me. 𝐊𝐴𝐧𝐸. I gulped. You're not mad that I'm wearing this. Laura shook her head at me. I got that as a gift from the Luna of the South. Though I don't like wearing things that aren't made by me. You know what they say. Don't eat anything you didn't kill. She walked up to me and adjusted the shoulder of the blazer. Everything in that closet was never worn, and I never plan on wearing it either. Take it. I choked on my spit. I saw the way you looked at everything in there. I would never look at anything in that closet that way, so take it. Laura swatted my breast and I hissed. Ouch. You're spending too much time with me, I said, rubbing the area right under my rib. She cackled, slapping her knee. I'm glad. If there's one person I want to act like in this castle, it's you. Nobody had ever said that to me. You know, I began. I could say the exact same thing to you. Laura smiled brightly before sliding her arm through mine. My shoes are special to me, so I keep them in my workspace. Let's go. The lunch with the 4 packs is in a few hours. I was pulled by Laura out of her room and down the hallway that led to her office. What lunch? What are you talking about? I asked. Luca was supposed to tell you, but he didn't know your heat would be yesterday. Don't worry though. You have an hour and a half left to prepare. Shouldn't I wake Luca up? 𝐾𝐚 is on his way to prepare him. Don't worry. A love pain rushed through my wrist as Laura and I walked down the stairs arm in arm. I winced. Laura's eyes shifted to my wrist and she gasped. When I heard a crack, I didn't know it would be that bad. It's bad, I said. But his wolf took over. I could tell. Does that mean you're on good terms now? I shook my head. Not at all. But it does mean that I can give him a hard time and he can't do anything about it. Until I say so. At least, I have a few bandages in my office. We could use that. Find you your heals and get you to the infirmary as soon as we do so. She pushed the door open and sat me down on her couch. Oh, and you best give him a hard time for at least 2 weeks. I heard my granny say that male alpha's breaking points are between 1 week and 14 days. He has a grandma, goddess, There was another member of the Belusi family I had to impress. "What's his grandma like?" I asked. Laura sat in front of me and wrapped my wrist in bandages as she spoke. Well, she's nothing like his mother. That's for sure. She hates the Luna with an impatience as her son should have never made her queen and that she would be the fall of our family. Leila grunted as she tied a knot, which I don't disagree with. She's embarrassing and cannot keep her mouth shut. She'll love you. And I am a firm believer in that. She went to the outskirts and only lasted 2 weeks, but that was to prove to her mate our previous king that she was worthy. I let out a breath. Wow, she went in there willingly. Indeed she did. She patted my wrist before standing up to get the black heels. You'll meet her today. At the lunch. What? It was bad enough my muscles felt like they were pulled out of me and sawn right back in. And now, I had to meet the royal family SX, Luna. How would I meet her expectations of what her grandson's wife should look like? Surely she would choose the Western princess over me. I was certain of it. Just the thought of having to converse with people I didn't know. Speak of my past and why I was worthy enough to be protecting the king of all wolves brought a frown to my face and a slump to my shoulders. Laura patted my back. Turn that frown upside down. Look what I've got in hand. She held up a pair of black heels. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Never did I think a pair of black pumps would take my breath away. Yet there I set a pair of black pumps floating in front of me with my jaw slacked. Put them on, will you? Laura ushered. It was only when I put them on that I realized their bottoms were coated a stunning burgundy red. Just the feel of them was fascinating and made me feel a tad bit more powerful than when I wore my armor. I stood up with the help of Laura and stared at the mirror. Honestly, I looked fabulous. Not fabulous enough to lighten up my mood, though. You're missing something. Put these on. She handed me a pair of pearl earrings and a golden chain bracelet. There we go. Now Luca is going to regret ever laying a finger on you. I hope so. Suddenly, 𝐊𝐢 barged into the room, a hand held to her heart. Mrs. Laura, the Alpha requests your immediate presence. My heart fell out of my bum. I would have to walk to the infirmary alone then. H.S. probably panicking because he woke up and didn't find you there. I'd better get going then. 𝐊𝐢, walk Leila to the infirmary, please. She needs to get her wrist checked out. Laura grabbed a dress from her racks of clothing. Meet me by the fountain. Leila, I nodded and waved her goodbye, acting as though I knew exactly where the fountain was. Let's get going then. 𝐊𝐢 and I began walking to the infirmary. How have your days been? I haven't seen you in a while. I pointed out. It was true. It had been almost 2 days since I'd last seen her, and she was supposed to be my personal maid. While I didn't support her title one bit, I also found it a bit odd that she was rarely beside me or at my command. Penelope, Laura's maid, seemed to be fairly close to her considering she had access to her home and all. Oh, just the usual. I still have my job at the kitchens and down by the gardens, both which I thoroughly enjoy, though I haven't been able to focus much on you judging by your wrist. She sighed. How did it happen? My heart faltered for a second. Should I tell her? If I told her, I would risk being the main topic of maid gossiping that was if she participated in it. She seemed sweet. 𝐊𝐢. But my wolf was always a bit jumpy around her, so I resisted pouring my heart out to her. I fell in the shower. Silly me. I winced at the way I addressed the topic but let it slide. That bruise seems much worse than a shower fall. Leila, has somebody quarreled with you? I gulped and shook my head. No, don't worry about it. Tell me about your time at the kitchens. I'd imagine it's hectic down there. She nodded, smiling. Sometimes I hate it. But really, it's the only place I feel at peace. The noise makes me forget everything wrong in this castle. She faced me as we began walking down the stairs. What about you? How was the ball? I heard you danced with the Alpha. Damn it. Change the subject. Leila. It was nice, but something really bothered me. I saw an old woman there. One that ran away just as midnight hit. She seemed familiar. With her eyes. I said, I would like you to find out who she was. or if she was on the guest list. Because I find it quite odd that the only old lady in the ball happened to leave before everyone else. 𝐊𝐢 less jaw tick before she nodded. All right. You'll have the answer by tonight. Will you be at your room? Because I didn't find you there last night. I most probably will be. Great. We've arrived. We've arrived. Please take a seat here. You'll contact the doctor. 𝐊𝐢 scurried away to find the doctor as I took a seat and waited. The walls were painted a blinding white and the floors were a dark oak, making the sound of my heels loud and demanding. It was a large infirmary, so I cowled and imagined just how large the hospital may have been. Though one thing I didn't like was how it seemed like one long hallway with no windows. Just as I was about to stand up, a tall man the age of 40 came into my line of vision wearing a medical coat. Please, follow me. I followed him into his room and sat onto the examining table. What seems to be the problem? I fractured my wrist. I'd just like you to bandage it for me. Please. His aura demanded submission and he seethed with anger. I didn't know why, but I didn't like it. If I may ask, what is your name? I asked. He looked up at me as he removed the bandages Laura had wrapped around my wrist. Dr. Bowden Salvador. Address me as Dr. Salvador. No wonder he was mad. I was the reason his son had lost his job. Just as images of his son came into my head, Roman walked into the room wearing a medical coat similar to his father's. Listen, he'll just check on my daisies and be right back. Father, I don't know if they're able enough to. He paused as his eyes landed on me. Leila, you will address her as Royal Guard. Roman? My eyes shifted to the doctor's. I'd rather he refer to me by my first name. Dr. Salvador. I heard you quarreled with the Alpha, but the Beta's female ushered us all inside before we could get a good look. I'm guessing that's why you're here. Roman handed his father a gauze of disinfectant. That looks bad. It's going to take 2 days to heal. I don't know why you spend your days surrounded by flowers when you're excellent at the art of biology. His father Tuddy. Art heals the world. Father. Science does. Gimlet. Roman laughed at his father's insult and the sight my heart squeeze. Their bond made me miss Layman. And father. And mother. I apologize for the loss of your job. You'll have it by today. I've spoken to the Alpha. It was a minor misunderstanding. I said as Roman pulled out a burgundy velvet glove. What's that for? No royal guard should appear injured in front of other packs. Plus, it's in trend these days. The Western woman will be wearing them. Might as well catch them off guard. Roman handed me the gloves as his father finished off my wrist. Put them on. I did as he told and smiled. They looked great on my hands and covered the bandages perfectly. Can't believe you fought our king and only ended up with a fractured wrist. Roman's tone was giddy. Trust me when I say this. I beat him during our first fight in this fight. That's why 𝐻ES in hiding. Might as well take the piss while I can. Right? Dr. Salvador looked down at his smiling son, his eyes shining with affection before they turned to me and turned cold. It was better than before when he was angry. I don't know whether to thank you or curse you for taking him away from my assistance. I wouldn't mind either. Dr. Salvador, I said. He shook his head at my answer before patting my wrist. You're all set to go. The pack lunch is starting in half an hour, so you better get going. I nodded at him and got off the table. Thank you. And again, I apologize for the inconvenience with your son. The doctor whispered so only I could hear. It's all right. He shouldn't have approached a mated woman in the first place. I was taken aback. How did you know? When planning the ball. The king spoke of the royal guard with a sweetness to his voice. Don't worry though. Only I noticed. The man reminded me of myself when I found my woman. Oh, I was shocked, but also impressed at the way he analyzed the Alpha. Well, 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐧. Thank you again. Really, I appreciate it. Run along now. We don't want our guard to be late. I just have to ask Roman a few questions and he'll be off, I said, catching the flower boy's attention. He removed his surgical gloves and approached me. A brow raised. Is anything of the matter? Yes, actually. I need to know if anyone above the age of 120 was invited to the ball and what the lowest IUTS in that room was. I figured since you were responsible for planning the event you would know. I said. Oh yes. I know the name of everybody in that room. His tone was prideful. To answer your question, no. Nobody in that room was above the age of 60. Anybody with a status lower than guard was not allowed, excluding the maids, of course. Commoners are forbidden from entering the castle. Why do you ask? So I'm not crazy. I think we have an intruder. But please, keep this between us. I warned. I can promise you nobody entered the ballroom. 60 years ago a witch casted an enchantment on that specific room that forbade anybody whose name was not on the list from entering it. What would happen if they did enter it? Throughout the night, their wolf would try and take over. The uninvited Lycan would find that their wolf was acting up, and by midnight, they will completely transform and not cease until they've murdered 3 other wolves. And this goes for all species. What if it were a witch? I asked. Then the witch would find it difficult to resist her magic and not cease until she's murdered 3 guards after midnight passed. Okay then. I muttered. I'd best get going now. Remember, not a word of this to anyone. He nodded. Farewell. Guard, you have my word. I smiled at him and bid both the doctor and Roman my farewells. They were good people. Very attractive good people. I made my way to the fountain by asking one-to-many maids where it was because Leila was nowhere to be found after my trip to the infirmary. It annoyed me that she was so at ease with the job, even made me feel like I was too nice. But I also didn't want to stoop down to the Luna's level of demandingness. Laura sat at the edge of the fountain, picking at her nails. She wore an emerald green silk dress that complemented her red hair, beautifully accompanied with an array of gold jewelry. I tapped her shoulder. Boo. She flinched and held on to the edge of the fountain. A heart held to her hand. Leila, what if I fell into the water? That was the point. I will forever mourn the fact that you didn't. Ugh, you infuriate me. Take this and put it on before we go into the main garden. She handed me 2 boxes which I opened. One consisted of a golden floral headband and the other a golden metal bracelet that seemed too large for my wrist and too loose for my neck. You're supposed to put this on your thigh. Brings extra attention to your legs. Laura clarified. My lips parted in shock, but my veins rushed with excitement. I'd never heard of a bracelet for my thigh, but I definitely was opposed to the idea. So I put it on and stared at my reflection in the window. The headband and the thigh bracelet were the cherries on top to the entire outfit. Fabulous. Let's go then. Shall we? Laura said. We shall. The glass doors flew open and we walked out of the castle and into the main garden. It was beautiful, an array of rivers, trees and littered with hundreds of different flowers. A circular table laid in the middle of the garden covered in white cloth and golden utensils, and I was amazed. A cobblestone rail helped us walk with our heels, so I was still able to look professional. Luca's scent flooded through my nostrils as he came into my line of vision. He was wearing a red suit, one that coincidentally went well with mine, and I wondered if he had seen me change. Our eyes connected. It didn't stay on mine for long. Rather, they went down the length of my body and stayed where my thigh lay jeweled. His hands clenched around his glass of wine, and I saw him excuse himself from speaking to the alpha before he strode to my direction. Laura patted my arm and laid a small kiss to my cheek. This is where I leave. Love. I blushed and ushered her away. He stopped in front of me, body strained. You look beautiful. So I've heard. I said. Are the gloves because of me? His eyes softened. I really am sorry. Leila. I know. I began. Roman gave them to me. His eyes shone a bright amber, and before he could speak, I interrupted him. Speaking of Roman, I remember asking you to give him his job back. He stretched his neck, jealousy radiating off of him in waves. Noted. He'll receive a letter by tonight saying 𝐊𝐲𝐶 allowed back into the greenhouse. Good. I smiled and gently took his glass of wine in my gloved fingers. Now, I know this question may seem out of the blue, but what do you think of Western women? They're all right. Not my taste, though. My brows rose. What would you say your taste is? Why are you asking? Research purposes. I took a sip of the horrible wine and his eyes landed on my lips. Now answer the question. What was the question again? What would you say your taste in women is? I repeated you. Ice coughed. That's not a proper answer. You're supposed to be giving me facial features you prefer. Characteristics you want in your future wife. He laughed. Head falling backwards, neck all bare for me to see. The urge to press my lips to his skin was strong, but I resisted it because I had pride that ran for miles. The pride I would let anyone, including myself, break. I like skin the color of caramel. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Hair the color of chocolate, a woman with striking features. Soft faces don't do it for me. So you're saying you prefer a woman with a nose the shape of a hook than a slope. That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, my lips parted and his eyes cowled and helped but land on them again. I took my lower lip in my teeth before taking another sip of his champagne. Okay, now you're doing this on purpose. He spoke under his breath. Doing what? He clenched his jaw. Frustrated. Goddess. Who knew this could be so fun? Continue answering the question. Please. I protested. I want a woman that looks exactly like you. A wife that acts exactly like you. A female with a scent identical to yours. He let out a short breath. I want you. Not some Western woman. Damn it. Why are you asking anyway? Like I said, research purposes. I tried to put up a femme fatale look, but I sensed my face heat up so fiercely it felt like I was burning up. Are you not going to say I look good? He asked. No, his face fell. Why not? I'll tell you you look good when you deserve to hear it. What do you want me to do? Leila? I swear, I'll do anything if it means you forgive me. Desperation costed his masculine face. It was my wolf, not I. In punishing him for his actions by silencing him. But Leila, you have to understand that he is not a normal alpha. He is the alpha of all alphas. When he hears you say, if I was mated to Luca, I would have fancied him 𝐊𝐢𝐳 bound to go insane. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. He could hear my thoughts, but I was sure I had put my wall up. Not only that, but he remembered what I had said word for word. Didn't miss a single beat. Coma. Nor pause. And I felt bad because if he thought that about another female, I would have been more than angered. How could you hear my thoughts? When you kiss me, our bond strengthened. It gave me more access to your brain than you think. Oh, I felt humiliated that he heard such a thing. He took my gloved hand in his and looked mine in the eye. I can't train you to make your wall more powerful than even my own. I just need you to promise me. I don't remember the last royal guard and king being this close. The Luna interrupted, eyes furious. Remember, God, your testing has not ended. I curtsy. Luna, apologies. I was asking her where she got her gloves. Calm down, Luca said. Anyway, Luca, meet Princess Nicole Barber of the West. She's come all the way from the mainland to visit you. The Luna introduced the platinum-haired woman by her side. A wide smile painted across her face. Greetings, Princess of the West. I hope you've enjoyed your stay at the castle. Luca spoke in a monotonous voice. The princess was a poster beauty. A nose the width of my pinky, lips mimicking the density of pillows in a heart-shaped face. Her hair shone a bright white under the sunlight, and her eyes were indeed the color of the sea. I gulped. Eat my royal guard. Leila hatted. Woman of the North. Luca placed his hand in the small of my back and pushed me forward. She scored a full mark in the trails. The first Lycan to ever do so. Nicole smiled sweetly and nodded. How nice. You know, I was trained by the King of the West. My father. Best fighter to ever exist. Yeah, I doubt that. Luca smiled as my thoughts seeped into his brain, pursing his lips to stop himself from laughing. How nice. Leila here was trained and survived in the outskirts for 6 years. Maybe we could see you battle one day instead of the usual male quarrel. Luca suggested. "Oh, I don't know about that. I would love to," I said, my answer contrasting greatly to hers. The Luna eyed me, her jaw clenched, before softening her face and smiling to the princess. "Oh, don't fret, darling. Your father is known for his craft. I'm sure you could take on a guard." "The royal guard," Luca corrected, his arm unknowingly wrapping around my waist. Nickel's eyes shifted from the Luna to his hand and her nostrils flared. I was just glad Luca was taking my side. If it weren't for Laura's word of motivation, I would have probably forgiven him by then. But I didn't. I promised myself I would not lay my lips on his until 14 days had passed and that promise would be fulfilled. It would teach Luca that I was to be messed with, and it would teach me that my heart was not to be played with. It may even teach his damned wolf to control itself. Well, let's eat then," Luca suggested. "Where will I be seated?" "Alpha?" I asked. His eyes sparkled with trouble as he took out a chair beside his own. "Right here." I sat down on his extended chair, surrounded by the leaders of my generation. The West, the East, the South and the North. 𝐶𝐬 was also sat beside me, a coincidence I really appreciated. The princess was sat right in front of me, and I was glad the table was circular, because if it weren't I would lament if she grabbed the blunt knife beside her and stabbed at my forehead. Luca's authoritative voice distracted me of that thought. "Today we are united to discuss political and personal matters between all four packs. We will proceed with this order. North, East, South and West. You will each have 8 minutes to speak. The North may begin." Luca sat down once he finished with his speech. For some odd reason, the sight of him made my body clench uncomfortably. 𝐶𝐬 stood up and began speaking from beside me. "Evening, leaders. The Alpha of the North cannot be present today for reasons only accessible to Northerners themselves. He would like you all to know that the North is rising, and that it is rising quickly. The war has done nothing but make us more potent." His eyes landed on the Luna, who lowered her face. "While we do not know who is responsible for the war, we are positive it is not one of us. We are also sure that the East and South have nothing to do with the attack. Are you suggesting it was us?" Nicole spoke with her nose up. "Is a Northerner really questioning our innocence? You were not given permission to speak." "Nicole." "Sit." Luca stared her down. "Continue." "Beta 𝐶𝐬. As I was saying, with the permission of the king, we would like to test every leader to ensure that nobody in this room is responsible for the 18-0 death caused by the war. I do not approve of this." The Luna dropped her fork as she spoke. "Before Luca placed a hand on my thigh under the table and squeezed. "I do. When would you like to conduct these tests?" I squirmed as he rubbed circles on my thigh. "We'll have the equipment in 2 days. 𝐶𝐬 looked down at me. "A witch will be present and will question every leader seated at this table." That was his way of telling me we didn't have 7 days to get the witch, and I agreed. "Does anyone object?" Luca asked, sliding his fingers higher up my thighs. "Nay," said the Easterners. "Nay, the Southerners." Nichols' side of the table remained awfully silent. "Alpha of the West, do you object?" Luca asked, his grip on my thigh rising even further. I crossed my legs over each other's, trapping his hand in between my skin and from going any further. 14 days hadn't passed. "Nay," said the Western Alpha. It was at that moment that a certain smell rushed up my nostrils, ash. Rotten, vile. It reminded me greatly of the outskirts now. It reminded me exactly of the outskirts. A shiver ran down my spine at the thought of that wretched place. The smell disappeared as fast as it came, and suddenly Leila was beside, placing a plate of food in front of me. I rubbed my eyes and looked up again. Where did that smell come from? Maybe it was one of the maids placing the food on the table, but I doubted it. None of them fit the outskirt land's persona. "I have completed your assignment, Leila, finding out who that old woman was," Leila whispered, mixing my saladant. I asked, brows risen and surprised, because Roman said there was no old woman. She was some commoner that snuck into the castle in hopes of finding a male for her daughter. "I'm certain of it," Seems like we had ourselves a problem. And, sadly, that problem was Luca's hand stuck in between my thighs. Chapter 17. It was the next day. I had spent all of yesterday trying to pinpoint which one of my acquaintances had lied about the honey-eyed woman, and I couldn't come to a conclusion, or at least one that made sense. As I sat in my room dressed in nothing but shorts and a large shirt, I thought about 𝐶𝐸man's speech and how he said we had to question the leaders of their intentions. It confused me because we both knew that the royal family were responsible for Mother's death and the destruction of our pack. Maybe he was trying to prove to the southern and eastern leaders that the westerners and royals were not to be trusted. It made sense because the prophecy said the northerners would ruin the 𝐵𝐵𝐿𝐶 family name. What didn't make sense, though, were my nightmares and that honey-eyed woman. A knock sounded from my door and I stood up to open it. Deep inside, I hoped it was Luca. The lack of skin-to-skin contact was driving me mad, and it had only been 2 days. But I had to go on for longer. 2 weeks to be exact. I pulled the door open and 𝐶𝐸man's stone face came to my vision. 𝐶𝐸man, come in, please, I said, a smile coming onto my lips. It had been a while since we had a proper conversation, one where we weren't at each other's throats. As soon as he sat down at the couch, he began speaking in that tone of his. I'm sure you got my message. We don't have 7 days to get that witch. We need to go tonight so we can interrogate the royal family and bring the leaders on our side. Good morning to you two, brother, I mumbled, annoyed. Ready yourself so we can leave this afternoon. He got ready to stand up, but I caught his arm, stopping him. What's wrong? 𝐶𝐸man. 6 years go by and you're not the least bit excited to see me. What happened? My lips spoke faster than my mind thought. Let me remind you that the prophecy said an northerner's heart will stop. It's best we not get on good terms and make everything easier for us if things go sour. 𝐶𝐸man furrowed his brows at me. What? Did you expect me to be all artsy again, surrounded by my paints? Yeah, I did, I clarified. Well, you thought wrong. Meet me at the training grounds at 2 p.m. The ride to the outskirts will take 6 hours, and we need all the time we can get. He pulled his arm out of my hold and sent me a curt nod. See you then. Baffled, I watched silently as he left my room and closed the door behind him. The sound of the locks clicking left me feeling hollow as I hadn't felt in days, considering I thought everything was going to go back to normal. Why in the world would I think that? He lost his child and his mother. Who was I compared to that? You're such an idiot. Leila, I whispered to myself. Why would you say that? Luca's voice came from behind me, forcing me to halt my movements. If it's that exchange with your brother, you're not stupid. But if it's because you're going to the outskirts again, willingly, then yes, you are. I stood up from the couch and faced him in all his glory, horror painted across my face. I can explain. What in the world is a worthy enough explanation to the stupidity you're about to endure if you go through with this? He was furious, eyes bulging out of his sockets. There's a reason for this. Trust me. I just need to get something from there and I'll ask someone to get it for you. Leila, why does it have to be you? Because I know where it is. Well, I'm sure we can explain what that thing looks like, it just does. Luca, I burst, hands clenched by my sides and foot stomping. You don't need to know why, and I was never asking for your permission in the first place. You are my guard. Leila, you really think you can just leave? My breath faltered as I stared him down. You're really going to banish me from my position? I asked, walking so I was a few steps away from him. I'd like to see you try. His eyes turned amber as he stepped forward and into my space. You wrapped his hand around the back of my neck. Or not. He pulled me to him so that my lips were inches away from his. Leaving. I placed my palm on his chest and pushed him away from me, dizzy at the lack of his warmth pushing into my presence. It took everything in me to stop myself from laying my lips to his, but I did it. I controlled myself. And I was impressed by my ability. I'm going to put my armor on. I let out a breath. And meet my brother by the training grounds. You're going to leave and stop acting like you're my father. I'm not acting like your father. You are. Luca, just can't see it. I was so frustrated with his behavior so much that I hated the fact that I was mated to a king. He was suave, charming, and a gentleman at heart, but he was also overbearingly possessive, sensitive at times, and just a tad bit too stunning. It was a lot to handle. Some might say it was worse than being trapped in the outskirts for 6 years, but who was I to speak? Some 18-year-old girl who couldn't control her emotions from overcoming her body. Who was I kidding? That's exactly where I was. Let me come with you, he suggested. Well, fine, whatever you're looking for quicker. I'm not risking it. We fight with the same skill, but you suck at 𝐴𝐴𝐴. Luca, have you ever slayed a 6-headed beast the size of that door? I pointed to my door, brows risen. No, Luca, you haven't, and I'm not risking losing you to that. Slame Anne has never been to the outskirts either. Leila, his eyes shone with desperation, an emotion that made my heart squeeze painfully and my wolf howl like a banshee in my head. When did emotions become such a big thing to me? Please, Leila, I just found you 9 days ago, and listen. I know I might not be what you expected, but I'm trying. I really am. He sighed, equally as frustrated as I was. My wolf screams at me to mark you with every second that passes, and I have to push him down, and it gets harder every day. He's never been this way though, so I don't. He was rambling just as much as he was shaking, and the sight did something to me. I laid my hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eyes. The whole world paused as I stared into the turmoil of his sea orbs at the complete and utter panic that lay beneath them. His little pearls of blue were moving rapidly as they stared into my own, trying to convince me to not leave. Let's sit down. I cupped his face in my hands. Okay, let's just sit and talk. He followed me to the couch and sat down, his body stiff. I'm not going to die in the outskirts, Luca. I've slain practically every monster that's ever existed. I laid my hand on his, squeezing. I promise you. It feels like you're slipping away from me. Leila. He ran a hand through his hair. I sound like a whiny pup. You don't, I whispered, scooting closer to him till my thigh rubbed against his. You sound like a male who wants his female. I do want you, and I am trying to run at your own pace, but it's hard. I know. I completed his sentence. I'm not going to say I understand what you're saying because, frankly enough, I don't, but I am here for you. I am yours and nobody else's. His body relaxed at those words and his arm wrapped around my shoulders, instinctively forcing an array of sparks to rush through my body. I could kiss you right now, he mumbled, and I wouldn't allow it, I said, tracing circles onto his chest. I deserve that. You do. Did I mention I was sorry? He laid a kiss on my forehead, ushering a swarm of butterflies to flutter in my stomach because I am. Suddenly, a thought popped into my head. Remember yesterday? You said you would do anything for me to forgive you, I asked, staring at him. He nodded. Yeah. Well, I know what I want. What is it? I want you to trust me, Luca. Trust that I will come back from the untamed lands, all in one piece, with what I need in my arms. If you let me go wherever I want for the next 48 hours, I will forgive you. I spoke genuinely, with passion and sincerity, because I meant it. If he was able to trust me for the next 48 hours, unknowing of what I was about to do, it meant he was worth it. It meant that he was controlling his beast and letting go of his insecurity. He chuckled and played with the tips of my fingers, shaking his head. You could have asked me for this entire castle, Leila, and, to be honest, I would have given it to you. But instead, you asked me for 48 hours. He sighed longingly. To be honest, that sounds like a hell of a lot more than a castle. I giggled into his chest, the sound alien to my lips. He'll give you 48 hours, he murmured. Anything more than that and he'll send the entire kingdom out looking for you. Please don't. You asked for 48 hours and I gave them to you. I rolled my eyes. You're such an alpha. He laughed, the morning sun kissing his smooth skin. An alpha you will one day grow to love. I paused at the mention of that word. Love. I knew for a fact I didn't love Luca just yet. But I fancied him. I liked him so much I couldn't see myself with anyone other than him, and maybe that was because Luca was the first man to ever call me beautiful. Maybe it was because he was the only man to ever lessen the hollowness in my chest. But I didn't want to question it. He was him and I liked that. A lot. An alpha I will one day grow to love. Indeed. I repeated, a content smile on my face. I got into my armor just as the 2 o'clock sun glazed my skin, much to Luca's protest. It felt like a cocoon, protecting me from all the evil that resided both within the castle and outside of it. The armor made me forget about the gorgeous gown I wore to the ball and the promiscuous burgundy velvet outfit I sported yesterday. It made me forget about the beauty and remember why I was there in the first place. For Mother. For the prophecy. It also made me feel grateful for Laura and Luca because without them, I would have been trapped in the 𝐊𝐻𝐾RTS for many more days to come with no warm armor holding on to me. I walked out of my bathroom and into the living room where Luca sat. A plate of fruits I cut up in front of him. It's been a while since I've seen you in that. He said, eyes impressed. Which do you prefer? Sit down. Or I gestured to myself. This. I prefer anything with you in it. He walked up to me and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Can I please kiss you? 13 more days. 13 more days. 13 more days. Not on my lips. No, I said. I just need my skin to be on yours. He whispered before sliding my hair over my shoulders and laying a kiss on my neck. I bit my lip to stop myself from making a sound. The warmth and tickle his lips provided too much. Every fiber in my body demanded his lips to be on my own, but I cowed and I was too prideful. He pulled me to him from the small of my back, forcing my chest to lay flush against his. I had to hold onto his shoulder to stay upright. Stop resisting. He whispered. What? He sucked on the skin of my neck, eliciting the deepest of moans from my throat. There we go. He grunted. I felt his girth poke at the base of my stomach and clenched my thighs together. Excited. He was big, every bit of him his shoulders, his hands, his thighs and arms. And I loved it. The way his body held onto mine. My hands without clothes underneath the sheer cloth of his shirt and wrapped around his sculpted waist, evoking a groan out of him. Goddess. I was about to meet my brother. This was the opposite of what I should have been doing. At the thought of Slayman's face, I pulled away immediately disgusted. I have to go. Luca. I stuttered, unraveling my hands from his waist. He breathed out a growl, both hands holding me at my elbows. His eyes were that bright amber which meant one thing, that his wolf was desperate to reach out to me, and honestly, I didn't like his beast very much at the time. What's your wolf's name? I asked. Luke, can I speak to him? Are you sure? Luca rose his brows. I sense he wants to meet me. So why not? Yes, Mum. Luca took a step away from me and shifted into his wolf with ease as though he'd done it 1,000 times before. It amazed me how I didn't even hear a crack sizzle through the air, and I made a mental note in my head to ask him how he did it, but all thoughts flew out of my head when I saw Luke. A 6-foot black wolf baring its teeth at me. Holy shit. I stumbled backwards, back colliding with the edge of my counter at the sight of him. He was the largest wolf I had ever seen, with arms wider than boulders and ire. The mere size of him unsettled me. He without clothes towards me and sniffed at my boots. Luke. My voice shook. I would like, to say something before I leave for my mission. Luke snarled at the idea of me leaving, and I flinched, digging my back deeper into the counter. Somehow, his wolf reminded me of a beast I slain 3 years ago. And that terrified me. That this side of Luca, or any side of him for that matter, had any connection with my past. It made me desperate to leave the room and run back to Slayman's cold stare and brooding body. But I knew I couldn't. Luca, I began, breath shaky with my mail. I feel singular. I feel whole and protected and passionate with feelings I never knew existed in my body. But with you, Luke, I gulped and lowered my eyes. I feel fear so strong I want to run away and not come back. Fear that reminds me of my past and my monsters. Luke padded towards me, but I held my palm out to him, stopping him. His ears lowered and his head tilted. When I come back into days, I hope to see your attitude towards me has changed. I mumbled, unable to look him in the eye. I also hoped my wrist heals in time. Luke brought his snout to my injured wrist, but I snatched it away from him, surprising the Black Wolf. If anything goes wrong, it's not because I don't have enough skill. It's because my impeccable skill has to be accompanied by this injury, the one you caused. I slid away from the counter. Goodbye, Luca. I'll miss you. His wolf whimpered because I didn't bid him my farewells, but it had to be done. Luke had to learn. I left my room with a slump in my shoulders and a dirty rag sitting atop my heart. For reasons odd, I thought I would have felt better speaking to Lucas Wolf. I thought that scolding him would have brought up my mood, but it didn't. In fact, it did the opposite. His wolf's big blue eyes and what snout brought feelings I didn't quite understand into the equation. As I walked to the training grounds, a feeling of nostalgia suddenly hit me. The training grounds were the first section of the castle I entered. It was the place I beat 46 high-blooded males and the place I was recruited to be the royal guard in. It was also the day I met the northern brute Luca. Those rush of memories made me forget that I was about to go into the outskirts. They made the weight of the two swords strapped to my back lessen and my fear dissipate. I pushed the training grounds door open and spotted my brother speaking with the castle trainer. And that is exactly why you're much better off with leather armor, not chains like these. Though I do admit, leather armor is much more pleasing to the eye than leather. It adds that special UMPH. The trainer paused as his eyes landed on me. Royal Guard, surprised to see you lasted 8 days in this castle. I'm just as surprised as you are. Sir, I sent him a fake smile before turning to my brother. Are we ready to go? Suleiman nodded at me, eyes faltering for the smallest of seconds as they landed on my neck. I see you've been busy. Darn it. I brought my hair to cover my exposed skin and sent Suleiman a glare. Mind your own business. Let's just leave. His jaw ticked. Fine. The horses are just outside. Reports state that it may rain tonight, so the journey may take longer than usual. Whatever. Farewell. 𝐴𝐸𝐴 and Royal Guard. The trainer nodded at me before turning around and assessing the weaponry cabinet. It was going to be a long trip. I just hoped there was going to be no blizzard. Chapter 18. A blizzard hit us, one so strong it bent the mountains and cracked open the stone grounds. The only thing that remained protecting us from the boulders of ice falling from the sky were the ancient trees and their thick leaves, and for once, I was grateful for the powerful shade they provided. I was grateful to be shrouded in darkness and flora. The horses were determined, though. They continued running through the woods so much that my thighs ached from their constant movement, but I didn't mind. In fact, I respected them for it. I sat on the horse's back, all 59 of me, for a total of 9 hours, and they didn't complain or push me off of them even once. That was also the day I decided that my spirit animal was the horse, constantly running without care nor plan. A follower of leaders, ready to accept my next mission regardless of my own health or tire. It was supposed to be a 6-hour ride, but we arrived at the edge of the kingdom in 10 hours and a few minutes. We had to pass through the eastern border because their lands were closest to the edge, but they welcomed us with open arms. It made me envy their society and culture, even reminded me of the North in some ways, but I held that back. Maybe it was because Luca was occupying most parts of my mind, but it wasn't until I stood right at the edge of the kingdom that fear completely engulfed my entire body. We both jumped off our horses and bound them to the green grass. Of course, we left them enough food to last 3 full days. We cowed and risked their health depleting. There was no wall separating the outskirts from the kingdom. Rather, it was the color of the dirt in the skies. A harsh line that ran for thousands of miles was carved into the ground, separated the bright green grass of the east from the rotting purple soil of the untamed lands. If you stood miles away from it, you could stare through the outskirts, even catch the eye of the predator, but they couldn't catch you. Monsters couldn't live in our lands. We were to clean, to bright for their eyes. Remind me why they never built a border. 𝐶𝐬 asked, out of breath by the sight of the edge. Too expensive. I faced him with my brave face. And it's useless. It's not like the monsters there could survive a day on our lands. Speaking of the outskirts made me feel stronger in a way. It boosted confidence up my veins because if there was one thing I knew well, it was monsters and darkness. I could spend days, months, years even talking about what lay beyond the regulated lands, but that wouldn't even describe the depths of the forbidden grounds because every second that passed, some new creature was rising. Still, nobody wants to see this in front of them. 𝐶𝐬 mumbled, taking his sword out of his metal belt as though there was a monster in front of us already. I ignored his comment and rose my leg so was hovering over the dark purple soil, only to have him pull me away by the elbow. Are you insane? He hissed, eyes wide. We came here to find a witch. 𝐶𝐬, what do you mean are you insane? I scoffed, pulling my arm away from his. He ran a hand down his face. What? I snarled, suddenly angry. Did he decide to care now? At least tell me what to expect. Expect everything. It came out as a demand and I didn't know why I was being so aggressive all of a sudden. But it felt good. He looked taken aback but nodded anyway. You follow my lead and do everything I say. Even if what you're doing feels right. Don't do it unless I say so. I'm doing all of the fighting. I'm handling all of the blood. The plan slipped out of my lips like it was my mother tongue. The only thing you're irresponsible for is watching out for me and carrying the witch on our way back. How will we find our way back? We follow the moon until our feet touch green grass, I said, holding out my hand for him to hold. Ready, taking one last shaky breath. He nodded and put his hand in mine. Ready, and into the forbidden lands we stepped, hand in hand and hearts in our stomachs. As soon as both our feet landed on the purple soil, the world turned dark and our wolves came alert. In there, it was quieter than silence. In there, the trees were grim and skinny with leaves blacker than midnight. In there, my body felt small and weak. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷 guys. Is this night or day? 𝐶𝐬 asked. There is no night or day. There is only witching hour and feasting hour, which is, for 6 hours, the monsters can roam these grounds freely and feast on whoever ever they like. For the remaining 18 hours, they hide. The beasts and banished lichens that don't find shelter before 6 hours have passed fall prey to the witching hour. I took in a deep breath. When the witches come out. Great. So since there's no monsters around us, we are in the witching hour. No monster would stray near the edge. An arrow could easily puncture through their skull. Until we've walked deep enough, we won't know, I explained. If you let me talk to you on our way here, we would have been on our way. Whatever. He mumbled. Let's get going. My heart squeezed at his answer. The more we walked, the steeper the soil became, as though we were going down a hill. It got to the point where we began sliding down the mountain-like structure, struggling to stay upright until we finally landed on flat. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷 again. Panic rushed through my veins at the thought of us getting back out to fetch our horses. What if something was chasing us on our way back? How would we have gotten out with that pain of a hill? We stumbled back onto our feet and dusted our pants. Growls rang from the distance and crows began singing. There were deformed birds flying freely above me and the trees swayed like there was no tomorrow. This is the feasting hour, I whispered. Get rid of your chains. What, why? They make too much noise. We won't find a witch if you keep them on. She's going to find us. I watched as he slowly removed his chain helmet, leaving him in his leather pants and metal torso. Now we can continue. We tiptoed forward, eyes focused and ears perked up. We heard howls and screams echo from all around us, and it was terrifying, to say the least, especially to 𝐶𝐬. He seemed well more than terrified with those wide eyes of his. He was about to speak, I could tell by the way his lips parted, but suddenly, the soil underneath us began to dent like I was stepping on a net. What the hell? I stomped onto the soil and it rippled. It didn't shake. No, it rippled, like mud in wet soil. I heard 𝐊𝐤𝐬 take a deep breath and shifted my eyes to his, pointing forward and mouthing go. He nodded obediently and took a few steps forward, jaw clenched. Silently, I dug my foot into that area soil with enough strength that it ripped open, forcing a gasp out of me, with confusion saturated in my veins. I slid my sword out of my back and placed it down the small hole I created and waited for a minute or two. Nothing happened. After a whopping 120 seconds, nothing happened. Relieved, I began pulling the sword out of the hole until something held onto it. I was startled, and judging by the way 𝐊𝐬𝐬 flinched backwards. He was too, but I didn't make a noise. Whatever was holding onto my sword then yanked my metal downwards so strongly that my entire arm flew into the hole. I cried out as my face smashed into the rotting dirt and immediately began pulling away. But whatever this creature was strong. Very strong. It wasped until 𝐊𝐬𝐬 wrapped his arms around my waist and began pulling me away from the hole that hope brewed in my chest that I would leave the forbidden lands with both of my arms. I made sure to keep a stronghold on my sword. That was the last thing I was losing in there. What the fuck is that? 𝐊𝐬𝐬 paused, noticing the black gunk that coated the shiny metal of my sword. I don't know it. 𝐊𝐬𝐬, now focus. I ushered, keeping my eyes on the slime. It was moving. The black slime was moving on the metal almost like it was trying to swallow it whole but struggling to get through the sharpness of the weapon. With all the force I could muster up, I pulled my sword to my chest and fell backwards with 𝐊𝐬𝐬. Nothing came out of the hole. It was just that my sword was covered in smelly, rotten black gunk that left a trail on the purple soil. Leila, look, 𝐊𝐬𝐬 warned. My eyes focused on the stained soil, and that's when I noticed that the ground was rising. My jaw fell to the ground as I watched the ground rip open slowly, as though it were paper being ripped apart. Something with slime for skin and the underground for its home was digging its way out from underneath us, and I didn't know what in the hell it was. Get up, 𝐊𝐬𝐬. We have to get as far from it as possible, I said and ran, pulling 𝐊𝐬𝐬 up with me. I felt the ground shake as 𝐊𝐬𝐬 and heard it break apart so strongly my heart flew out of my chest, but I didn't look back. I refused to turn around and face the beast until 𝐊𝐬𝐬 was out of the monster's line of vision. Not today, I thought. I'm not losing you today, brother. It wasn't until I found a tree large enough for 𝐊𝐬𝐬 to hide behind that I screamed, "Hide," and pushed him so strongly he rolled across the dirt and slammed into the tree. Better a broken nose than a dead brother. As I ran, I slid my other sword out of my back so I held both in my hands. Whatever this creature was, it was heavy and strong, so much that it rattled the earth with its every step and forced the trees to cower at its presence. I felt adrenaline and completely replaced the blood in my body. Goddess, I hadn't felt this way in so long. With speed like no other, I spun around and faced the beast. Both my swords hent of me for defense. A 10-foot-tall monster had black slime for skin that dripped to the ground like it was a candle melting at the presence of fire. It had no eyes, no nose, no ears, just a mouth. But it was huge, with a chest the size width of my bed and legs thicker than mountain stone. I took a deep breath. I was ready. I had to be. The beast stood 4 feet away from me and held out its hand. I watched in complete shock as a coil, like length of slime, extended from its finger until it was right in front of me, floating in all its feudal glory. It was assessing me, asking itself what I was, and I was doing the exact same. I didn't know where its heart laid, nor did I know where its brain was. I didn't know how long I would have had to fight him, but I knew I would fight him all day if it meant my brother would make it out alive. So I fought. I rose my sword to slice the length of slime the monster had forced out of its finger and towards it. It wanted to grab me by the neck, so I ducked and slid from underneath it. Heart in my throat. The monster spun around and screamed the 1,000 little girls, forcing my heart to fall out of my ass. What the hell was that? I plunged my sword into its leg and it fell down on one knee. His head faced mine and I took the chance, raising my foot and striking it so it hit his face, but I immediately regretted it. My foot didn't injure it. No, it just went through the monster's head like it was quicksand. With horror saturated on my face, I tried so hard to pull my leg out of its faceless head but couldn't. I physically fucking couldn't, so I adapted. With one foot stuck in a monster's head, I grabbed my sword and sliced off its arm. It screamed again and grabbed me by my risen leg, only to squeeze my thigh so tightly I felt my blood stop flowing. I cried out in agony and tried pulling my foot out of its face again but failed miserably. It was that exact moment that I remember why I feared the outskirts. The monster stood up from its kneeled position, picking me up with him. I was so caught off guard that I dropped one of my swords. The world was suddenly upside down and I was floating, using the sword in my hand. I blindly stabbed it into the monster's neck and twisted it in all sorts of positions, forcing the damned thing to stumble in pain and finally fall forward while I was still hanging upside down from its mouth. It was like time stopped. My head slammed into the ground as the beast crashed on top of me, completely diminishing my ability to breathe and cracking a rib or two of mine. I couldn't move an inch and the handle of my sword was digging painfully into my stomach, that accompanied by the pathetically ambiguous amount of slime running down my body made it all so unbearable. Luckily, my hand was still wrapped around my sword, so I did the only thing I could do. I dug the sword deeper into the monster's neck and spun it over, bearing slowly like I was taking my time to open a bottle of water. The monster screamed that blinding scream of his at the action and attempted pulling himself off the ground, giving me just enough space to roll from underneath him, leaving my sword in his body. Goddess, I couldn't breathe, nor could I stand up. The monster lay beside me on its front, trying to rise but failing just as much as it was trying. So I crawled towards the sword it dropped, completely forgetting the fact that my foot was still stuck in the beast's mouth, and couldn't reach it. I stretched my body as much as I could till the tips of my fingers grazed the handle of my sword, but I still couldn't reach it. The monster was starting to rise. I could tell because my leg was as well, and I swear I was about to burst into a fit of pathetic tears because pathetic deep down that there was only one way I was going to escape my captor, by shifting. Nobody knew this, but it only ever shifted once in my life. I was 16 and alone, hiding in a shack I'd built for myself. It was excruciating. I had no adrenaline syringes. I had no warm baths to help me. I had nothing but me in my shack, so I endured every crack and every twist of my muscles raw and bare, and I never wanted to do so again. But at that moment, I had to, so I called for my wolf. I shouted like a banshee for her in my head and she heard. She pulled at the rope I'd thrown down at her and took over my body, forcing an array of cracks and bends to take place, and somehow, so did my armor. Indeed, what Laura has crafted was wondrous. I dug my fingers into the dirt to stop myself from crying out, and I genuinely thought I was doing well handling the pain. But oh, I was so wrong. The last crack, the bending of my spine, that made me almost black out. But thankfully, I didn't. I screamed, but the sound that came out of my throat was very much the opposite. It was a growl, one so loud it forced a gush of wind to swivel through the trees. The monster rose on both of its feet, leaving me to hang from him. But since my wolf was taller than me, I could touch the ground with my paws. I sunk my claws into its own calves with such ferocity black liquid began pooling out of them. It fell on both its knees again, giving me access to the beast's pelvic area. Without a second thought, I bit into the area between the monster's legs so hard I felt it crunch between my fangs. My tongue also sensed a beating there, almost like a heart. Bingo! With my fangs still strapped to the monster's pelvic area, I pulled away, and in my mouth was quite literally its black heart. I spit it out. The monster fell forward one last time and died. It was no more. I shut my eyes and imagined my human form. It took a minute or two before I was fully back into my body, a minute of mine, bending pain I had to endure. But I did it, and I was still in my armor. Is it dead? 𝐶𝐿_man's head peeked out from behind the tree, and I forgot he was ever there. I nodded silently. No voice left in me. That was all it took for him to rush by my side. Goddess, Leila, what the fuck was that? I was so exhausted I cowed and even shrugged. I tried to stand up, but my left leg screamed in pain and my broken ribs protested against any movement. 𝐶𝐬 noticed but didn't say anything, just looked at me like I had just told him I had Alzheimer's. As I stared into his eyes, I could tell he felt bad that he called in help. I could tell he was shocked, but I could also tell he was scared. "I'm going to need you to cut off that thing's head." I croaked, shifting my eyes to my leg that was ankle deep into the monster's head. "Got it," he mumbled and got to work, slicing off the monster's head so that I wore it as a shoe. "Why won't it get off?" I shrugged. I don't know. "Can you walk?" I shook my head. "It'll carry you then." 𝐶𝐬 ended as he said and lifted me off the ground and into his chest. "You're going to capture the witch, okay?" "I can't." I coughed out black lid and a searing pain rushed through my ribs. "I can't do it." "How will I do that?" Fear was evident in his voice. "All you need to do is puncture the back of her neck with the tip of your sword and she'll be at your command," I said, head leaning against my brother's chest. "But make sure it's your sword." "Got it. Now stop speaking unless you need to. You sound like a 600-year-old seer." 𝐶𝐬 smiled down at me for the first time in 6 years and my heart bloomed. He was happy. 2 hours had passed of us walking forward in silence and me being carried by my brother. 2 hours of me warning 𝐶𝐬 and that a monster was nearby and him saying, but I didn't hear anything. Only to see that I was right 2 minutes later. I was grateful that he was there. Though, how the witch, though. Because 𝐶𝐬 was excellent at hiding. His footsteps, goddess, even I didn't hear them. And I was so impressed. I was also proud that such a worthy lichen was related to me. It wasn't until we saw a 3-headed snake the size of a door crawling into the dirt that we knew something was off. "It's the witching hour, 𝐶𝐬," I warned. He halted in his steps. "Where are the witches?" "They're not here yet. At least not the strong ones." My eyes spotted a large tree in the distance and I pointed to it. "We best hide there until we sense a witch is near us." "All right." I let out a long breath and brought my knees to my chest. Unable to move any further. My wolf was sweet. Regardless of the fact that it had been 2 years since I'd last seen or spoken to her, she came to my aid when I called out. She didn't even think twice, and that single action made me feel so guilty for neglecting her. "What are you thinking?" 𝐶𝐬 asked out of the blue, face turning to face me. "Nothing. Your face says otherwise." His jaw ticked. He always hated secrets, and I didn't blame him. I did too. "Your wolf," he began. "She wore armor. Leila, how did you do that?" Laura's red hair rushed through my mind and I smiled. "You should ask the beta's wife that. She made my armor." "I don't know how. Though, as a witch though, it was a sight to see. Something out of a dream." 𝐶𝐬 shook his head in fascination. "Really, I never expected you to fight a monster of that size." "It was. Help." A voice rang out. It was a woman. It sounded so familiar. Almost like I'd heard it before. "Leila, look." I followed 𝐶𝐬's eyes and spotted a dark-haired woman with green eyes limping from the distance. I could have sworn I'd seen her before. "Give me your dagger," I demanded from 𝐶𝐬 and held my palm out. He did as he was told. With the help of the 3 behind me, I stood up. My eyes trained on the woman. She didn't seem like she was a witch. The lichens that were banished from any of the 4 packs would often turn rogue in here. Isolation did that to people. "Please. I was wrongfully accused. My pack has gone through a war." Her eyes connected with mine. Green meeting green. And she let out a relieved breath. Finally, she began running towards us. Her dark hair flying in the wind and her facial features were hidden by the darkness. "Stop right there," 𝐶𝐬 demanded once she was about 4 feet away from us. "Where do you come from?" The woman was young. I could tell by her veiny hands I come from the north. 6 years ago, my pack was attacked. She explained. "I have a small cottage I built a few miles east. You could stay there as long as you like. Step into the light," I said. hiding my dagger behind my back. She did as told. And I swear to you I stopped breathing for a whole minute. What in the goddess's name? This can't be real. 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐻's eyes shone as he faced me. He said you saw her die, Leila. A tear slipped from my eyes. I did. The dagger slipped from my fingers as I stared at the woman's eyes. I saw you die. In front of me stood Ferris hatted. My mother. I watched my mother bleed to death. Yet now she stands before me claiming she doesn't know me. Chapter 19. Her eyes gleamed an otherworldly green, reminiscent of ethereal torches burning in the darkness. The eerie glow unsettled me, a stark contrast against the oppressive gloom of the cursed forest. Yet I found myself rendered speechless, my vocal cords paralyzed by the 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐬, my own mother, standing before me in this haunted realm. My mind reeled, struggling to process the impossible scene unfolding before me. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I saw you bleed. 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐬's brow furrowed, her head tilting in confusion. I'm so sorry, but I don't recall ever meeting you. Warrior, she replied, her words laced with genuine bewilderment. The way of her response crushed my chest, my heart twisting painfully within. 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐻, ever protective, exclaimed, "What do you mean you don't recall meeting us?" He pressed a hand to his chest, his voice rising with emotion. "We're your pups." Silence stretched between us as 𝐿𝐻𝐻 stared back, her warm face marred by that confused expression. Guilt shimmered in her luminous eyes, a reflection of her inability to recognize her own children. My gaze dropped to the forest floor, realization dawning. Her memory was wiped. I murmured, the words bitter on my tongue. 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐻's head snapped towards me. Disbelief etched across his features. What do you mean wiped? People can't just wipe memories. Memory go. 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐻, I interrupted, my voice heavy with knowledge of the supernatural. Fight them or feed them your most treasured memories. I swallowed hard, fighting back tears as I met his gaze. We were her most treasured memories. His jaw ticked, a familiar sign of his determination. Where can we find them? Sorry, but I don't know what either of you are talking about. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 interjected, her pragmatic nature shining through despite her confusion. I turned to her, my voice softening as I explained. Memory golems also wipe your encounter with them so they can feed off of you more. But it seems you've escaped them. Hesitating for a moment, I added, if it's not too much to ask, could we seek shelter at your cottage? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 paused, her observant eyes scanning 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐻 and me before she nodded cautiously. I will need something in return, though. A smile tugged at my lips, recognizing the familiar negotiation tactic. Classic mother move. I thought. Anything, I offered without hesitation. One of your swords and more knowledge of whatever creatures roam these grounds. She proposed, her tone matter of fact. If you don't want to go through the hassle of talking about these monsters, then you'll have both of your swords. I think you'll take the first option, I replied, my tone conveying the obviousness of my choice. Pity, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 mumbled before turning away. Follow me. Then, make sure to walk in the shadows. I know, I wanted to say. Look, Mama, I know so much about all of this. Are you proud? We trailed behind her silently, navigating the treacherous woods. Various creatures scurried into caves, desperate to avoid becoming the witch's next meal. Even the imposing 10-foot monster had slain earlier paled in comparison to the threat 𝐿𝐻𝐻 posed. Walking proved challenging, but I was grateful for 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐻's support as I leaned against him. Without his assistance, I doubted I could have managed the journey. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 deliberately bumped his shoulder against mine, drawing my attention. Doesn't this all seem a bit odd? He whispered, his skepticism evident. I don't, none of this feels real. Leila, Mother doesn't even feel real. She doesn't smell like she used to. If you stay in here long enough, your scent depletes. Try and smell me." He sniffed my shoulder at my command and sighed, proven wrong. "So you can't. This place is too complicated." "It is," I agreed. Finally, we reached 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻 place. It was a cottage made of perfectly cut logs stacked upon each other. It evoked something inside me, pulled at a stray string in my heart the more I stared at it. I could have sworn I'd seen it before as well. I grew agitated. This was all too much. "Call me insane, Leila." 𝐶𝐬 voice shook. "But doesn't that look exactly like our home back in the north?" "That's what it was. I'm not going to agree because I don't remember much of our home, but I'm certainly not going to disagree." I took a deep breath. The sight of it overwhelms me. "Same here," rather than mumbling behind my back. "The least you could do is thank me for inviting you in." 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻 coughed. "Come in, now. Best not stay outside at this hour. Mother always despised secrets. That's probably where 𝐶𝐬 got his hate for them." Her words, though angry, made me smile in content. They also made me realize that my entire family, the family I spent 6 years mourning, were alive. Every single one of them, father, mother, my brother. I sighed and entered her cottage with 𝐶𝐬 by my side. "How do you like it?" 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻 asked. I've always preferred smaller spaces over larger ones. They make me feel more whole. "I know you do," I mumbled. She heard. Her ears perked up before she said, "I am your supposed mother. Am in Thai." I nodded. "Indeed you are. Come, sit, tell me of your favorite moments with me. You'd imagine that would make you feel better that I don't remember much." She patted the leather couch seats. "Come, you'll prepare some tea and saffron biscuits. Your biscuits were legendary. I always finished them before my sister would need to punish me for it. And didn't do it again if it meant she got to eat." 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻's tone was light as she poured the tea into the cups. "Chest skinny. You do well with a few curves. 𝐊𝐻𝐻. My heart soared. 𝐊𝐻𝐻. In my mother tongue. It meant darling. She didn't know me and she was calling me darling. That was so like her. "You were always blunt," I added. "You never failed to mention that I was too skinny or too fat. How would you expect to find a male with the body of a whale? It simply doesn't make sense." 𝐊𝐢𝐻 shook her head and placed a tray of biscuits and tea on the coffee table. "All this talk of how much the soul matters is all fiction to delude you into believing that you're special and enough being yourself when in fact, you're nothing but a commoner." I completed her sentence, catching her off guard. Her eyes connected with mine and she swallowed. "Goddess, you really are my kids. The one and only," 𝐶𝐬 said. "We hope you're impressed. What are your titles?" she asked immediately. Worried. "I'm the Beta of the North, and your daughter here is the Royal Guard of the Four Kingdoms," he explained. Her jaw slacked and her eyes faltered for the smallest of moments. She didn't seem impressed. Just more surprised than anything, really. It was a reaction I expected and would have returned if I got anything different. Wow, she took a step back, a fist held by her side. "That's impressive. I know. And before we got here, your daughter took down this 10-foot monster made of black gunk. Goddess, mother, you should have seen it. You took down a black banshee." It dropped a biscuit and rushed to my aid. "You idiot. You could have died. Why would you stray near the muddy soil?" Her eyes went down to my leg where the banshee's head still examined and wrapped around my foot. "Goddess, that's going to take a lot of work to remove. I'm afraid I don't have the resource to get rid of it. Tell me, are you injured?" "I'm fine, mother." I smiled at her. "A hug will do, a hug will do." She swatted my forehead, evoking a hiss from me. "You need stitches and ointment, woman, not a hug." 𝐊𝐢𝐻 stared down at 𝐶𝐬 in shock and comical anger, her hands resting at her hips as she shook her head and said something along the lines of "You shouldn't be laughing. Your sister has 2 broken ribs." But I couldn't tell. I just watched in awe as my mother stood in front of me, pulling open a drawer to grabbing gauze and stitches. I felt full, and that was very different from feeling whole. I also felt light, like I hadn't just broken my fingers, ribs and wrist. The 𝐊𝐢𝐳, my mother, lost dead. All those years I'd spent blaming myself for her death flew out of my mind and into the forest-cursed air. Those memories would remain there, trapped within the soil of these forbidden grounds as I left to the castle. Now, girlie, look up. You have a gash on your neck. Seems it branched or it up. I did as mother instructed and looked up, hissing at the burning sensation the ointment brought. You really are strong. Bubba taught me. I croaked, a small smile staining my lip. 𝐻ES still alive from what I hear. Really? Really? She rose her brow and moved to heal the gash on my forehead. Tell me more about him. What were we like? You didn't love each other's. It was more of a mutual agreement that you wanted kids that brought you together. I watched as she frowned. Is anything of the matter? She sighed. I always wondered whether or not I'd met my soulmate in the past. Your words gave me an answer I didn't want to heart. Though I'm not surprised I made such an agreement. I do love kids. You loved us when we were younger but treated us like soldiers when we grew older. 𝐊𝐲 said. As I should have. I want warriors for children, not artists. When did art ever stop a war? Never. She taught me. Now that I mention it, I do recall a certain someone spilling paints all over my wedding gown. That was me. I was the artist. 𝐊𝐲 shook her head and stood up to put the gauze and ointment back in her drawer. I stand by my word. Art is there for mere enjoyment. It doesn't help anyone. Her eyes shifted to 𝐊𝐲. But I do remember wanting to paint when I was younger. Mother always slapped me when I said so. She said I'd do better by learning how to cook and clean than paint. They both followed after that. The comfortable, serene chatter of my mother and brother could be heard in the background of my thinking. 𝐊𝐲 proceeded to ask 𝐊𝐲 several questions of the past and how we did in school, whether or not we were top in our class and what our favorite subjects were. She even asked him questions about me when she noticed I was dozing off, and I appreciated it. All that morning and guilt dissipated. I really did see you bleed. Mom, I interrupted their chatter. In front of me. You died trying to save me, but you weren't skilled enough. You never were. They both stared at me with wide eyes. I didn't blame them. She let out a shaky breath and gestured for me to get up. Come here, come here. I did. I stood up and walked till I was right in front of her, heart beating out of my chest and traitorous stares rushing to my eyes. She stared right back at me, eyes greener than my own and lips stretched to a warm smile. I'm here, ḥبيبتي. Those words meant everything to me. The minute you walked into my home, I sensed such intense grief and guilt. You blame yourself for my injury and I won't speak against it. You definitely could have risen and helped me a little. I let out a sad laugh at her words. But I'm here. Goddess, I feel like I've known you both for so long, but can't remember a single moment with you. It's the memory golem. If we can find the one that met with you, we could restore your memories. But that would be a trick for later. I said, we must take you with us back to the castle. We can't have you staying here. Her eyes faltered for a moment before she nodded and wrapped me in her arms. We'll talk about that in the morning. Now hand me your swords. Can't have those flying around in here. My brows furrowed. You expect us to hand you our only weapons. That's unusual. Our home was filled to the brim with traps and swords. Why, yes, I do. Young lady, you're in my home and I don't quite trust you just yet. Well then, it's best I leave with both of them on my back. Right, I said, laughing. She clenched her jaw. At least leave them outside. 𝐻𝐲 knew. You loved admiring swords. 𝐊𝐲 said. We need to catch a witch and leave these lands with her. We won't be able to do so without these weapons, and leaving them outside would make them a very good present for those monsters. Is that so? 𝐻𝐲's eyes shifted from ours to the bookcase behind us. Well, as a witch, well, I'll help you out. I couldn't help but notice how she began fidgeting with the necklace wrapped around her neck. One I'd never seen before. The pendant attached to the chain was a circle with an upside-down V inside it, and never did I recall seeing Mother wearing such a symbol. Maybe she met someone in these lands. "Do you have any friends around here?" I asked. She shook her head and walked to her bookcase. "No, I'm all alone here. It's difficult to find my kin whose brains are still intact. That begs the question," I began, watching as she grabbed a book from her bookshelf. "How is your brain still intact? I don't remember you ever training." Mother. 𝐿𝐤 eyed me but stayed silent. I was glad he understood that these cursed grounds were my domain. 𝐿𝐤 laughed, scratching the top of her head. "Maybe you've come in contact with a memory golem." I won't lie. I've encountered several of those, but I've never fed any of them my memories. He spun around, eyes wide. "You're saying that you murdered every single golem you've come in contact with?" I nodded, lips pursed. "You haven't answered my question." The atmosphere suddenly turned thick with angst. I didn't like it. "Oh, I guess I just got lucky." 𝐿𝐤 pulled open the book. "Please, be seated." "Leila, I don't remember telling you my name." My tone was cautious as I stalked towards her. 𝐿𝐤 flicked frantically through the pages of her book. "What was it you said?" "I didn't tell you my name." I slid the dagger strapped to my thigh out of its compartment and hid it behind my back. "My memories must be coming back." "That's impossible." "Mother, to fiction." I watched as her face brightened at the view of a page of her book. "Mother." She whispered something underneath her breath. "Fuck." Without a second thought, I rose my foot and kicked the book out of her hands, not giving her a chance to read out whatever she was about to. She stared up at me. "You inferior dog. Have you any idea what lies beneath those pages?" Her voice turned deeper, raspier. It sounded nothing like Mother's voice. "What's wrong with you?" I asked, tightening my hold on the dagger. Moan. 𝐿𝐤 laughed, so sinister I felt my spine curl in discomfort and my stomach churn. "Diabolisat Luna." I grabbed 𝐿𝐤 by the shoulders before she could continue her phrase and slammed my knee into her stomach, forcing her to slump forward in pain. The back of her neck was exposed to me. "Please don't be right. Leila." I prayed to the goddess. "Please be my actual mother." Not thinking twice, I grabbed my dagger and punctured the back of her neck with it, watching as she shouted words in a language I didn't understand. Her waist grew larger, her shoulders widened and her skin wrinkled, all while she was writhing in pain on the ground. I stumbled backwards, watching as the woman who was supposed to be my mother transformed into a lady so ancient I was surprised she was still alive. She was a witch. I hated it so much that I was right. I hated the fact that Mother was actually dead. My chest swarmed with a herd of bees that buzzed with such ferocity I couldn't breathe. The dagger slid from my fingers and I bent over, puking all over the witch's carpet. Black wood came out of my body along with the fruits I consumed that morning with Luca. My throat felt like it just swallowed fire, but there was no water for me to consume in these grounds. I heard the old woman laugh once more and turned livid. "Shut it," I croaked, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. "Shut it, you wretched witch." She laughed tiredly, resting her back against the bookcase. "That glamour worked wonders on you. When I was younger, I was told to respect older women, but that woman, that witch, I couldn't. I physically and emotionally couldn't stand her and that nasty face of hers." I squatted down to face her, outraged. "If you utter one more word, bitch," I sneered, "I will behead you and feed you to my male for breakfast." Her eyes faltered, an unrecognizable emotion passing through her brown orbs before she lowered them, ultimately submitting to me. "Until I say your time with me has passed, you are to follow my every order. Fight every beast I command you to, even if it means your useless life is on the line. You will only wake up when I demand you to and sleep when I say so. Am I clear?" I tilted my head, waiting for an answer from her. I said, "Am I clear? Your wish is my command." "Lycan." Her tone was condescending and it forced me to lay a kick to her stomach. "Leila, Calm down, back off. 𝐶𝐬, I shouted, rage overcoming my entire body as he tried to wrap his arms around me. Just don't. Mother wasn't alive. She was dead and it was because of me. She said it herself. Leila, I understand what you may be going. You don't understand. 𝐶𝐬. I pushed him away from me. Overwhelmed. Leila. I watched Mother's eyes turn dull in front of me when I was 12 and didn't do anything to stop it. Odd. I kicked over a stack of books, the feeling of guilt suffocating me. My hands slowly rose my lips as I realized just how much I could have helped her. Father trained me enough. Really? I was skilled enough to do so much more than kill for soldiers. But I didn't. I hid in that damned wardrobe for goddess knows how long before I found myself in the outskirts. What was wrong with me? Leila, look at me. This void in my chest. It won't go away. Ever since she died, it's been there growing and growing like a stone over my lungs. Another tear fell onto my cheek as I felt a gloomy fire settle atop my heart. My heart feels heavy. Brother. I always feel so. So heavy. I felt my knees, unable to carry myself any longer. At that moment, as I watched the witch-ess in front of me fall into a deep slumber, I want to dig up my grave and rest within it. I wanted to grab my sword and stab it through my chest. The pain of it all would at least take my mind off her green eyes. My wounds, they take longer to heal without her. I rest, staring at my broken finger. Just not there to wrap them anymore. Is she? I stared up at 𝐶𝐬 for an answer. He gave me nothing but silence. Just not there to sing my nightmares away anymore. A sob flew out of my lips. Is she? My eyes lowered to the ground, to the beautiful carpet I had stained. Mother was gone. I knew for a long time that she was gone. But that day, the day I stared into her green eyes and all their powerful glory, hope brewed in my chest that my family was finally won. That Mother was dead because I was too scared to jump out of that closet. That my pack hadn't been slaughtered to bits. Maybe I held on to her memories too strongly. Maybe I desired her warmth too much. Goddess, just the thought of her hugs charged another sob out of me. I could have helped her. 𝐶𝐬. I dug my fingers into the carpet, my body too overwhelmed. For fuck's sake, I could have saved her. She could have been laughing with us right now. Leila, stop. It was your fault. Oh, shut it. 𝐶𝐬. I screamed. She said it herself. She said it her damn self. I shook my head as my tears fell onto the carpet. You weren't there. Nobody was. I could have easily stabbed that soldier in the chest. She could have been laughing. The world dizzied around me as I recalled the moment that soldier stabbed my mother in the back. It spun as I remembered how her eyes dulled, as though they were a song reaching its end. My stomach churned furthermore, forcing my back to bend and an array of bodily contents to spill out of my mouth and onto the carpet again. I felt so dirty, so guilty, so useless as I let out everything in me. I wiped my mouth and stood up, tripping over my feet. 𝐶𝐬 followed suit, ready to hold me, but I held out a broken hand, stopping him. Leila, you can't be like this. I can, I began, and I will. I stumbled into the kitchen and stared back at wooden counters. There laid her saffron biscuits. They smelled exactly like they used to, exactly like how my mother would cook them. So I took the plate of biscuits in my hand, stared at them one last time, and smashed them onto the ground. I flinched at the sound and gazed solemnly at the broken shards of glass. In those shards, I caught my reflection staring back at me. I caught my green eyes looking back at me in all their audacity. Who the hell gave me the right to be alive? A mere girl who cowed and held back her tears. I should have died instead of my mother. I should be dead. Arms wrapped around me, around the filth I carried with me and squeezed. I didn't return the touch. Instead, I stood there and waited for it to stop. Leila, let it out. Let it out. It's only me here. My reflection was still staring back at me. I hated it. So I stomped my foot onto the glass, forcing it to break into pieces that could never be brought back together. It took a while for me to feel anything again, but when I did, it was that hollow feeling rising from deep within my chest once more. So I wailed once it came cried at the force of an animal vomiting on all fours. Not even extreme exhaustion could stop my tears from streaming out of my eyes. Nothing could. It was that day that I accepted that the hollowness in my chest would remain absolute, that the void would rest within my heart until I passed 3 more centuries and flew to the moon. Once 12 hours had passed, we made it out of the outskirts safely. I couldn't walk properly, so 𝐊𝐲 had to have me by his side and used to cart the witch owned to rush back to the mainland. We made it out safely and followed the moon. But I was grateful I made it out safely. I was disappointed. So extremely disappointed. Our horses were safe and sound, resting until we woke them up and got on their backs. To the castle, we went. To the castle, I wept. Chapter 20. My entire body ached. Breathing was a task in itself, with every breath I took eliciting a sharp pain in my rib area. And it hurt. It hurt so bad. It confused me because I went through that almost every day in the outskirts, fought monsters taller than trees and stronger than steel. But this time, it was worse. The consequences of that battle were so much worse. In my chest was a bell that was constantly ringing. Rather than the ringing, all I felt was the emptiness inside of the bell. The leftover vibration of the hits against the metal. All I felt was space. It was worse than anything I could have ever imagined. Heavier than what I recalled and all the more hollow. I tightened my grip on the leash, trying my hardest to not fall off of the horse, and winced. I completely forgot about my broken fingers. I completely forgot about everything on my ride to the kingdom. The view of the castle gates rose into my line of vision, forcing a sigh of relief out of me. We arrived. After 14 hours of continuous riding, we were finally back at the castle, ready to be treated amongst the medics and nurses. I couldn't wait to take a shower, to rest within the warm waters of the privileged and never step foot back into the outskirts. I also couldn't wait to get rid of the golem's head that was wrapped around my foot. The way that, as time passed, stalled a certain ache throughout my entire thigh. Welcome back, Royal Guard. A soldier bowed respect into his posture before he pushed the gates open and resumed his standing. I was too drained to react. All I did was connect my eyes to his and hope he knew I appreciated his action. He probably didn't think that. Probably thought I was sad. I just hoped he understood, because lately, people cared more of themselves than anybody else. The moon goddess would have bellowed at the sight of that witch. Goddess, who does that? Who takes the form of a being's dead mother to manipulate them into trafficking? Who does that? I didn't understand how anybody could do something so vile and unworthy. It made me fear humanity, and despite the power of my lichen, it made me question why the Mother of the Moon bestowed upon us such evil creatures and monsters. Weren't we supposed to be her children? Weren't we supposed to be her most prized creation? I swallowed down an array of overwhelming emotions and stopped my thoughts from running further. It was sinful to question the power of the moon, and I would not sin further. It was bad enough I had my mother's blood on my hands. How are you holding up? 𝐿𝐲 asked for the nth time that day. All I did was look back at him and nod, when in reality, I felt something bad was growing in the pit of my stomach. I felt the insides of the monster as I slayed lurk between my tissues and swim into my bodily fluids. As the horses walked further into the front yard of the castle, their heels padding across the cobblestone trail, the fog cleared up and there stood 6 figures right beside the entrance. I hoped they weren't there to welcome us. The sight of me was horrifying and worrying, to say the least. It was only when my horse stopped moving that I was able to conclude who exactly they were. Luca, the Luna, and the leaders, all 4 kingdoms, including the northern leader. A man with a beard thicker than sheep's wool and skin scattered with scars and fine wrinkles. A man whose jaw slacked at the sight of me. A man whose eyes watered as they landed on my beaten body. My father. He made it, I thought. I noticed 𝐿𝐲's head snap to me. He was about to speak, maybe comfort me, but the northern leader was quick to interrupt him. Leila. Father's tone was thick with undeniable emotion. My throat clogged up. I didn't want this to be another dream. I really didn't. The thought that I was alone in this world with a brother who had his own family to raise and a mother whose life was in my wretched hands was daunting. It was like walking down a dark path for eternity knowing the monster was waiting for you at the end of the tunnel. You knew the monster wouldn't get to you, that it would take you infinity to reach him, but you also knew that he existed because of you. Leader of the North. My voice scraped against the walls of my throat. Greetings, I spoke with two-faced respect. Did he even bother looking for me? Your eerie alive. He held a hand to his mouth. Goddess, you're here. I am. I wasn't anywhere near as happy as he was. In fact, his presence brought nothing but anxiety to my being. When would he die? How would he die? Who would be responsible for his death? Those questions racked through my brain as I stared back at him with vessels for eyes and a stone for a face. Is the questioning instrument in your hands? The Luna asked. Because I see nothing but a box. The box holds a witch the royal guard holds captive with her soul. She will question the slain man paused. Eyes moving to my fingers that struggled to hold onto the horse. The leaders of our kingdom. The air was thick with confusion and awe. Nobody knew why the northern leader knew my first name. Nobody knew why I looked so wrecked atop my horse. Nobody knew how I caught a witch and stuffed her into a box. Nobody knew and never know. Because they were kings and queens, strolling through their castles and fighting none other than people of their own species. Luca walked forward, eyes connected to my own and filled to the brim with tears I couldn't understand. He placed a hand on my horse's head and swallowed down his emotions. The leaders behind him questions his actions. I noticed the way his bicep twitched, the way his fingers itched to grab me off of my horse and protect me from whatever evil the world withheld. It made me want to jump into his arms. It made me want to slip into his chest harder than I did with Slay Man. But I couldn't and neither could he. So we remained in that position for a time frame of several seconds. Me staring down at him from my horse and him looking up at me in desperation. Until he spoke with those beautiful lips of his. Call the medics. Luca's voice rasped. Now the Luna scowled. I am no mediator. Luca spun around and roared at his mother, eyes glowing that stunning amber of theirs. That was an order. She stumbled backwards. A hand held to her chest. She crossed the line and didn't know why, and I was glad. That woman was to blame for my pack's attack, and if I could, I would order that witch to bring alive her worst memories, but my heart couldn't live knowing I put someone through such a moment. I would bear the burden seeing Mother's eyes one last time and nobody else would. All right. The Lunas hurried back unto the castle, hands gripping at the skirt of her dress to inform the medics that I needed help. Alpha of the North, you have full access to the witch my guard has brought to you. You may begin your questioning tomorrow. Luca's eyes came back to mine. The guard will rest until I say she's fit to fight. If he had said such a thing a few days ago, I would have told him off for even insinuating that he had power over me. But at that moment, I couldn't. I needed rest. I needed to hibernate for 3 years until I was finally ready to come out of the shadows and speak of my past. Of all the bones it broken and the lichens I had to murder. It was only when I saw Luca that I realized how much I missed his hold. He spoke with authority so absolute it made me want to wrap my arms around him and stay there forever because I knew for a fact that he would outlive me. I knew that I wouldn't have to witness nor mourn his death. That he would be with me until I passed my time with nature. Leaders, I request you all leave to your chambers. Now Lucas looked up at Slay Man, including you, Honorable Beta. I must have a word with my guard. My guard. Those words sizzled an emotion I couldn't handle through my veins, one that rushed a gush of dizziness so strong I had to shut my eyes to withstand it. The leaders bowed down to Luca and headed to their chambers until it was just my mail and I, starting down at each other's with no words able to escape the wisps of our lips. His eyes, in all the amber ambiguity, held such a softness as they looked up at me, as they assessed the gash on my forehead and the brokennesses in my fingers, as they admired the strength my posture held regardless of the ribs it'd broken and seams it'd witnessed. I sensed something when you were gone. he began, placing a warm hand atop my uninjured thigh. 22 hours passed of your absence, and all I felt was a simple desire to have you by my side. But by the 23rd hour, my entire body was on fire. My wolf, his lips wavered. He told me you were gone. He told me he could sense nothing but anger in you. My lips parted as I released a shaky breath, the events of last night rushing to my mind. I thought you went rogue. Leila, he croaked, head lowering. I thought you were no longer here. I felt the same. That I was no longer the woman I was when I first entered the castle. Back at the cottage, it was almost as though I grabbed a knife and stabbed everything that made me me. My love for all things beautiful. My admiration for instruments and art. My ability to fight with no remorse. A tear slipped down my cheek and fell onto his hand, forcing him to snap his head to face me. His eyes widened at the sight of my sadness, and immediately, he slid his hands under my knees and carried me into his chest, and knowing of all the glass shards trapped within my body. The medics passed us. The maid saw me in his arms. The castle walls whispered my name and his, Leila Belusi. My eyes rolled to the back of my head as I began losing consciousness of reality, as I slowly felt my soul beg to go to sleep to not withstand what tomorrow held. I heard Luca shouting. I felt him shaking me in his arms and, dare I say, sensed a droplet of water fall onto my head. He was crying. So badly did I want to open my eyes and tell him to stop. That I was dying, but only passing out for a minute or two. But even I didn't know if that was the truth. Whatever that monster was, his black blood was floating within my own, infesting the veins of my body ever so agonizingly. My body soon fell limp into his arms. I felt my body be placed onto a metal table and sensed my armor be ripped off of me, violating my very right to privacy. And sudden cold rushed up the flat of my stomach and swiveled through the swell of my breast. I shivered. I was surprised I could still feel such a thing. A syringe was stabbed into my thigh, forcing my body upwards and my eyes to fly open. Adrenaline. My arms turned jittery as several nurses began wrapped them in bandages and casts. It was like I was going to explode. I was hot and cold. I was tired but filled to the brim with synthetic energy. I was shivering, but I was also sweating. My eyes opened to find that Luca was in the operating room with me. Rather, it was a male doctor and for nurses that aided to all my petty wounds. A scalpel cut into the skin of my stomach and I laid there, on the operating table, numb. I suddenly wanted my male there with me. Luca, I whispered through the commotion of the room. Where is he? You have to rest. Dearie, your body is on the brim of collapsing. The nurse had eyes that looked very familiar. A honey brown color I could have sworn I'd seen before. Come on. Close those beautiful eyes of yours, Luca. I muttered, chest caving. Where is he? My ears rang powerfully and I shut my eyes, body clenching. The nurse placed a cold hand on my forehead, dizzying me even further. The art of holding on to dear life grew unbearable at the presence of her hand, and I wanted to slap it off. But I couldn't. It seemed I couldn't do a lot of things too. Luca, 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐼, I said, one last time as my eyes began closing. It wasn't until I heard the door slam open that I finally shut down and dreamt of a nothingness so profound I can't but reach into it. Chapter 21. It's been for days. Doctor, why is she still in deep slumber? I'm afraid whatever she quarreled with has infested her blood. Have no fear though. Alpha, whatever it is dying in her body. It cannot survive in her blood. How so? It can only thrive in dark environments such as the Banished Lands. These castle grounds are too pure for its soul. A sigh was let out. At least that's what I believe is happening. How are her ribs? Almost fully healed. Her fingers? Brand new. And what of her legs? They seem fine to me. The nurses keep a constant eye on them and her nerves respond to our every test. It's just a matter of when she will wake up. Now her body is almost fully healthy. My eyes slid open as a migraine settled deep within my head. I was in a hospital room, one much more luxurious than the northern healing rooms. This one had tall windows spread across several walls and beds instead of wooden planks. My eyes caught the curtains that laid whimsically against one glass window. The sight of it calmed my nerves, its every drape and serene flow beautiful in mind. I was alive. In fact, I was relieved to be alive and breathing. Leila. My eyes adjusted to face the owner of the deep voice. Leila, are you feeling all right? It was my father. I gulped, turning my face so I washed, looking into his brown eyes. They reminded me too much of the events of a few days ago, when the witch spoke of how she was glad to have married my father and how she would have done it again. It reminded me of the tranquil atmosphere of that cottage before we found out that mother was gone and I was alone once more. Fine. I croaked. Throat dry. He paused. Do you need anything? A glass of water will do. Delo. Go get Leila some water. Make it warm and sprinkle some lemon in there. My jaw ticked at his answer. I always liked my water warm and sour, just like my father did. He remembered, and I hated that he remembered. I wanted the memory of me and all the moments we shared to vanish from his head so that I wouldn't have to go through having to find out he didn't bother looking for. Deep down, I wanted to find an excuse for him leaving me astray in the outskirts at the age of 12, but I couldn't. He was an alpha now. He could have sent the entire pack out to search for me, would have found me. Delo nodded, sprinting out of the room. She didn't even greet me. Doctor, could we please have a moment alone? His voice wavered. The sound of the door closing told me that the doctor had left me alone with my father by 𝐊𝐿, the Alpha of the North Door, as I knew him, the lead fighter of the North. He was an intimidating man, tall and solid as a brick, with the voice of a brooding monster. It helped that he seemed monstrous when I was in the North and prevented several of my classmates from approaching me, but it also made me immune from fearing a lot in life. I kept my eyes glued to my covers as I fiddled with my recovered fingers. Honestly, I wanted to see Luca and tell him of the monster I fought. Maybe he would tell me he was proud. Maybe he wouldn't bombard me with memories I didn't want to revisit. Leila, father began. I hope you remember me. The urge to say no was strong, but I nodded nonetheless. I don't know where to begin. Leila, he took a deep breath, a shaky one. I thought you were dead. My heart twisted. Did you look for me? Finally, I faced his eyes, his beautiful chocolate brown eyes. He was taken aback by my question, startled by the answer I gave him. I didn't know whether it was because he expected me to jump in his arms and thank him for his training service to me, but I just wasn't having it. I sent out a group of 4 men to look for you the minute our pack rose. I promise. Is that what 𝐿𝐿? I scoffed. 4 men. I was being a brat and I knew that. But I was also hurt. You're worth 1,000 men. Leila. But He sighed. Leila, I felt your bond in my heart. It was strong and roaring with life. Stronger than any man I could have sent. I knew risking those men would be irrational because I knew you would be able to survive out there. His eyes softened and he swallowed. You're my daughter, for God's sake. My daughter. My lips wavered as I tried my hardest to hold my tears. At time I would feel your bond slip. And that's when I sent hundreds of men looking for you. He reached for my bandaged band. But you always came back. Habibti. You always came back. His hold on my hand tightened as he sniffed, looking away from me. I knew you wouldn't have wanted those men's lives on your hands. So I didn't send out more than 2 in total. 2 didn't come back. He was right. The weight of those men's absence settled atop my heart and he noticed, shaking my hand. It's my fault. Not yours. Silence accompanied us for several minutes after his confession and I enjoyed it. The way the wind swayed into the room from the open window and the warmth father's hand spread throughout my entire being. It was the most peaceful I'd felt for months. It even took my mind off of mother's damned eyes and I appreciated that. It was bad. I let out. His face snapped to mine. Eyes watery. What was bad? Tell me. I gulped. Out there. It was bad. Father's jaw ticked. Your mother told me to build that tunnel. She said they would never find you in the outskirts. Who's they? This castle. He shook his head. Your mother was part seer. A fascinating woman. She was. A traitor. A stare left my eyes at his words. I saw her. I saw her. I croaked. I saw Mom. His jaw slacked. She was alive. Though. A witch glamored herself to look like Mother. But Father. It was lightest it ever felt. A sob left my throat. She said if I helped her, she would still be alive today. Leila, stop this. He scooted his chair to hold both of my hands in his. Stop these tears. Your mother predicted her death 2 years before she was killed. If she didn't die then, she would have died later. I cowed and helped but feel relieved at what Father had said, but I also cowed and stopped the tears that left my eyes. Mother was a fascinating woman I didn't appreciate enough. She was the woman that would shout at you for hurting yourself but then bandage your injury minutes later. She was the woman that spoke the hard truth with no filter but told you it would be okay after. She was the woman I was too young to admire when I was younger, a woman that was too complexly strong for my brain to adhere. Father pulled me into his chest and laid his chin atop my forehead, letting out the unshaky breath of the day. He was controlling his tears for me, remaining strong for me. I told her I hated her. Father. I rasped into his chest. 2 days before she died, I told her I hated her because she said I was weak. A droplet of water landed on my head. Your mother told me you were the strongest little girl she'd ever met. Why did she never tell me that? My breathing faltered. Why did she never tell me? She wanted you to become a phoenix. Leila, not an angel. Father laid a kiss on my forehead. She wanted you to be made of fire, not glass. A rush of emotion swiveled through my chest, forcing an array of tears to run down my face. I hated how much I cried, how much I let my feelings control my every fiber. But I also knew that my wounds were deep, that my regrets ran for light years and my sorrow for decades. I love her, I confessed. I love her so much. She loved you more. He tightened his arms around me. She loved you to the moon and back. She loves you to the moon and back. Without question. I wrapped my arms around his waist and laid there, tears staining the cloth of his armor. I couldn't believe my dad. Of all people, my dad was there. I was holding him, not dreaming of him. I felt his tears wet my scalp. I felt him. My grip on him tightened and he returned the gesture. I'm here, Leila, and from now on, they'll always be here. I felt his chest rise. I'm not letting you go. He pulled away from my grip, staring into the depth of my eyes. Come back with 𝐊𝐲 and I. Come to the north and be our royal guard. My lips parted at his request, overwhelmed. Oh, is there not a royal guard already? He shook his head. I didn't have the stomach to fill that position. It was meant for you. Kumar. I swallowed down my nerves and pulled away from him further. You'll have to think about it. Bubba. It's because of your mail, isn't it? My eyes widened. How did you know? The maid saw the king's eyes water when he sent you into the operating room. They saw him carry you off the horse. You were heaven for those women's gossip. Father let out a chuckle. I'm impressed by the moon's choice. She's mated you to an honorable man. A small smile overcame my lips. Father, Luca is wonderful. Luca. I slapped a hand to my lips. I shouldn't have said that. Never in a million years did I think our king would be called Luca. He tilted his head, examining me. This Luca boy. When can I sit down with him? Whenever you like. Your wish is my command. Those last words fulfilled the hole in my heart. They brought back only the memories I cherished of Father's awfully difficult sessions of training and lesson my holiness. How about tomorrow? The boy already brings a smile to your lips. I thought that was my job. I let out a small chuckle at Father's lips and nodded. I'll inform him of your request, I said. Oh, and a woman with red hair said she needed to speak to you urgently. Something about a maid cursing her, Father said, forcing my eyes to widen. Where is she? I asked immediately. I last saw her 2 days ago. Her mail seemed fairly angry. Goddess, do you think she's gone missing? Father was about to speak until the door was pushed open, revealing none other than Roman in his honey-eyed glory. He held a board in his hand and sported a lab coat that was too short for his lanky frame, but still looked great on him. Apologies, but the Luna demands you wake and work with the witch to get your brother's plan over with. He shrugged. I could tell her your 𝐸 still sedated. Warrior. I shook my head. No need. It'll be up. Oh, best get the wheelchair. I won't be needing that. You look taken aback. Are you sure? Whatever was strapped to your foot dismantled a few of the nerves in your left leg. It'll take a few more days before you're fully able to walk. Oh, I connected my eyes with Father's and watched him nod. It'll have the wheelchair. Then, Roman nodded and left to get the wheelchair. Fine boy. That is, Father said. He really is. I need to tell you something. Leila, Father was interrupted by the sound of metal and the door opening. Annoyed, I snapped my head to Roman, who struggled to get the wheelchair open. His father was reddening, indicating his embarrassment before he finally got it to jump open, with the exception of him falling on his bum from the impact. He scratched the back of his before smiling sheepishly. A wheelchair. Royal Guard. It'll be off then. Father got ready to stand up until I grabbed his wrist. Will you take me there? To the Luna. I sounded a tad bit too desperate, but my heart was fragile at the moment. It desired connection and company with a deep passion, and I wanted to feed it exactly that. Father inhaled, smiling with his eyes down at me. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now get into your armor. My armor was new. It was stronger, more agile, and fit me better. Even its color, a wonderful midnight blue, seemed darker and more illuminating. My love for it grew stronger, regardless of whether or not I was walking in it. It reminded me of Lara, made me picture her sawing every detail into the mind, bending piece of protection. Where was she? And what witch was she talking about? Father pushed my wheelchair down the hallway that led to the questioning room, and I was grateful for it. I tried pushing myself down the damn corridor but couldn't, the wheels of my wheelchair too heavy for my delicate arms. He stopped once we reached a set of double doors the color of ashes. They were tall, scary and beholding. Father leaned down. A witch lays behind these doors. Leila, will you be okay with that? I thought about it. Would I be okay with that? The simple answer was no. I would have done anything to avoid seeing that wretched witch, but I knew 𝐶𝐬 wouldn't be okay with that. It was his fault I went ahead and took control of the witch instead of him, even after warning him that he should have used his weapon. Silently, I nodded, and so he pushed the door open, revealing a room the size of my own chambers. All 3 leaders of the East, West and South sat on chairs along with the Luna and several princesses discussing matters I had no interest in on a metal chair in the middle of the room. 𝐶𝐬 and Luca stood behind the witch, hands held behind their backs and eyes glued to my own. I wanted to run into Luca's arms and lay kisses all over his wonderful face. Hello. He linked me. Hello, hello. I linked back. Head tilted. Silence. Leaders. The guard has arrived. As of now, everything you say and think will be recorded onto paper, and you will have no right to deny any use of that information. Luca ordered. Am I clear? They bowed to the king and nodded. Guard, the room is all yours. Luca bowed down to me, surprising everyone in the room, including me. I gulped, tightening my grip on the handles of my wheelchair. Here goes nothing, I thought. First in question is the South. I said, voice clear. The Alpha of the South stood up and sat on the chair that laid in front of the witch, posture strong and strides big. He was confident that he was innocent, and so was I. So I knew from the start he had nothing to do with the war. With all the strength I could muster up, I pushed my wheelchair so I sat next to the Alpha of the South. It was hard, but I made sure not to show it. Witch of the banished lands, you will use this man's heart and seek the truth. If he lies, You cut yourself on the arm once. I eyed the witch. Am I clear? O holder of my soul. But I have no knife. Her tone was cocky, and it made my eye twitch. 𝐶𝐬 slid a dagger that was strapped to his thigh out of its compartment and handed it to the witch. This enough? Or would you like something larger? The witch sneered and snatched the armor from 𝐶𝐬's hold. I continued. The deeper the lie, the deeper the cut. If a leader is accused of planning the war on the North 6 years ago, you stab yourself in the heart. But am I clear? I asked, eyes shining bright green. The witch's eyes moved from mine to the Southern leader's own, and he snarled at her. Don't look at me, bitch. Suddenly, I loved Southern people. I took a deep breath and faced the Southerner. Leader of the South. Can I have your name? He nodded. 𝐾𝐿. Would you mind if I called you by your first name? Please do. I smiled gratefully at him. When was the last time you visited the North? 𝐶𝐿. I never have, though I would love to. One day, my eyes shifted to the witch, who remained still, dagger still in her hand. I'll make this simple. Did you have anything to do with the attack on the North 6 years ago? On December 4th, 1689. And if you didn't, what have you heard of the attack? I had nothing to do with the attack. Royal Guard. I can promise you that. The day we heard the North was falling down, we brought our own warriors to help fight off the attackers. Thank you, leader of the South. You're excused. The Southern leader stood up and sent me a nod. Leader of the East. You are second in question. The Eastern leader was a woman with long legs and skin the color of molten chocolate. Her armor was color and coated with metal that glinted through the open windows of the room. She was stunning, so much that I questioned why the Luna didn't wed him to her instead of the Western princess. She sat down on the chair and faced me. Royal Guard, could I please have your name? Leader of the East. 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐿. And no, I wouldn't mind if you called me by my first name. I blushed furiously at her words and lowered my eyes. Goddess, was she flirting with me? I certainly didn't mind. 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐿. When was the last time you visited the North? I was at the North before I arrived in the castle. I was discussing a treaty with the Alpha. Betrayal had, she explained. I had absolutely nothing to do with the attack on the North. As soon as I heard of the war, I sent my men to aid you in battle, just like the Southerners did. I watched the witch lay peacefully on the chair, saddened by the fact that she was hurting. 𝐶𝐬. Unhame the witch. Unhame the witch. I ordered. Well, that would be stupid. Royal Guard. Why in the world would we do such a thing? She's perfectly capable of hurting herself like this. The Luna exclaimed, scoffing after. Unhame the witch. Unhame the witch. Brother. I repeated. Eyes catching 𝐶𝐬. He did as I asked, unlocking the chains and forcing a laugh of freedom out of the witch. I unhooked my dagger from my thigh and stabbed it into her thigh, evoking a scream from the witch and a gasp from all leaders except the Eastern leader. You only laugh when I say so. You only speak when I say so. You only breathe when I say so. And as of now, your only job is to listen to the rhythm of the leaders' hearts, breathe, and do exactly as I command. The witch shivered as I slid the knife out of her thigh, moaning in pain. Leader of the East, you are excused, I said, face stoic as she stood up and joined the rest of the leaders. Leader of the West, you're up next. The Luna eyed the princess as the Western Alpha took his seat next to me, posture strong. He sent an odd, one I returned only out of respect but also confusion because he genuinely seemed not to be blamed. Your name, Western leader, I ordered. 𝐊𝐢. Did you have anything to do with the war or 1689? My eyes training on his as he answered. I had nothing to do with the attack. No, immediately. My eyes snapped to the witch, who remained seated. Did the West have anything to do with the attack? I asked. No, not that I know of. Again, my head snapped to the witch. HES not lying. Girlie, she croaked, lips rising. There we go. We are all dismissed, I interrupted the Luna's words. I call the Princess of the West to the chair. I bellowed, silencing her. The platinum-haired princess' eyes widened as she faced the Luna, as did her mother. The Luna faced me, eyes angry. The princess has nothing to do with this. You are embarrassing the Eastern family name. While I appreciate your kind words, Luna, they are not needed. My daughter is an honorable woman. If the guard doesn't see it fit, best prove to her that she is. The Western leader said, standing up. Come on, Nicole. Up you go, Daddy. But I don't want to. Nicole's eyes watered as her father walked towards her. It's not as scary as it seems. If the guard accepts, we could have her placed the chair farther away. Luke turned around to look at me. Could that be arranged? My daughter fears witches. I nodded in flame and pulled the chair an inch or two away from the witch. Nicole walked, shoulders slumped, to the chair and sat down. She fiddled with the skirt of her baby blue gown and kept her eyes lowered. She looked guilty, so very guilty. And I didn't see how in the world she would be involved with the attack. 6 years ago she would have only been about 19. So how in the world could she have ordered an attack when she wasn't even respected as a princess? Nicole Weston, Princess of the West. I took a deep breath, eyes trained on Nicole's frowning face. Did you have anything to do with the War of 1689? No, I did not. The witch's hand rose as though somebody pulled it up with a string and sliced a cut onto the top of her arm. I gasped lowly, eyes snapping to the angel-faced princess. You're lying, I said, chest caving. I'm not. The witch's hand rose once more and drew a cut deeper than the one before on the same spot on her arm. This has to be a joke. Luke Weston stood up from his chair. The witch is lying. The witch doesn't lie unless I tell her to. Alpha, I reassured, not giving him another glance. Nicole, sit down. Alpha of the West. Luca ordered, forcing Luke to do as he asked. How were you involved in the attack? I asked Nicole, eyes angry and all the more confused. Speak before I order the witch to cut you instead of herself. I was involved in the attack. She forced the witch to deepen the cut on her upper arm. The leaders were as shocked as I was. Witch, you are to cut the princess whenever she lies, I said, evoking a sigh of relief out of the witch. I wasn't having it. These lies. You can't do that. Nicole shouted. You can't. How are you involved in the attack? Nicole Weston. I wasn't. The witch grabbed Nicole by the wrist and ran the dagger through her snow skin, just under her elbow. Nicole screamed and snatched her hand away from the witch, crying at the new dent in her once perfect skin. How were you involved in the attack? Mother. Talk to her. Nicole held her elbow as she cried. Her mother shook her head. A hand held at her lips. I won't ask again. Nicole. I stood up from my wheelchair, legs shaking. How in the hell were you involved in the attack? The Luna promised me the king's love if I gave her 6-0 soldiers. It was my fault. She was the one that said she would make the king fall for me if I helped her. You bitch. The Luna screamed, hands clenched by her sides. Chest lying. I didn't cut myself on the arm 3 times to lie. Old hag, the witch uttered. I didn't allow you the privilege of speaking. I growled at the witch. Luna, please, do me the honor of sitting on the chair and proving that Nicole is lying. Nicole jumped out of the wooden chair and ran into the bathroom to the left of the room. A soldier stood beside it, ready to grab her if she ran away. The seat is bloody. I would never. I kicked the wooden chair out of the way and pushed my wheelchair to replace it. Have a seat. You do not order me. Be seated. Mother, Luca ordered. The Luna's jaw ticked as she forced herself off her seat and onto the wheelchair. As soon as she sat, the witch twitched, her hold on the dagger tightening. Her eyes turned saturated with fear and she turned to me, begging, "Chain me, Commander." I shook my head. She let out a strained scream as she tried to stop her arm from rising. "Stab yourself in the heart if the leader of the attack is seated in front of you, witch," I ordered, leg burning. The witch let out one last cry before holding the dagger up to her chest and plunging it into her heart, forcing a scream out of the Luna as the witch's black blood dropped onto the Luna's white gloves. My eyes shined a bright green. The holland was in my chest less, and furthermore, the truth was out for everyone to see. The Luna of all Lycans was exposed. I was betrayed by my most trusted maid. She was a witch in disguise, manipulating my dreams and nearly killing my best friend. Chapter 22. The leaders were furious, their anger palpable in the tense atmosphere of the castle. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝, her assertive nature on full display, threatened to incite an uproar among her people in response to our loss. Her dark eyes flashed with determination as she spoke, her voice carrying the weight of her leadership. �K𝐼𝐳𝐬𝐿, the southern leader, stood beside her, his decisive support evident in his firm stance and unwavering gaze. He pledged his people's allegiance to 𝐾𝐼𝐳𝐬𝐵's plans, their unity a formidable force against the castle's perceived injustice. As soon as they were dismissed from the questioning hall, both leaders began preparations for their departure. Their promise to never return until proper reparations were made echoed through the stone corridors, a testament to the gravity of our situation. The intensity of their reaction stirred something deep within me. Emotions welled up, threatening to overflow as I realized the true significance of my home to the other three nations. Our resources and history held more value than I had ever imagined. Regardless of the Western leaders' silence on our behalf, alone in my room, I found myself staring at my wheelchair, a constant reminder of my newfound vulnerability. The metal frame gleamed in the dim light, both a lifeline and a prison. My fingers traced the cool surface, my mind wandering to the creature that had inflicted this disability upon me. We had one final dinner scheduled before the leaders departed for their respective homelands, and despite my physical limitations, excitement coursed deep through my veins. The thought of my new allies confronting the disgraced Luna one last time filled me with a perverse joy. I could almost picture her face, flushed red with embarrassment, and the image brought me more satisfaction than I cared to admit. The intensity of my pleasure at her misery was beginning to worry me. Yet, amidst this anticipation, something felt off. Lara is absent since my arrival at the castle nagged at me. Of all the people within these walls, I had expected her warm welcome first. My father's words about her too, they disappearance echoed in my mind, leading me to one conclusion: 𝐊𝐬𝐳. Determined to uncover the truth, I maneuvered myself into the wheelchair, wincing at the effort. The familiar weight of my dagger pressed against my thigh, and my swords formed an X across my back, a reminder of the strength I still possessed. As I navigated the hallways, the towering figures passing by made me feel diminutive, less than the guard I once was. The wheelchair, a symbol of my current state, filled me with a burning hatred, but I knew there was no escaping it. The monster's attack had ravaged my nerve cells, and I was fortunate to have escaped with my life. En route to 𝐊𝐬𝐳's chambers, I encountered 𝐊𝐢𝐬 and 𝐊𝐢𝐬, their arms intertwined as they walked. The sight of them together stirred a complex mix of emotions within me: desire, hurt, and a twinge of forgotten memories. 𝐾𝐤𝐳's beauty struck me anew, her pale skin and raven hair a stark contrast that I had somehow forgotten. Leila, Slayman's voice broke through my reverie. That was quite a sight to see, wasn't it? I nodded, my gaze shifting between them. It was a witch, it was, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. 𝐾𝐤𝐳's warm demeanor shone through as she knelt beside me, her eyes brimming with emotion. You did great. Really? You've grown up so much, she said, her voice filled with a tenderness that tugged at my heart. 𝐿𝐴 told me you didn't recognize me during the ball. And well, I don't really blame him. You haven't seen me since you were 12, but I just wanted to say I never forgot you. Every day, I prayed to see your eyes again, and finally, am seeing them. Her knuckles gently caressed my cheek, and I noticed the tears welling up in her eyes, a reflection of the complex history we shared. Leila, Talia whispered, voice catching in her throat. You still are. I let out a shaky breath, unknowing of what to say to her words. How did I ever forget her? How in the world did I ever forget her? She was my person, the woman that I went to for advice when mother was too busy in my posture and fight. I'm sorry. I lowered my eyes. Don't you dare apologize. Little Wen. She tilted my chin upwards, forcing me to look into her eyes. The goddess pulled you away from me for a reason, and while I may not understand it now, the truth will come out. It always does. I completed, watching as a smile grew onto her lips. Exactly. With a satisfied look on her face, she stood up, sliding her arm back into 𝐿𝐴. I'll see you at the dinner. I really do hope you come back home with us. This castle is no place for a warrior like you. It was only then that I remembered Father's offer to me that morning. Home. The idea of going back to the north terrified me greatly, but the sole image of the sandy oasis that was my home filled the hollowness in my chest every so slightly. It was great seeing you, Talia. It really was. I confessed. I miss you greatly. Immerse. 𝐵𝐵𝐷, she said, sending me a wink. Your brother has bored me a bit. Hey, he growled, tightening his grip on her arm. That was nice. She snickered. Sorry, dear. I just missed my girlie. We'll be off now. Can't wait to see what you will wear tonight. I bet you do make even a potato sack look worthy. I chuckled, shaking my head. That's you. Not I. I beg to differ. Oh, get a room, you two. 𝐿𝐴 exclaimed, glaring at me. Your mail was looking for you. By the way, my eyes wide in the thought of Luca. Where is he? I asked. In his chambers. 𝐿𝐴 clarified. See you at the ball, sister. See you tonight. Farewell. I waved them goodbye and they did the same before pushing myself to 𝐿𝐴's room. It was close to Luca's room, so I thought it would be a good idea to look for Lara before visiting my mail. She deserved that to be put first. Her mother was a witch for not giving her daughter the attention she so deeply deserved by being her friend. I would make her my first priority. She was kind enough to approach me in all my coldness when she first saw me. She called me her soul sister. Finally, I reached 𝐿𝐴's door and knocked, heart beating out of my chest. A minute or two later, the door opened, revealing 𝐿𝐴 with circles as dark as night under his eyes and hair flying in all directions. In his hand, he held a glass of bourbon whiskey and in his belt was a knife strapped. He looked lost. You, he grumbled. What is it you want? I need Lara. Is she here? His nostrils flared. I looked everywhere in this castle for her. Darn. Everywhere. Even the secret corridors you locked. She's nowhere. When was the last time you saw her? 2 days ago. She never leaves without saying goodbye. She's been kidnapped. Calm yourself, horses. Lawyer. I sense her presence in this castle. She must be somewhere. I said I looked everywhere. He growled, eyes glowing a bright amber. It was nowhere near as bright as Lucas. Have you visited the seers below? I asked. A hand resting atop the dagger stuck to my thigh. He looked like he was about to attack me any second. She feared the seers. Why would she? He paused. Dots connecting. Thank you. Guard. It'll be off. I scoffed as I watched him sprint down the stairs at the end of the hallway, leading his door opened. He was such a northerner. Respectively, I shut the door behind him, not before grabbing the keys stuck to the other end of the door. I didn't want anybody looking through their belongings, more specifically Lara's belongings. Lara's pregnancy rushed to my mind, forcing my heart into a frenzy of panic. Where would she be? She did mention that her past wasn't as pure as her brother's, so my mind wandered in all directions as to what she could have done, but to no avail, reached no sensible conclusion. With a sudden heavy heart, I strolled through the hallway until I reached Luca's chambers and knocked for the second time that day. "Where are you?" "Laura." The door swiveled open, rushing a gush of wind through my hair and up my nostrils. There stood Luca wearing a pair of black shoes, slacks and a white dress shirt. His eyes smiled. Only his eyes. At the sight of me, and he pulled the door further right then to accommodate for my wheelchair. Silently, I pushed myself into the room. Goddess, did my hands burn at the strength it took to pursue that damn piece of metal. I hoped it wasn't showing that I was struggling. In front of Luca, I wanted to seem strong and graceful. "You called for me," I said, looking up at him. Before answering, he grabbed a chair from the dining table and placed it in front of him for him to sit. I furrowed my brows at the action, smiling lightly. "You didn't mean to do that," I assured. "I want to see your eyes when I talk to you." "Verdi," he spoke to me for the first time in 5 days, and my heart burst at the sound of his voice. Ironically, his comment made me lower my eyes and blush furiously. The effect he had on me felt more robust than before. Like the string pulling me towards him turned into a trail of fire so bright the sun was envious. "I miss you," he revealed, reaching for my hands. "I miss you with my entire being." "I miss you too," I almost whispered, shivering at the warmth his hands radiated. "For days ago, the entire castle was convinced you were mine, and they weren't wrong. You are. You always will be." He shook his head, swallowing. That was the first time it ever cried since my father's death. I think I surprised everybody there. My lips parted, and without a second thought, I removed my hands from his to cup his beautiful face. "I'm not dying anytime soon. Know that, Luca. I'm not leaving this world without you knowing." Your heart almost stopped. But did it? Did it stop beating? No, but I shut him up by laying my lips on his, breaking my own promise. His eyes held too much sadness, and I couldn't stand it because I was the cause of it. I wanted it to be his source of happiness. The person he couldn't wait to see, nor the person he was worried would slip through his fingers any moment. Almost immediately he responded, wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me to his lap. Luca's lips moved sensually against mine, slowly and with heartfelt compassion. He kissed me like it was the last time he was going to. He kissed me like he was going to lose me. His hands without clothes through the back of my head, pulling me impossibly closer. It wasn't a kiss of lust, nor was it a kiss of desire. It was a kiss of reassurance and a kiss of love. He was the first to pull away, laying his head atop mine as he breathed heavily into my chest. "My wolf is ready to speak to you. 𝐊𝐲 has prepared something for you. Even I don't know much of it, but I can say he won't let me converse with you unless 𝐊𝐲 has shown you." I was taken aback, surprised. "I'll allow it," I said, laying a last chaste kiss to his sculpted lips. He smiled brightly as he looked up at me, appreciation saturated in his icy blue eyes. "I don't want to remove you off my lap." His voice was honey to my ears. Leila, tell my wolf it's my time with you now." I giggled, shaking my head. "No, tell Luke he can come out now. I have some unfinished business with him." Damn it, woman. You had one job. For the second time. I laughed, throwing my head back as I pushed myself off of him and stood on one leg. "Goddess, I really liked Luca. Really liked him. His mere presence made my mind drift to a world of serenity, sand and sun. A world where everywhere with him was home, without removing his clothes. He shifted into his wolf-like water, taking the shape of a container with tranquil flow. I admired the process, even desired to learn how to do so. His wolf stood before me, eyes soft as he took 2 steps towards me. Luke's tongue licked my wrist, bringing about a foreign sizzle to the air of my body. No longer did my wrist take after his wolf's touch. No longer did it burn whenever it moved it. It was brand new. Luke placed his head under the palm of my arm, signaling for me to get on his back. My leg struggles to bend. Luke, I can't get on your back. I frowned. Watch his eyes fall. All of a sudden, his face brightened as an idea popped up in his head. He lay flat against the ground, so flat he could have gotten away as a carpet. Thank you, I said, limping until his spine laid between my legs. Luca rose and suddenly, my legs were off the ground. I squeaked, fisting his fur with all the strength in my body as I sat on his back. I feared I was hurting him. Feared I was too heavy and a lot more things. He likes your touch and you weigh no less than a feather would to him. Leila, calm yourself. Luca's voice popped into my head and for the first. I was extremely grateful for it, though it would be best if you leaned a bit more to the front. This way he could run faster without worrying that you may fall. I did just as Luca instructed, scooting a bit to the front and bending my back like I was about to mount a horse. I'm ready, I said, patting the side of Luke's furry face. Without a second word, Luke howled and sprinted out of Luca's chambers, running with speed so intense the world blurred around us. It was just Luke and I, and the rest of the world was white noise. My grip on him tightened as he lunged down, forcing the wind to kiss the tan of my skin, and the smell of him to saturate the entirety of the atmosphere. I loved it. The freedom his speed brought. The way it made me feel like I was flying. We passed by 𝐿𝐴𝐿 and Talia as we ran through the greenhouse, urging an array of plants out of their soil. We passed by Roman and Dalil, who stared at us with childlike wonder in their eyes as they pulled flowers out of their soul. We passed by the Luna and the Western princess, whose eyes were filled with anger as they connected with mine. Yes, mine. I linked to her wolf, smiling deviously at the redness that accumulated underneath her porcelain skin. I laughed as I looked up, shutting my eyes. In that moment, I prayed. I prayed to the goddess with all the power in my heart that it wouldn't be 𝐿𝐴𝐿 heart that would stop in the prophecy. I prayed that there laid another northerner somewhere in the castle who died instead of them. I prayed that Luca would live a long life filled with color and contentment, and somewhere in the skies, I could have sworn I saw a star sparkle, as though it were winking at me, abiding by my promise. My chest felt full as a Luke passed by hundreds of trees in mere minutes. I felt the opposite of hollow. I love this, I thought to myself, so much. Luke began to slow down as we neared a large rock with an opening so dark I wondered just how deep the cave ran. He lay flat on his stomach, signaling for me to get off his back. I did just that. He nudged his head forward, smiling a wolf-fish smile. My lips rose at the sight into the urge to lay a small kiss right above his snout. He jumped, circling me before placing his body between my legs and forcing me back into his back. Luke, put me down, I said, voice chilling with laughter. He respectively objects. Luca said, well, if it's done respectively, I wouldn't mind. I said, let's go in. Luke followed my command and walked into the cave, taking a torch into his mouth to light up our way. It was then that I realized the cave ran for miles on end, but I didn't mind it. It was beautiful. Several drawings were carved onto the walls, drawings I could run my hands over because of how small the cave was. The stone was cold and glossy, a type he'd never encountered nor seen before. Some drawings were of altars, others were of swords, some were of flowers even. It was a sight to see. Every inch was covered. My favorite one was of a carriage with a cat with a man emerging from within the carriage. The cat was filled in with a purple chalk, indicating it was a cat from the outskirts. Just the view of the purple creature made me smile brighter. I encountered a purple cat when I was 17. It licked my wounds till they healed and left before I could say goodbye. It is said that they are the rarest of all animals. The daughter of the 8th king was an artist who loved all things peculiar. Rumor has it that she wouldn't accept her mate unless he gifted her with a violet feline. She was soon crowned as Luna after poisoning her unworthy sister with the man that gave her the feline. Luca said. Well, I uttered. So these caves are millions of years old. Luke nodded at my words and I petted his head, just as I was about to speak. We reached the end of the cave where 𝐾𝐞𝐬𝐬 lay, and a pair of doors made of gold were railed. I got off of Luke the second he laid on the ground, my fingers begging to feel the carved walls. Luke, Luke, Luke. Why are we? When I turned around, Luca stood in front of me in all his bare-chested glory. Where did you get those pants? Luke told me they were behind the column, though I don't know how they got there. He took a step towards me, his hands instinctively going to grab mine. But I do know why we're here. Oh, this cave is not just millions of years old, Leila. It's billions of years old. Every king and queen of every generation came down here to bless their reign because the moon goddess herself graced these grounds. He explained. Luke wants us to bless our reign. I took in a deep breath, tightening my grip on his hands. How do we do that? By drawing what you treasure the most on the wall. I have no skill when it comes to the arts. I stammered. Nervous. You don't need to. You just need to listen to the voice in your head and let it guide you. Lucas squatted down and grabbed a box of chalks. Whatever you put on the wall will never be erased. Can I write something? I asked. You can write or draw whatever you want, Luca reassured me, squeezing my arm in comfort. From the chalk box I grabbed the color that caught my eye the most, golden copper. The screamed to be used, and the minute they landed on my hand, they felt right. I rose my hands unknowing of where to start. With the copper, I wrote Mother's name in my native alphabet Arabic. It shone against the light of the torches, almost as though it were glowing. The sight made my nervous skyrocket, but I held it in. I controlled the hollowness in my chest as I stared at the name. Underneath it, I wrote my father's name, then my brother's name, like it was instinct. I switched to the gold chalk and wrote Lucas' name, then Laura's name, and even 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. That cycle continued as I wrote the names of all of my friends back at the north. My bullies and my teachers. I even wrote 𝐏𝐚𝐜's name because it all felt like it belonged there. I drew onto the wall like a crazed artist that had gotten the spark of inspiration they needed after years of retire. I drew like I'd been drawing for centuries on end without stopping until the chalk in my hand cracked and dropped on the floor, breaking into a million little pieces of golden glitter. Leila, Leila, Luca spoke from behind me, breath fanning the skin of my neck. Leila, that is beautiful. It was only when I looked at the drawing from afar that I realized I hadn't just written names, but that it also formed a picture with those names, one of my mother's beautifully sculpted face. I stumbled backwards, bumping into Lucas' chest. He placed his arms on waist to balance me. Easy there, Luca said, resting his chin on my shoulder. What did you write? And who did you draw? I swallowed down my frenzy of emotion. I wrote names of everyone I cherished and appreciated at one point. I drew my mother. She's a stunning woman that birthed an even more stunning woman. He laid a kiss on my neck, one filled with appreciation that caused a fire to rise within my blood. I didn't know why it came out of my mouth. I didn't know how I'd grown the courage to say them. But I did, and I didn't want to take them back. Mark me, Luca, I said under my breath, turning around to face him. I want you to mark me. His eyes glowed that powerful amber. Leila, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. I want your mark in my neck. Maybe it was because Mother's face made me realize that I wanted to go back home with my family, or maybe I just really wanted Luca at the moment. I didn't know. All I did know was that when I left, I wanted to speak to Luca regardless of how far away he was from me. All I knew was that I wanted Luca in my head, pushing away the monsters that laid there. You don't have to ask me twice. Luca slammed me against the wall where my drawing laid, hands laying at either side of my face. I winced at the pain that rushed up my legs, but nothing stopped him from placing his mark on me, for he grabbed me by the thighs and wrapped my legs around his waist. I moaned into his mouth at the action, feeling the power that lay between his legs beneath me. Our lips moved like the sea against each other's, our tongues swiveling like waves pushing down other waves. His hips grinned against my own, and he growled into my lips, forcing a moan out of me. It was then I knew what the real meaning of desire was, desire to have him fully and make him my own. He pulled away from me, leaving a trail of wet kisses at the base of my neck before finding my weak spot. the spot that made me legs clench around his waist furthermore. "You're mine, Leila," he said, voice deep. "All mine." Not even a second later, he sunk his teeth into my neck, rising in impeccable pain throughout the entirety of my body. It was a fire, similar to the one I felt before, except multiplied by 1,000 oils. It was long before that fire was replaced by a pleasure to robust I squirmed against him, releasing sounds I didn't know I had in me. He rubbed my back, keeping a strong hold on one of my thighs. I shivered against him. No words could describe what I felt in that moment. The English dictionary was too mundane for Luca's being. He made every language seem like it was enough for him, and I didn't mind that. In fact, I loved it. "Mark me. Leila, Leila." He kissed my forehead. "I want to show the entire castle that you're mine." "That am yours," I corrected. "That am yours," he repeated. I didn't hesitate to sink my lips into his neck and feel him with her against me. As I watched him, the complexity that he was, I wondered how he was able to hold me as he went through the pain I went through the pleasure I went through. He let out a low moan before dropping his forehead onto mine, our sweats mixing into one just as our souls were. We laid there for a few minutes, registering to the newfound fullness in our chest in complete silence, just the breathing of our bodies transcending into the atmosphere. He was the first to speak up. "Not even a warning," he said, putting me down. "I don't whenever you be worried or riled up. If I had the energy to swat you across the chest, I would. "Luca," I said, wrapping my arms around his waist. "Goddess," was I turning clingy. I was about to pull away before he pushed me flush against his chest. "You're not clingy. Touch me whenever you want. However you want." I swatted him across the chest, evoking a hiss out of his chest. "Goddess, when I said however you want, I didn't mean. You said however." "Luca," I mumbled into his chest. "Let go back to the castle before the witch looks for me." My eyes snapped to his in question. "I was talking about my mother," he clarified. I chuckled, shaking my head. "I won't disagree." So we walked for an hour and a half until we reached the castle, our souls intertwined and our scent seeping out of our pores. Luckily, midnight had strolled upon us, so there wasn't anyone to question our close proximity. But we did see someone running down the hallway with another person in their arms. From a distance, it seemed a man was running with his female in his arms, happily as her head beat against the wind. It was only when I noticed that the hearse sported a bright red hue that I grew worried. And it was only when saw 𝐿𝐲𝐬, a look of pure panic staining his stoic features, carrying Laura, whose chest was bleeding profusely in his arms, but I felt my knees and screamed. Chapter 23. Laura was in the operating room. A total of 6 hours had passed as she laid in there, chest open and eyes dull as gray. The sight of her body, of the blood that stained the redness of her hair, broke me completely. I hadn't realized just how much I'd valued Laura until she was slipping from my fingers, heart barely beating. 𝐊𝐬𝐲 was a completely different story, though. He dismantled the chairs in the waiting room, slammed himself into the door of the OR in an attempt to see his female, and grew monstrous. By dawn, he had transformed into his wolf, ripping his armor to shreds of leather and sparks of metal. It scared me just how much her absence turned him completely mad and made me wonder if the same was going to happen to me if I left for the north that day. I fiddled with my fingers, eyes blaring daggers into the ground as I sat on the chair. How long is she going to stay in there? My hand rubbed my back and I shifted my vision to face the holder of the hand. It was Luca. "Not much longer," he said lowly, careful not to let 𝐿𝐻𝐬𝐬 hear him. "Though I'm not sure 𝐿𝐻𝐬𝐬 will let you see her before he does." I leaned my head against his shoulder, hissing at the sudden soreness of both my neck and throat. Mother warned me that my body would turn painful after my marking, especially if my male and I didn't mate on the day of the marking. But I didn't mind it much. Laura was my top priority. My pain could wait. "I have to tell you something, Luca. And since the atmosphere of this castle has turned blue, it seems to be the right time." His eyes snapped to mine, shining blue. "What is it?" "It can't be as bad as this." I let out a deep breath before speaking. Father offered me the spot of royal guard back at the north. He wants me to come back home and… I gulped. I think that's what I want to. He stilled, eyes turning cold. You're leaving me right after marking me. Leila, I'm not leaving you. I spoke softly, head tilted. I'm just leaving the castle. I don't think staying here is doing me any good. It's not doing us any good. Why? If it's my mother, I can exile her. I shook my head at his words, sighing. Luca, you can visit me anytime. You can speak to me whenever you like in here. I tapped his forehead. The north is only 6 days away by carriage and 7 hours on Wolf Farm. He ran a stressed hand through his hair, the muscles in his arms bulging through the blackness of his t-shirt. I don't want you to leave. Judging by the look on your beta's face, I don't think I'm the only one leaving. I pointed to 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿. Look at the poor man. Even the chairs in this castle are triggering his anger. Luca sighed, speechless. You can come with me. I fiddled with his fingers. As I spoke, I'll give you a tour of where I grew up and maybe, just maybe, you can rest with me for a day or two. What do you say? If I can come with you. I wouldn't mind. A look of relief passed over his face. But will you remain in the north after I leave? I think so. Will I be able to visit any time I want? Why, of course. The patient's awake. The doctor's voice bellowed through my brain. I snapped my face to drive Salvador, whose eyes were connected to mine. The patient requests to see the royal guard first. He said, her male. 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿 growled. The guard is not even family. I advise you to be seated. Warrior. The patient wants to see the royal guard first and, when she's done, they'll be sure to let you in right after. Salvador faced me and nudged his head to the direction of the room. Shall we proceed? I stood up and dusted my pants, facing the doctor. We shall. Just as I was about to enter the room, 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿 grabbed me by the wrist and pulled me so I was facing him. Anything she tells you about the attack you will bring back to me. Understood. I snatched my wrist from his grasp, eyes smearing into his. You don't torture me. Beta, please. Leila. His expression of anger formed into one of desperation. I want to murder that man with my bare hands. In all my 2 weeks in the castle, 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿 had never called me by my name until then. Usually, he referred to me as the crooked-nosed knave or guard, so I was. Ironically, caught off guard. I lowered my eyes and swallowed down a bundle of nerves, rubbing my wrist. Only if she allows it. I mumbled. Thank you, guard. 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿 straightened his posture and took a step back. Apologies if I was rude. Apology not accepted, but I'll consider it, I said, turning around so the ends of my hair slapped his face. He was going through something. I got that. But he had no right to grab me like that, especially in front of my mail. The room Lara was in was cold and sticky, a prison compared to the one I was in. Maybe because she was laying in an operating room rather than a resting room. But I didn't like it nonetheless. The atmosphere it held was heavy and blue, and those colors didn't match Lara. Lara was a fire-wielding dragon both on the inside and the outside. My eyes caught hers, and immediately they filled with tears. She looked dead pale as snow, with skin so translucent her veins looked drawn on her. Leila, Leila. Lara, which Lara? We spoke over each other's. The minute she called for me, I rushed to her side, hands sliding into hers. What happened? I breathed out, shocked. Your maid. Leila, she croaked, sitting straight. Your maid is the problem. She's the source of all our worries. My brows furrowed. 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿. She's been getting into your brain. Leila. Like this. Lara placed her palm on my forehead, almost like she was checking for a fever, and dropped it. She's been transmitting energy from the outskirts and injecting it into your soul. That's why you're getting nightmares. That's why your emotions have been more volatile. My eyes widened, and instinctively, my hand dropping hers. How do you know this? She wanted to kill me because I accused her of messing with you. She said no matter what I did, It was too late. A tear fell out of Laura's eyes as she looked down. I saw her switching out the soil of the plants in your room with purple soil. I don't know what it was, but it felt wrong. So I went up to her and accused her of acting irrational, and the next thing I know, I'm tied up in the basement of the castle. My brain recalled my first official day at the castle when Luca took me to the rotting fields. This whole time, it was 𝐊𝐢. How, I didn't know. But if Laura said so, then I believed her. Come with us to the north. Laura, you're not safe here, I begged, tucking a strand of hair behind her sweaty ear. I don't want to lose you to some witch. It'll only go if 𝐿𝐻𝐬 does. You know I can't live without that brute. I'm sure you can convince him. He doesn't seem too fond of this place any longer. Laura nodded approvingly. Then it's settled. I'm coming with you. A bright smile enveloped my lips. I leaned forward and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, laying my chin atop her head. Laura was too important for me to lose. And while we may have only known each other a solid 2 weeks, it felt like I'd known her for far more. Her soul was too colorful for a castle as dark as Luca's, and maybe, in her absence, her mother would realize just how wonderful she was. I'm too bitchy to leave this earth just yet. Leila, she mumbled into my chest. Don't worry about me. I pulled away from her and sighed. Worried? Goddess, how could I not worry? I'm going to meet with 𝐊𝐢 and he'll update you with everything that happens. All right. You just stay here with your mail and I'll handle everything. I laid a kiss on the top of her head, the same way siblings would bid their farewells back at the north. The look of passion on her face told me she knew that, and I was glad she did. Laura really was the sister I never had. I love you, I love you. Leila, please don't make me outlive you, she said, sniffing. I love you more, Laura, and you'll try my best. I stood up, sending her one last smile before leaving her room and lining to my room. Something in me told me 𝐊𝐢 would be there. The dagger strapped to my thigh itched to puncture the back of her neck with a passion, and I would satisfy the urge. I would make her my slave if it meant she would never be able to lay a hand on any of the people's names I'd written on that wall hours ago. 𝐿𝐻𝐬 stood in my way, eyes frantic. What did she say? Out of my way, I said, pushing past him as I stride towards my chambers. Wherever 𝐊𝐢 was, I was going to make her my bitch. Quite literally. She would be my dog. My steps forced the candles to cower in submission. They saw the look in my eyes, complete in utter determination. Nobody was going to hurt my people, my family, before getting through me first. If it meant I had to die so that they didn't, then so be it. I was no longer hiding from the havoc. I was becoming it. The fury in my veins hastened my steps, so much that I reached my room in just minutes. The scent of 𝐊𝐢's presence rushed up my nostrils as I stood in front of my door, evoking my face to scrunch up in disgust. It smelled similar to the rotting soil of the outskirts, and I didn't know if that was her or my room. I just knew it smelled horrible. I rose my foot and slammed it into the door, breaking it open. The aura of my entire room was off. My windows were foggy with the respiration of the moist soil and my plants. My closet was rummaged with and my cupboards were all open. From beneath my kitchen counter, 𝐊𝐢 rose, fear hiding beneath the honey brow hue of her eyes. Leila, thank goddess you're here, she exclaimed, running to me. Some own's broken in. I held my palm out to her, stopping her from speaking. I'm going to need you to be honest with me, I said, a swear running down my forehead. Have you been playing with my mind? Her eyes widened and she shook her head frantically. I don't have the ability to read your thoughts nor play with them, I promise. What happened to Laura? I asked. And don't try lying. I don't know. She whimpered, hands held at her chest. I really don't. I slid my swords out of my back, shaking my head at her. I can hear your heartbeat all the way from here. Dear, you're lying. 𝐊𝐢's lips parted as she tried to look for a way out. I shifting from left to right rapidly. She was caught red-handed and she knew it. but I just couldn't understand how in the world she was able to conjure whatever was going on. She was a 16-year-old girl. For goddess' sake. Nobody at that age has the balls to attempt murder, especially not in the 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬's heart was stabbed. Say the truth and I will spare your life. I tightened my grip on my sword, catching my reflection in their gloss. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 held her palms out to face my direction. I am saying the truth. Put your hands down, I ordered. She shook her head, eyes flashing a bright honey amber color, the same pair of eyes I'd seen in my nightmares. The sight made my skin crawl and my armor feel to tighten out. I lunged at her, sword held high before plunging the metal downwards, ultimately slicing off her left hand. She screamed as blood squirted out of her dismantled limb, dropping to her knees, with full access to her neck. I dropped my swords and pulled the dagger from my thigh. If I was right, it meant war. I punctured the back of her neck with my dagger and stumbled backwards, watching as she stilled entirely. It stayed that way for an entire minute, me watching her form behind and her remaining completely silent, on her knees. It wasn't until her spine cracked in my direction, lengthening in height and wrinkling her skin. The process was horrid and the smell she released was even worse. But I was right. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 was a witch and she was under my nose the entire time, breathing the same proximity of air I was and feeding me the food she cooked. The old woman that was 𝐊𝐢𝐬 rose on wobbly legs and turned around, eyes livid as she stared at me. It took me days to create that glamour, and you just dismantled it in seconds. Her voice was made of nails scratching against sandpaper. Being a witch means nothing. I swallowed. You will do as I say from now on. You think I don't know that, little girl? She sneered, teeth black and yellow. You think I don't know that you hold my soul in your bare hands? Why did you trick us? How did you trick us? The witch laughed a disturbing laugh before answering my question. Your face is all over those prophecies. The seers whisper your name in their sleep. Leila added, killer of magic and queen of the outskirts. I had to trick you. Why? You're not making any sense. I spoke in a strained voice, trying my best not to shout. The High Witch of the Forbidden Lands ordered me to. She clicked her tongue. In fact, I was supposed to poison you today, when you had dinner with your male. That alpha, keep him out of your wretched lips. Witch. I growled, clenching my fists. As you wish, girl. The High Witch didn't want anything to do with him anyways. What is the High Witch's plan? I asked. Maybe I could use 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, that witch, to my advantage. Maybe. I would kill her after utilizing her. We bring the soil of the outskirts to the castle grounds. We bring so much of that soil that living here is actually possible for us and our monsters. That was the first part of the plan and it was done with. She sighed, bored. Basically, we infest all 4 of your kingdoms with our land that we can murder you all in your sleep. How many kingdoms have you infested? I asked, heart beating out of my chest. We have enough purple soil in all kingdoms except the north. You people are a completely different story. Thank the goddess, I whispered under my breath. Relieved. Will you let me go now? My eyes snapped at hers. Furious. You almost killed Lara. Injected nightmares in my brain pretending to check for fevers. Are planning to murder my entire species and think you're even alive. Ice coughed. You are a completely different story. Damn it. The only thing I liked in this castle was that lilac dress the woman gave me. So you were that old woman, I exclaimed. Yes, my glamour disappears after midnight. I wiped your memory when you saw 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 in that dress by pretending to check for a fever. Though, couldn't have you suspecting it was me before I covered the entire basement of the castle with purple soil. So every single time your palm touched my forehead, you were either wiping my memory or giving me nightmares. I asked, baffled. She nodded, bored. And to think I was doing something good by choosing her to be my maid. Her mere existence disgusted me to my core, and it wasn't just because of her horrifying looks, but also because of the way she functioned. Following somebody knowing full well they were planning on murdering an entire innocent species. How don't look so shocked. Girl, if you weren't so blinded by the fact that I was a northerner, you may have suspected it was me 2 days into my mission, the witch pointed out. You need to get those emotions in check. Honestly, your breakdowns are embarrassing. I could break your ankle in a second. Woman, I threatened. She backed away. Your command is my wish. Queen, is that better? Much better. I sent her a smile so fake even she grimaced. You will come with me to the north and remain still until I give you your next order. Understood. That means no purple soil, no magic and no killing. The only person I got close to killing was Lara. Calm your horses. You could have killed 10 people and I wouldn't have cared. But if Lara died that night, I would have skinned you alive. The witch's nostrils flared at my words, but she nodded nonetheless. Great. Now sleep on the ground and only wake up until I tell you to, I ordered. The witch laid flat on the floor and slept, just as I told her to. The view was entertaining, watching as she tried her hardest to disobey my order until finally, her eyes shut. Tomorrow, I would tell my family. Tomorrow, the North would know there was a war brewing beneath us. Chapter 24. I explained everything to Luca, my father, and 𝐿𝐲. We planned that it would be best to inform the other kingdoms when they were on our lands, away from the purple soil that had infested their own. Father already sent out invitations to all 3 kingdoms to visit the north in exactly a week, and I was grateful at how compliant he was. The way he reacted reminded me a lot of myself, just much more composed than I was. Really? The witch laid strapped to the horse, unable to move with a rope wrapped around her mouth. We currently stood at the castle gates, ready to mount our horses and enter our carriages. The north was the first to leave, the east the second, the south the third, and the west the last. I found it awfully suspicious that the west was leaving last, despite being the most troublesome of them all, but didn't keep them in my thoughts for too long. They weren't worth it, especially that Princess the Luna was going to Luca. A hand wrapped around my shoulders, and immediately I knew it was Luca. He held a certain warmth and weight that made you know it was him. That and the trail of sparks he left behind. Of course. What's the weather like in the north? He asked, a small smile on his lips. Very hot. I insisted you don't wear black, but you claim that you will be able to survive the heat. I rolled my eyes. Typical male. His finger grazed the mark on my neck, forcing my entire body to melt in his arms. It was like a kitten whenever you scratched the back of her ears. Except we were wolves. You're male. He rumbled. Don't forget that. I fisted the fabric of his shirt and pulled him closer to me, a surge of confidence surging through my veins. I won't. I pushed him away after that, forcing his back to bump against the carriage behind him. I laughed at the sight, hand held at my belly at the strength of my laughter. You're such a tease. Leila. I don't know whether to love it or hate it. He let out a short breath and straightened his posture. Now get in the carriage. I need to check in on Lara one last time. Please. Fine. Luca grumbled. I rose to my tiptoes and laid a chaste kiss to his cheek before running down to Lara's carriage. Luca and I had our own. Lara and 𝐿𝐲 had their own, and father, Slayman, and his men had their own. Since Luca and I were the most skilled warriors, our carriage was the first one in front of 𝐿𝐲's so we could protect Lara, whose condition was still critical. Behind 𝐿𝐲's carriage was father's. It was a good setup, great one in fact. Hesitantly, I knocked onto 𝐿𝐲's carriage and waited. He was greatly angered by the way I ignored him yesterday night, so I wouldn't have been surprised if he shut the door in my face. A minute or two later, the door was open, revealing a Lara on crutches. I rose to the stair of the carriage and wrapped her arm around mine. Lara, you should be seated. Where's your idiot of a male? 𝐻ES finalizing the paperwork so we can officially be part of the Northern Pack. Her eyes shone with excitement as she fell onto the seat. Signed. Goddess. I'm so excited, Lara. 𝐿𝐲 was telling me you guys had mountains made of sand and markets filled with carpets and gold. Indeed, we did. I just hope it's still the same. You know. I lowered my eyes. The war rue and everything. Laura, it even forced one of those mountains to tumble into nothing. Laura shivered. Eyes widened. It was that bad. I nodded. When I left it was nothing but sandy grounds and ashy palm trees. 𝐿𝐲 said the same. He too left during the war. She shook her head. I couldn't help but feel he was nervous when I said I wanted us to move away from the castle. He was scared that there was too much smoke in the air that would kill the baby. My eyes widened. Laura giggled. I saw your little note when you left. Leila. Don't act all surprised. It's still alive. After all the bleeding. I asked. Shocked, yes. It was what kept me alive. Her hands instinctively went to rub her stomach. My little warrior. Wow, I stared at her swollen belly in awe. Can I train her once she's of age? I was going to ask you to. But 𝐿𝐲 said he was supposed to do that. I love the man. I really do. But �HE's nowhere near as good as you when it comes to battling. I smirked. Don't let him catch you saying that. Catch you saying what? 𝐿𝐲's head peeked through the open door of the carriage. His eyes landed on mine and his face instantly turned angry. It'll be off. Beta. Calm your horses. I stood up and left the carriage before 𝐿𝐲 bit my head off. Father saw me leave the carriage and sent me a small wave from afar, forcing a small smile to come across my lips. I waved back and turned around to head to Luca. It was weird. Ever since marking him, I felt far more territorial of him when he was around other females and never felt jealous over him. With an excited expression on my face, I stepped into the carriage, and the hands wrapped around my waist and pulled me downwards. Luca sat me on his lap, his front facing my back, and laid his chin on my shoulder. Luca, I exclaimed, heart beating out of my chest. I thought you were an intruder. Tell me, Leila, what's your favorite color? I relaxed into his hold and sighed. Midnight blue. Really? Or a deep red? 𝐴𝐸 red would suit the tan of your skin wonderfully. He purred into my neck, laying a wet kiss on my mark. Molten lava spread through the core of my stomach and I clenched his wrist. I know. I breathed out. What is your favorite feature of mine? Your shoulders and your eyes. Then why aren't you looking at me? He asked, turning me around from my waist. I looked down at him, hands sliding up and down the back of his neck. I am. Good. He smiled a toothy smile. Now tell me about the north. Luca, it's the best of both worlds. It's a sandy oasis. We have lagoons that run for thousands of miles and palm trees that hold hundreds of dates. Not to mention our food. Goddess, our food. Luca, you love it all. I shook my head, unable to believe that I was going back home. I don't know if you will like the markets much though. They're quite noisy and all the more beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, I've never touched sin in my life, so I can't really imagine much of what you're saying, but your words make it sound otherworldly. I stilled. You've never touched sand. He shook his head innocently. I wish there was some machine to capture the way you're going to look when you feel the sand beneath you. My eyes sparkled at the thought. It's like walking on pillows. Very, very hot pillows. Stop it. You're making me restless to see the place. You should be, I said. My nails grazed the back of his neck, lightly scratching on the skin there. He groaned in response, leaning his head on the wall of the carriage and shutting his eyes lightly. I leaned forward so my lips grazed his ears and spoke lowly. It's a 3-day ride, Luca. Best you catch your rest now. Why now? He mumbled, eyes closed. Why not rest on a bed when I'm in the north? Because the last thing I want to do is rest when we've arrived. He grabbed me by the neck and slammed my lips onto his. The ride was fun for the first day and a half. Luca and I stayed up till sunrise and talked of even the most minute of things such as what size shoe do you wear? What hair color do you think would suit me more? What's your favorite color? It was wonderful. The atmosphere was light and Laura was healing with rapid speed, so much that her baby bump began revealing itself. Luca told me that he longed for his mate because his mother never showed him true love until he got his status as king. He said it made him detest her and desire a female he could show exactly what love meant to. It made me understand why he was such a romantic, just like his father was. After that, however, it was the opposite of fun. It's not like the carriage was spacious. Rather, it was the fact that Luca and I were alone in an enclosed space that was slowly turning hot as we neared the north. The sexual tension in the carriage skyrocketed after the second day, but none of us were man enough to point it out. All we did was ignore the way our knees would occasionally rub against each other. Pretend like though we didn't notice how intensely we would stare at each other when we weren't looking and pretend to fall asleep. Goddess, the entire carriage smelled of lust and desire. It was Luca that broke the silence first. How long till we reached the north? I ran a hand through my hair and licked a droplet of sweat from my lips before answering. About 10 to 20 minutes. You can see some of the sand has slid into our carriage from under the door. You seem rather glum. His eyes landed on my lips, staying there for a while. Arrogant Tass, who knew sexual desire could make you feel so violent. Signing. I ignored his comment and stared out of the window. If I hadn't been so entranced by the way Luca's stance hugged his thighs, maybe I would have noticed the mountains of sand stacked atop each other's right outside of my carriage. Amazed. I slid closer to the door and squinted my eyes, gasping. Luca, we're not even a minute away, I exclaimed. This held my heart at my excitement. You sure don't fancy intruders, he said, staring out of the same window I did. It was only then I noticed the new cement border that lined the edge of the northern mainland, as tall as two castles stacked upon each other. It was something to truly admire. I even asked myself, how in the world did they build such a thing? Palm trees began rising to my line of vision and small ponds lay flowing within the sand. Home. This was home. We passed through the wall and finally entered the northern mainland. I was at a loss for words. It was the same just as it was 6 years ago, but so much better. Palm trees as tall as towers and homes lined up against sandy shores. This was home. We passed by the markets and I even connected eyes with several of the citizens. Just one glance and my chest felt whole again. It was quite literally all it took for the hollowness in my heart to leave and be replaced with a fullness so robust I couldn't help but smile. The carriage suddenly stopped and I gasped. My eyes connected with Lucas, whose bright blue orbs were wide with awe. We're here, he said. The sand looked so soft. I was too excited to reply. All I did was smile so widely my cheeks hurt. A northern guard opened the door to our carriage and I stepped out, feet sinking ever so slightly into the sand. The northern heat seeped into my skin and made my armor feel all too sweaty, but I didn't pay any attention to that. My head spun to check for Laura, whose arms were connected with hands S. She was visibly shocked, her lips parted and her eyes wide. Goddess, I regret wearing this shirt. Luca fanned his t-shirt as he spoke. I knew you would. I regret wearing this shirt at all. I laughed, head falling backwards and hair sliding off my shoulders. I felt so light. It had been so long since I felt light. The sand feels wonderful, he said in awe, like a mattress that molds according to your body. He squatted down and grabbed a fistful of the sand, watching as the thousands of grains slipped through the holes of finger. A smile came onto his lips as he traced the letter L and looked up at me. This is so cool. I bent down so our eyes leveled and made a box with my fingers, with my tongue peeking out of my lips. I looked through the box with one eye. Done. He chuckled, shaking his head. What did you do? I captured a memory. For a while, he remained staring at me. I sensed wonder swirl in his eyes, as though he were amazed by my box of memories. Finally, he stood up and placed his arms around my waist, ready to pull me to him until my father approached us, eyes strong in their assessing of my mail. At the sight of Bilal hatted, Luca let go off of me and kicked at the area of sand where his Lil laid. Leila, father began, eyeing Luca. Do you like what I've done with the place? Without a second thought, I wrapped my arms around his waist, squeezing his body so tightly I felt I may have disturbed him. Thankfully, he returned the gesture and slid his arms over my shoulders, rubbing my back. "He'll take that as a yes." I nodded eagerly into his chest, lips rising impossibly further. He pulled away from me but made sure to keep an arm wrapped around my shoulders so that he could assess Luca. Father was just as tall as my male, but his appearance was much more rugged and rough, whereas Luca had a few scars littering his skin. Father had battle marks lining almost every inch of his exposed body. His skin was a dark caramel from his extended exposure to the sun, and his hair was thick, a beard lining the bottom of his face. Luca swallowed before bowing to my father, nodding curtly after. "Alpha of the North, your lands are a present to the eye." My father nodded, smile disappearing. "King of lichens, I appreciate your words. What I do not appreciate, though, is you marking my daughter without my consent." My cheeks reddened and Luca's body stilled. "Father, I'd customary here to gift the parents of your mate before the night of your marking. And since you've done it without our assurance." Father eyed Luca. "I'm expecting something out of this world. Something far more valuable than gold and oil." Luca put his hands behind his back and nodded, a sweat running down the back of his neck. "Anything you desire will be at your doorstep by tomorrow." Alpha Bailal. I was thoroughly impressed by how Luca handled himself in front of my father. My eyes caught the scar on the back of his neck, the scar Luca warned me against touching when we first met. What could have possibly happened for him to attain such a mark on his beautifully pale skin? And what memory was attached to that scar that stopped me from being able to graze my fingers against it? Tonight, I would ask him. The chatter of the commoners brought a peculiar peace to my being. Hearing people speak in my drive language made me feel solid, stable. Father's naturally booming voice cut me out of my thoughts. "I will decide if you're worthy of my daughter with your present to our pack. Bring me what you believe we are worthy of. Remember, a mark disappears after 3 months if you haven't made it." Father warned. "Don't feel too special." Luca gulped, visibly stressed before nodding. "Understood." Alpha Bailal. My father nodded in satisfaction before gesturing for the group to come to him. "Follow me, newcomers. It's easy to get lost in such a beautiful place." He looked so powerful. In the simplicity of his leather and chain armor, he looked like a man that could pull a star from the cosmos and into the Earth's orbit. Luca and I followed behind my father, arms rubbing against each other's as we walked side by side. He looked down at me and shook his head. "I don't think your father likes me very much." He linked. "Would you like your daughter's mail at first glance?" I asked, raising a brow. "And think of what you would want your future son-in-law to gift you in exchange of your daughter." I reasoned, fingers grazing his own. "I never thought of it that way." He let out an impressed breath. I shrugged. "What can I say? King, I am one of a kind after all." "Indeed you are." A surge of affection surged through our bond, and I took in a deep breath to stop my muscles from turning into seething soup. It made me feel hot all over and forced my knees to wobble, but after breathing slowly for a small while, I was able to stop the feeling from consuming me. Luca placed his hand on the small of my back and I leaned into it, sawing content lie. The further we walked, the harder the ground got until the sandy ground were no longer beneath us. Rather, it was cement roads. We walked through the markets where several merchants approached us, ranging from herbs to carpets the size of my entire room. Men walked with baskets on their heads and the women graced the cement streets wearing beautifully patterned caftans to stop the sand from entering their eyes. Some citizens even covered mouth and noses with silks. I forgot how nice it felt to be surrounded by people that looked like me. No longer did I feel like the Northern Royal Guard. I just felt human. We stopped once we reached a mansion made of a dirty white rock. It was beautiful, with a fountain gracing us at its entrance. The minute we entered the place, two boys that looked identical and a woman with hair as dark as the cosmos met my father with a tight hug. Father kissed the top of the woman's head and leaned down to hug the boys tightly, evoking my brows to furrow in confusion. It definitely was customary to greet maids with kisses on the head here, unless it was female to female. The though wonderfully looking, remained unknown to me. 𝐊𝐬 did the same and ruffled the boys' hairs. Smiling down at them, father stood up and turned around, a nervous smile on his face. Leila, royal guard of all 4 kingdoms, father began, meet my mate, 𝐊𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐿, and my sons, 𝐿𝐲𝐿 and 𝐷𝐻𝐿. My heart cracked. Your mate, I choked out, staring at the woman who replaced my mother. My father's betrayal cut deep. How could he forget us so easily? But when he knelt, begging for forgiveness, I shattered his hope with one sentence: I love you, but I don't forgive you. Chapter 25. Your mate. I choked out, my eyes fixed on the raven-haired woman before me. The atmosphere around us grew tense, and I felt Luca's hand stiffen against my back. His protective instinct kicked in as he sensed my inner turmoil, the confusion that threatened to overwhelm me. How had I never heard of these people during my father's time at the castle? The woman's audacious smile only fueled a violence within me that I hadn't known existed. My gaze shifted to 𝐊𝐬, who remained crouched on the ground, whispering to 𝐊𝐿 and 𝐷𝐻𝐿. The 2 men looked up at me with an admiration that made me uncomfortable, as if I were some prized artifact on display. Father nodded, his voice tinged with a warmth I'd rarely heard before. After your mother died, I was left hollow. The goddess blessed me with 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿, who helped me rise and conquer the north to what it is today. His eyes softened as he looked down at her, a small smile playing on his lips. None of this would have been possible without her. Really? I arched an eyebrow, my tone ripping with sarcasm. Well, little witch, well, I beg to differ. Luca's fingers pressed into my lower back, a silent warning. Our eyes met for a brief moment, blue clashing with green, but I looked away without hesitation and stepped forward, leaving the warmth of his touch behind. Was I being a complete arse? Absolutely. Did Luca's reprobative glance make me regret it? Not one bit. Leila, father scolded, his disappointment palpable. I was a broken man when I lost both you and your mother. Without 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿, I would have never taken this position. You mean without 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿, you wouldn't have forgotten about mother and me? I spat, deliberately using her first name despite the customs that dictated otherwise. Would you like me to congratulate you? Father's nostrils flared, his alpha wolf pride clearly wounded. Even that small action, the short breath released from his nose, ignited my anger further. I never forgot about your mother nor you, he insisted, stepping forward and releasing 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿 from his embrace. I looked for you every day the first year I lost you, but when I became alpha, I didn't have the time. So I sent the men I told you about. I was numb without you both. 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿 has nothing to do with me stopping. His defense of her made my skin crawl. 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿, with her gentle features and beautiful hair cascading down her back, looked every bit the perfect mother figure. But the thought of her replacing my own mother was too much to bear. The happiness radiating from my father as he stood beside her was undeniable. I had never witnessed him smile at my mother like that. Never seen him wrap his arms around her waist with such tenderness. The realization that my parents might never have truly loved each other hit me hard, replacing my anger with a longing I couldn't quite define. Perhaps, I thought, if I had seen my parents look at each other the way father and 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿 did, I might have been better equipped to handle the confusing emotions I felt around Luca. Maybe then, I wouldn't have been so afraid to ask mother even the simplest of questions. If they hadn't acted like two stoic crocs rolling past each other's, maybe I wouldn't have been born the absolute mess I was. I felt Luca tried to link me, but I shut the door of my thoughts closed. All right then. I let out a small breath. Congratulations on finding your female. It's best I rest. Leila, 𝐊𝐬 began, but I interrupted him. The ride here was long. Brother. I refrained from calling 𝐊𝐬 by his name, because I was hurt that he hadn't mentioned father's new family to me earlier. Can one of the commoners please guide me to any chamber? Your chamber, father corrected. And Leila, please, I really hope you can join us in tonight's feast with the pack. They've been anticipating meeting you. My jaw ticked. But nonetheless, I nodded. It was a weird feeling that settled upon my being, a fullness in my chest accompanied with a heaviness over my body. I was happy to be in my home, just not surrounded by such foreign people. For my first day there, I expected Father 𝐊𝐸 and I to reminisce on all of our moments with Mother and the memories we made together. I expected us to let everything we felt deep within our souls out to each other's, but I guessed I was wrong. "He'll be there," I said. "Please have my seat next to the king. It is still my duty to protect him." Her trust through Father's eyes as I pushed away the position he offered me. "Royal Guard of the North." He gulped and nodded. "All right. 𝐊𝐸𝐵, you have several caftans in the closet of your home. Wear whichever you like tonight. If you do like any cosmetics or jewelry, come by here before 6 p.m. 𝐊𝐸𝐧𝐼, voice smooth as honey. This is your father's home, so you don't need an invitation to come over." At the sound of her voice, the strings of my heart pulled. I didn't have it in me to reply. I feared I would spit something unruly out and regret it later. So to reply, I nodded curtly, staring directly into her dark eyes. My reaction was enough to put a slight smile into her face. One of the twin boys slipped out of 𝐊𝐸's grip and ran, so he stood a few steps in front of me. He was beautiful. With tan skin and honey-brown eyes, he was the epitome of northern beauty. His nose was strong and his chin was protruding, forcing his lips to pout naturally. "You're the warrior that lived in the banished lands for 6 years," he exclaimed, eyes wide. "Could I call the craftsman so he can paint a picture of me with you?" My lips rose naturally at his reaction. This boy, either 5 years old or more, was my stepbrother. From his aura I could sense he was an alpha blood, much stronger than 𝐊𝐸 I could ever be. That fact that I was related to such a being made me feel prideful, but it also threatened my awfully strong pride. I squatted down so my face leveled with his. "What would I get in exchange of posing next to you?" I asked. His lips parted and he turned around to face his father, confused. "Answer her?" "Nader, sent by law." Nader faced me once more and spoke. "In exchange to one painting with me, I will give you a lifetime supply of dates and rice." "Nader, I don't think that's how it works." "Great. Then it'll be there." I interrupted my father, sending him a lingering stare. "Awesome. Bubba." She said yes. The guard said yes. Nader ran to Father and wrapped his arms around his thighs. "Can Ahmed join too?" "That's up to you," Dad replied, staring down at his son lovingly. I longed for that look, but I decided against speaking my thoughts. "Dahlia, please, guide the honorable warrior to the river mansion. King of Lycans, would you like to rest as well?" 𝐊𝐸 gestured for the commoner to guide me before looking at Luca. Luca shook his head. "I will follow the guard to her mansion and discuss castle matters. Thank you for the offer, though." And so Luca and I left Father's castle like home and walked to the river mansion, a lump on my shoulders. The mansion was beautiful, situated right in front of a sandy river with palm trees and bushes surrounding the entire house. It was a classic northern beach home. I loved every inch of it. Every swirl carved into the concrete wall and every swivel of paint marked on the walls. The windows were tall and bright. The carpets were warm and fuzzy, and the bedroom on the upper floor was hypnotizing. "It's a beautiful house," Luca said, laying a sizzling hand on my shoulder. "I know. Everything in the north has become so beautiful since I left. Since Dad mated with 𝐴𝐴𝐻 and since Mother had left the earth. It was more colorful, filled with life and blossoming with trees. Even the sand looked more orange. I couldn't help but feel out of place. Leila, the woman doesn't mean any harm." Luca walked so he was in front of me. "I know you feel abandoned, but really, you should have seen the look in your father's face when you reacted the way you did." The image of Father's face falling rushed to my mind and I frowned. "He seeks your validation. 30. I'm sure 𝐴𝐻 is resenting the fact that he was blessed with a mate right now. Luca placed his hand on my chin, pulled upwards, so I was looking straight at him. I know the feeling. The moment I found out you were a northerner, I hated the fact that I was king. I hated that I had anything to do with your hurting. My hand wrapped around his wrist and I squeezed, reassuring him, "Don't hate yourself because of me. Hobby." His eyes shone a bright amber and he took a step closer to me, chest grazing my own. Care to translate. "My love," I said, voice velvety. "It means, my love. So you love me." "Not quite. You wound me." I tapped the area above his heart, grazing my fingers over his shirt. "As I should." He purred, cupping my face with one hand. "I'm going to kiss you now." "All right." His lips touched mine, and it was all it took for me to melt in his arms. This kiss was different from all our other kisses. It was slow and sensual and filled with passion, so saturated even I was overwhelmed. Rather than using his words to talk to me, he used his lips, and I found that beautiful. The bond sizzled deep within the bottom of my heart as our tongues slid across one another, and it was that knew his mark deserved to be in my neck. He groaned his S without closed my fingers through his hair and pulled, bringing me a satisfaction I didn't know existed. Luca was the first to pull away, leaving me itching for more. His fingers grazed the back of my neck as he stared down at me with inexplicable emotion in his eyes. "I'm proud of you," he said, lips rising. My brows furrowed. "How so?" Well, from my experience." A chuckle left his swollen lips. "You usually punch someone that makes you mad. Your brother could say the same too." My lips formed an O shape. I hadn't realized just how bad my temper was before Luca mentioned it. He was right. If we were back at the castle, I would have easily knocked my father out and chained him down with the chains he used for armor. But I didn't. Instead, I acted like the bigger person and left him with his own thoughts to fight with. Before I knew it, Luca placed a chaste kiss on my lips. "What was that for?" "You have a beautiful soul," he said. My cheeks reddened and my eyes lowered. "Don't tell me you're getting shy now," he cackled, head falling backwards. "Goddess, you're adorable." I softly swatted his peck before digging my face into his chest. "Stop. I can't handle compliments." "Maybe compliment me, but I have dignity." Luca laughed a laugh that came from the bottom of his belly. The sound was wonderful, masculine in every way, shape, and form. The warmth of his body began turning my being sleepy, and I believe he noticed, considering his laughter dimmed down. As my eyes began sliding closed, I felt him look down at me. Sadly, I wasn't able to witness the emotion that passed through them. But it felt nice. My chest felt impossibly fuller at his presence. Suddenly, hands came under my knees and lifted me. It was then I realized that Luca had carried me. "I just want to ask, sweetheart," Luca said, grip on me tightening. "Can I rest with you? Please." I mumbled. "All right then." A kiss was laid on my forehead. "I'm putting you down now." My body sunk into a wonderful cotton mattress and a silk was placed above my tiring body. "Please wake me up before the dinner," I said, voice sleepy. "I know. He'll take care of you." And just like that, I fell asleep to the sound of his breathing. Chapter 26. I didn't visit Betrayal that day. Jewels were the least of my concerns, and Luca said my kaftan looked beautiful enough without the gold. He even insisted that he could go to the market and buy me a set of jewelry, but I told him I didn't care much for it. I was just glad he had woken me up an hour before the dinner. My grog Innes would have made me late if he hadn't. I readjusted the belt of my black kaftan inside. Just the thought of having to meet with father's new woman made my skin crawl. The only thing stopping me from completely canceling my visit there was how beautiful my dress was, not to mention comfortable too. I stared back at my reflection in the mirror and thought about how I'd greet Betrayal. As a northern native, she would most probably greet me with a kiss on each cheek, and I really didn't want that. Maybe, if I reached her hand quick enough, I would only have to shake it and skip the kissing part. It would be explicitly rude of me to do so. But I really didn't want to be anywhere near her. She made me feel like I was a lump of coal thrown away into a mine, and she was a stack of gold. As the Luna of the North, She would also be wearing a white kaftan, which made me detest her further because white was my father's favorite color. Goddess. She had so much power over my father it scared me. Stop it. Leila, I said under my breath. She doesn't deserve a spot in your thoughts. My mind suddenly traveled to Nader, the beautiful boy who wanted a painting with me. He was sweet, the definition of what a northern prince would look like, and nobody could deny that. Not even me. I was sure he would grow one day as tall as Luca and have shoulders broader than my father's, but I didn't want to think about that. I didn't want to think about the newer, more polished family of my father. I rubbed the area above my heart, feeling it twist painfully. It hurt. A lot. Especially on Slayman's part, because he didn't bother telling me of any of this. He decided to stay silent while I risked my life for him in the outskirts, defending both his name and father's. I did so much for them. Followed through with Mother's prophecy while they stayed in the north and manufactured a new family for themselves. They even had the audacity to send for soldiers to look for me. Suddenly, I detested the both of them. I hated everyone except those two boys, Luca and the castle dwellers. It was only when I concluded that my heart felt a peculiar anger towards them that I noticed a stray air leave the sockets of my eyes. I gulped and wiped it away, embarrassed that I was actually crying over to men who did almost nothing for me. It's only going to be a few hours, I said to myself. You can do this. I patted down the skirt of my dress and opened the door, only to be startled at the sight of Luca standing behind it with his fist raised, ready to knock. I stumbled backwards, a hand held to my chest. Goddess, he scared me. My eyes widened as they landed on the black velvet box he held in hand. Luca, don't tell me you got me jewels. I got you jewels. Damn it, I uttered, the eyes glued to the box. My reaction was the opposite of what I was feeling, though, and I was sure he could sense it in the bond as well. I was excited to see what he got me, and my heart swelled at the thought of him buying me something. Even though his birthday was in a few days, he decided to get me something. Show me. Then, I grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him inside, shutting the door behind him. What did you get me? He pulled the box open and revealed the fascinating piece of gold. My lips parted simply at the sight of the wonderful gold necklace and crystals and a black ruby in its center. It came with 2 long earrings that were made of that same ruby. How he knew exactly what I liked, I didn't know. All I knew was that I loved what he had gotten me with a passion. Do you like them? He asked, breath fanning my forehead. Silently, I nodded, a toothy smile on my lips. Can you put them on me? I asked, looking up at him. I was waiting for you to ask. He breathed out. Turn around. I let go of his wrist and turned around, grabbing my hair and pulling it upwards so he had full access to my neck. I felt his presence form behind me as he rose his arms and wrapped the necklace around my neck, clipping it so it stayed there. When he was done putting on my earrings, he rested both his hands atop my collarbone, allowing their warmth to sleep into my chest. Involuntarily, I leaned against him, my back grazing his front. You look beautiful, he whispered into my ear, breath hot. So do you. I don't think I've ever been called beautiful. Would you rather I call you handsome? I asked, wrapping my hand around one of his fingers. Call me whatever you want, so long as it's coming from your lips. It'll be ecstatic. His voice was smiling. I pulled his hand further down my chest and laid a kiss on his knuckles, suddenly feeling affectionate towards my male. He was the only one that was actually there for me, the only one ready to drop everything and come to my aid. I didn't know how I only realized it when I saw Father's new family, but I was glad I finally did. I got you some rings too. Thought they would match with the gold accents of your dress. I spun to face him at his statement. Luca, this is too much. The necklace must have cost you a fortune already. A furious blush overcame my cheeks as I watched him pull 3 rings from his slacks. Luca, if I can hear you scream my name this much, I would buy you presents every day. Sweetheart. My blush deepened and my mouth snapped shut. Goddess, How could he shut me up so easily? He leaned down and laid a chaste kiss on my lips, forcing my heart to flutter like the wings of a butterfly before grabbing my wrist and pulling my hand upwards. Sparks erupted through the entirety of my arm as he did so. Now he began, sliding a ring through my middle finger. The merchant said this ring represents agility and power. That's why it looks like a snake. This one, he paused as he slid a ring through my index finger, represents robust femininity. It looks like a lion's tail. And this one, he slid an emerald ring through my ring finger, represents singularity, meaning you are mine, and you are taken. I stared at my long, tan fingers. They looked wonderful, slender and feminine with the rings. My eyes shifted so they were staring into his own. Thanks to my heels, I didn't have to go on my toes to kiss his mark. At the feel of my lips on his neck, he let out a low moan, holding on to my waist for support. I let my teeth graze his mark and heard his chest vibrate underneath my breasts, loving the way he purred at my touch. "Leila," he warned, voice velvety. "Stop." But I don't want it to. I pouted unknowingly, lowering my gaze. I was acting very needy, but I needed to soften up. This tough facade of mine was tiring me greatly. "Neither do I." "Verdi," he rumbled, his warm hand cupping my cheek. "But I'm an alpha male. If you don't stop now, I won't be able to stop until I'm finished." Sighing, I wrapped my arms around his waist and dug my face into his chest. I fit perfectly. Within his large frame I fit like a missing puzzle piece, and I loved it. "Are you all right?" he asked, hand rubbing at my back. "Why do you ask?" I asked, looking up at him. "Well, He looked down at me with a smile on his face. "You're ever this affectionate with me." My heart fell into my stomach and I went to pull away. "I'm sorry. Does it bother you?" He grabbed me by the elbow and pulled me flush against him. I didn't know it was possible, but he wrapped his arms tighter around me. "Now why in the world would you think it bothers me?" At the feel of my chest against his own, I hid my face in his chest. I don't know. I mumbled. Voice small. "I just want to know if everything's all right." "Verdi." He pulled away from me so he could look at me properly. "Your bond feels gloomy." My gaze lowered as I looked to the ground. He felt it too. I didn't want him to feel the way I felt. Goddess, I didn't want anyone, including 𝐊𝐴𝐻, to feel the way I felt. "Talk to me." Leila. Luca's salty blue orbs stared down at me, begging. "I can't bear to know you're feeling like this and not do anything about it. Is it 𝐊𝐴𝐻? What can I do to help?" My chest rose as I took a breath. It was unusual of me to voice out my concerns and complaints to people. Usually it was me listening. But now, the tables had turned. Well, my throat tightened and traitorous stares rushed to my eyes. I was so embarrassed. For Luca, I wanted to be strong. I wanted to be the warrior princess everyone thought I was. It's just that. My bottom lip shook with the urge to cry. I don't know. I feel a bit out of place in my home. "Sweetheart," Luca let out, softly pulling me to his chest. Tears rushed out of my eyes and I sniffed. I hated crying, especially in front of my male. But that time I really couldn't control the way I felt. All those years of pent-up hope that I would one day see my family only to be met with replacement and forgetfuls broke me, and I didn't realize just how hurt I was until I spoke to Luca. He really did bring out everything in me. "You are Leila," he reminded me. "Forget the hatted. You are Leila, the warrior of all 4 kingdoms. You have the name your mother gave you, and you held it up with pride and power." I didn't sob because I didn't have it in me to do so. I just let my tears flow freely as I wrapped my arms around my male. "Your father has wronged you, but you can see it in his eyes whenever he looks at you, that he needs you in his life to feel whole." Luca held me by my arms, his hold strong. "Right now, you may think that you are only his past, and you are right about that. You are his past. You are what made him the man he is today. You are his future and his first daughter. His first daughter. A sob left my throat at the sound of that. I didn't feel like his first daughter. At most. I felt like the girl he spent 6 years training. I didn't feel important to him. A mere villager he thought to aid. Sweetheart. Luca rubbed my back as another sob left my throat. You are the only one who will bring pride to his name. A son is a son, but a daughter is a daughter. She tells so much more about the kind of man he was. Then why'd he look at me the way he looks at his sons? I croaked. Involuntarily. Luca's arms around me tightened. Why'd he look at me the way he looks at his female? I sniffed softly. We stayed in comfortable silence for a minute or so. Luca looking down at me with inexplicable emotion swirling through his beautiful eyes and my gaze lowered to the ground. I felt insecure and needy like a wet towel left to dry alone. So I really couldn't face him. But I still needed to be in his presence. I don't know what I would have done if I lost. If I could. Leila. He paused for a beat. I would give you everything. My glossy eyes snapped to his, startled by his claim. But I know everything to you isn't gold. It isn't something you can find in a market. It isn't something you can hold. He took my wrist in his hand and placed my palm on his chest. It's something you can only feel and hear. He sighed, eyes flashing. Your father is in denial. Luca's jaw ticked. I just hope it's not too late for him to realize that you are a daughter any man would be proud of. And that's when I let my sobs flow freely. Unable to let go of my male. I don't know how much time had passed as we laid there. Me crying into his chest and him rubbing my back. Cooing meaningless words of praise into my ears. But I didn't want it to end. For once, I felt appreciated. I felt like I meant something to someone. I'm right here. Verdi? He said, voice low. Verdi. What does it mean? I croaked, wiping at my cheeks before looking at him. Verdi. His lips rose softly. It's Italian for green. I gasped. Shocked. No wonder you're so pale. You're a Westerner. He grimaced. Does that make you hate me? I shook my head, smiling at Luca. No, the opposite actually. It's not uncommon to find Westerners from the city of Italy mated to Northerners. In fact, it's quite common. Really now. I nodded. Satisfied. In fact, I used to have a crush on a certain Italian back when I was younger. I don't know if 𝐻𝐸's still alive though. What was his name? Vanni. Short for Giovanni. Luca hissed, holding a hand to his heart. I lost my first love to a man named Giovanni. Really now. I rose a brow at him, smiling mischievously as I used his words against him. He let out a laugh, head falling backwards. She was a traditional Italian woman, much older than I. She found her mate and moved to the south. I was heartbroken for days. I frowned. What did you love about her? I was a young male back then, so don't judge my taste. But I loved the way she moved. Like she was a napkin flying through air. He tilted his head as he looked at me. She kind of reminds me of you. I think I move like an absolute pig. He snorted. I beg to differ. You move like a swan. How so? Remember when your first heat arose? I blushed but nodded. In the bath. I didn't feel you come to me until I felt your skin touch mine. That's how gracefully you move. When I look at you, I'm reminded of anything delicate and agile, a reindeer, a bird, even a lion. Oh, I let out. Wow, I let out. Luca took my lips in his surprisingly for the second time that day, forcing the butterflies in my stomach to grow razor-edged wings. The pain was beautiful, and I didn't want it to end. It made me feel full. He was the first to pull away. What do you say? Shall we grace the desert with your presence? I nodded, taking in a shaky breath. We shall. I weaved my arm through Lucas and we walked out of our mansion. The walk was short considering Father's home was right down the market, which I didn't appreciate. So we made it right on time. We talked about Mater, how being painting could be an exhausting process, until we reached the pack house. We entered, suddenly bombarded by the smell of rice, meat and spices. My stomach churned at the sight of all the food, until we were approached by a northern guard. Royal Guard, King of Lycans. The guard began, "Please follow me to the Alpha's dining area." As we passed by the several dining tables, the commoners bowed down to us, their eyes filled with childlike wonder as they landed on me. Their reactions surprised me, but I didn't let it show. All I allowed myself to do was to smile and nod at them, trying my best to seem nice. The guard pushed open a set of large, golden doors, and there sat 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿, Slayman, Hamza, Laura, and Father on a round table. My breath caught in my throat as Father's eyes landed on me. He stood up, eyes flashing at the sight of me. We greeted everyone, and to my dismay 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 kissed me on the cheek, but I let it slide. "Leila, Father's voice seemed relieved. "Please, have a seat." Luca's jaw ticked at Father's blatant ignorance of his presence, and I didn't blame him. He was an alpha with an alpha complex. After all, he was bound to react to Father's view of him someday. "My seat will be next to my male's." "Thank you," I assured, ignoring the empty seat next to Father. He swallowed down an array of emotions before nodding and gesturing for the maids to place my chair next to Luca's grand seat. Once the chair was placed, Luca and I sat. Instantly, my plate was filled with rice and a wonderful red sauce seething with spices. A chicken breast was placed atop my rice, and my cup was filled with orange juice. It reminded me awfully much of life 6 years ago. Except in the past it was me filling my own plate and not a maid. "How was the river mansion?" "I hope it's up to your taste," said Father, picking up his fork. "You always loved the water, so I thought it would be best to give you a home right next to it." "The home? So the mansion is fully mine?" I asked, baffled. He nodded, smiling softly. "It's all yours." Wow, I let out a small breath. "Thank you. It wasn't all me, though." 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 aided in decorating the house. He laid his hand atop 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿's, squeezing softly. Oh, I stuffed rice into my mouth to stop myself from saying something I would regret. "How nice, how nice. Didn't the castle inform you that it was rude to speak with food in your mouth?" Slayman scoffed. "Didn't Mother teach you that secrets are the root of all evil?" I bit back. Slayman's jaw ticked as he dug his plate. Who in the hell was he to be mad at me? 6 years ago he would have brought me to the sandy shores of the north and taught me how to paint the sun after finding out I was distraught. Now this, being a complete and utter unnecessary asshole. I understood that the death of his first unborn child bared upon him an unremovable weight. But why was he taking it out on me? "The pack is excited to meet you, Leila." Father changed the subject. "They really are. I told them that you were a northerner and they couldn't be more proud." "Do they know I'm your daughter?" I asked, taking a sip of my juice. Slayman and Father a look of "I told you so" before getting back to his food. "I'd much rather you express your thoughts to me instead of bickering in your links like a child." "Brother," my nostrils flared. "I did not risk my life for you to receive that kind of treatment." I felt Luca's hand squeeze my thigh, attempting to soothe me. Slayman's face reddened with anger. "I was telling him I expected you to bring this up, sister." He eyed Father before staring at me. "The pack does not know about you." "Leila, really?" My voice was filled with cold anger. "So the pack does not know that the guard of all 4 kingdoms is their alpha's bastard daughter?" "Leila," Father exclaimed, shocked. "You are not a bastard." "Then why do you treat me like one?" I asked. "I'm 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿. Is this your new female's request? That I remain a secret?" 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes fell and a sad expression overcame her face. "No. 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 has nothing to do with this." Father clenched his fist. "Leila, I was a mere trainer back then, so you're embarrassed." "Let me finish." His eyes flashed, forcing me to submit. My jaw shut. I hated it. That he was using his alpha wolf to make me submit to him. But I couldn't do much about it. "The pack thinks you died, Leila. So did I at one point. So I didn't think to correct them." He took in a deep breath. "It would be messy for me to announce that you are my daughter at this time." Am I not worth the mess? Father's jaw shut at my question. You sound like a child. 𝐶𝐬 uttered underneath his breath. So help me goddess. Slay man. I will not hesitate to grab my knife and slit your throat with it this instant. My eyes flashed to my wolf's bright green. Stand down. Kids. Calm down, kids. My head spun to face father's. So now I'm your kid. Leila, calm down. Luca linked me, squeezing my thigh. Your Luna complex is forming. So try your best to rein your wolf in. My wolf demanded respect. While I was not close to her, I agreed. We certainly did not deserve this treatment. You have always been my kid. Leila, even when you grow to the age of 300, you will be my kid. But I've become one with the moon. You will still be my kid. Father sighed and ran a stressed hand through his thick hair. I'd wronged you. Really? I have. I don't know what to say other than I'm sorry. I should have prepared you for all this. I don't know why I thought that you seeing your new siblings would bring you happiness. Maybe I was in denial, but I really am sorry. He swallowed, eyes glossy. I'm sorry I didn't look for you enough. I really did believe deep down that I trained you enough to survive on your own, and risking the lives of those men wasn't worth it, especially when I know what it feels like to lose a child. But I'm so sorry. Father stood from his chair, eyes downcast as he got down on one knee and bowed down to me. I stopped breathing. Forgive me, Leila, daughter of the North. He shook his head, disgusted at himself. Forgive me, and I will rattle the stars for you. My eyes snapped to Lucas. Do it, Verdi. He chanted. Do it. That was all it took for me to speak with my heart. I love you, Father. I swallowed, but I do not forgive you. Chapter 27. I did not sleep properly that night. Guilt swarmed my entire body, and the image of Father's distraught face when I didn't grant him a place in my heart stayed in my mind. It was awfully there, that feeling sitting right on top of my chest. I could have forgiven him and stopped myself from feeling that way, but that would have kept him safe on his high horse, thinking he got away with what he did. Stressed, I turned in my bed, only to be greeted by Luca's wonderful face as he snoozed the night away. He looked wonderful in his sleep. To honor my deep need for respect, Luca created a border of pillows to separate our bodies from touching one another. But that night, separation was the last thing I wanted. I craved warmth, sentiment, and contact. I craved feeling light, airy, and delicate. I craved love. Using my elbows, I sat up straight and began dismantling our border as gently as I could, picking up each pillow and throwing it to the ground with a small thud. All while doing that, images of Father's face and fragments of 𝐶𝐬 hurtful words began popping up in my brain. I would have paid my entire life's savings to find out why my brother, my own blood, was treating me so poorly. It was like I was going to cry over him. He surely didn't deserve that, but it just hurt. It may be petty of me to hold it against him, but I almost died killing that beast in the outskirts, all because I didn't want him to die. Did I remind him of a memory he did not want to recall? Did I do something without realizing I hurt him? Did my existence cause him pain? Once all the pillows were on the ground, I sat there, back against the headboard of the bed, staring down at my fiddling fingers. Mother, I spoke to myself. Where are you when I need you with all my being? My head shifted so I was looking at Luca, and an instinctive smile grew on my lips. He made me happy with one look. He made the butterflies in my stomach turn to bees with one touch. He made my chest feel full in a way my present family couldn't. In a way only Mother could. I knew I should have been feeling grateful that I still had family alive, but that day, I would have traded both 𝐶𝐬 and Father for Mother's presence, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm positive I would have done that, but I didn't know a witch powerful enough to resurrect the dead, and I was pretty sure that was a grace and in accordance with the moon goddess. Come here. Luca's scrawny voice made me eyes snap to his serene figure. Right here. He lifted his arm, creating a small space right between his chest and the mattress for me to rest. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. 𝐿𝐴𝐵, I said, lips rising at the sight of his sleepy face. He grabbed my thigh and gently pulled me downwards, forcing a gasp out of me as I slid from the headboard and into his bare chest. Instinctively, my palm rested at his pec, balancing myself from the strength of his graceful pull. Much better. His arms went around my waist as he snuggled his face deeper into my neck. Much better. I giggled softly as his breath fanned my neck, the sensation mimicking a tickle. Go to sleep, Verdi. He laid a small kiss to my neck, forcing an avalanche of fire to rise from my skin. Go to sleep. I did as he told me. After tracing our initials into his chest for minutes on end, I fell asleep. I woke up feeling alive. The phrase was worded strangely. I know, but my soul felt brighter than it ever had. Maybe it was because I woke up to the view of the river and Lucas' wonderful scarred skin. Maybe it was because I had finally gotten it off my chest that I didn't forgive Father for what he had done. Maybe it was because after a long while, I finally felt somewhat like myself. Oddly enough, I woke up feeling full of affection. Now that, I had no idea why it came about, but I didn't mind it. In fact, I came to the conclusion that as a female I was rather clingy and needed peculiar amounts of daily affection to remain functional. I drummed my fingers against Lucas' chest, an attempt to wake him up, a desperate call for attention, but to no avail. He remained sleeping, slightly offended, yet still smiling. I sat up on one elbow and blew onto his face. Adorably, his nose scrunched and he shook his head, falling into a deeper slumber. There was only one way to wake him up, and that way involved sacrificing my mountain of pride, as lightly as I could, like a swan moving through water without rippling it. I moved closer to him so that my lips grazed the tips of his ears. Can I kiss you? His grip on my waist tightened, and his eye flew open. Leila, he sat up. Groggy, you cannot wake me up like that. I rose a brow. Why is that? His jaw ticked as he readjusted the covers so they remained above his waist. Goddess, you infuriate me. Woman, the only time you decide to seduce me is at the ass crack of dawn. Why were you having a nice dream? A very nice dream. I swatted his chest. Luca. He fell back onto the bed, expression painful. Leila, he whined. What? Prepare a cold shower for me. Holy. My head fell backwards and I cackled. A hand held to my stomach at the power of my laughter. He looked so small asking me to prepare that shower for him, so much that I wanted to prepare it for him and carry him to it. And it made me feel giddy. I don't see anything funny here, he said, smiling. And I don't see you preparing my shower. Woman. I felt his fingers drum a foreign rhythm to my thighs. They spread a warmth throughout the entirety of my legs, a warmth Thessa appreciated. All right. You'll prepare it. I got off the bed. Anything for you. 𝐴𝐵, stop it. As Luca took a shower, I began getting ready. For what exactly? I didn't know. But it was nice to put a kaftan on every now and then, especially when they were colored a midnight blue or a deep green, littered in wonderful crystals and exotic patterns. That day, though, I put a nude-colored kaftan on. I didn't know what it was, but something pulled me to that color, an invisible string if you would. It brought out the tan of my skin and highlighted the slimness of my waist and made me feel beautiful. Maybe all the times Luca said I was pretty finely sunken that day. But really, I felt wonderful. As I lined my eyes with kohl, a black liner, a knock sounded at the door, forcing me to stop. Who could it be? I thought. I ran down the stairs, put my ballerina flats on and opened the door. Instantly, a smile was put on my face. Nader, what are you doing here? I squatted down to face my younger half-brother. It's too dangerous for you to be walking through the market unguarded. His eyes lit up. You remembered my name. Of course I would. Well, if you remembered my name, why did you forget that you promised me a painting? He crossed his arms over his chest. The craftsmen are ready with their paints and colors. I even chose a canvas as tall as this doll as this door. For a future alpha, you really do need to improve your communication skills. I chuckled. He frowned. How? You didn't give me a date. But I think I can spare saving the world for a painting with you. Nader smiled so brightly I felt my heart burst. He grabbed my hand and pulled me to him, wrapping his arms around my neck. Shocked, I slowly slid my arms around his waist and patted his back. He was so small, so pure and full of light. He was the exact opposite of 𝐿𝐴, a complete contrast to his father. If I wasn't mistaken, I would have said he reminded me of myself when I was younger, before I was thrown into the outskirts. With a heavy heart, I pulled away from him so that I could stare him in the eyes. Thank you. Really? His smile softened. Let's go then. All right. But I need to inform my mail that I'll be leaving. Could you give me a minute? Your husband. No, my mail. Soon-to-be husband. Nader. Luca said from behind me, forcing a flinch out of me. My cheeks got so red. I looked like a raw tomato. Honestly. You're so big. Nader gushed. Will I be like you one day? I gulped and shifted my vision to face Luca. He was looking straight back at me. Maybe. It all depends on how hard you work. Luca's eyes went down the length of my body, an unreadable expression on his face as he analyzed me. It made me nervous, but what made me more nervous was that word. Husband. It reminded me of my parents' relationship. One I wanted nothing to do with and one I detested with a passion. I will consider making a deal with you to train me, 𝐾𝐥𝐿, but I must have my painting done before 4 p.m. Nader grabbed my hand and pulled me outside the house, replenishing my smile. Have a good day. You too, Nader, Luca said, looking ravishing as ever in his leather armor. You too, you too. The door was then shut and we began walking to Nader's home. Where was he going? Nader, wait. Nader, wait. I need to ask my mail something. If I tell you a secret, will you promise not to tell anyone? Nader interrupted. I swallowed before nodding. The king told me to keep you away from him today, but he didn't signify exactly why. I want to impress him, and since you're cool, would you please help me? I frowned. Really? Don't be sad. He said it was something good. Why was he wearing armor? Nader held a finger to his lips. 𝐿𝐴. Who knows? He might be able to hear us. I softly swatted Nader on the back of his head. Nader, that is not how you keep a secret. What? Why, if nobody other than you and I know, then it still is a secret? No. If anybody other than you knows, it is no longer a secret. Now that you've told me, I will remain stressed throughout the entire day, trying my best to figure out what the king has planned. I sighed but frowned once I noticed Taylor was playing with the collar of his shirt. Are you feeling hot? He nodded, a pout on his lips. I told Mother I didn't want to wear this shirt, but... I interrupted Nader by placing my hands under his shoulders and carrying him to my chest. And he laughed, squirming in my arms at the sensation of my hands on his armpits. The sight made me laugh. Is the future alpha ticklish? No. I cannot be ticklish. I balanced him on the side of my body so he was comfortable. So if I do this, I graze my fingers to the side of his waist, forcing a giggle out of him. You won't laugh. No, oh, but you just did. I didn't. Liars don't make good alphas. Nader. The second I said that, I saw Father at the end of the market watching me with a smile on his face. Did you hear what I said? At the sight of Father's figure, my smile vanished and my world turned less colorful. But thankfully, Nader was there to cheer me up. I'm sorry, I lied. He mumbled. I booped his nose, turning his frown upside down. As long as you apologize and regret it, it's fine. So if I kill someone and apologize, is it fine? I gasped, exaggerated. Nader, no. If you kill someone, their death will remain a weight in your shoulders forever. Killing someone should be a last option, something you only do if your life is in danger. An O formed on his lip and his brows rose. I thought as alpha I could do whatever I wanted. I shook my head as we neared Father's castle. You only do what would benefit your people and your kingdom. 𝐿𝐻𝐻, your needs come last when you're 𝐿𝐻𝐻. We passed by Father. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 in my arms and defaced words spilling out of my mouth as we did so. His eyes remained on us until we disappeared and reached the beautiful arch that led to a frown replaced the smile on his lips. The frown was supposed to make me feel better. And, in a way, having power over the way he felt did make me feel better. But it also made me feel very guilty. That I was dragging the situation and dramatically causing him to feel a way even I didn't want to feel. Would the moon goddess approve of this? I thought. Do you like our home? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 asked, leaning his head against my collarbone. It's beautiful. I sighed at the palm trees that lined the entrance of the castle, at the beautifully shaped entrances and carved walls. Much more beautiful than the home I grew up in. But you're 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻. Surely your home was similar to ours. I've only gained this title 3 weeks ago. Habibi. I smiled sadly at him. So you were poor. You could say that, wow. I hope I've humbled you. I shut my mouth before I continued that word. Brother. I feel humbled. He stared at me. Childlike wonder saturated in his beautiful eyes. So you didn't need all this wealth to establish your name. Well, your vocabulary is advanced, I said, surprised as we finally entered the living area of the castle. How old are you? I'm 4. That's adorable. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 swatted the back of my head. Hard. I hissed. What in the world was that for? You can't call an alpha adorable. You're supposed to be calling me handsome, powerful and gregarious. I swatted the back of his head before putting him down, smirking as he rubbed the wounded area. Well, you're a handsome little man. Rude, but handsome. I only did it because you called me adorable. I rolled my eyes but followed him into a more private seating area, where I found 𝐶𝐬𝐻 in a short, old man holding jars paints. 𝐶𝐬𝐻 looked serene as the man explained exactly how he created the violet color using the green and blue paints even sweet. It reminded me of the days when he used to teach me how to draw after Father butchered me while training. It reminded me of the days when he used to sing me to sleep and hold me when I had nightmares. He caught me staring at him and immediately backed away from the old man. 𝐿𝐻𝐻, he let out, hands behind his back and armor costing his body. Welcome home. I didn't address him. Rather, I squatted down to face 𝐿𝐻𝐻. How would you like me to pose? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 smiled before jumping on the wonderful green seating that lined the entire wall, crossing his legs over one another and leaning against the pillows and placing his hands atop his knees. Like this. I want you to look like a queen, but more feminine and relaxed. Mother always says posture says more about a person than his words. She's right. In fact, I think that's the best thing you've uttered today, I said while sitting right next to 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and posing the way he wanted me to. Like this. Right. Exactly. He exclaimed, getting into his position. He stood next to me, standing straight and placing both fists on his hips. Is this all right, Sir Ollie? The painter looked up and smiled, eyes crinkling. The guard is wearing beautiful colors. They will be wonderful to paint. You, 𝐿𝐻𝐻, are wearing lousy clothes. You reminded me. I'm supposed to wear my armor. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 rushed out of the room. You'll be right back. Guard Leila. 𝐶𝐬𝐻's eyes followed 𝐿𝐻𝐻 until he disappeared to his room. Silence accompanied us as Ollie, the painter, began sorting out his jars. All that could be heard was the birds singing and the wind swiveling through the morning air. From the window behind me, sun shined into the room and enveloped a comfortable warmth. You can ignore me now, 𝐶𝐬𝐻 said, walking till he was in front of me. Leila, I have nothing to say to you. It sure seems like the opposite. I looked down at my nails, trying to control the fire blossoming within my heart for 𝐿𝐻𝐻. 𝐶𝐬𝐻 made it very hard to not be angry. Really, I considered it at 𝐿𝐻𝐻. Stop being so childish. It'll stop when you stop. Brother, I seethed. The painter paused as I addressed 𝐶𝐬𝐻 by his status to me. Quickly, He regained his composure and resumed his sorting of his paints. I wanted to apologize. Leila, 𝐶𝐬 sighed, cheeks burning, for the way I've been acting. You sound like a gun is being held to your head. Talia wants me to apologize to you, so you don't think you did anything wrong. I scoffed. You disgust me. Talia told me she went looking for you the night of the war yesterday. 𝐶𝐬's nostrils flared. If she didn't go looking for you, maybe then my child would be alive. My heart fell into my stomach and seethed. You have got to be kidding me. I shut my eyes. Jaw clenched. Really? You never cease to amaze me. What is that supposed to mean? 𝐶𝐬, you're really blaming me for killing your child. My eyes burned. Of all people, you're blaming me. I was so livid and disappointed. The anger on 𝐶𝐬's face soon slid away to a look of nothingness. He wasn't happy. He was sad. Just empty. 𝐶𝐬, I really don't know what to say to you other than to get out of my sight. I stood up so my eyes leveled with him. Get out before my wolf challenges you and slits your throat. I loved that kid before it was born. If he had just listened to me, maybe then I would have told him that I painted an image of the stars for him as a gift for his child. If he just took the second to think before he spoke, maybe then he would have realized that I spent he did when he was forced to join the Northern Army. If he just stopped putting up this awfully manufactured persona of dull strength, maybe then he wouldn't be such an ass. Leila, my wolf, was scratching, begging to be released. It hurt. Get out. It was barely a whisper, but it was vocal. You are no match for my wolf and you know it. His face faltered and he swallowed. I'm sorry, 𝐶𝐬 muttered, but you can't blame me for feeling this way. My claws elongated and ripped through to fabric of the sofa. This is the last time I'm asking you to leave. A growl laced my tone. Don't make me do something I'll regret. With eyes cast down to the floor, 𝐶𝐬 walked out of the living area, leaving behind only the rattling of his armor. Would you like me to include the new rips in the sofa and the painting? Asked the old man, a small smile on his face. I let out a curt breath, unable to regain my composure. Why not? After 8 gruesome hours of sitting still and holding in my laughter at Nader's rather cheeky remarks, the painting was finally done. While I did hate staying seated in that sofa for such a long time, I definitely would do it again if it meant Luca and I could get a painting similar to that of what Nader would get to keep. Staying still really wasn't easy after 𝐶𝐬's confession. Just the fact that he thought I was to blame for his child's death hurt me. Stabbing a knife to my heart would be more merciful than blaming me for such a thing. It was currently evening and Ollie, the painter, was getting ready to leave. Nader had to go train and I was left alone in the wondrous northern castle, still sitting in that damn seat. I didn't know the Alpha was your father. Ollie pondered. It would be gravely wrong for him to keep you a secret. I sighed. I still wonder why I am a secret. A father would only keep you a secret if it meant he was protecting you. No man would want to deny himself the glory of bragging that his daughter is the guard of all guards. Protect me from what, though? I crossed my arms over my chest. I can protect myself. He as a father. In his eyes. Only he can protect you. At those words my eyes snapped up to his. He didn't bother looking for me. Ollie, I swallowed. I swallowed. And how would you know? The old man smiled sadly. I had a daughter, one just like you. Excellent warrior. The night of the war she died. But I didn't know she died until I went looking. He rubbed at his chest and paused. Maybe your father didn't look for you himself because he didn't want to find you dead. Sometimes I wish I was a little more ignorant and didn't go looking for my girly-ass body. I may have been a happy man if I didn't. I never considered that a possibility. That he never looked for me because he didn't want me to be dead. I'm sorry for your loss. Don't apologize. She's happy you're up there. Soon. I'll be with her. A smile rose to my lips. What was she like? The sound of the door being slammed open stopped me from completing my sentence. Ollie was so startled he dropped a jar of his paint to the ground. Thankfully, the lid was tightly shut. so none of the carpets were too awfully stained. But the sound was loud. Father stride into the living room, face determined as he saw me seated at the couch. I know you don't want anything to do with me. Leila, Father straightened his back, trying his best to appear in harm to me. But the witch has awakened and she only wants to speak to you. I connected eyes with Ollie and he gave me a knowing look, one that told me to be the bigger person. Sighing, I looked back at Dad. All right. I'm coming with you. My father hid my identity for over a decade, but when he announced to the pack that I was his daughter, the entire North cheered and all I wanted was to run. Chapter 28. I was astounded. The witch was crying. The moment I entered the dungeon cell, her weathered face crumpled, and tears began to flow. Large droplets cascaded down the deep furrows of her wrinkled cheeks as her gaze traveled the length of my body. She strained against her shackles, the iron chains rattling uselessly against the damp stone walls. What is wrong with her? I asked Father, my heart pounding erratically in my chest. The air in the cell was thick with tension and the acrid smell of fear. I don't know. She said she wanted to speak to you, and now, he exhaled sharply, his embarrassment palpable. Now this, steeling myself, I took for deliberate steps towards the witch, my boots echoing in the confined space. I squatted before her, my eyes boring into hers with unbridled fury. She sniffled, shrinking away from my proximity. You called for me. I spoke, my head tilted in mock curiosity. The witch flinched, pressing herself against the cold wall. I don't like having my time wasted. Maeve, what is it you need? My voice was sharp, authoritative. A strangled sound escaped her throat. Don't make me for sit out of you. You must fenty forget that I own your soul. Luna, the witch's voice quavered as sweat beaded on her brow. Luna, I am so sorry. I no longer take sorry as an answer. Witch. I cut her off, hearing Father's deep intake of breath behind me. I order you to tell me the truth. Why did you call for me, and what are your plans? At my command. Her chest heaved and her throat constricted visibly. The witch of all witches has placed a spell on me to never utter a word of my plans to anyone other than a fellow witch. But I own your soul, and you told me partly of your plans when you were in the castle. I exhaled, frustration coloring my words. Speak of the truth and nothing else. That's because you own my soul. Her eyes darted nervously to the guards and my father. But the bastards don't. Listen here, you, Father began, his alpha wolf pride clearly wounded. Get out, I interrupted, turning to face the men. I will inform you of whatever is said tonight. Father's jaw clenched, but he remained silent. The red mist staining his tan skin betrayed his embarrassment, but I couldn't bring myself to care. My mind was already racing, torn between unraveling this witch's secrets and pondering why Luca had left wearing armor, not to mention slain man's cryptic words. Follow me, men, Father commanded, giving me one last look that spoke volumes. He was letting my behavior slide, but only this once. Yeah, leave, I thought, watching them file out. One silence enveloped us. I stood, facing the witch with renewed intensity. Speak. A violent shiver racked her frail body. My brows furrowed, anticipation and dread coiling in my stomach. The revolution, she whispered, eyes red. You are the cause of the revolution. What the hell are you talking about? I growled. Stop uttering this nonsense. I didn't notice it much in the castle because, well, I spent most of my days running away from you, and anybody else could have had green eyes. Her voice faltered. But yours are green. Yours are exactly as the mother witch described them. My fists clenched at the thought of a witch speaking of me. You will tell me exactly why a witch was describing me. Her chest rose as I ordered her soul. The prophecy. She shivered in her rags like lips chattering on a cool night. You will be the cause of our extinction. The witch demands you be killed. My back collided against the wall as I stared at the witch in disbelief. Me. And what was this prophecy everyone seemingly knew about that I didn't? You best not tell your father of this. She swallowed, eyes shifting left to right as if she feared an intruder would catch us. You must know his heart has grown weak. How would you know? I can smell it from here. Her nose crinkled. Why do you think he has 7 men guard him wherever he goes? Why do you think he hasn't challenged you yet? Regardless of your bratty behavior. He fears you. My breath caught in my throat. But he fears losing you more than losing himself at your hands. Stop. I let out. Stop making me feel bad for him. Her lips shut at my command and she sunk in her seat. Goddess. I hated how easily I felt guilt. Especially towards my father, the man who abandoned me, left me to fend for myself and for his name and dishonors everyday me by lying about my origins to his pack. All so he could have it easier for himself and his new family. Life was a sick game of survival. It made my stomach churn. I had to change the subject. Speak of this prophecy. My voice came out raspy. Utter every word the witch said and what power she holds. There is not limit to a witch's power. All she needs is a victim in her own madness. The witch quivered. If powerful enough, a witch could flip this plant upside down and swallow it whole. How many years of experience would a witch need to do such a thing? Thousands of years. Has any witch lived that long? The witch's eyes sparkled. Our queen is 14 centuries old. God, you are no match for her. Nobody is. Where does she live? Do you not want to hear of the prophecy? Don't avoid the question. I warned. Speak of her whereabouts and then continue to explain the prophecy. Her jaw clenched. She lives in the tallest tree of the outskirts. The only tree with green leaves. The tree of the west. The one guarded by 7 monsters. Precisely. The witch looked behind me before speaking again. Now the prophecy. The lichen with eyes of thine brings the witches their cause of demise. As bright as the moon strikes the heart of all magic's cocoon. Revolution rises raw and time no longer brews. Until years have passed. Time will no longer debut, only orchids with souls as dark as nights warm the kingdom of all wolves. She leans forward. Until the warrior hears the trumpets, she will remain in her cage, leaving behind darkness and rampage. What the hell? What are the orchids implying? I asked, anxiety filling my veins. What cage do you speak of? How many years will have to pass for what to occur? What darkness will I leave behind? I haven't finished. The witch snapped her head to me. One of 3 northern souls will perish to the other realm. The birds will tell all truth. I waited. Lips parted. Is that it? I asked, because I understood absolutely nothing. That is it. My jaw clenched. How powerful is the mother witch? I asked, dreading the dress I was wearing and ditching to put my armor on. The witch tapped her head. She can get in your head and twist your reality. Make you see things that aren't real. Make you feel things that exist only in your head and her imagination. She dropped her hand. Fear not. Though, witch though, she isn't able to play with nebulous or displaced planets. Not yet at least. Is there any way I can protect myself from her? I watched as the witch's throat constricted, evoking an obnoxious sound out of her throat. What? I asked through gritted teeth. It's her spell. Well, snap out of it. I commanded. I order your soul to be relieved of her spell. The witch let out a strangled scream as sparkles of dark purple began evaporating out of her soul and into the dungeoned air. Tears steamed down the wrinkles on her cheeks and her body stretched as greatly as it could within the constraints on her ankles and wrist. The sight was unruly and even forced to gasp out of me. But once it was done, once the aura of darkness saturated and her soul dissipated into thin air, I was glad. She laid limp, body barely seated on the chair. Shockingly, I was glad her chest was still rising, a steady rhythm of up, down, up, down. I would put her to good use. I would squeeze every bit of information she had left in her like a lem until she had nothing left in her. Not even a soul. Wretched bitch. Goddess. When did I become so violent? Luca mentioned something about a Luna complex, but I felt nothing like one. Really? I felt the same as had been the day I met Luca. Sighing, I turned around and left the room, slamming the door shut behind me. To my surprise, all 7 of Father's men, including Father himself, were stood awfully close to the door. Perhaps they'd been eavesdropping to the sound of me screaming at a 4-year-old witch. That, I didn't know. What I did know, however, was that they were just as confused as I was. "I'm sure you've heard already," I began, eyeing one of the guards, "that the witch is fast asleep and is not likely to wake up any time soon. Standing beside the door will only do you so much." He blushed furiously and looked to the ground, almost bowing to me. Judging by the slimness of his body, he was most probably still a teenager, maybe 15. But he was tall, almost as tall as Luca, but not quite there yet. I almost felt guilty for being so cold, but I had to be. Nobody would take me seriously if I was kind, especially after what happened with 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Being young is not an excuse. With a wind in my hair, I strolled past the men, leaving behind only the sound of my heels as I went up the steps of the underground dungeon. It was satisfying feeling their eyes lay on the back of my body, watching as I left them empty-handed. Some of their eyes were gazing a bit lower than what I was comfortable with, but I grew from that. As I reached the last step, I heard Father growl, "If that gaze lowers just 1 more centimeter, I will pick your eyes out with my claws." "Guard," Father warned, "watch yourself." And so I left the dungeon and entered the wonderful northern market. I'd been strolling through the wonderfully built market for an hour, hands wrapped around my own body. The lantern-lit streets accompanied by the occasional performances, drums, snake songs, and belly dancers brought a warmth in me I didn't know existed. It was the kind of warmth that didn't make you happy, rather than one that made you content with the feelings you had brewing inside you. The one that made you feel stable regardless of all the turmoil growing. Where was Luca? The question circled my mind for several minutes before being occupied by how in the world 𝐿𝐸𝐬 thought I was responsible for the death of his child. I thought about linking him, but I didn't want to bother him. What if he was working or sorting out important matters between the 4 kingdoms? Oddly enough, I forgot that he was the king, the man that ruled the world. To hell with it. "Where are you?" I linked. Leila hatted, "Guard of all guards." A voice called out for me and I spun around, sawing contempt lie at the face that accompanied it. "Ollie," I smiled warmly as I approached his booth. "Your paintings are beautiful." He had a small cart that was decorated with paintings and bells so that, whenever it moved, it would alert passers. It was beautiful, littered with calligraphy and traditional carvings. "Thank you, but I'm saddened that you weren't able to see the painting of you with your brother." He shook his head. "It turned out beautiful. You heard what happened. Urgent matters need urgent actions." I ran my fingers over a wonderful pocket-sized painting of a purple cat before looking back up at him. "But I'll take your word for it. I can't wait to see it when I paused, swallowing. "Back at the Alpha's home. Back at your father's home." "You mean? How can I say that when nobody in this market recognizes me as the Alpha's only daughter?" I whispered through the loud chatter of the market. Ollie looked taken aback, his old brows rising. "You haven't heard." I shook my head. "The Alpha stated he wants to speak to all pack members tomorrow at the auditorium." A smile rose to his lips. "Said he had an important announcement to make." My lips parted. "You're being serious?" I don't see why I would be joking. Plus, it was about time. The man finally came to his senses. I scoffed. "Lycans really are weird." Back at the castle, I used to treat him with respect, showed him love and mercy despite all his wrongdoings. Yet he still didn't tell me of all this. But the minute I ignore him and treat him with a small ounce of the disrespect I have stored within me, he suddenly decides to come to his sense. My eyes went to the purple cat to find some form of comfort. They say the human side of us is our weakness for a reason. It makes us feel things our wolves don't. He eyed the painting with the purple cat. "Take it if you want it." "Oh, no. I was just admiring it," I insist. My daughter loved the painting as well. It makes me feel well that someone likes it the way she did. He picked it up and to hand it to me, forcing a horrible blush to stain my cheeks. Please, but you have a special memory attached to the painting. It is rude to deny a gift. Have you forgotten the culture of your origins? He rose an offended brow. My mouth snapped shut and I gulped. I bowed and accepted the painting, hating how hot my cheeks felt. The dry paint felt wonderful underneath my skin, its bumps and texture satisfying to the touch. As I stared down at the painting, I wondered how he got each hair on the cat's body so perfectly. He really was talented. Thank you, I said, shifting my eyes to look at him. It's beautiful. What's more beautiful is the fact that your male is walking down the market holding a beautiful box in his hand. What? I spun around at whiplash speed only to find Luca walking down the market, passing by the several people that bowed to him with ease. He held a large box in his hand that was wrapped beautifully in black ribbons. What was so beautiful, though, was the new scar imprinted right atop his eyes. And the anger filled my body at the thought of anybody attacking my male. I ran towards him, painting held in my hand as our eyes connected. Blue meeting green. Green meeting blue. In contrast to the worry and angst I was feeling, Luca seemed proud and excited. I felt those emotions storm through our bond. "I'm here." He smiled a masculine smile at me, answering my link minutes after I called out for him. "Luca, Luca." I let out. Worried. "Where have you been?" "Don't say my name too loudly. Remember, I'm supposed to remain a secret." "What's in that box?" I asked, ignoring him out of angst. "And who scratched the top of your eye?" He chuckled. "Calm down, Verdi. I was out getting the present your father requested I bring before marking you. It was only then I realized he was wearing a suit. They've airy fame fancy. Midnight blue sight. Just the sight of him made my heart pump madly. Luca, we have months still that has to happen." I sighed, shaking my head. "What if something happened to you? I'm leaving to the castle tomorrow." Leila, Leila. My lips parted as I stared up at him. "Already why?" "I'm the king." He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, the warmth of his hands seeping into my cheeks. "As much as I would like to stay here with you. Duty calls. I have paperwork the size of mountains due right this second." Oh, I looked down, just when things were getting good. He tilted my chin upwards, frowning at me. "You could always come with me, sweetheart. Duty calls." I mumbled. "The witch spoke today. I have to stay and observe her." His jaw ticked. "Like Halden, we have been commoners. I imagine life is much easier in the middle-class realm." I huffed out a laugh. "Middle class and above, to be precise. Anything below is just as bad this." He wrapped an arm over my shoulder and sighed, somewhat stressed. Those swarm of butterflies made their way up my stomach again at his touch, and I smiled into his chest, completely ignoring the looks of confusion and shock passing by us. "Come on. Let's show your father the gift." We arrived in front of father's door. I still didn't know what the gift was, but Luca said he had to fight to beings for it. Really? I tried my best to find out if by fight he meant kill, but I couldn't. The man's face turned to stone just at the thought of it. Luca also liked the painting I held. Said he wanted one of me because of how small and portable it was, and I promised to tell Ollie to make him one. However, because of how short the walk was, I couldn't bring myself to explain the prophecy I had been given that night. "Do you want to knock?" he asked, raising a brow at me. "You do it," he teased, knocking on the door. I stuck my tongue out at him before looking back at the door. A maid opened it with wide eyes. She bowed immediately, body slumped with fear. "Please, make yourself feel at home, King. Guard, I apologize, but I don't think the time is appropriate for you to be here at this time, so." "That is my daughter, Alia. She can enter the home whenever she wants to." "You are excused," father said inside the home. Leila added, "Come in." I gulped, heart beating erratically. For the second time that day, My cheeks reddened to the point of pain. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know." "It's okay," I assured, voice raspy. "You can leave now." The maid scurried away, leaving Luca, my father, and I in silence. "Come in, please." Father eyed Luca as he shut the door behind us. "What do you hold in your hand?" "The gift," Alpha added. Luca's tone was curt and his voice deep. "Open it." Father paused before grabbing the box from Luca and placing it in the ground. He pulled the ribbon open and lifted the cover of the box. His eyes widened and a gasp left his lips. He snapped his face to Lucas. "How in the world did you attain this?" Father asked, baffled. "I spent the day in the outskirts looking for her." It was my head's turn to snap to Lucas. "You did what?" A small meow sounded and out of the box jumped a cat with fur the color of dark lavender and eyes the color of bright amber. The cat padded towards me and nudged her head to my exposed ankles, purring at the feel of my skin on hers. With a slack jaw, I reached for the cat and lifted her to my chest. She vibrated against me, licking my knuckles ever so gently before sliding her eyes closed and resting. "Luca," I gushed, petting the purring pet's head. "Is this why you wore armor before leaving?" "Yes." "Is this why you have a new scar healing atop your eyes?" "Yes, it is." "Verdi." He smiled down at me, scratching the chin of the sleeping cat in my hands with his index finger. "I hope you like the gift," Alpha added. "It's wonderful." Father's face remained flabbergasted. "I imagine you would get me a pot of gold or a field of roses." "I live to exceed expectations." Luca allowed one side of his lips to rise. "Does this mean my mark on your daughter's neck can stay?" My eyes snapped to his and, to my surprise, they were already glued to mine. I swallowed, understanding exactly what Luca meant by his question. He was subconsciously asking my father for my hand in marriage and, while I knew one day I would marry him, the idea stressed me greatly. Just the thought of marriage drove my thoughts to whatever my mother and father had the exact opposite of what love was supposed to be. "You can have that and more." My father walked up to Luca and patted his shoulders, sending him an impressed smile. "Welcome to the family, son." The words seemed to elude a newly found softness in Luca's eyes. His brows rested from the furrow it was set in and his lips parted. The brief conversation I had with him in the carriage where he explained how he and his father used to be close before his mother's obsession with power eventually killed him came into mind. He loved me more than I loved him, and that was something rare. He said something along the lines of that. Eventually, Luca regained his composure and coughed into his fist, nodding. "Thank you. Your approval is deeply appreciated." "I sure hope it is." Father shifted his eyes to me. "I hope you will be attending the pack assembly tomorrow. I have important news to bring to the pack." Taking a deep breath, I nodded, unconsciously linking my arms through the warmth of Luca's muscular, large ones. "I will be attending." Father smiled. "I'm glad, Leila." I wished I felt the same way, because that day, I had an awful feeling settle atop the depth of my heart. It wasn't a prevalent feeling, rather a temporary wave of heaviness overcoming my body. Judging by the way he tightened his grip on me, I sensed that Luca felt what I felt. That night, Luca and I slept next to each other's. No pillows, no borders nor armor getting in the way of our bodies. The cat, who I named Lena, snuggled between Luca and I, allowing her purrs to lull us to sleep. I dreamt of love, of a future with Luca, of my own kids, but I also dreamed of loss, of a burden, of the prophecy the moon had bestowed upon me. It was a tragically beautiful night saturated with colorful nostalgia and deepening anxiety. I couldn't describe it any other way. Chapter 29. Luca promised he would stay until after the assembly. I appreciated that he was putting me over his work, even if it were just for a few hours. He had almost for days of unkempt paperwork from all 4 kingdoms and wanted to see my father confess to his wrongs. We were currently sat in the auditorium, waiting for the Alpha to approach the stage. Luca and I were seated right at the front row, and behind us cascaded the rest of the pack in order of ranking Beta all the way to Omega. It was a foreign feeling, being seated right at the front of the hall. In the past, I was always right behind the 𝐏𝐻 in between poverty and the middle class, so adjusting to this stark change was weird, to say the least. His hand rested atop of mine and squeezed, spreading a comforting warmth throughout the entirety of my body. My eyes snapped to his and I smiled. "Stop stressing. Verdi." He took my hand in his and placed it above his thigh. "Your father will do what is right. What if what he thinks is right is indeed wrong? You should anticipate the better outcome. Regardless, that would simply be setting myself up for heartbreak." I clicked my tongue and sent him a wink. "Best to keep the bar low. Are you suggesting I didn't exceed your expectations as a male?" He rose a brow. "And please, do wink more often. The sight is ravishing." My cheeks heated and my jaw snapped shut. "Damn it. Never again." I mumbled just so that he could hear. He chuckled and shook his head, eyes going back to the stage. Luca Belusi exceeded not just my expectation of what my male would be, but my expectation of what a human could be. He was sweet, yet all the more powerful. Sinfully handsome, yet all the more adorable and needy when we were alone. He made me feel special in a world where I most certainly was, and I adored it. Our bond sizzled with passion that was tended to. A beautiful chaos that felt like it was about rupture from deep within my chest. But I didn't mind it. In fact, being with Luca made me appreciate the chaos rather than attest it. "All rise." At the guard's command, the guests of the auditorium all rose from their seats in unison. All except Luca, the king. He rose to no one but himself, wearing the traditional northern armor. Father walked to the stage and nodded. "You may all be seated." I sat down and Luca immediately took my hand in his and placed it above his thigh, surprising me delightfully. "Welcome to the 18th Assembly, men and women of the North. Today, I come bearing news that may bring upon you an uncomfortable weight regarding the War of 1689. He took a deep breath, eyes shifting from the audience to mine. "However, that news will be replaced with something that I had been hiding from you out of my own selfish desire. Something I am sure will strengthen your pride of the Northern leaders." I swallowed down my emotions at his words. "Goddess, I can feel my heart beating out of my ass." At the thought, Luca pursed his lips to stop himself from snorting, which made him look somewhat constipated. I kicked him in the shin and the laugh in his lips was replaced with light-hearted fury. The War of 1689 was no accident. My brave people. It was no fire that struck our lands. It was an attack intended to destroy not only our economy but also our people. The leader of this attack is none other than the Luna of Lycans herself. Gasp struck throughout the crowd. "Fear not. She is currently being questioned further for her involvement in any of our droughts and will be imprisoned till the day she dies. The king himself has sanctioned this decision. This means war. My people, not only against the Luna, but also the Westerners who have been found accused of looting our oil and gold, while also playing a heavy role in the War of 1689. Father breathed in. "Any questions before I proceed?" An old man rose from his seat. "Speak." "Elder Basil, will this be a cold war or a physical war?" Elder Basil stood on his cane, voice croak-why as he spoke. "It is currently a cold war. We have stopped selling them any of our resources and banned them from entering our lands. Upon that, all of the troops they had deployed in our lands had been deported back to their homelands until they return the resources they stole and damaged from us. If they do not respond accordingly, and by that I mean to send us billions in aid." Father's eyes sparkled. "Then we will strike." The crowd roared in approval, clapping and screaming a stream of yes and yeah. It made my heart swell with pride and even ignited an impressed smile from Luca, the king himself. The sight was contagious. After answering all of the Northerners' questions, Father nodded and took a deep breath. The fact that he, the alpha of the North, looked nervous in front of his entire pack made me nervous. I was sure nobody but I noticed, but the smallest of sweats ran down his forehead. I had been hiding my past from my people. And as an alpha, it is wrong to lie to your followers. More importantly, his jaw clenched. It is wrong to those whom I have hidden from you. I felt 𝐊𝐤, who was sat 6 seats away from me, look at me but didn't dare look back at him. Before I became the alpha of the northern lands, you all know I had a family. One where 𝐊𝐤 had it was my first son. For the nth time that day, he took a deep breath. The sight made my breathing halt. It made me clench my hand around Luca's thigh and force my lips to part in angst. He was about to confess, about to expose me as the only daughter of the blessed northern lands. You don't know, though, that I had a daughter. The crowd gasped softly, exchanging looks of shock between one another. One with eyes the color of her mother's and hands of steel. One that holds the title of the first female royal guard of all 4 kingdoms. Our eyes connected. Brown meeting green. Green meeting brown. The daughter is Leila. Silence swarmed the entire hall. Complete and utter anxiety, enticing silence. I shut my eyes tightly, wishing I had never asked Father if his pack knew I existed in the first place. All until someone in the back of the crowd clapped, followed by another clap in the distance. My eyes snapped open. It wasn't until the entire crowd joined Ollie, the man that started the fiesta of claps, that I realized they were all ecstatic at the news that had been bestowed upon them. My lips parted as I stood up and turned around, watching as the avalanche of people behind me roared in approval and pride. I felt it in the bond I had with the pack. I felt it as like it had just been dipped in electric elixir. They jumped in joy and completion, even hugging one another. The strongest warrior is a northerner. The protector of all 4 kingdoms is one of us. The first female guard holds our blood. My body jittered in excitement and delight at the approval of my people. I couldn't believe they were so joyous at the news they had just been bombarded with. Luca's eyes connected with mine and he smiled up at me, sending me a wink. My heart fluttered. They were proud. For a second I was almost embarrassed for you. I punched Luca in the shoulder at his words and he laughed as we walked down a trail of palm trees. Really? Really? I thought the silence was going to turn never-ending. I swear, I felt my heart beat out of your arse. He cackled at my words. I almost burst out into laughter when I heard you say that. Goddess, imagine the look on your father's face if I had actually laughed. That explains why you look so constipated. His face snapped to the side of mine. What? I said nothing. He said I looked constipated. His tone was offended. He'll have you know I have a very healthy digestive tract. I snorted. Good to know. I saw 𝐊𝐤 at the end of the trail. His hands wrapped around 𝐊𝐤's shoulders. My steps halted. What is it? Asked Luca. That 𝐊𝐤 is female. I gulped. I don't want to talk to him right now. Luca's hand wrapped around my wrist, forcing my eyes to connect with his. Better face the problem now than later, comes Verdi. I took a breath, feeling my lungs widen. Well, just walk past then. If he calls for me, then I'll speak to him, but I will not be the one to initiate conversation with him. My jaw clenched. Can you believe he blamed me for the death of his unborn child? Luca winced before pulling me from my wrist to walk beside him. No, from what you've described of him in the past, HS definitely changed, and I don't know if it's for the better. I leaned into Luca's chest, allowing his warmth to merge with mine. He was my cocoon, protecting me from not only the cold but also the evil spirits that roamed the roads we strolled through. My male never failed to force a trail of sparks to run up my spine. He never failed to make me feel like I was me. The sound of my heels forced 𝐊𝐤's head to rise from 𝐊𝐤's shoulders. He sniffed the air and turned to me, eyes widening. Just as his lips parted to speak to me, Talia spoke. Leila, she called for me, rushing to reach for my hands. I want to apologize on 𝐊𝐤's behalf for accusing you of such a thing. I was taken aback. How did you know? The day it happened he came to me and confessed to his unruly words. I didn't talk to him and feared that you'd hate me for it. She swallowed, shaking her head. I would never blame you for such a thing. I went looking for you. Yes, but I knew my baby was gone the minute the first bomb had struck. You had nothing to do with it. Oddly enough, Her words relieved my shoulders from a weight I didn't know existed. Leila, I'm sorry. Slayman's eyes faced the ground as the afternoon sun kissed his tan skin. It wasn't until I saw my paints that I realized how much of an ass I've been to you. My heart squeezed painfully. I painted the stars for your child. You know. I was going to give you the canvas the day of the war, but it turned to ashes before I could reach you. Luca's eyes snapped to mine. You painted something for him. I nodded, eyes glossing. So to have you accuse me of killing him when I would willingly die to protect him hurts. Slayman, to have you tell me I'm acting like a child when, years ago, you would have told me it was okay to cry. Hurts, Slayman. I'm sorry, he stuttered, unknowing of what to say. Really? I am. I don't know what happened to me. I always thought that if I trained more, if I was an actual soldier, I would have been able to protect Talia from those monsters. He wrapped a protective arm around 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻's waist. My wolf was distraught. He wouldn't let me sleep unless I trained day and night. He made me get rid of my paints. Talia saved some of my drawings so he didn't destroy them. I hope this puts things into perspective for you. Sweetheart, but your brother still loves to paint. He still watches the stars stroll through the skies like he did when you were 12. No, I don't. Shut it, Slayman. Your masculinity can wait till when we get home. Slayman locked his jaw shut at 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻's words. He just doesn't show it to anyone but me. He wants to prove to everybody that he is a soldier when, at heart, he's an artist. I even caught him painting when I was pretending to be asleep. Really? I rose my brows, a small smile staining my lips. I'm glad. I'd love to see some of your paintings. Perhaps we could showcase them when I go back to the castle. It would be great to have a northerner's paintings covering every inch of that wretched castle, Luca pointed out. And the Slayman's eyes brightened. Goddess, my skills are not as robust as they used to be. You painted a dog from your imagination like it was standing right in front of you, Talis exclaimed, swatting him across the chest. I guess that's where I got it from. I really am sorry, Leila. Slayman took a step forward. If I was scared you would strangle me, I would hug you right now. Both flashbacks of when I threatened to slit his throat rushed back to my head. He deserved it. I promise I won't strangle you, I said, spreading my arms. Brother. He smiled and wrapped his arms around me, rubbing my back. I don't deserve your forgiveness, Leila, but if you give me time, I will show you that I can change from my ways. I expect you to. I mumbled into his chest. Please never stop painting. The goddess gave you the gift for a reason. I'll try, he promised, pulling away from me. For you, I will try. A large smile came into my lips at his words, one that made my cheeks ache and my teeth shine. I could hear how his heart was booming in his chest. I felt how nervous he was. I was going to completely excuse his behavior, though I had to learn not to give others, especially family, my heart so easily. It would only weaken me in the process. We were invited by 𝐊𝐴𝐻 to have lunch at Father's palace after that. It was a wonderful feeling to be surrounded by my family, so much that I didn't mind the fact that I was seated right next to 𝐊𝐴𝐻. For the first time, I didn't feel resentment towards her. I watched as she poured rice into my plate and topped it with all sorts of meat, appreciating both her beauty and kindness. We laughed and sang northern folklore songs. Mater threw some rice onto Father's armor, but he didn't mind. Luca kept a hand above my thigh the entire lunch, even forced himself to eat with only one hand because he didn't want me to leave him. Involuntarily, I would lean my head against his should every few bites I had. Nobody seemed to mind. Especially Luca. He loved. It was so fun. The most fun it had in a long while. But the fun dissipated when Luca had to leave. The sun was just about to set and the carriage was ready right outside Father's palace, ready to stroll through the market and outside of the Northern Kingdom. The entire pack watched as our family bowed down to him, I included. They watched as Luca sent me one last gaze of need, of desire as he entered the carriage. They watched as my lips quivered and my eyes watered at the view of the carriage closing and the horses padding away. They all cheer for him, the leader of all lycans, and he waved back at them, smiling a sad smile. His eyes didn't leave mine, regardless of the fact that he was waving at the people. It wasn't until his carriage turned so distant it looked like a speck in the road that they resumed their daily activities. I was the last one to move from my position. For hours I stood there, watching as Luca's carriage exited our border. Even when he left, I remained standing, hoping that somehow his carriage would reappear and he would hug me goodbye. But that didn't happen. It didn't happen because nobody could know that I was his. It didn't happen because he still had a title to uphold and a promise to keep to all 4 kingdoms. As I stood there, sand piling up my toes and wind gushing through my hair, I convinced myself it was for the better. If everybody knew I was his, we would have to wed immediately. Not only that, but I would be accused of wrongfully taking the royal guard status. The castle would also demand I have his pups the day we are wedded, and I didn't want that. All I wanted was a hug goodbye, a kiss goodbye. It all passed so quickly. 3 days felt like 3 minutes with him. It made me realize that I wanted to lay by his side for all eternity. It made me regret not kissing him more, not wrapping my arms around him more. All hand grabbed my wrist, forcing me to turn around. It was 𝐊𝐲. It's been 3 hours. Leila, I think the pack members are starting to get worried. He tilted his head, examining me. Would you like to sleep at 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and 𝐶𝐮 tonight? Please, I said, rubbing my chest at the newfound hollowness in my chest. That would be very nice. Well then, come along now. There's no need for you to grab any pajamas. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 always kept an extra pair of pajamas for you. I was quickly feeling very emotional. Just the thought that 𝐊𝐲𝐬 had an extra set of sleepwear in hopes that I would appear forced my heart to clench painfully and my eyes to water awfully so. I swallowed and slipped my hand out of 𝐊𝐲𝐬's. He frowned but obliged. Are you all right? He asked, noticing the redness coating my eyes. I nodded, yes. It was a 2-story traditional northern home. Not too small but definitely not big. Just the right amount of cozy. The walls were a beautiful burgundy, coated with shelves that held hundreds of books I was sure were for 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and surrounded by paintings crafted by 𝐊𝐲𝐬. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 hung them up today. He smiled, removed the metal parts of his armor, said they'll make me miss painting. Is it working? I asked. He nodded. Suddenly, his eyes brightened and his head snapped to mine. Would you like to paint under the stars tonight? My lips parted as question. Would you like to paint under the stars tonight? The last time I heard those words were 6 years ago. I gulped and nodded, so absolutely shocked I had nothing to say. A smile rose to 𝐊𝐲𝐬's lips and he nodded back. I'll get the canvas ready. The night was a blur, as 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and I sat under the illuminating stars, brushes in one hand and paints in the other. We didn't have to speak to connect. We were aware that I was feeling lonely and that 𝐊𝐬𝐬 was feeling guilty, and that deeply resonated within our artworks. For I painted a wave the color of blue hitting a gray shore and 𝐊𝐬𝐬, a door with a beautiful woman behind it. It was beautiful, all until we saw a rocket fly above us, all until we heard screams erupt from the other side of the city. Chapter 30. The West had struck us. Hundreds of Northerners were reduced to nothing but a pile of bones and melted skin at the sheer power of the rocket the Westerners sent us. As I stood in the midst of all the panic, hidden behind the array of screaming citizens and nurses running to aid them, I wondered why in the world they would fight us. Why would they initiate yet another war? Did they know of the prophecy? Did they know I was mated to the king of all wolves? I couldn't help but think I was the reason they decided to cold-bloodedly murder innocent citizens. It was this voice nagging in the back of my head. It's your fault. They want you dead, but they don't have the courage to touch you. My jaw clenched and I ran back to the river mansion, hair swaying in the wind and dress flying. Goddess, I was so angry I didn't bother telling any of the shocked citizens to move. Rather, I just pushed past them and even knocked some to the ground. I didn't have time to apologize. I had to leave home as soon as possible. I had to gather my belongings and run back to the castle where I would be with Luca, where they wouldn't dare attack. I wanted to scream as I ran. I wanted to curse the goddess for making the Northerners go through such a thing. I burst through the door of my house and ran upstairs, feet crushing the glass of the broken windows furthermore, and put on my armor. Without a second thought, I strapped my swords to my back and my thighs. I didn't want my family to think that I had run away without reason, so I wrote an ode expressing my deepest apologies. Suddenly, the witch came to my thoughts. Hastily, I added that I would be taking a horse and that wretched witch with me. Finally ready, I ran to the dungeon and sprinted down the steps of the underground cells. The guard protecting the witch's door jumped awake at the sight of me, eyes flying open and mouth slacking. "Guard, give me the keys to the door," I ordered, palm extending. "Now, but I don't have time. Soldier," I warned. "Either you give me the keys or I will have to blind you to take them away." And he stabbed his hands into the pockets of his armor and handed me the key, hands shaking. I snatched them from him and stuck the key into the lock. Opening the cell, it smelled of rotten death, of nasty soil and dirt. The witch was already awake, startled even. "You're coming with me." I grabbed her by the neck, forcing her to stand up. "What happened?" she croaked. "The West attacked us." I kept my answers short as we went up the stairs. She was mumbling words under her breath. Not spells, rather profanities. The witch was terrified, and if she was terrified, it meant I had to be too. We whizzed past the people and sped to the stables where I claimed a black horse and threw the witch onto its back, not before making sure she was tied properly against it. Taking a deep breath, I mounted the horse and whipped its back, forcing it to jump awake. The witch, whose arms were still chained, held on to me as to not fall, and I hated it. The horse sprinted out of the stables and into the market, catching the eyes of several buyers. "Goddess, I looked like a thief with the witch on my book. I just hoped Father would explain to his people that I was doing this out of goodwill and not ill intent. I just hoped that I would remain the daughter of the North in their eyes." We reached the border where 2 guards laid, up and awake, their brows furrowed at the sight of the witch behind me. "Royal Guard, we ask that you return the witch back to her cell." The light-haired guard spoke, hands held above his dagger. I swallowed before shaking my head. "I cannot do that. We do not want to fight you, daughter of the North." "Then don't," I said, almost begging. The first guard pulled his sword from his back and rose a brow. "We will not ask again." I whipped the horse twice and it roared, rushing past them men and out of the North. And the men shifted to their wolves and chased me. I let out a grunt, urging the horse to run faster, but it couldn't. No horse could outrun a wolf. "Make the horse run faster than a lion," I shouted. "Give this creature legs of a panther and the soul of a warrior." The horse roared as its legs moved faster. "Give him the strength of a bison and the heart of a lion." The horse moved with speed so robust I couldn't make out the bodies of the soldiers that were following us. His speed was giving even I whiplash. No longer could I see the mountains or palm trees coating almost every inch of the northern desert. Rather, all I could see were lines, colors, and shapes. His speed made the world seem like a stroke of paint moving through a canvas. As we made it farther away from the border, I began thinking, where would be safe for me? I thought about my initial plan. Go to Luca and remain in the castle until you can figure out the meaning of the prophecy the goddess had stumped you with. But even that seemed too dangerous. If the Westerners were unruly enough to attack us, knowing full well they still had debts to pay us, who's to say they wouldn't murder Luca? Again, I asked myself, where is a place I can hide to protect not only the kingdom, but also myself? Images of my past, my thoughts. Memories of me longingly strolling through the outskirts, begging to find a trace of Lycan life hit me harder than an arrow striking the heart. It was as if the place was calling for me, pulling me into its abyss by a rope. So I followed its path. I followed the path my heart wanted me to take. I followed the path that would protect Luca, that would protect Nader, Talia, slay man and my family. By sunrise, I reached the wall of tall, violet trees, the wall that stretched for thousands of miles without end, where the green grass stopped and where the dark, rotten soil began. The horse was too large to pass through the maze of trees coating every inch of the dark soil. So I jumped off it and untied the witch from its back. Tell the horse to run back to the north safely. Mention that, if I call for it even once, it will find its way back to me. I ordered the witch, and make sure to mention that we are both thankful for its service. With gritted teeth, the witch nodded and began chanting spells into the horse's ear. The horse bowed to me, eyes closing, before running back to its home, hair swiveling through the wind and feet moving faster than light can comprehend. I turned around to face the outskirts, heart beating out of my chest and breath stuck in my throat. Revolution. The prophecy mentioned that revolution would rise and that it would rise raw. Maybe this was the beginning of the end. Chapter 31. You could have at least helped, the witch mumbled, walking silently beside me. I snatched my head to her, glaring. Every second I spend with them is a second I put them in danger. Witch. My name's Caitlin Warthorne. Thank you, she scoffed, patting down her dirty skirt. Well, Caitlin, I'd rather you not guilt-trip me for saving my entire kingdom from more fire. But the Westerners took down an entire city. I could have casted a spell and helped them a bit. I'm sure you can cast a spell without being there. Caitlin. I gritted my teeth. I'd rather call you Kate. She huffed, staring straight ahead as she rubbed the back of her neck. There was a moon-shaped scar right below where her hair stopped, where I had marked her with my dagger. It was a symbol signifying to other witches that her soul was owned by somebody other than her, whether it be a lichen or a seer. I was actually beginning to feel guilty that I was so rough with her because, while she did almost murder Laura, it wasn't really her that wanted to do it. It was the witch of all witches. Anxiety swarmed throughout my entire being as I wondered how in the world I would take her down. The bitch had 7 monsters guarding her. 700. I didn't know how she was able to conquer such a wild number of outskirt soldiers. Well, I began, coughing into my hand. Can you begin casting the spell? What spell? The spell to fix up the explosion. Kate, I said, running a stressed hand through my hair. You'll need to get home. First. She stopped walking and faced me. Give me your hands. Why? So I could take us back home. Girl, devil witch girl, she hissed, eyes angry. Hesitantly, I placed my hands in hers. They were warm and wrinkled, like Alice's hands, but much prettier and delicate. It was only then, when I was right in front of her, that I noticed she was quite beautiful. Pale skin, pink lips, and bright blue eyes. She looked like a queen in the purple atmosphere of the atmosphere. You look very different, I mentioned. How so? Much. I paused, pushing down my pride. Much prettier than when I first saw you. Our beauty only shines in the outskirts. Girl, devil witch, girl. But I've seen much uglier witches in here. That's because those witches don't bother caring for their skin, bodies, or scents. They may also just be too old to care, she explained. Now shut it so I can focus. All right, I said, tone offended. Air of darkness, aura of fire. Her eyes slid shut. Take me home, place of warmth and no dire. The world blurred around me and suddenly, my feet were slammed to the ground. I fell immediately, gasping at the large force pulling me downwards. Never had I felt something so powerful, so robust that it was like 100 rocks were placed right above my ankles. I forgot to mention that it's best you shut your eyes when teleporting, though my ears were ringing. I caught the witch snickering once my eyes opened. I was in a house with wooden floors shrouded in carpets, warm lights, and tall bookshelves filled to the brim with wonderful leather spines. Dizzy, I stood up, more like stumble forward, but we won't mention that inside. Surprisingly, the house made me feel comfortable and even somewhat safe. It was weird because when I visited the witch that disguised herself as my mother, I felt very peculiar and out of place. But with Kate, I felt normal. Make yourself comfortable, Kate said, pulling a glass cup out of her cupboard. As comfortable as someone who owns my soul should be. Guilt spread through my body. I had to. I said, "You would have killed me if I didn't." "You're not wrong." Kate poured my water into her glass, "but I still despise you for it." "As you should, I guess." I fell onto her couch, removing my dagger and both my swords from my armor. They were too heavy. "What are we going to do now?" she asked, sitting in front of me in her rocking chair. "What you're going to do is explain the prophecy and tell me which seer predicted it." I watched. She shook her head. "What? You really cannot see what it means?" she asked. I shook my head. "A lichen with eyes of time brings which is their cause of demise. A sword as bright as the moon strikes the heart of all magic's cocoon. Revolution rises raw and time no longer brews." She placed her cup on the table, pausing to gather her thoughts. "Eyes of time symbolizes someone with green eyes. The heart of magic's cocoon either means the queen of witches or her home. As for time, no longer brews. I have no idea what that means. So you're suggesting I might kill the queen?" The witch's eyes shined, a small smile gripping her lips. "Maybe. And you're okay with that?" "Most certainly." The witch leaned into her couch. "Someone that powerful should not exist. Girl, the woman can control almost anything she lays her eyes on. If she had a seer by her side, she would be invincible." She gulped. "She can change the way you see reality. If she wants you to see a 10-foot monsters in front of you, she'll make it happen. Even if it doesn't exist." "Even if it doesn't exist," she repeated. "Rumor has it that even the trees part when she walks past them." I still don't understand. I confessed. "If she's that powerful and knows I exist, why doesn't she just kill me? Where's the fun in that?" is what she would say to you. "Plus, she doesn't know what you look like. If she knew what you looked like, she would most certainly bring you to her and have her." Kate cringed. "Her fun with you? What kind of fun?" I asked, worried. "You know, the usual. Or reality. Trap you in your own mind. Take you to the past and make you relive your worst memories again and again. Force you to murder someone you love." Kate shook her head. "I will never understand why the goddess allowed our power to be so lawless." I shivered. How do I know that she isn't in control of me now? How do I know that everything around me is real? "Birds," Kate said. "If you hear and see one, you are not part of a witch's game, even if it's a crow." I dizzy. I looked out the window and, to my luck, a crow was sat on a tree branch with dark purple leaves. I sighed in relief, head falling to the couch. "Relax. You're alive," she assured. "Why birds? Any creature that has wings cannot be influenced by a witch. They're angelic. Graceful. How would I get out of it? All you have to do is know that you're not under her spell." My jaw slacked. "That's it. They'll put it into perspective." Kate began. "Nobody has ever escaped her spell. Some lycans have been stuck in their heads, living a life the queen wants them to for more than 70 years. "Oh yeah, she said. Oh, I swallowed down a lump of emotions. Overwhelmed. It really should have not been possible for someone to be that powerful. How about I continue explaining the prophecy?" "Please," I ushered. "Until years have passed. Time will no longer debut. Only orchids with souls as dark as nights warm the kingdom of all wolves." Kate continued. "This is confusing because the time mentioned here could mean a lot of things. It could mean the green grass, that it may all turn purple. It could also mean that your eyes may change, or that you may die in the process." "What?" "Let me finish." I gulped at her and nodded. "The orchids, they can signify a person. More specifically, someone with either blue or purple eyes, since orchids are either blue or purple. Luca." I let out. "He has bright blue eyes. Is he your lover?" She rose her brow. "Akin, perhaps." I nodded. "Then he is probably who the prophecy has mentioned," she said. "To continue until the warrior hears the trumpets. She will remain in her cage, leaving behind trumpets and rampage." She stopped talking after that. Completely. Kate just grabbed her glass of water and sipped on it. I watched as each one of her nails began painting themselves a deep red and my lips parted. "Are you not going to explain?" I asked. I have no idea what that line means. She held her newly painted nails in front of her. "Plus, I'd rather paint my nails." "How do you do that?" "Luxury of being a witch." Girl, suddenly tired and somewhat impressed. I shut my eyes and leaned further into the couch. It was a lot to handle, the fact that I made it while battling the witch. The fact that I was even going to meet the most powerful being on Earth made my heart accelerate painfully and my mind wander to places so dark the cosmos were envious. I didn't want to be prophesied. I didn't want to even be mentioned. For once, I wanted to be completely normal, and Omega even. "You remind me of someone." Kate interrupted my attempt at sleeping. "Who?" She answered after a while, as though she were preparing herself to speak. It made me curious, so I opened my eyes to look at her. "My daughter," she mumbled, eyes lowering. Immediately, I sat up. "How old is she?" 16, Kate said. "Well, so well. She was supposed to turn 16 this month." My mouth shut. But as first in my life, I felt bad for her. I was feeling bad for a witch. Of all creatures, a wretched witch. Maybe it was the downcast expression on her face, or the way her eyes lowered when she mentioned her daughter Aunt now. All I knew is that I felt guilty for a species that was responsible for 6 years' worth of my fears. "I'm sorry for your loss," I uttered. "She died a quick death." "Girl, it could have been much worse. I'd rather she be with the goddess than trapped." She flailed her arms around. Here, Pyre, if I may." I swallowed. "How did she die?" "The Queen makes us prove our loyalty by sacrificing something we love." "Didn't you just not do it?" "It was either that or she killed the both of us." Wow, I was disgusted at how vile such a being was. And to think Luca's mother was Dad. Mina turned herself in to save me. Kate took a deep breath. "I raised the girl right. But she was so selfless. So hard not to love." "You're saying I'm not hard to love," I said, trying to lighten the mood. Kate's lips rose to one side. "I'm sure you'll groan on me, regardless of the fact that you kept me in a box for almost 4 days. How did you survive that?" "Made myself small enough to be comfortable." She held a finger to her lips. "But don't tell the guards. They might make the boxes smaller." I chuckled, shaking my head. "Aside from the fact that you manipulated me into thinking you were my friend, littered castle grounds with outskirt soil in order to bring over monsters and almost killed Lara, I don't hate you as much as I should. I'm not going to say I'm glad because my pride can only take so much," she said. "But thank you. Anytime. Which, this generation of kids is the rudest I've ever seen." She huffed, standing up. "Would you like some food while we discuss how horrible the Queen is?" "I would rather we discuss how to build an army large enough to fight the Queen." "Kate," I said, standing up, "I would also like to help you cook some food. I have a theory, but it may be completely wrong." "Spit it out." "Well, to control a monster, it requires an immense amount of power. You must be focused on its heartbeat at all times and make sure you watch the way it actually does. It's almost impossible to have completely control over 7 monsters, unless she really is that powerful. Your point is, what if she..." Kate paused, shaking her head. "What if she owns their soul the same way you own mine?" I stilled. Never did I think marking a monster would give me control of its soul. Ever. In my 6 years of being in the outskirts, not once did I tell myself, "Oh, how about I puncture the back of this monster's neck instead of fight it?" At that moment, I wondered why I never thought that. Well then, I regained my composure. A cool or a settling over me. "I guess we have planned for tomorrow." "What plans?" "We will try to capture the soul of a monster." "You own my soul, so all right," Kate said, cracking an egg on the side of her bowl. "Your wish is my command." Suddenly, a wave of dizziness rushed through me, one so strong I had to hold on to the kitchen counter to support my weight. I shut my eyes, spine bending at the strength of the ache in my head. It felt like something was poking, begging to have a place in my thoughts. I was trying my hardest to keep my wall up because I didn't know what in the world it was. I feared it was the witch. Really? What is it? Something wants to get in my head. I croaked. My knees buckled as another stab came. Let them in. Then, Kate said, "The witch does not know what you look like, girl. So it's not her. How would you know?" I just do. Anxiety rushed through my entire body all while this force was poking at the back of my head, trying to probe itself into my thoughts. I was shaking, scared and whimpering. I fell to my knees, holding my head in my hands. Kate rushed from my side and grabbed my wrists. Let them in. What if she was against me this whole time? What if Kate was with the witch and wanted me to succumb to her power? So many questions, but so little answers, and so much mind-bending pain. Let them in. Girl, why did I trust her so easily? Why did I allow her to take me to her home with just a hold of her hand? Why was I growing so much stumper with every passing day? Leila added. Let them in. Unable to withstand the pain any longer, the walls in my head crashed and my mind was immediately filled with a cold gush of wind. It was as though they were knocking, telling me that someone was there. It was foreign, but heavy, as though somebody else was inside my brain. "Verd, are you there?" Luca asked. He is miles away from me, yet it feels like an invisible thread tightly connects us. His voice pierces through the distance, echoing in my mind and making me unable to forget. But when I finally have the chance to bring him to my side, all I am left with is the harsh reality he can only stay for a moment, while I have to face the dangers ahead alone. Chapter 32. Leila's mind reeled as Luca's voice echoed in her head, defying the vast distance between them. Their bond, a mystical connection that transcended physical boundaries, pulsed with an urgent, fiery energy. "Who is?" Kate inquired, her magical aura shimmering faintly as she released Leila's lips. It's my male," Leila stammered, her voice thick with emotion. Kate's eyes lit up with excitement, her innate magical abilities sensing an opportunity. "I can bring him here if you'd like, but only for a few minutes," she offered, her voice tinged with both caution and eagerness. Leila hesitated, her impulsive nature warring with her protective instincts. "You don't know what he looks like, though, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼," she pointed out, her guilt over leaving without a proper good by knowing her conscience. "But you do," Kate urged, her voice filled with determination. "Give me your hands. They'll bring him right this instant." "I need you, Leila," Luca's voice, laden with desperation and fear, pierced through Leila's defenses. The raw emotion in his tone was unlike anything she had ever heard from him before, and it struck her to her core. She felt a pang of remorse, realizing the depth of pain her abrupt departure had caused. Leila, her fingers twitched involuntarily, yearning for Luca's touch. His gaze, his mere presence, the bond between them, forged through shared experiences and mutual understanding, pulled at her with an almost physical force. "Please, sweetheart, come back." Without further hesitation, Leila thrust her hands into Kate's, her eyes locking with her friend's. "Do it. Bring him here, even if it's just for a minute." Her voice trembling with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. "Close your eyes this time and imagine your male as clearly as you can," Kate instructed, her magical energy beginning to swirl around them. Leila complied, shutting her eyes tightly. Kate's whispered incantation, in a language unknown to Leila, flowed like a swift stream. In her mind's eye, Leila conjured every detail of Luca's face, the slope of his nose, the paleness of his skin, the mesmerizing blue of his eyes. She recalled the feeling of his skin against hers, his breath on her cheeks, the way their bodies seemed to meld together perfectly. Every moment they had shared flashed through her mind. Their time in the north, his unwavering support during her heat, their first meeting, their dance in the forest, the day she reunited with slain man, their first kiss, and even their arguments. The realization of how much they had experienced together, and how patient and understanding Luca had been through it all, sent a jolt of guilt through Leila's heart. As emotions swirled within her, Leila suddenly heard a familiar voice. Leila. Her eyes flew open, and there he was, Luca, standing before her in all his suited glory. Without a moment's hesitation, Leila launched herself into his arms, her body colliding with his as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Luca's embrace was immediate and fierce, holding her tighter than ever before. The moment their bodies connected, a cascade of sparks seemed to ignite, warmth and contentment spreading through Leila's entire being. In that instant, despite the circumstances that had driven them apart, Leila felt like she had finally come home. Leila, how am I here? The witch. She brought you here. I spoke quickly, unable to fathom that Luca was actually in front of me. But she won't be able to keep you here for too long. Where's here? Are we in the north? It seems a bit too dark. We're in the outskirts. Hobby. I pulled away, only to look up at him. Please don't ask how. I'd just like to be with you before tomorrow. He paused, letting out a short breath. Leila, you're driving me absolutely insane. I know. And I'm sorry, but you have to understand that I'm doing this to keep you safe. Luca, even if you're the king, who's to say they wouldn't kill you just because I'm with you? He opened his mouth to protest, but I shook my head. Luca, they murdered an entire kingdom just so that their daughter could wed you. They have no pride. He swallowed, looking down at me. I'm not going to agree with you. Leila, I would never agree to anything that keeps you away from me. He looked so angry, so torn between two choices. Keeping me beside him and risking the entire castle's life, or keeping me in the outskirts risking my own. His entire body was stiff and uncomfortable, but he still managed to keep me warm and feeling safe. How do you do it so easily? Do what so easily? I asked, hands sliding off his body. Choose to die so everybody else doesn't. My lips parted, taken aback by his question. How did I do it so easily? I mean, I knew I was impulsive. I knew that most of the decisions I made were not thought of properly. Rather, they were things I did on a whim. But to risk my life for others, how did I do it so easily? I knew for a fact that 6 years ago, I wouldn't have made such a decision so easily. But after the war had struck, I had become a rather selfless person. Someone that didn't mind starving if it meant I saw my seniors well fed. Someone that didn't care if she lost a limb just so that another would have one. I guess I began, gulping. I guess I know how it feels to lose someone you love. To have someone you cherish ripped away from you so violently you can't even react. My throat tightened, emotions rushing up my breath. I don't ever want anybody to feel the way I felt when I lost my mom. Ever. His eyes softened the smallest of ways, though his anger was still very, very apparent. He cupped my cheek with one of his hands and instinctively, my hand wrapped around his wrist, with his eyes persistently staring into my own. He spoke. I love you for that. A gasp left my lips, just as he leaned down, lips a centimeter away from mine. His warmth left my pores. His eyes, in all their bluish beauty, disappeared and his skin vanished into thin air like dust from us and dune flying into the atmosphere. I stood still, hand still raised from holding his wrist, in silence. He said he loved me and faded. The strings of my heart pulled, forcing my lips to waver. A hand squeezed my shoulder. I'm sorry. Leila, Kate croaked. I couldn't keep him there any longer. With Luca. I forgot she was there. With Luca. Only him and I existed. I love you too. Suddenly, I wished I said it back. I turned around, each step echoing through the four walls of her home, and wrapped my arms around Kate. Deeply, I desired comfort and stability, but this world was throwing me into a wormhole of inconvenience and discomfort. It was slamming my heart into a table of knives repeatedly, as if telling me, I was not meant for normality. A tear left my eyes, wetting the thin fabric of Kate's long-sleeve shirt. Surprisingly, her arms slid around me and rubbed my back. He loves you. I know, which I know. I whimpered. I love him too. But you better make it out alive to say it back to him. I will. Kate remained silent. I concluded it was one of the things I liked about her. That she didn't talk too much, that she didn't give me too much hope. She was blunt, sometimes awfully so. But it helped. In the end, it helped relieve the pain even if it was in the smallest of ways. I will make it out alive. I thought to myself. For Luca, I will make it out alive. Chapter 33. I woke up feeling heavy and cold. No cover laid above me to shield my body from the freezing temperatures of the outskirts, and my leather armor was beginning to suffocate me because of how long it stayed in it. It was not a great start of the day considering just how important today was. Groaning, I pulled myself off the couch. It was only then I realized I was shivering. I brought my hands to my lips and blew hot air into them, hoping to warm myself up. I was just about to wake you. Girl. Kate walked out of her room holding a steaming mug. Made this so you wouldn't complain about the cold. When did it get this cold here? I asked, grabbing the warm mug from her hands. You're forgetting that it's still March. Summer hasn't approached us yet, she answered. Plus, I live in the north of the outskirts. The weather here is unpredictable. I nodded while taking a sip of the drink. My taste buds were saturated in a sweetness so warm it forced a tremor to run down my spine. Hot chocolate, made by a witch. Never did I think I would be drinking such a thing, but I wasn't complaining because it tasted so good. Could I please have the recipe for this? I tapped my finger onto the mug. Please. Kate rose her brow. Why? A blush settled atop my cheeks. No way was I going to tell her I wanted to make the exact same drink for Luca. Not after I cried on her shoulder yesterday night. My pride could only take so much. It's for your may listen to it. My body stilled. Shit. I gulped no. Kate cackled. You make a horrible lair. Isn't that a good quality? It's a quality that can get you in a lot of trouble in some situations. She placed her mug on the table and slid mine from my own hands. But the only situation we should be worrying about today is capturing that monsters. But I didn't finish my hot chocolate. They'll make you 5 cups if you complete your mission, Kate assured. Now get off your arse and grab your weapons. We have a lot of work we need to do. We were 23 minutes away from Kate's house. I knew because I was counting every footstep we took further from the warm cottage. It was a foreign feeling being back in the outskirts, this time actively and purposefully looking for a monster to murder. I was scared, but I was entirely confident in my skills to defend myself. Rather, I just happened to be there with 2 swords extending from my dagger strapped to one thigh. The trees seemed to have grown taller to their leaves darkened than before. A deep violet. They were, and their bark an even darker shade of purple. Today was a good day. There were only a few monsters roaming the grounds. We stalked past the ones that were too large and ran past the ones that were too small. We needed to find a subject that was the same size as us, particularly one with 4 limbs instead of 7 rising from its ribs. It would help ensure that we could actually capture a monster's soul. Are you excited? Kate asked, bumping her delicate shoulder with mine. I shrugged. I just really want to get it over with so we can have a plan. You know, so I can stop feeling like I'm passing through every day like someone's about to slit my throat. We all feel that way at one point in our lives. I shook my head, a sadistic smile rising to my lips. Tell me about it. Your male seems to be quite the softie when it comes to you. I know. I took you for a female that likes warriors. Her brows rose in surprise. Luca is a warrior. I assure you, I said, but 𝐿𝐤 is a warrior with a heart of gold. He may seem like a lion, but really is 𝐿𝐤 is a bear. Adorable. Fine, oh. He hates me when I call him cute. Kate cackled. Men don't want to be cute to their females. Darling, they want to be the lions. even when they don't usually seem like it. An O formed in my lips, but Luca always takes his time with me. 𝐻ES admitted several times that he likes being babbied by me. Has he? A knowing look came on her face. Well, I'm sure on the inside. He really just wants to grab you by the throat and make him yours. Girl, my cheeks reddened. Kate, when it comes to their females, all males share one thing in common. Their desire for both pups and pleasure. Can we please change the subject? Well, LL, it is my duty to not only follow your command, but also to guide you. Owner of my soul, I've and my face, evoking a feminine cackle out of Kate. Goddess, I didn't know whether to envy her lack of shame when discussing such a topic with a dump-trucked virgin like me or shame her for it. There we go. Your change of subject. Kate pointed at a monster in the distance. Remember, it'll only help if you're on the verge of death. I snorted. You'll help me when I ask you to, and your pride will stop you from doing so. It would be considered lying if I disagreed to that. The creature was 7 foot tall, as close to human as I was going to get in a place like the Banished Lands. Instead of skin, it had spiky scales the color of navy green. Its waist was small, so small I could engulf the entire thing with 1 hand and a half, and its face was pulled into its head. Ugly, I thought to myself. With light steps, I jogged to the tree nearest to it. I didn't know whether or not the creature could see me. I didn't know if it was blind. For goddess's sake, I didn't know if it could shoot beams of fire out of its hands. All I knew was that I had my sword, my will of steel, and my towering pride that refused me the ability to back out. Swallowing my fear down, I stomped my foot onto the soil covered in dry leaves. The sound of the dry leaves crunching under my feet echoed throughout the silence of the forest, like glass shattering in the middle of a silent hall. The monster snapped its head to me, eyelids sliding open like an eagle's. My breathing stopped. It had been days since I fought. Nervousness settled within me, but excitement awakened as well. It roared like 1,000 crows screaming, and I slid my dagger out of my thigh with whiplash speed. Rise, beast, I chanted. It followed my command. The creature ran towards me, quaking the earth. I harnessed all the energy I could in my body and took a deep breath, shutting my eyes. You can do this. Without a second thought, I pulled my fist back and slammed it into the beast's face. It flew backwards, its body crashing into a nearby tree. It was heavy, so heavy I felt some bones in my fist crack underneath its weight. Wincing, I ran towards the creature and kicked it in the neck, further weakening it. It wrapped its coil-like fingers around my ankle and pulled. But this time, I expected it. Gracefully, I landed on my bum and rolled backwards, my cape flying in the wind. Just as it was about to stand, I aimed my dagger at its hand and threw it. It stabbed through the creature's palm into the tree, forcing whatever the creature was to scream even louder. Like a true beast, it ripped its arm off of its body and stood, towering over me by a solid 2 feet. I watched in shock as his ripped limb reattached itself to its arm, each particle rising and gluing itself onto the arm I cut off. What the fuck? All that work for nothing. The beast galloped towards me so robustly the ground shook, mimicking the motions of an earthquake. Just as it was about to slam into me, I lunged out of its way and jumped onto its back. I was so close, about to puncture the back of its neck with my bare teeth, but it had to stumble on its feet. Screaming, the beast fell backwards. My breath stopped immediately. I knew my ribs would break underneath its weight. I knew I would suffocate beneath its wretched body. I knew pain would engulf my entire being. Just as I was about to land a hair strand away from the soil, I prayed. I prayed to the moon goddess that I wouldn't experience the pain similar to the one I went through in my previous fight. I prayed so strongly I forgot how to think, how to speak, how to function. It didn't work. My entire body burned. My ability to breathe vanished. I was drizzled with diesel and thrown into fire. I cried out in pain as I attempted to move my arm, but it wouldn't work. Physically, I cowed it move it. My elbow was bent in a direction I couldn't recall. It was bleeding profoundly black and blue, coating its skin. The entire world was spinning. The entire world was blurry. Using my other hand, I slid my sword from my back and punctured the creature in the neck. Goddess, I wished I could have killed it. I wished I could have stabbed the monster in the back so strongly my sword came out the other end of its body. I wished to hurt it so badly it didn't live to see another day. I moaned in pain as the monster fell limp above me, tears rushing down my eyes, not at the sadness of my situation, but rather the pain. Like getting hit in the nose. It rolled off me, and immediately I crawled away from it in a Kate's direction. You should have asked me to help. Girl, little bitch, girl. I coughed out a handful of blood. You didn't need to. I did it. I wheezed and dropped to the ground, a hand laying above my several broken ribs. Goddess, the pain was so bad. Above that, I couldn't move one of my arms. Not even in centimeter. Ugh, ugh. I began shivering at the overload of hurt. Kate, did it work? Nausea rushed up my throat, forcing an array of drush through me. I lurched forward and vomited a mixture of blood and gore. My entire chest exploded with a fire so blazing I felt my muscles twitch and turn. Nothing felt right. Nothing in me felt like it was in place. I don't know it. You tell me, with all the strength I could muster up. I lifted my head and gasped. The creature stood there, facing me in all its monstrosity, as still as the bark of a tree. I couldn't see it breathe, nor could I witness it blink. It just remained still, completely unmoving. What a wave of dizziness crashed through me as I spoke. What is it doing? Kate frowned. I'm afraid I don't know. Wiping at my lips. I stood up, stumbling forward but successfully regaining whatever balance I had left in me. I walked towards it so we were an inch away from one another, the only thing separating us being my fear of whatever it would do to me if I got any closer. Why wasn't it moving? Why was it looking at me so solidly, like I was a rock that showed it a map? I gulped and turned my face to look at Kate. If it advances, I croaked, kill it. She nodded and snapped her fingers, a violet strand of light rising from her palm and circling her hand. I faced the monster head on and spoke. On your knees, I ordered, but it came out more like a plea. Please, please work. Goddess, all I ask of you is to make this work. I am a loyal servant. I will forever abide by you if this works. The monster took a step back. My bloody lips parted. To my complete surprise, the monster fell to its knees, head bowing in submission to me as if waiting for another command, as if waiting for me to guide it. Relief flooded my body, relief so powerful I almost wailed like a banshee. But all my muscles were able to handle were a few tears strolling down my swollen cheeks. Unable to hold myself up anymore, I crashed to the ground, eyes falling shut. The monster roared at my dismay. It was a sign. I was going to build my army. I was going to win the war, no matter how long it took. The more I watched the monster bow down to me, the more I analyzed the way its neck swayed in soreness at the discomfort of its position. I knew I was going to fulfill the prophecy. I knew why I was chosen. I knew why the goddess wanted me to carry out her plan to annihilate the queen of all witches. Because I was Leila 𝐊𝐿𝐴. I was the girl who was raised in the outskirts. The girl who woke up to the sound of roaring and slept to the feel of broken bones. The girl whose home was not only the north, rather also a place so dark not even light could surpass it. I was Leila 𝐊𝐿𝐴, queen of all 5 kingdoms. The north, the south, the east, the west, and last but certainly not least, queen of the outskirts. Chapter 34. I ordered the monster to capture 10 more souls using my dagger. It answered me, even bowed before running back into the woods, my weapon in its wretched hands. 3 hours passed since I commanded it and it still hadn't returned, so my anxiety did instead. What if it didn't do it? What if it was lying? What if it was intelligent enough to defy me? So many what ifs but so little answers. I hated it. You're doing it again. Kate snapped her fingers in my face. You're too injured to be overthinking like this. I looked down at my 𝐾𝐥𝐬𝐬, then back at her, and shrugged. You're never to anything to overthink. You just do. I still don't understand why you didn't command me to help. How prideful can you be? Honestly, you could have helped either way. You know, I don't have to command you to do everything. I groaned as I sat straighter on the couch. So this, all of it, could have been avoided if you helped. She gasped, offended. Of course, I didn't think it was her fault. I just wanted her reaction to take my mind off whatever the creature was doing at that moment. Kate swatted me across the boob, forcing a hiss out of me. I may detest the fact that you own my soul, and I may have almost murdered your dearest friend, but that does not mean I would let you die. My head snapped to hers. And why is that? She let out a short breath. You keep me company. I haven't had proper company in the last 18 years. It was always either me faking a new personality or me alone in my cabin. I frowned. Can't witches be friends? Witches are bitches. I don't blame them. Though, she sat next to me and sighed. The queen holds too much at stake for them. So it's best they don't maintain relationships or she will use us against each other's. You know. A casual I will kill your best friend if you don't give me your left limb. Kind of threat. Very casual. My stomach growled loudly, louder than I had ever heard it boast, and I blushed, smiling sheepishly. The hot chocolate. Kate jumped from the couch, holding her long skirt with her and scattered to her small wooden kitchen. I'll make you some chicken soup and hot chocolate. I grimaced. Do you really think that's the greatest combination? Kate, trust me. It's what I always have on days like this. Days like this. I thought to myself, does everyone have days like this? I sighed and snuggled deeper into the calfskin couch, finding an odd comfort within its seasoned leather and countless dents. Counting the scratches on the couch took my mind off my injured hand, and healing broken ribs, it took my mind off the fact that Kate put a spell on me to heal me. It took my mind off a lot. Not Luca, though. Nothing could take my mind off Luca. Not even the fall of the earth. He said he loved me. Did he mean he loved me for being selfless? Or just that he loved my whole? Did he mean he only loved me at that moment when I was slipping from his fingers, or did he mean he loved me the minute he laid eyes on me? And I love you for that. I love you too. Oh, how I wished I said it back. Oh, how I wished I could have seen his face when I returned the gesture. Maybe, if I linked him with all my power, he would get my message. But would that be smart? To use my power in such a state? The sound of a tray being set on the table forced me out of my thoughts. Here you go. Kate sat on the armchair opposite of me, grabbing a book from the bookshelf behind her. Eat up. It's best when it's hot. With all the strength in my body, I sat up, letting out a line of winces and grunts. The soup was wonderful, as was the hot chocolate, but I wasn't able to enjoy them because my mind continuously traveled to thoughts of the queen. What if a witch saw what I looked like and I didn't know? What if the queen of witches already knew what I looked like but wanted to play with me? The puppet and the puppet master. What if I was already being played with? My eyes snapped to the window at the rush of anxiety that swept through me. Birds. Birds. The sound and existence of a bird means in not being played with. To my luck, a beautiful black crow landed on the branch of the tree right outside Kate's cabin. Relief flooded my being and I fell back. Body landed on the soft leather. Leila. Kate scolded. Stop stressing. How can I not? Kate. I looked down, fiddling with my fingers. How can I not stress at the possibility that I may be living at the hands of a monster? That I may not even be living in the real world? Kate pursed her lips. I have an idea. My eyes shifted to face hers. How about we get you a pet? Something that would remind you that you are in control of your own thoughts. My brows rose. Like a bird? Exactly. Kate stood and grabbed a masquerade mask that laid on her bookshelf. Put this on. We don't want anybody seeing that face of yours. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I held an offended hand to my heart. Get up already. I'll be waiting outside for you. I have to glamour the house so that monsters can't see us. And Kate was off. I shook my head, smiling as I put the mask on. It covered the top of my head beautifully and matched my armor, so I was complaining. Sadly, it took me about 4 minutes just to limp out of the house with my avalanche of broken bones. But I made it. That's all that mattered. That I made it and I was outside. The view was quite offsetting, though. Kate stood still, arms spread forward as she whispered words in a language I didn't understand. Done. Only your animal can see us. Her arms dropped and she turned to face me. Now, what creature would you like? A bird? What kind of bird? Girl. I paused. Birds. There were so many. Peacocks, seagulls, parrots, even woodpeckers. But which one would I want? Which bird would be my teller of truth? My key to reality? Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. An eagle, I said. One with wings longer than my arms and a beak stronger than stone. Her eyes shone. Good choice. How are you going to get one? You'll set a trap. Fear not. Though, it works in mere minutes. It will attract whatever image you have in your head and bind it to your soul. Kate held her hands out. Now give me your hands. Again. Yes, brat. I uncrossed my arms and placed my hands into hers. A fat frown on my face. Now close your eyes and envision your eagle. Its feathers swiveling out of its body at the speed it flies. The strength of its beak. Even the length of its wings. I did as she asked and slid my eyes shut. In my head, I painted an image even 𝐊𝐲 would have been proud of. Maybe all that overthinking helped me. Maybe all those scenes I envisioned in my head of the queen which sticking her arms into my heart and serving it to her monsters for dinner helped me become more artistic. The sound of the leaves quivering forced my eyes to open. It heard your call. Kate whispered, hands leaving mine. I gulped and looked into the distance. Nothing but the leaves swaying and brushing against each other in the trees. A gush of wind rushed past us, forcing Kate and I to stumble backwards. My fists clenched. Where are you? I thought. Do you see me? Another gush of wind slammed into us, making it difficult to maintain balance. I dug my foot into the soil. Come to me. A screeching whistle sounded throughout the entirety of the woods, shattering the glass windows of Kate's cabin and forcing a ring out of both my ears. I forced myself to look up. Despite being heavily dizzy and injured, the eagle arrived. In all its glory, it flew past us and bent the trees. It sliced through the like a piece of paper and turned around swiftly, making its way back to Kate and me. Glorious creature, isn't it? Kate let out a sound of awe. I'm not going to disagree, I said, watching as the eagle landed on a branch standing right next to my little black crow. I limped towards it, maintaining eye contact the best I could and held out my arm. Vi, I named it after my mother. Come to me. The eagle was stunning, nothing short of a phoenix's. It leaned forward, eyes on mine, before placing one heavy foot on my uninjured hand. It made its way up my arm and rested in my shoulders, grip on them solid and stable. I loved it, the way it held me, the way it promised me its loyalty and unending power. My heart's 𝐿𝐳 as our souls bound like a rope had tied itself around the falling organ. The second I turned around to face Kate, the ground shook, alerting both the eagle and I. Kate remained unfazed. In fact, she was smiling brightly, all the anxiety for nothing. She gestured for me to come to her. Come on. My brows furrowed as I walked towards her and turned around. I gasped. There stood the monster I quarreled with that morning, my dagger in his hand. He wasn't alone, though. He had 10 other monsters, 4 of which were much bigger than he, standing behind him, waiting for their next command from me. A proud smile engulfed my lips. I slid my swords out of my bag and walked to the monster I first captured, handing both to him. Bowing, it took the sword from me and stepped back, almost as though it knew what I was going to ask it. Capture 40 more monsters. Make sure that this time, they're all like you. At my words, The creature almost smiled, but honestly, I couldn't tell. That would take quite a while. Leila, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐿, Kate warned. That's the point. I turned to face her. Eagle on my shoulders. My male's birthday is after tomorrow. Oh Luca, do I have a surprise for you? I thought to myself. Chapter 35. 2 days had passed and my monsters collected 8 more of their kind. It was comforting calling them my monsters. Luca did warn me that my Luna complex would set the more time passed, but I didn't it would be this robust. That every action done for me would boost my ego to such an extent. Kate refused to transport me to the castle for Luca's birthday despite my monsters needing at least 6 more days to capture the 30 rest of my order. So currently, I was trying to figure out a way to sneak out of her home without her noticing. I knew I could have ordered her to send me there, but spending 4 full days with her and drinking her signature hot chocolate 5 times in my entire stay made me think otherwise. The order almost came out. Though, almost. Silently, I tied my mask to my face and stepped out of the cabin. I was going to risk exposing my face to some witch. I already had nightmares of their queen enough. I was resting on the branch next to the crow, though her head snapped to mine the minute she heard my feet crunch the dry leaves of the outskirts soil. I patted my shoulders and gracefully. She flew off the branch and onto me. I concluded that it would take time getting used to such a powerful creature resting on my body, but I was complaining. An eagle was such an ego booster and, honestly, at such a time, I would have preferred to be feared by strangers rather than approached by, more specifically, feared by the West and the witches. The worst part about leaving the outskirts was that there was no direct exit. The only way out was to follow the path of the moon, and even then, you never knew where you would end up. The West, the North, the East, or even the South. Praying I didn't end up somewhere in the West. I began my journey. The trees of the banished lands had leaves so thick they covered the light of the moon like a blanket. But luckily, I was used to it. The little strands of light shining through the bent branches were enough to guide me. As an hour passed, I decided to fly above me. I didn't mind. Watching her swivel in the atmosphere was therapeutic and even eased my anxiety when I'd find a witch coven hidden deep within the torrent of trees. Fi was smart. So smart she would screech whenever a monster was near, forcing their attention to shift from me to her graceful power. 3 hours later, we reached the exit. The sharp line separating green soil from purple soil. A sight forced a sigh of relief out of me, allowed my shoulders to slump and my anxiety to lessen. We're here. I let out, chest heaving. We're here. She came back to me and wrapped her coil, like feet around the bone of my shoulders. The second I stepped foot onto the bright-colored soil, my soul felt light. A smile made its way to my lips as I brought my other foot out of the dark, until my entire body stood underneath green grass. It wasn't until a growl struck my eardrums that my smile vanished. Who are you and why do you step onto Western soil unauthorized? My head snapped to the tall man who spoke. It just had to be Western soil, didn't it? Sighing, I spun to face him only to be slammed with knives of nostalgia. He looked so familiar, so familiar. It felt like I had known him, even harbored feelings of intimacy towards him, towards a man that was Luca. His name was at the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't remember it. I swallowed down my sentimentality. I'm on my way to the royal castle. I just happened to stumble on Western soil. You must understand the outskirts have no map. Their grounds move as they please. The long-haired man tilted his head, a look of doubt on his face. The West has cut off all ties with the 3 kingdoms and the royal family. You cannot visit the castle even if I let you pass. My face faltered. Why would you do such a thing? He shrugged, long blonde hair bouncing on his ample shoulders. Us Westerners are just as confused as you are. We've been ordered to remain in our homes. Only those employed by the castle as warriors or guards can leave. What has the king said about all this? Flashbacks of the Western king's shocked face when his daughter's lies were uncovered rushed to my head. What has he said about all this? His brows furrowed. Haven't you heard? I shook my head, lips frowning. He passed away of a heart attack 4 days ago. He looked down, hair shielding his Western facial features. After that, chaos struck our kingdom and yours. My brows furrowed. How do you know where I am from? Sincerely, tan skin, thick brows, strong nose, you are the embodiment of northern beauty. I don't know why you're covering yourself with that awful mask. Though which though? My cheeks reddened at his words. None of the Western citizens sanctioned the attack. The Queen sent rockets to your kingdom on her own accord. That who are? He placed one rough hand to my lips, the other palming the back of my head, ultimately choosing me and invading my personal space. I went to knee him in the crotch, but he was quick to react, moving his hand from the back of my head to grab my knee. The Queen has glamour-ed the kingdom. Anybody that speaks ill of her is immediately struck with 7 bolts of lightning. He merely lifted his hand from my lips. I highly suggest you refrain from completing that word. I pushed him off me and wiped at my lips, blushing furiously. You could have been a bit more melodious with that. You almost took out my front teeth. You're welcome. Would be nice. My eyes snapped to his and I glared as furiously as I could. Cheeks still a deep red. I'd rather ask if you know any other way I could reach the castle. Not before you tell me why you're wearing that mask. I huffed, a hair or two flying out of my face. That is none of your business. Then you'll be on your own. You wouldn't even understand. If you think you're ugly. I'm sure it's not that. Suddenly, I wished Luca and his infuriating jealousy were there. My eyes scanned the vast lands of the West for any witches before sighing. I rose my hands and untied my hair to fall forward gracefully. The sun kissed the tan of my skin beautifully. As I stood there, underneath the sun of the West, I wished our kingdoms weren't so divided. This place would make for a great honeymoon. I thought to myself, wow, with a sacked jaw. The man bowed. Apologies for my rudeness. The name's Giovanni, but you can call me G.I.O. I gasped, hand flying to my lips. Gio-fucking-Vanny. The man I had a crush on when I was too young to be thinking of love. The man who stole the heart of Luca's first lover. The man whose hair that outshone the sun in the essence of the morning. He used to work in the north. I was excited and I didn't know why. I used to watch you train with my father every day. Who is your father? He's tilted his head. And yes, I was deployed in the north for 2 years 8 years ago. Who is your father? Kate warned me against uncovering my identity to anyone that wasn't my family. And though I did defy her by leaving the outskirts, I was going to go against her word when it came to my safety. I'd rather not say. He rose an attractive brow and eyes where I had to look down to stop myself from squealing. If you're so against speaking of yourself, at least tell me why you're wearing that ridiculous mask. I fear a witch will keep my face ingrained in her thoughts. Did you know they could bring you to them as they please, so long as they know what you look like? You are theirs and theirs only? Oh, trust me. I do. He pointed to a tower the color of midnight behind him. That right there is a witch coven. What? I rushed to put my mask back on. Why in the world do witches reside on your grounds? I ask myself that every day. He sighed. Rumor has it that our queen is doing all this in favor of some witch queen. Concentrated confusion rushed up my veins as I questioned the queen's motives. Why would she work with witches? I asked, baffled. They say the queen of witches promised our kingdom prosperity and power if we allowed them to cover our capital with purple soil. He noticed the way my eyes bulged and furrowed his brows. What? A little dirt in exchange of power is a great deal. I pinched the top of my nose, thoroughly frustrated with the queen's idiocy and volatility. There was a high chance that she was the cause of her husband's death. Upon that, she struck a deal with witches, the moon's most manipulative children, in hopes of gaining coin and wealth. Witches? Who in the world struck deals with witches they had no control over? Can I have your name? No, I let my hand fall. No, you may not. He frowned. Why is that? A witch may force my image out of your mind if you know who I am. What in the world are you talking about? Let's say my name is Laura Ottoman. I began. And the witch who despises me and wants my head on a stick asks you if you've ever met a girl named 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬. If you know my name is 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬, the witch can ask you what I look like and steal your memory of me. She will then know what I look like. If she knows what I look like, she can make me her lapdog and, for story's sake, finally slice my head off and put it on a stick. Can't I lie? She will know whether or not you are lying. I assured. Oh, indeed. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. I should invest in a mask. Then, shouldn't I? You really should. A comfortable silence accompanied us after that. Gio ran a stressed hand through his golden locks of long hair, and I watched in sheer impressiveness as each strand went back into place, resting contentedly upon his broad shoulders. He was an attractive man, and I must admit, I was proud of myself for having such exquisite taste. However, he was not nearly as attractive as Luca. How long did it take you to grow your hair? I asked, willing to ease the visible anxiety on his front. 1 year and 8 months. I pursed my lips. It looks nice. His lips rose to one side. I appreciate the compliment knowing it comes from you. Though may I ask why you want to visit the castle? My lips parted as Luca's beautiful smile came to my thoughts. My mate's birthday is today. I'm hoping to reach him before the sun sets. A look of surprise stained his cocky expression. You're emated. I nodded, smiling at the thought of my mail, though I cowled and helped but catch the frown that slipped onto Gio's lips. Whoever he is, 𝐻𝐺𝐻 a lucky man. He sighed longingly before budging his head to the direction of the coven. Follow me then. I hope you're ready for a 2-hour-long walk. 2 hours. With heated cheeks. I snapped my eyes to his. Where are we going? The portal of the mind. Wherever you desire to go. You will go. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 have portals. A witch's power is boundless. I'm sure you know that considering you were willingly roaming the outskirts. He said as we walked side by side. I do. Trust me. It's just odd that any kingdom would willingly allow witches. The goddess didn't call them the devils in disguise for no reason. Guilt swarmed my chest at the thought of Kate's hot chocolate, but I pushed it aside. Also, how much ground have they covered with the purple soil? The entire capital. A look of disgust overcame his pale features. It smells of gut and rot over there. Trust me. I sighed. I know. I explained how the purple soil was a loophole that allowed outskirts monsters to survive in the blessed grounds of our earth. Furthermore, I assured him that all witches were bad unless Giovanni owned their souls. After all of that, I taught him how to capture both the soul of a monster and a witch. Giovanni explained how horribly the Western government treated them, how women were reduced to nothing but carriers and men as laborers, how only the wealthy enjoyed the beauty of the West, whereas in the East, South and North, dynasties ruled. In the West, leaders were voted into reign. It baffled me how the commoners were able to bring in who they liked to lead them, but it also worried me. Gio explained that it was a corrupt system as well, that the rich voted for whoever kept them rich and the poor voted for whoever would help them out of the gutter. Of course, the rich won. It made me absolutely detest the rulers of the kingdom. I vowed that the first woman I would kill would be the Queen of the West. As we neared the portal, an idea popped into my thoughts. Giovanni, I called out, watching as his brows rose in answer. Would you mind using this dagger when capturing the soul of the monsters too? I lifted my dagger from its place on my thigh and held it in his direction. Wouldn't that make them yours? I nodded, smiling sheepishly. That's precisely why I'm asking. He took the dagger from me, fingers brushing against the skin of my hands in the process. Almost immediately the need to wipe his touch off of my surface heightened, but I hid it from him. I didn't want to come off as rude, especially after asking him to capture monsters from me. I'm sure that, as time passes in your kingdom, the clouds above you will turn gray and your soil will turn the color of violet. The stars in your skies will disappear in at dusk. Creatures you will deem as otherworldly will appear. The witches have already claimed your capital. It is only natural that they will take 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 else. I gestured to the dagger in his hands. You need to be prepared to raise an army, and I hope you do it with my weapon. My eyes shone, almost as though I were ordering him to use my dagger. Bright green orbs met brown pools. His lips parted and he took a quick step bow. I will. Warrior. I smiled gratefully, nodding. It'll be off now. Remember to keep your eyes shut. All right. You're going to feel nauseous if you don't. No worries. I have some experience with this. Thank you for all the information. Again, he said humbly, you've unknowingly saved thousands of lives. I rolled my eyes. Floured. You think highly of me, but I won't disagree. Have a safe journey. You as well. And so I stepped into the portal. Eyes shut and cheeks red at the fact that I said you two. At least I was going to see Luca. At least I would be back in his arms, heart warmer than the sun and pulse lighter than a strand. Chapter 36. I was finally in the castle. A lonely chill went up the bend of my spine, forcing a tremor out of my bones as I stumbled straight into a cozy cobblestone corridor. Immediately, I wrapped an arm around myself, itching for warmth to grace my skin but failing to attain anything close to it. My eyes swarmed the hallway and a smile immediately made itself onto my face. It was the corridor that led to my room. The first place I was able to sleep soundly and since the war. The first place I was able to rest robustly after 6 years of insomnia, keeping my footsteps light. I jogged towards the end of the hallway where my room laid with a small smile on my face. I knew I was there to visit Luca, but something in me wanted to revisit the first place I actually felt safe and after losing Mother. Other than Luca's arms, of course. My body itched to be surrounded in the silk sheets of my bed, to feel the stone floors under the soles of my feet, and to witness the dazzling view I woke up to every other day. It would be a nice start to the day, or end of considering the sun was setting. I wrapped my hand around the handle and pulled downwards, entering my studio-like room. A cold wind rushed past me, forcing a second shiver out of me. The castle felt awfully dim that day. Despite the light of the atmosphere, things were peculiarly quiet, slow. Almost like a blue lens was placed atop the eyes of whomever stepped foot into the castle. I expected a celebration, bells to ring and posters to have hung themselves up to symbolize that the King of all Wolves had lived another year to rule. That the King of all Wolves was turning a new page. That was his fucking birthday. Suddenly, I was angry. Sighing, I pushed the door shut with my bum and stomped into my room. The minute the locks clicked shut, a familiar scent rushed up my nostrils. A scent I adored with my entire soul, a scent I would die to witness every day. My room smelled of Luca. A fat smile made its way to my lips as sprinted to my bed and threw myself into the mattress. The mattress that oozed with Luca's wonderful scent and inviting warmth. I missed him so much my feet swiveled in the air. I missed him so much I fisted the silk sheets of my bed. I was smart to fly off my shoulders and onto the head of the couch because my weight would have crushed her. That's it, I thought. I have to see him. Stay here, please. I have a man to surprise. Without a second thought, I jumped out of the bed all giddy on the inside and ran to the door. Just as my hand hovered above the door handle, I caught my reflection on the window. A frown made its way onto my face. I looked fine. Completely and utter fine. I didn't look gorgeous, stunning, dazzling. None of that. And I had the audacity to be mad at those who worked at the castle for doing nothing on my male's birthday. An idea popped into my head. 𝐊𝐢𝐬's design room. She left all of her old dresses in there. There had to be something I could wear. Something I could impress Luca with. So I sprinted down the corridor and passed by several maids whom I left die-eyed and jaw-slacked. I was surprised they even remembered me but decided it was best that they think I was just a fragment of their imagination. I couldn't risk any of them informing other maids that the king's female was back. Who knew? Who knew? They could have been witches as well. Suddenly, I crashed into someone that sent my body flying backwards and bum slamming to the ground. Someone with hazel brown eyes and blonde hair. Roman? The florist that Luca broke my wrist for. Leila. Roman blinked hard. making sure he was daydreaming. "Leila, what are you doing here?" "Should." It came out aggressive as I stood up and wiped my knees. "Don't use my— Nobody should know in here." "Luna, what are you doing here?" "It's the king's birthday. That's why." I said. "Tonda, why is nobody doing anything?" He specifically requested that everyone not work today. He cancelled all celebrations and said he would send anybody who didn't follow his orders to the banished lands. I gasped lowly, surprised. I don't understand why. Though, hes overworking himself. A deep frown bestowed itself upon my lip. "Hes in his office now?" I asked. Roman nodded. "If hes not there, then hes in the guard chambers. You know, your room." My heart shattered at the image of Luca sleeping alone in my sheets. Absolutely shattered. I was exaggerating the feel of my heart a bit much, but it still hurt to imagine him that way. If Roman weren't there, I probably would have burst into tears at the fact that I made Luca feel so lonely and depressed that he cancelled his birthday and decided to work instead. To work? Roman? I let out a short breath. "Is there a pianist that works in this castle? We have an entire orchestra at your service. That'll do. I expect them to be at the ballroom and are playing music so loudly it reaches the ears of the king." I rose a brow. "Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Mum. Will you be able to decorate the ballroom in an hour?" 30 minutes will do." He smiled. I nodded, satisfied. "Well then, get on with it." Forcing a smile out of me before I entered Laura's workspace. Being surrounded by tens of dressed, all different shades and textures made me feel fluffy inside. It also heightened my anxiety because I didn't know which one Luca would prefer. The blue one, the green one, maybe the red one. Mother always told me red was a fabulous color, so I settled with red. It still didn't help that Laura had approximately 24 dresses monochromatic ally hung beside each other's. But who was I to complain? The only thing I knew how to sew properly was a wound, and even that was something I had mastered. Most of them looked the same, ankle-length dresses that were either long-sleeved or fully exposed a woman's sharp set of collarbones. None caught my eyes. I began stressing as I watched the clock tick. I had to get my hair done. Fix my face with that powder Lara always used and gloss my lips, yet I didn't even have a dress picked out yet. However, all my stress vanished when my eyes landed on satin dress so small I feared it wouldn't fit me. It was a burgundy red and settled right at the top of one's thighs. Its straps were so thin you would think they were made of hair, and its waist was heavily cinched. The chest area was a whole other story, even tighter than the waist. Gold metal lined the top of the dress, metal that would shine with every little movement. I wanted to wear it, but I also feared that my body wouldn't look good in it. Was it too much? I mean, it had no exquisite designs splattered across it, but I was sure I could accompany the outfit with a thigh strap like Laura had given me last time and some rubies. So I put the dress on. With much difficulty my tie ad and looked into the mirror. Never had I, though I had the ability to look sexy. But this dress certainly made me feel it. It was difficult to move and always rising up whenever I would sit or bend over to fix the eyeliner surrounding my lashes. It took me a total of 49 minutes to get ready, but the end result was decent in my opinions. A short dress that stuck me like second skin. Lips so red one would think I had feasted on a deer, and hair straightened all the way to the bend of my back. I wore a thigh strap the color of gold and beautiful ruby earrings. As for the rings, I wore the ones he had gifted me when we were back in the north. I didn't know what I was going to do that night, but I knew that I wanted to look good for Luca. I knew that I wanted him to smile when he saw me, that I wanted the burden on his shoulders to lessen. Just as I clicked the straps of my heels shut, music began playing. It was the type of music that forced me to sway as I applied my lipsticks. The type of music that forced a notor to leave my lips unknowingly. As I fluffed my hair, the scent of my male rushed up my nostrils. Immediately, I stilled. He couldn't see me now. That would ruin everything. I ordered those bastards to cancel the celebrations. Luca bellowed from outside. Stop the music. Now he paused. It's bad enough I can smell her. The last part was whispered, and surprisingly I heard it. Bad enough. Did he really miss me that much? Or was it that he didn't want anything to do with me after I completely abandoned him? Guilt swept through my soul. I walked into the door and laid my ears on the wood, heels clinking against the cobblestone floors. I was informed that the celebrations were back up by Roman Salvador. King, a poor maid said, nobody is allowed to attend other than you. Though, those were his instructions. Luca growled, and I could imagine the top of his lips stretching as he did. I clenched my fist, missing him with all my gut. It took a lot of strength to stop myself from bursting out of the door and wrapping my arms around him. But I had to sustain myself. It would all be worth it in the end. Where is he? Where is that damned music coming from? The main ballroom. King, out of my way then. With that, I heard his footsteps move farther away. I took that as my signal. I left the Laura's workspace and shut the door behind me, only to be met with a slacked jaw aid in the view of Luca's broad back rushing down the swirl of stairs. Grimacing, I held a finger to my lips, hoping she wouldn't expose the fact that I had been there. Luna, please, nobody must know that I'm here. I begged her with my eyes. Trust me on this. It would not be a good idea to tell anyone of my presence. She gulped and nodded. It'll be off then. I smiled gratefully and followed Luca's suit, heels heightening my presence and dress clinging to my body. As I made my way down the stairs following the scent of my mail, my hair flew behind me like a curtain in the wind. For the first time in a while, I was excited. So excited my smile ached and my heart bounced. Mom, if only you could see the fairy tale I was living. I thought to myself, if only you were here for me to pour my heart to. As I trailed 10 feet behind Luca's broad frame, I shivered. He grew. Masculinity oozed off of him in waves, avalanches of snow that would drown you if you got too close. He had a scruff, one that highlighted his cheekbones beautifully. Upon that it seemed he had grown impossibly taller. Maybe it was because I hadn't seen him in 5 days, but I was almost certain he changed. Suddenly, I took a step that was a tad bit too loud and paused. Luca had halted in his steps, ears perked up. I hid behind a column, one so tall it held the ceiling up. For fuck's sake. I heard him grumble. It's like 𝐶𝐻 here. His thoughts came into my own. It's like 𝐶𝐻 right under my nose. Whatever. My lips rose. He was adorable. I followed him once his attention was back on the music. I followed him until we reached the ballroom that suffocated with songs so lively my skin danced with 𝐿𝐲𝐽𝐻. He burst through the doors and I made sure to go in right behind him. I was baffled. The instruments were playing themselves. Luca and I had the entire room to ourselves. Luca and I were finally alone in a place that was a bedroom. What? He ran a stressed hand through his chocolate locks of hair. What is this? I walked till I was right behind him, till my heat blended into his. I rose my hand and placed it on his back. He stiffened. It's me. He spun around, eyes connecting with mine. Blue meeting green. Nature meeting the robust sea. I felt my heart explode as his chest brushed against mine, as his warmth bled into me. The music was playing wonderfully, but his stare was robust. It made the music dim and the light shine on him. On us. Is this what love was like? Was I in love? I stopped breathing once he rose his hand and cupped my cheek, unknowingly pulling me closer to him. Leila. He fisted the bottom of my hair. Leila, Leila. Luca. I let out. Eyes glossing. He didn't hesitate to wrap an arm around the back of my throat and slam my lips to his. I felt like a phoenix. Like fire was blazing freely in my soul. Like it was swaying sensually in the cocoon of my heart. The music. The kiss. My hand sliding up his chest. This was love. Wasn't it? Luca was love. My face laying against his pecs and his chin laying atop my head. When the music would sizzle, he would spin me around and hold me effortlessly. You're beautiful. You're everything I ever imagined. You're more. He showered me with compliments on his birthday and only hummed when I would return the gesture. That was the day I realized Luca was a man just as selfless as I was, even though our paths contrasted greatly. As I heard his heart pulse underneath my cheekbones, I lifted my head off his chest and looked up at him. He was staring into the distance with eyes so content my heart skipped a beat. So I entangled my hands from his waist and pulled his head downwards to face me him. He smiled softly. "What is it?" "Sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart." If it were anyone else I would have felt vile. But from Luca, it was art. "You said you loved me for that." I mumbled. "I did." He answered. "Why did you bring it up?" "Did you?" I paused, swallowing. "Did you mean you loved me for that or?" "I meant that I love you." He interrupted. "I love you for you. I love everything about you." My breath caught up in my throat. "With you in free. And for that. I love you, I love you." I gulped, trying my best to hold back my array of tears. "I love you too, I love you too." It came out like water. "I love you so much more than I ought it to be." "I know you do, I know you do." "Leila, you don't need to say so." I swatted him across the chest, shattering the loveliness of the atmosphere. Luca cackled at my reaction, head falling backwards, exposing the length of his neck. Not thinking twice, I leaned forward and laid a wet kiss on the base of his throat. His grip on my waist tightened and he groaned. "Leila, ahem." I looked up at him, sliding my arms back on their rightful place at his waist. His jaw clenched. "I infuriate you." He paused for a beat. "You do." I smiled. "Let's go back to my chambers." Luca wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me to his waist. "And get you changed from that dress." I snapped my eyes to his. "Why?" "Because I don't know if I can control myself if I have to spend 5 more minutes watching you in that dress." My cheeks reddened as we walked side by side back to his chambers, my head leaning against his shoulder and his arm clinging to my waist. I thought about it, about how he had to control himself around me and how frustrating it was for him. If it were up to me, "You'd be mine now." He always said that. Whenever I'd lay my lips on his, he would say he wanted to make me his forever. The closer we got to his room, the faster my heart pumped. The closer we got to his room, the more desire spread throughout my core. Mine. He would be mine too. I wanted to make him mine too. The second we stood in front of his door, I coiled my arm around his wrist and pulled him into his room, locking the door behind me. Our souls became one that night. Our destinies intertwined. That night. I stood in the training room, gazing at my reflection in the mirror. My cheeks were flushed naturally, my hips and chest were fuller, and my hair shone brightly. Chapter 37. I was enveloped in warmth. The source was unclear. It could have been the silken sheets caressing my bare skin, or Luca's protective arm draped around my waist. Perhaps it was the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains of Luca's bedroom, bathing us in its golden glow. In truth, I couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. What I did know was that Luca, my passionate mate, was slumbering peacefully beside me. His face was serene, chest exposed, while I lay there with cheeks aflame. The intensity of my blush was such that I could feel my pulse throbbing against my skin. How was I supposed to act normally after the events of last night? Despite the looming threat switches on my trail, the Western people held captive by a queen's tyranny, and Kate's worrying silence since I'd left her to celebrate Luca's birthday, here I was, fretting over what to say to my newly mated partner. I sat up, clutching the covers to my chest as I gazed down at Luca. Last night, he had been beastly towards anyone who approached him, a testament to his protective nature, but in the soft light of morning, he looked utterly peaceful. The sight brought an irrepressible smile to my face, one that only brightened when he unconsciously pulled me closer in his sleep. Sighing contentedly, I raised my hand to run it through his hair, gently scratching his scalp. He purred, leaning further into my touch. his affectionate nature evident even in slumber. "Good morning," I thought. Maybe that would be a suitable icebreaker. Or perhaps, "Do you want breakfast?" What the fuck? What the fuck? Breakfast? My teeth clenched as I berated myself for such mundane thoughts. Without further deliberation, I rose, showered, and donned a pair of his shorts and a shirt. They were perfect for cooking but certainly not appropriate for venturing beyond his chambers. My armor was back in Laura's office, and my red dress lay in tatters on the floor. I'd have to rely on Luca to solve that particular problem. As quietly as possible, I slipped out of his room and into the kitchen. I prepared eggs, seasoning them with northern spices, and conjured an array of cheeses for a platter. To complete the meal, I squeezed fresh oranges, pouring the juice into 2 glasses for us to share. Barely 2 minutes later, a frantic Luca burst through his bedroom door, clad only in shorts. His eyes, those mesmerizing blue orbs, locked onto mine, flooding with relief as he found me safe and sound. "Leila, He shook his head. "Luca, I thought you disappeared again." I frowned. I wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. "Luca." I placed the food platter onto the coffee table of the living room, dusting my palms, especially after last night. He sighed and wrapped his arms around me, the warmth of his bare skin seeping into mine. "Don't leave me, Leila." I couldn't respond. If I didn't leave, it would be selfish of me to put Luca and the entire castle in danger for the sole satisfaction of my desire. Never, never in a million years would I allow myself to smile against the lives of thousands, if not millions. "Luca," I began, "let's eat." He sighed, ignoring me and instead capturing my lips in his, my chin in his fingers. I melted into him, just grazing his pecs and hand rising to wrap around his neck. He brushed his fingers into my wet hair, pulling at the strands and forcing a moan out of my lips. "There's that sound, Luca." His eyes were cloudy, filled with thoughts. "More." I shook my head. "Strands moving." "I made you breakfast." His grip on me tightened, forcing a rush of heat up my core. "And I love you for that." A torrent for fluffy emotions took up the holes of my heart and I smiled, looking away from him. He grabbed my chin and forced me to look back at him, pecking my lips one last gracious time. He pulled away, leaving me stunned, and sat on the couch where he began chewing on some bread and cheese. "Are you not going to join me?" My lips parted. "Come on." I'm not finishing this myself, Leila added. My head snapped to the sound of Kate's voice, eyes widening. "I went looking for you. Everywhere," she shouted at me, clenching the fabric of her black skirt. "And to find out you're out on some romantic expedition is absolutely, infuriating." A stray leaf fell off the top of her head as I stilled, watching dirt roll of her top. I gulped. "How in the world did she get here?" "Put your mask back on. For goodness sake, put some proper clothes on," she roared, throwing my armor onto the couch. "Goddess, the Westerners are being held hostage and the queen which has your name on the tip of her tongue. Yet here you are fornicating with your male." Seething, he trushed up my cheeks. The witch with the power to unite to lovers. Luca stood up, a smug smile on his wonderful lips. "It is with great pleasure I meet you." Kate stared at Luca, eyes wide at the sight of his bare chest, and gulped. "In regard to the West, I can assure you we have it under control." Luca began as he walked to my side, muscles on his chest swaying like water. "We sent 9 spies that swore an oath to refresh us on the situation over there. If the queen wrongfully murders anyone, they will bring me her body alive. She murdered her husband." "Luca." I let out a stressed breath, instinctively linking my arm through his. Who knows what she's capable of? Correction. She cursed him with old age. Luca stared down at me. "The Queen of Witches helped her construct the potion. 𝐻𝐸s not dead. 𝐻𝐸s very ill." An O formed on my lips. "What do you think we should do?" "King?" Kate asked. "Brows. Risen." I choked on my spit. "Easy there. Luca rubbed my back, his warmth seeping through his shirt. Goddess, he looked so smug. That's what I was thinking, Kate added. Is it really that simple? To go to war? I spoke through teary eyes, rubbing at my chest. How will we fight thousands of witches? Monsters. Darling. Kate pulled out my swords from the pocket of her skirt. Your army finished their task. They're waiting for their next command. My lips parted in awe and my chest burst with affection at my little monsters. Your army. Luca rose a brow. Mind if you update me? I smiled sheepishly at him and his eyes rushed to my lips. It's a long story, hobby, and I have time. He stepped into my personal space, chest brushing against mine. For you, I have everything. Please do not act so hopelessly in front of me. Kate coughed. We had a plan. After telling Luca that a lichen could own the soul of a monster by puncturing the back of its neck, it seemed as though all forms of stress left every fiber of his body. He grabbed me by the neck and harmoniously met my lips with his own. It seemed as though he cowed and stopped himself from doing that, kissing me. I had no objections. Every time a stressful thought passed by my brain, he would place his hand on the back of my neck and pull me to him. For the first time in forever, I didn't mind someone being in my head. It was actually comforting, almost like a reassuring embrace. And as of now, that was what I needed the most. Reassurance. Reassurance from the man that turned my world of ashes into a world of synchronized fire. The man that made me look at the color of violet and smile. I was currently stood in the training room, surrounded by hundreds of weapons made of the most authentic iron, wood and gold. Some of the weapons were even made of diamonds, but it didn't feel right to use a jewel so pure for a purpose so graphic. I grabbed iron swords the length of half my thighs and slid them through the slits on the back of my armor, enjoying the way they formed a pleasing X. I took to silver daggers and placed them on my thighs. Once ready, I walked to the mirror and asked myself, it would be a lie if I say I recognized myself. A natural blush stained my cheeks, both my hips and chest. My thighs were evidently fuller and my hair shone. It shone even when the sun was down and the sight made my heart flutter. Never had I considered myself beautiful, but as of that day, I could confidently state that I was beautiful. Gorgeous even. I sighed and turned around, ready to meet Luca outside the castle along with Kate. Our plan was to capture 6 monsters by the end of the week. The East-est goal was for 150. The North-est goal was 6, the South goal was 650. Goddess, those Southerners, always outdoing themselves. I wasn't complaining. Really? But my pride ought to beat that. All we needed were 7 monsters to even out the field. But Luca insisted on having a minimum of 2,000. In a sense, he was right, it was better to be safe than sorry. But I feared the witches would notice the number of monsters going missing in battle without warning. It was such a stress-inducing time, but I was sure with Luca, I would look back onto those days and smile. We won a war together. My smile strengthened as I reached the set of double doors guiding me to the exit. We won a war together. I opened the door and locked hands with both Kate and Luca, ready to be teleported back to her cozy cottage. Remember, keep your eyes closed or you'll barf the minute you land on my property. Kate tightened her grip on my hand. All right, girlie. I nodded, sending her a wink. She rolled her eyes and turned to Luca. All right, male. What a nice way to address your king. Luca's nostrils flared. Ugh, Kate scoffed. Males. I wheezed and Luca kicked me in the shin for doing so. The second Kate began chanting in a foreign language. I shut my eyes and tightened my grip on both beings' hands, feeling a sense of fullness in my chest. In a way, Kate and Luca filled the hole I thought could never be filled with their presence, and I appreciated it in a way I can't describe in mundane words. A wave of whiplash later, my eyes flew open to the sight of carpeted, mahogany wood floors. The smell of warm milk crushed up my nostrils as I spoke. Oh, Kate. Oh, Kate. I can already smell the hot chocolate. It's the green-eyed girl. Bring me her body breathing. An old voice screamed from behind me. With my hand on the dagger on my thigh, I spun. A witch. 2 of them. A hand wrapped around my throat, restricting my ability to breathe. I roared. Chapter 38. I roared like it was my last day alive. With so much strength my eyes shone a vine green and my body laced with tremor. Never had I experienced something so ferocious in my 18 years of living. Never. Without a second thought I slammed my head backwards and spun, grabbing the arm of my captor. With all my power I pulled downwards, tearing the ugly witch's ligaments and kneeing her in the stomach. If there was one thing I inherited from father, it was his reflex, and I wouldn't change it even if it meant I lost an eyeball. King, grab the blonde bitch. Ill focus on the 4-year-old. Kate shouted as coil-like strings of fire extended from her arm and wrapped around the oldest witch's throat. Luca did not need to be told twice as he growled and shifted into his raven-haired wolf, not giving him a second glance. I focused on my witch. She was the youngest one, a perfect fit for my experience in fighting her kind. It endured several of her demographic at age 14, 16, and can proudly state, and mastered the art of battling her. I slid my sword from my back as she began ripping strands of hair from her head, readying herself to perform a reality warp spell, the most dangerous kind. How stupid. Only witch his age to attempt such a spell. I spun my sword in my hand and slammed it into her thigh, hating the way her scream brought me satisfaction. She doubled forward, blood seeping through her lips. I have your face in my head. Girl, she croaked as the witch behind her screamed at the pressure of Luca's teeth on her neck. Don't make me. I need her in the face. Watching as she fell back, just as I was about to straddle my witch's hips, ready to slam my dagger into her heart. A hand snatched me backwards by my hair and onto my bum. I cried out in pain as my head slammed into the floor, vision blurring for the smallest of moments. Show me your face. Wolf. The oldest witch's face was an eyesore. Get that mask off. She grabbed my mask, but I didn't give her the chance to remove it, for I bit her wrinkly finger till I heard it crunch beneath my teeth. The taste of copper filled my mouth and bile made its way up my throat. The bitch screamed like there was no tomorrow. O God of the outskirts, I command you to shit. Shit. If she completed that sentence, I would be hers. I rose my arms, wrapped them around her neck and pulled her head downwards, effectively slamming it onto my own. It hurt. It hurt so bad, but it worked. Her eyes watered and she fell beside me. You bitch, she wheezed, coughing out blood. Not giving it a second thought, I rose my dagger-holding hand and slammed it into her chest, praying to the goddess that it made it to her heart. I jumped to my feet, ignoring the torrent of dizziness that slammed into and went back to my young witch. She laid on the ground, body limp and eyes open, yet her heart was beating. Grabbing her by the hair, I pulled upwards and punctured her neck with my dagger. She would be mine. She would give me answers. And once she was done giving me answers, I would feed her black heart to my monsters. Once done, I threw her body onto Kate's leather couch and turned around to face the stunned Kate and the baffled Luca. I croaked, shrugging aggressively. Goddess, was I dizzy? I don't know whether to be aroused or to be fearful. Luca gulped, armor clinging onto his sculpted body. It'd be both if I were you. Kate readjusted her coat as she spoke. Why were they so dull? I asked, running a stressed hand through my hair. Usually I have to pass some tester maze before fighting them. My house's glamour edge to stop all spells except my own from working. Kate poured hot chocolate into 3 large mugs. If that was you would have either lost or won severely injured. Why do you think I'm stressed? Kate. I rubbed my erratic chest. Luca pulled me to him by my waist. I've an idea. You share. Kate walked over the witch's dead body and placed the tray of hot chocolate-filled mugs onto the coffee table. We puncture the necks of enough witches. I don't like the idea. Kate interrupted. My pride is suffering enough having my soul owned by an 18-year-old lichen. He trushed up my cheeks as I fell back onto the couch, right next to Luca. Just listen. He growled, alpha complex rushing to the surface. We do this to glamour lichens from witches' spells. At least enough lichens. Kate stilled. It's not a bad idea, I added quietly. She took a long sip of the searing drink. eyeing Luca and I with inexplicable emotion in her eyes before sighing. To you. What? Luca furrowed his brows. It's not a bad idea to you. She tightened her grip on the glass in her hand. To us witches, our pride and mystic freedom is on the line. Our art will be willfully controlled by you two. And that is not something that sounds like a good idea to us. My smile fell. How inconsiderate of us. My cheeks flushed as I turned to face Luca, who seemed completely mundane, unaffected to what Kate had just said. What an alpha. I scoffed before turning to face Kate, who remained circling her ringed fingers. Do to others what you want done to you, I said, exposing my wrist to Kate, whose eyes widened. Right. Leila, we're putting your mystic freedom on the line. So why don't you put my own as well? A truce. It might even convince some witches to join our clan. I suggested. Clan. Kate rose her brows. Clan, tribe, whatever you like to call it. I went to scoot closer to Kate, but Luca wrapped an arm around me, setting me in place. A warmth filled me, warmth that was accompanied by annoyance. Would you like to elaborate? Luca asked through flared nostrils. Or are you going to sell your soul to a witch while I watch blindfolded? My jaw slacked. Luca, you big got. In not selling my soul. In merely giving Kate the ability to control my wolf. Same thing. No, it's not the same thing. I sighed in frustration, balling my hands into fists. I aren't shift into my wolf as much as you do. Just not much use to me. Though if I overstep any boundaries regarding Kate's magic, she can warn me using my wolf. Luca's lips parted, eyes widening. When was the last time you shifted into your wolf? I gulped. The day I brought the witch into the castle. That's not too long ago, Kate said, sitting forward. Yes, but before that I hadn't shifted for 2 years. Fuck. Luca ran a stressed hand down his face. Leila, that can't be. You're going to rot if you keep your wolf under your skin. Especially if you don't even speak to her. What? My eyes snapped to Lucas. But I don't understand. Sweetheart, have you noticed yourself weakening throughout the years? Lucas pulled me closer to him, frustrated. Have you noticed that you take longer to finish fights? That your muscles ache more? That you dizzy far more than you should? My cardiac rhythm accelerated, yes. But that could also be because I haven't been training as much as I should be. He shook his head. No, Leila. It's because you're 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐼𝐴. Your wolf is your source of strength. She's your core. Without her you're going to turn human, or worse. I tensed and Luca noticed. There's no need to worry. There's wolves that survived 7 years under the skin. You just need to train. A grin made its way to his lips. It'll do the job for you. That diminished all forms of stiffness from my body. Training with Luca. Just the thought of training with my male made my knees bounce and my heart flutter. So the effects are definitely reversible? I asked, staring him in the eyes. He sat there, eyes on my lips as he nodded. Immediately a blush made its way to my cheeks, forcing me to look away from his smug expression. So it said. Kate tried controlling her smile. I own the soul of your wolf and you own the soul of my people. I nodded, raising the sleeve of my armor. Kate grabbed a knife, slit both of our wrists and connected them, binding our souls together for eternity. I prayed that it wouldn't be a decision I regretted in the near future, but it was the only way Kate would have full faith in Luca and I. In the end, the moon goddess functioned on karma, and if Kate decided to wrong me, the moon's wrath would find its way back to her. The moon always found its way back to its children. Chapter 39. I find it incredibly irresponsible that you signed that blood oath. Leila, Luca held fury in his blue orbs. You put your heart in her very hands, in a witch's hands, all because she felt sorrow for her fellow sisters, the sisters that want your very head on a stick and a stake in your heart. Luca, there was no way she was going to gain my trust if I hadn't. There was no way other witches would join our army without the knowledge that my wolf is bound to one. I shook my head, forcing myself to look up at him. It was the right decision, and I don't regret it. I never will. Luca looked down at me. Nostrils flared as he clenched his fist. It was the first time I'd seen such controlled chaos. Do you not care for yourself? He all but whispered. Do you have no value for your life? My lips parted. Leila, you gave your wolf soul to that witch. It's bad enough you don't even have a relationship with her. But what do you think your wolf would feel when you speak to her knowing full well you just gave her away? Luca took a step towards me. His steps quiet, but his expression anything. She will be furious. She may even turn you rogue. She wouldn't, you don't even know her, Leila. His voice forced the outskirts trees to sizzle in submission. I do. I swallowed. More than you do. That's for sure. For once in your life. Leila, be selfish. Stop killing yourself for the sake of others. Why is it so easy for you to let yourself go? Luca cupped my neck with his hands, provoking light-hot fire to erupt in my veins. Do you not see what you're doing to me? My wolf wants to shove his bare teeth in Teet's neck every time he hears her footsteps outside of that door. He wants her dead. He wants everyone who forces you to make such decisions gone. And if that means he has to kill the entire kingdom, he will. I'm the only one stopping him. And I don't even know if I want to anymore. The strings of my heart pulled painfully at his words. He looked down at me as though I were a singularity, a miracle. Something so unbelievable it scared him. His eyes flickered, as though he were looking into my own for any sign of regret. But I'm sure he didn't find any because I didn't regret the blood oath. I didn't and I never would. Luca, he pulled my neck towards him and slammed my lips onto his. All my tautness melted into his warmth as our lips moved against one another. Everything eyes to exist. Too soon. He pulled away, eyes watery and hands almost gripping my neck. It was almost as if he was watching my disappear, slipping through his fingers with no way of coming back. Leila, my heart cannot handle this. He took in a deep breath, letting go of my neck. I sense that your heart has made its chance, and I cannot convince you to think otherwise. But Leila, if you come out of this battle dead, so will everyone else. My brows furrowed. What do you mean? I will skin every last wolf alive if you die trying to save their humanity. Am I understood? My heart turned erratic in its beats at his words. And do not doubt my words. Leila, I speak nothing but the truth. I gulped. What could I have said to him? That I would come out of this alive. That everything was going to be okay once I faced the mother of all witches. Nothing about my prophecy guaranteed my livelihood. Absolutely nothing. But I was still willing to take the risk, without question. In fact, even if my death was guaranteed, I would have regretted not fulfilling the prophecy. Luca's eyes were still looking down at me in their sea-filled glory, and I could tell by the pursing of his lips that he had heard my thoughts. I will wait for you. Leila, he laid a chaste kiss to my forehead, forcing my arms to wrap around the length of his waist. But I will not watch humanity wait for you to save them. You did not ask for this. I laid my head on his chest, suddenly feeling the urge to cry oceans apart. Luca was the only reason I wanted to come out of this alive. And if it weren't for him, I would have welcomed death with every battle I faced. It scared me. Everything about the way he made me feel scared me. My dependency on him and his warmth made me want to run out of his arms, but I knew I couldn't. Imagine. I began, voice cracking. If none of this was real, and I was simply the Alpha's guard. Imagine us trying to keep our bond a secret while your mother tried mating you 200s of princesses you would only reject. Imagine us fighting alongside one another without worrying that one of us may die at the hands of a witch nobody knows even exists. I sniffed into his chest. We would have been so happy, so at peace. Luca, is that too much to ask for? A life with you. He wrapped his arms around my shoulders, digging his nose into the top of my head. I would want nothing more than to tell the whole world in yours. I would want nothing more than to sleep to the sight of your beauty and wake up to the sound of your heartbeat. A sob erupted from my chest, one I cowed in control and one I didn't want to control. I was done trying to control myself. My entire life. I have been controlling myself. For 6 years I did nothing but control myself. just when I had found the one person that filled the hole mother left behind. The moon had decided not to take him away from me, but to take me away from him. So I was done. What exactly being done entailed, even I did not know. But I was done. So I let myself cry into Luca's chest for hours on end. I rid myself of the invisible ropes my brain held me with and told Luca how much I loved him. I told Luca how he was the only reason I wanted to come out of this war alive. I told him how much he made me want to live in a world where I wanted nothing but to die. And he listened, and listened, and listened, until I had no more words to speak. Chapter 40. Leila. Leila. Luca's voice, my swelling eyes open. Luca was in his armor pants, shirtless as his frantic eyes looked down at me. What's wrong? I grumbled, rubbing my eyes. Have you gone insane? Kate's gone. My heart fell out of my chest at his words. She left a note on the table, but no matter what I do, I cannot get near it. I think she _𝐤𝐿 at it. You've got to try to get that open. Without a thought in my head, I jumped out of bed, no shoes on my feet, wearing nothing but shorts and a shirt. I felt nothing but pure panic, as though my whole world was crumbling right in front of my very eyes. Was Luca right? Did Kate take control of my wolf only to leave me for dead? I stumbled out of the bedroom and into the living room, and lo and behold, a wax-sealed letter laid perfectly still on the coffee table. It was as though the letter was staring back at me, a comical expression on its face. I wanted nothing else than to rip it into 1,000 shreds. My heart could not handle another betrayal, and if Kate really took advantage of my kindness in such a grotesque manner, I would rather live in naivety. Luca. I swallowed down an array of emotions. Whatever the letter says, I don't want to hear a word about how I sold my wolf to a witch who ended up breaking me. Am I understood? Luca's jaw ticked, but he nodded nonetheless. If anything, he knew what I was feeling. He knew how robust my regret was. Our bond was screaming with it. Breathe. Leila, I told myself. Just breathe. With shaking hands, I picked up the letter. She wouldn't do that. Luca. I was convincing myself more than I was convincing him. She can't. She hated the queen. She hated. Open the letter. Leila. He interrupted. The only way we will find out is if you open it. So please, just do it. Memories of my captivity in the outskirts of my head, my couldn't push them back. If Kate really left to join our enemy, then my wolf would be hers. And if my wolf was hers, I was hers. And if I was hers, I was a prisoner of the outskirts, with bile rising up my throat. I opened the letter. Dear Leila, urgent matters have come to my aid. If everything goes as planned, I will be back by midnight. Fear not. I have _𝐤𝐿 myself so that other witches are unable to see me. So do not worry about anyone even thinking about what you look like. The queen bitch will never find you. Keep an eye out on the birds, and make sure your phoenixes is near you. Word has come about that the mother of all witches has full control over the West. She is in their heads, making them relive their worst memories over and over again. That is all for now. Please, Leila, Leila, keep an eye out on the birds. 𝐼 is the only way you can make sure you are alive and not in the queen's hands. I will speak of my matters when I am back. For now, I am unable to. Kind regards, Caitlin. At the sight of Effie, I lay on a tree branch right outside the cottage. I let out a much-needed breath. My muscles relaxed. The hairs on my arms lowers and my heart calmed. She's coming back at midnight. I sat on the coffee table, legs shaking far too much to bear my weight. She had urgent matters to deal with, and she'll tell us when she's back. At midnight. Okay. Luca lowered himself so his eyes leveled with my own. You can calm down now. Everything is all going as planned. His hand caressed my thighs, squeezing at the areas intense. Calm down. Verdi, I can hear your heartbeat all the way here. When I'm here, nobody is going to touch you. I let out a shaky breath, nodding at his words of assurance. I just need to ask you a question. I pointed to Effie, who was peacefully resting her eyes. Can you see that phoenixes? The one right outside the window. Yes, why? He answered with furrowed brows. Oh, thank the goddess. My head fell into my hands. Thank the goddess. Talk to me. Leila. Luca's eyes seemed so concerned. But I didn't have it in me to tell him that there was a chance my soul would be captured by the queen of all witches. I didn't have it in me to break his heart another time, to worry him more so than he already is. So I lied. I just thought it was beautiful, I said, and the look on his face was enough to force me into a dark hole of self-destruction. He knew I was lying, but he didn't push me any farther than I wanted to be pushed, and I appreciated that. I really did. How about we train, huh? Let's try and talk to your wolf. His eyes were kinder than his words. Let's get out of here for a bit. Not too far, though. The last thing we need is to spar with a six-headed beast not even the goddess can fathom. A chuckle escaped my sorrowful soul. I think it like that. I cupped his wonderfully sculpted face in my hands, relishing in the absolute warmth his skin held. If like anything, as long as you're with me. Luca laid a soft kiss on my forehead, melting me in his arms. Get up then. Enough of this. You're much to come off our table. I leaned my head against his chest, surprised at how he still towered over me despite him being on the fucking ground. So I think not. Are you sure about that? I nodded into his chest, unable to form words. You've left me no choice. Luca placed his arms underneath my thighs and hoisted me upwards, eliciting a shriek out of me as his put my over his shoulders. Luca, you arse. Put me down. He shut me up by smacking my own arse. After a solid 10 minutes of being held upside down, Luca finally set me back on my feet in Kate's back ward filled with various pots holding various plants which may or may not have been poisonous. There was also a cauldron laying behind the pots, but we thought it was best not to question whatever may have been hiding in there. The outskirt winds were gracing our skin, and for the first time in my 6 years of being held captive there, I found it quite serene therapeutic, if I may. When was the last time you spoke to your wolf? Leila, Luca asked as he wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. In fact, I would like to know what she looks like. Anything. Tell me all about her. I know Luke wants to know what she looks like. Well, well, I began. She's for the color of auburn, like the mahogany doors your castles are filled with. I fiddled with his fingers. She has bright green eyes much brighter than mine, and she's faster than whiplash. Luca, 𝐿𝐤𝐲𝐸𝐬. You should have seen her when Slayman and I came her to get the witch. If it wasn't for her that day, I wouldn't be alive. If anything, she's ethereal. Luke wants to meet her, but he can't seem to connect with her. Simply imagining her makes him feel emotions that make it difficult for me to control him. Ain't she that excited? Isn't he? Well, when you wait 85 years to find your mate, you can imagine how impatient a wolf can be. Leila. I spun around, gasping. You're 85 years old. He nodded unbothered, running two fingers down my cheek. Indeed I am. Well, I just didn't expect you to be almost 70 years older than me. If it helps, I am the youngest king to ever exist. He bent over to pick up a rock, laying peacefully on the ground. Most reign when they are at least 200. Does my age make you uncalm of our table? I thought about it. He was well over half my age. He lived 6 more times than I did, and the fact that he did brought over me an odd sense of comfort. Maybe it was the fact that I was only 18, confused and always feeling 100 different emotions. But I liked that he was older than me. It explained why and how he was always so patient with me, how he always managed to calm of me. It doesn't. I let out. I always. Not even a second later the rock was hurtling towards me, spinning as thought it were moving thousands of miles per hour. My vision blurred, and suddenly, everything slowed down, everything other than me. I grabbed the rock before it slammed into me and the world became normal again. What the fuck was that for? I almost shouted. His pupils dilated at the sight of me. Luca. I furrowed my brows. What in the moon goddess's name was the for? You should see your eyes right now. 30. He spoke in awe as he walked towards me. Look, with both of his hands on my shoulders. He turned me around so that I faced the window. Green. My eyes were a bright green as though they were pools of bioessence. My lips parted at the sight of my wolf's eyes, and for unfeeling filled my chest, a feeling so robust I had to rub the area above my heart. Was it pride? I think it was. Your wolf is protecting you even when you're not with her chess with you. Listening to every word and calculating every move you make. Luca ran an impressed hand down his face. Leila, I have never seen anyone move with such speed. It was like you were light. My cheeks warmed. You can continue. I smiled at him, tucking an embarrassed strand of hair behind my ear. No, really. Please continue. Leila, this is serious. I've never seen anything like it. Not to mention you haven't shifted in years. I was ready to catch that rock for you right after I threw it. Luca said as he wrapped an arm around me. I knew you were special. I knew it the day I met you. And for that, I thank the moon goddess every day for making me wait such a long time for you. Luca, I smacked his chest. I can only handle so much love. You know how much I detest it. Your bond says otherwise. My love. I smacked him for a second time that day. I'm less afraid now. If you're this strong when you haven't shifted years before your altercation the last time you were here, imagine how strong you could be when you can fully shift. He scratched the back of his neck. I've got an idea. Tripart, shifting. I just need you to get a claw to come out. A shriek interrupted Luca's epiphany, forcing the both of us to look up. It was 𝐴𝐻𝐼 slicing through the thick atmosphere like a knife right above us. Her shriek, however, was followed by a small quake on the ground, and that small quake on the ground is followed by a complete rattling of the soil we stood on. Leila, Luca uttered. Get inside. Right now. The ground shook once more. I'm not leaving you for dead. We're both getting inside. Right now. I grabbed Luca by the wrist and pulled him inside Kate's cottage, locking the backyard door behind me. From my knowledge of the outskirts, those were definitely outskirt beasts. I could tell just by their scents. And it was just one, but tens of them, probably hundreds. My heart turned erratic in its beats. The only thing calming me down was Luca's hand caressing my wrist. If it wasn't for him, I would have probably gone into cardiac arrest at the rhythm of my heart. Luca, we need to leave. Right now. We're fresh meat if we stay here. I can fight off 3 at once. And even if I do, I can't guarantee I will come out of that fight with all 4 of my limbs. I grabbed my armor and swords from the basket Kate had given me to store my things. Put your armor on. And fast. Every second counts. He did as he was told. We both changed out of our clothes and into our armor in complete silence, afraid that any move we could make could attract whatever was coming our way even more. When Luca was ready, I laid a finger to my lips and pointed to the door, gesturing for him to keep as quiet as possible and for us to leave. He nodded and followed after me, armor on and a dagger each hand. I was terrified, but I was ready. Knowing my wolf would be there to protect me in the moments I needed her made me itch to fight. It made me crave killing whatever beast was coming just so that I could have my wolf feast on them. That craving vanished. However, when I turned around and found an avalanche of beasts, each one biggest than the other, walking right behind us. Some were running on all 4s. Others were walking on an even length of feet. Nothing about them told me to stay. All until my eyes landed on their leader, who held a shiny object in its hand. My dagger. And I halted in my footsteps, evoking Luca to look at me as though I had signed my death wish. He grabbed my arm, pulling me to run with him, but I snatched my hand from him. I didn't want to be wrong and be the cause of Luca's death, so I signaled for him to stay. He shook his head vigorously, urging for us to leave before the army got too close. Leila, if you go out there, we go together. If anything happens to you, I am a dead man. It doesn't make a difference. He spoke through our bond. Just don't get too close. Luca, if you're getting close, I'm getting close. I let out a stressed breath and intertwined my fingers with Lucas, holding them so tightly I was afraid I was causing him pain. Even if the beasts were part of my army, a large part of me was scared to get too close to them. They were the reason I spent most of my childhood bloodied and bruised, hiding and hungry. To me, they were the devil incarnate. One look at them caused my mind to drown in memories of fear so powerful my legs quivered and my blood turned cold. But I had to face them, and shaking my hands with the devil was the only way to win this war. So I had no other choice. Luca and I got out of hiding and stepped into the outskirts' purple light, giving the beasts full view of us. But none of them were looking at Luca. Every single one of them was looking at me, and only me. I wanted nothing but to hide, to run into Luca's arms and stay there till my last breath. But I couldn't. Fear would not aid me in such a battle. As the monsters got closer, my grip on Luca's hand tightened. All I could smell was their wretched scent. All I could see was them. My brain turned foggy, so foggy that the first monster I had captured was suddenly in front of me and I did not know what to do. All I could do was stare back at it, so completely and utterly lost. But then it bowed, rattling the earth beneath him as he handed me my dagger. The rest followed with it, mimicking hundreds of dominoes falling against one another until every 𝐶𝐻, one of them were on one knee for me. I gulped, letting go of Luca's hand and walking forward. Rise, I ordered, watching as all of them followed my command. I need 5 more of you within the next 2 days. Go now. I threw all 6 swords I had strapped onto me onto the ground and watched as the first 6 in line scrambled to grab one each. Goddess, they really were beasts. The sight of them was unruly. It was only when they left that I noticed Kate standing beneath the trees facing her cottage, analyzing the beast as they ran off to their next mission. She removed her cloak as she walked towards us, stress lining her forehead. Now that you've received the good news, I'm going to give you the bad news. She spoke, voice wary. Chapter 41. The Queen knows what you look like. Leila. 8 words, constantly swirling through my head. 8 words that would be the reason I would not get a blink of sleep until I had the Queen's head in my fangs. None of this was fair. None of it. I didn't even get the chance to train with Luca. My wolf was still recluded, unable to speak to me. None of this was what we had planned. All I had was me, my armor, and those damned green eyes Mother had cursed me with. Kate's cottage was beginning to shrink in its size, making it harder for me to catch my breath and forcing waves of robust dizziness through my entire being. For the first time in a while, I didn't know what to do. I had no fucking idea what was the next step in my comical idea of what saving humanity would be. Stressed, I panned my forehead with both hands. Was my dizziness the result of my panic? Or was it the Queen trying to get into my head? At that point, I didn't know. For fuck's sake. I didn't know anything, and I cowled and stopped thinking about the fact that I didn't know anything. I was the only woman who survived 6 years in the outskirts, the only wolf to ever reside in there for more than 2 weeks. And now I knew nothing. The worst part is, I didn't even know if I was living my own reality or living what the Queen which wanted me to live. The only thing keeping me calm of RT was F.A., who was looking directly at me from outside the bedroom window. The bird who had my mother's name. Fuck. The entire world's fate depended on a bird with my mother's name on it. I began chuckling, and my chuckling soon turned into knee-slapping laughs I couldn't seem to control. Luca tried talking to me through our bond, but I didn't have the strength to let him in. I didn't have the strength to let anyone in. If I were under the influence of the Mother Witch's magic, I could not afford to have her see him and what he looks like. Nobody else was going to die under my watch. But H.E.S. Luca. A voice whispered into my thoughts. H.E.S. hours. My head snapped upwards. Who was that? I spoke into the air. Did I care that Luca and Kate were probably listening to me laugh and have a conversation with myself? No. I just wanted all of this to be done, and if the Queen was in my head trying to coddle me into seeing Luca, I was going to kill her myself. It's me, it whispered. Who the fuck is it? I was getting angrier by the second. My patience was thinning and so was my strength to control my emotions. "You're Wolf. How do I know it you and not?" I swallowed down my fear. "And not the Queen." A shiver overcame my body as I felt painless little needles ooze out of my skin. Then my lips are ting at the sight of beautiful brown fur on my skin. Too soon. The fur subsided back into my body, leaving me feeling half full once again. The feeling was exhilarating and shockingly painless. "Why are you talking to me now?" I asked. "Why now? You never needed me as much as you do now." "I did need you." It came out as a whisper. "I needed you so much more than I need you now." "No, you didn't." "Yes, no, you didn't." The voice growled. The voice growled, shoving the breath out of me. That was my wolf. There was no way in the world that was my wolf. Fuck. I ran my fingers through head, pulling at the ends. Oh fuck. It was already happening. She was in my head. She was right in there, having a conversation with me I certainly did not want to have with her. I shook with the force of 1,000 quakes, so much that I found it difficult to stand. The door slammed open, revealing a greatly stressed Luca. He rushed to my side, hands running on. "Luca, I can't do this anymore." I croaked, just already in my head. "I hurt her through our bond," he said, worsening my panic. "Luca, you need to leave the outskirts." It came out as a whisper. "So long as you're here, you're just as vulnerable as I am. She doesn't want you. She wants me, but she'll use you to get to me." His eyes flashed a bright amber. "There's no way in hell I'm leaving you to rot here." "Leila." "Luca," I shouted. "Are you not listening to me? You cannot stay here. Stop thinking with your heart for 1 second. There's an entire kingdom that needs you right now." I can wait. "My kingdom will wait so long you're alive," he growled, hands wrapping around the back of my neck. "I'm not letting you slip from my fingers again. Not now. Not ever." I pushed him away from me, wiping my traitorous stares from my eyes. "I am not having another loved one die because of me, Luca," I said. "And if that means I have to force you out of here, I will. I went to leave the bedroom so that I could order Kate to send him back to the castle, only to have him grab my wrist and pull me back into his chest. "I got you less than a month ago. That's not even 30 days. He tightened his hold on me, afraid to let me go. "There's still so much I don't know about you. So much you don't know about me. Do not ask me to leave you because I won't." He was right. There were still so many things we hadn't explored with each other's. So many things we hadn't done together. Yet here we were, on the edge of humanity bidding our farewells. Only the goddess knew how powerfully I mourned myself, how badly I pitied my sorry excuse of a life. "It's safer this way," I spoke into his chest, unable to face his eyes. "I cannot bear another loss. And I cannot bear losing you just when I've found you." I felt his pain through our bond, the complete and utter squeezing of his pure heart. I couldn't bear it any longer. Without a second thought, I pulled his lips to my own, allowing myself to relish in their sinful softness one last time. I kissed him like it was my last day alive, as though I were going to pass the minute his skin left my own. He met me with just as much for sour lips moving against one another like thousands of droplets of rain slamming into a mighty river. I need to feel him before he left. I needed to show him just how much he meant to me. Too soon. I pulled away. I had to make sure things didn't escalate farther than they needed to. "I'm not leaving. Leila," he swallowed. "I will kill her before she sends me back to the castle. Even if you end up detesting me for what I am about to. I would rather you hate me with a beating heart than to love me 6 feet beneath the ground." My eyes lowered as I took a step backwards. "Kate, send him to the castle." Lucas' growl shook the books on Kate's shelf onto the ground as he flashed his beautiful amber eyes at her. "I am sorry, Alpha, but I cannot disobey her." Kate positioned her hands as though she were holding an invisible orban between them. "Send him back home, where flowers grow and all things are known." Just as Luca was about to lunge at her, Eyes so feral my heart cracked. Kate pushed forward her invisible orb, turning his beautiful body into nothing but a million particles of stardust. Once again, I was alone, trapped in the untamed lands of the Lycan Kingdom. However, this time was different. I had an army so powerful they forced the outskirts soils to shake in their wake, an army so powerful it would overtake the Queen of the Witches and the Queen of the West. I swallowed down the bile rising in my throat and forced myself to look up at Kate through my tear-stained eyes. Where is the witch? My acquaintances in the outskirts told me she lived right at the center of these lands. She said she lives in the tall trees surrounded by beasts so ferocious not even her disciples can visit her. We are going tomorrow, I ordered. It's just already in my head. She knows where I am, so there's no point in waiting. Leila, you must know that I am no match for her. Kate warned. You're not. But I am. Remember our blood oath. I've got a theory about that. And if it works, then we might have just guaranteed our winning of this battle. Elaborate. You have full control of my wolf. Right, yes. Thus meaning that you can do absolutely anything you want with it. Am I correct? Indeed you are. Can you make her more powerful? Kate's lips parted, shocks warming her pretty little eyes. I could. She fluttered her fingers. Excited. I could even bring her out to you. Great, great. I croaked, unable to control to sorrow over seeming my body at Luca's absence. That's just wonderful. What do you recommend we begin with? Dear. Her eyes were pitiful as they ran over me, assessing the absolute mess I was. Should we try calling out to her? I nodded, lips quivering in the process. This was Luca's job. He was the one that was supposed to be training my wolf and I. He was the one that was supposed to heal my wounds after hours of training in the outskirts, kissing every single scar that littered my skin. Not Kate. It was supposed to be him. Only him. Gods. I wanted to rattle the stars with my screams. I wanted to break apart Kate's sorry excuse of a cottage. I wanted to force my wolf out of myself and turn rogue, unable to feel anything other than hunger and bloodshed. I think calling out to her will take too long. I'd rather you make my shifts painless and much faster so I could do so more often. That was a lie. I knew Kate was powerful enough to call out to my wolf, but I did not fancy the idea of having another voice in my head. It was bad enough that the Queen was already conversing with me, trying to convince me that she was my wolf. I couldn't risk listening to anyone but myself. And if that meant silencing my wolf, I would gladly do so. Would you like to remove your armor? We don't want it ripping to shreds. Kate recommended no. Laura crafted this armor so that when I shift, it molds to the body of my wolf. I ran two fingers down the bodice of the armor, suddenly missing the bright light that was Laura. Okay, Kate nodded. As you wish, darling. She took a few steps back from me, placing both palms forward so they faced my slightly shaking body. A gush of wind passed through my entire being. The air so cold it was actually refreshing. I shivered, finding the feeling that overcame me quite odd. Done. Your shift should now be painless, she said, lowering her arms. Trade out. We could head out into the backyard. I don't want more things falling out of their shells. Nodding, I made my way to the backyard, Kate following me suit. Fear flooded my veins at the thought of shifting once more, but I did not have time for fear. It had to be done even at the expense of my bones cracking a million times into places they should not be in the first place. So I began. I pictured my wolf in her beautiful brown fur. I pictured her pearly white fangs in all their 𝐊𝐿𝐼𝐻 glory. I pictured her running on all fours, forcing branches to break at the strength of her speed. Instead of cracking, my bones slid into place as needle-like structure began emanating from my skin. None of it felt natural. It was just as odd as it was painless, and I didn't know if I liked it. The smell of soil rushed up my nose just as the sound of birds hundreds of miles away 𝐊𝐢𝐺 drums. I was not used to being in my primal form. I was smelling and hearing everything too clearly. It was as though I were at war with nature. I whimpered, flinching at every sound that came my way. Finally, I opened my eyes. staring back at my reflection. Brown fur, bright green eyes, and a slender body. I was beautiful. How was it? I spun at whiplash speed at the sound of Kate's voice. Was it painless? Was it as you expected? I nodded, paws digging into the ground. Everything about my wolf seemed foreign, but I would have to force myself to accommodate to her physique. Should we make you faster? Make her bites then he moves. Goddess, there's so much we can do. I nodded at her suggestions, itching to shift back into my human form. She did as I asked, whispering a slur of rhymes and pushing them into my soul. Immediately after she casted her spells, I felt heavier but all the more lighter, as if I weighed the force of 1,000 suns but soared like a bird moving through thin air. My hairs rose at the feeling, as did my ears. Test it out. Will you? Kate ushered. Run, not too far. Make sure you don't go past the tall trees. That's where my glamour ends. Without a second thought, I jumped over the fence and ran. I felt invincible, as though there was no way in the world anybody could catch me. I passed through several trees, my paws moving with so much speed I stopped seeing whatever was in front of me. The feeling was exhilarating. I felt alive for the first time in forever. I dodged several low branches with whiplash speed, jumped over fallen trees as though they were never there. Only the goddess knew how wonderful it felt. But my rush of adrenaline came to a halt once my eyes landed on the wall of tall trees. I forced myself to stop moving, drifting against the purple soil beneath me. For a moment, I simply sat there, watching the trees sway to the songs of the winds. I contemplated several things: whether I should have gotten so close to Luca, if I had any chance at winning this fantastical battle, and if the queen was listening to every thought in my head. So many questions, yet all of them laid unanswered, simply left to swirl in my head. Never had I felt so many emotions at once. Excitement, fear, loss, and hope. Hope was the only thing other than Luca stopping me from grabbing my daggers and stabbing myself in the neck. Hope that peace would finally be restored. Nobody would ever have to worry about the outskirts again, because my army will destroy any purple soil it tumbles upon. One day, when the queen is dead, green soil will rise in the untamed lands of the Lichen Kingdom, and the sun will peek through its great trees. No longer would it be a place of perish, rather a garden filled with hundreds of ivies and the most beautiful of creatures. That was my hope, but hope could only bring you so far. I got on all fours and rose my sound so that it faced the full moon and howled, the sound echoing throughout the entirety of the forest. The queen knew I was coming. If she knew what I looked like, she had access to all of me. With enough power, she could bring me to her right this second, so it was best she knew I was ready for her. Because if she wasn't going to bring me to her, I was going to go there myself. And I wouldn't leave until her head was in between my very fangs. I once thought that true love could conquer everything, until I pushed my beloved out of the window with my own hands, just to protect him from the harm I might bring. I stood in front of that window, watching him fall, filled with guilt and helplessness. And when I finally defeated the evil, I found that time had been stolen and everything had changed. Chapter 42. Luca. I stared at my trembling hands, clenching them into fists as the reality of what had just transpired crashed over me like a tidal wave of despair. My mate, my queen, had been torn from my grasp and sent back to the castle, back to my accursed chambers, before I could even attempt to explain myself, before I could hold her one last time, before I could press my lips to hers in what might have been our final farewell. My wolf, a primal force within me, snarled and raged, threatening to consume my humanity and turn me rogue for allowing her to slip through my fingers yet again. The cruel irony of it all was lost on me. I had known her for barely a month, yet the bond between us felt eternal. For 8 decades, I had waited, searching for my mate, only to have her ripped away so soon after finding her. The injustice of it all burned like acid in my veins. My claws, sharpened, lethal, pierced the skin of my palms. The pain served as a stark reminder of my dual nature, part human, part beast. Had I been purely wolf, I knew without a doubt that I would have already torn through the castle gates, racing to the outskirts to hunt down Caitlin. I would have relished in tearing her apart, leaving nothing but a crimson stain on the purple soil of our land. No, Leila wouldn't be taken from me. Not now. Not ever. The very thought of losing her permanently sent waves of self-loathing crashing through me. Only the moon goddess knew the depths of my resentment in that moment, the overwhelming urge to destroy every piece of furniture in my chambers. Leila was mine, just as I was hers. So why did it seem so effortless for her to let go? Why did she surrender herself so readily? Ugh. The guttural roar tore from my throat as I brought my fist down on the dining table, splitting it clean in two. The wounds on my knuckles healed almost instantly, even as fresh blood dripped onto the shattered wood. My gaze fell upon the door, and suddenly, a plan began to form in my mind. It wasn't a plan for victory in the traditional sense. I cared little for the survival of my people in that moment. No, this was a plan to ensure Leila's safe return, to bring her back to me whole and unharmed. Without hesitation, I bolted from the room, my footsteps echoing through the hallways of my cursed castle. As I ran, I reached out through our pack bond, linking all for kingdom leaders, preparing them for the impending war. All responded swiftly, save for the West, the damned. Silent West. I burst into my office, immediately setting to work a letter that would be dispatched to the 3 responsive kingdom leaders, along with 20 of my finest daggers. The missive contained explicit instructions to capture outskirt beasts and return them to me. I demanded that each kingdom not rest until they had secured at least 200 of these creatures, emphasizing the need for haste. As I penned the letters, I made a solemn vow to myself and to Leila. I would train my castle dwellers to fight alongside the beasts, not against them. I would instill in my people the understanding that their queen's life held precedence over their king's, that the mother of all wolves must survive, even if it meant their own demise. White hot rage coursed through my veins like liquid fire as I concluded the letter. Through our pack link, I summoned 2 of my most trusted guards, ordering them to my office and instructing them to bring my mother as well. I swore to myself that I would not rest until every last enemy was imprisoned for eternity. I would not cease my efforts until the moon goddess's balance was restored. And above all, I would not find peace until Leila was safe in my arms, free from the constant fear of impending doom. A knock sounded on my door. "Come in," I snarled, balling my hands into fist. Both guards I had ordered came in, gripping my mother's wrists as she attempted to fight against their power. They bowed their heads to me as I stood, eyeing both of them to see any sign of challenge from their end. "Tie her to the chair and wait outside the door. Unless I speak, you are to wait outside the door like unmoving stones. Am I understood?" I commanded. They bowed, faces unmoving before they left my mother and I alone. "What is the meaning of all this? Luca, how you do this to your own mother?" Again, she futilely attempted to fight against the metal restraints on her wrists. "Release me, boy. Now, it's alpha to you, woman." I walked towards her, a scoff painted on my lips. "Now repeat what you just said, correctly this time." "Luca," I said, "release me." I slapped her. Never in a million years did I expect the first woman it hit to be my own mother. My kin and blood, but if my theory was right, she not only deserved to be slapped, but to die 1,000 agony-laced deaths until the meaning of death no longer existed. Oh, a tear made its way down her face as she looked down. Guilt began swarming my heart, but I made sure to not show it. "Now repeat what you just said, correctly this time." I gritted through my teeth, kneeling so that my eyes leveled with hers. She swallowed, fear saturating her blue orbs before speaking. "Alpha, please release me." A sadistic chuckle made its way out of my throat as I titled my head. And why would I release the woman responsible for a revolution against my mate? Why would I release the woman who tried to go against the fate of the moon goddess? Why would I release a woman who made a deal with the devil against her own son's wishes? Disgust was a feeling I was becoming accustomed to when it came to her. "You are not a mother. You are a monster." Her nostrils flared as her ticked. She attempted one last time to flee from the metal holding her to the chair, but failed miserably. There is a thin line between a mother and a monster. Son, mother sat up straight, holding the posture chefs maintained for the past 2 years. You can't see it yet, but bonding with the West is the only option if you want to become the king that brought his for kingdoms prosper. But you are blinded by feudal love. I'm the blind one. You are a dog ready to get on its knees for the slightest approval of temporary power. It's pathetic. She was taken aback. But I continued. I am following the fate of the moon goddess. You are following the lulls of the underworld. She was angry, hurt, betrayed. I felt it through our bond, but I felt not remorse nor mercy towards her. So you admit that you have taken a part in the acts of the West. I asked my final question, the question that would determine my status as an orphan or not. I kept my focus on her heartbeat. If she were to lie, I would know it. Son, I regret it. That in itself was a lie. Guards. I called out and they came right in. Imprison the bitch with the seers and kill anyone who's had contact with her. Make sure the seers tell you exactly who she's been speaking with and do not rest until every single one of them is gone. They bowed before grabbing my mother. Luca, don't do this. Please. I am your mother. You need me. You need me there for you. Please. You are nothing but a wolf who has betrayed not only her kingdom but her king. From here on now, I sentence you to life in the castle's prisons. You are to not see sunlight until your last breath has passed. Guards, take her and complete your orders. Report back to me once you are done or if any complications arise. And with that, mother's screams and cries echoed through the hallways leading to my office. I shook with the force of 1,000 suns, and my tremors didn't stop until dawn when all 3 kingdoms I commanded reported their acceptance of my orders. It wasn't until then, as I stood in front of the wall of windows Leila and I shared our first fleeting moments in, that I realized the alpha in me had to prevail. Alas, he was out and hungry for blood, whether that be red or purple blood. I did not care. So long as the enemy could breathe, my thirst for death would not end. So long as Leila was not breathing next to me, my thirst for death would not end. Chapter 43. Leila, 2 weeks later, you think you're prepared to face the mother of witches after tomorrow. Kate's expression screamed shock. Leila, my dear Leila. This is not a random Tuesday brunch with the wives of the king's old friends. This is war. We have 6 beasts. I caught 60 for myself. My wolf is more intact with me now that she's under your control. I feel more powerful than I ever have. I cannot get too comfortable in this routine as nice as it is. I removed my mask and shut the door behind me. We cannot let her get more powerful than she already is. You have a little over 70 witches under your wing that have agreed to fight alongside us, now that we've blood bonded. We are ready. Kate. Kate ran a stressed hand through her stark white locks as she leaned against the dining chair, a coffee mug in her hand. For a 2-year-old witch, she lived quite a mundane life. As much as I hate to say it, I have to agree. I nodded silently, falling onto the leather couch I had become painfully accustomed to. But Leila, you must go into war with a clear head. You have anything but. My eyes snapped to hers. What do you mean? You are filled with rage. I can feel it through our bond. Your rage is overwhelming even for me. I can see it when you fight. I can see it when you eat. I can see it when you sleep. She drummed her perfectly manicured fingers against her cup, swallowing in the process. You've changed. Ever since Luca left, you've become a ticking time bomb. Ice coughed. Rage is the only thing keeping me alive. Kate. I balled my hands into fists as I spoke. Rage is probably the reason I haven't gone rogue. And besides, a ticking time bomb is all that witch needs. Kate sighed as she walked towards me, leaning down so her eyes leveled with my own. My love, rage is good for battles, but it is not good for the heart. It shrivels the heart up and forces it to shrink in its great size. It carves wrinkles onto the canvas of the heart. And eventually, stars, not good for the heart. You say. My legs began bobbing up and down without my notice. Not good for the fucking heart. The knots in my chest heightened. Not good for the heart, she confirmed, laying a comforting hand on my knee that forced me to look down, for I feared she would see my eyes welling up with tears so great the rivers of the outskirts were envious. I wish we could back in time. My voice shook. I wish I could go back in time and stop Luca from ever meeting me. There is nothing more I would want than to do so. My heart aches for him. I can feel his own hardening its shell as the days pass. And it's breaking me. He has been waiting for his other half for 80 years. Kate, could you imagine the pain he is feeling right now? Can anyone? A traitorous stare slid from my eyes and onto Kate's hardwood floors, separating into hundreds of different sized puddles. My dear, you are what we call a hero. Another scoff made its way up my throat. I don't want to be a hero. I want to be a warrior. A normal warrior who follows orders and climbs up the ranks of the Golden Castle. I want to be the warrior Mother told me I should. I halted in my words, fully registering the words that had just come out of my mouth. I want to be the warrior my mother wished I could be. And you are just that. Leila. Kate spoke. You are that and so much more. You are so robustly ready to risk your life for the sake of others again thought. Whether you like it or not, you are and will remain a hero for the rest of your life. Your name will be engraved in great halls and written down in soon-to-be old books. You will pass on a legacy that nobody other than you can beat. I hope so. I hope so. A sob made its way down my throat as I remembered the night the West had attacked us. I really do hope so. Your mother would be so proud of you. As would your father. Kate titled my chin upwards with her ring finger. And those green eyes you keep thinking of are nothing but a blessing. You hear me? I nodded aggressively, unable to hear whatever bullshit she was spewing. The thought that Mother could be smiling down at me brought upon me a pain so inexplicable even the most powerful seer would not be able to muster up a cryptic rhyme to understand me. For all the skies Mother brought down for me, I would bring down the stars just to see her one last time. But I couldn't. For all the stars Luca brought down for me, I would bring down galaxies just to see him one last time. But I couldn't. I could do nothing but force myself into a battle I did not consent to being a part of. Victory was my only option, and if I did not achieve that, millions of innocent souls would pass because of my incompetence. It was all too much, but I had to deal with it. Eventually, it would all pass. I would be in Luca's arms, safe and sound without a worry in the world, or in Mother's warm sanctuary looking down on Luca as he lived a life without me. I knew which one I wanted more, but I didn't know which one I would achieve, not even by 0.5%. A sudden heaviness sat upon my chest as I looked around frantically. Where was 𝐿𝐢? I looked outside the windows of Kate's cottage and there was no sign of her. My heart accelerated in its beats far faster than what would be considered normal 𝐿𝐢. I called out. Fate here was no way the witch already got to my head. Kate ensured my safety by placing a guard spell on my soul. A screech sounded from above us as 𝐿𝐢 rested almost to the left of me. She sat outside the cottage in all her white beauty, a phoenix in its rawest form. Leila, that guard spell was curated by 70 witches. If the queen wanted to get through your head, all 70 witches would have to die or lose significant control of their powers. Kate said, Don't worry. For now, at least. How about we strike tomorrow? I recommended. Once dusk hits, we leave the cottage. They'll move in wolf form. The witch will not expect us to attack when the beasts are at peak power. We stab her where she can't see, nor feel. It's a good plan, but a high-risk one. High risk, high reward. Well, witch, well, what do you feel? Deep down, what do you think is best? Kate sat next to me, eyes awaiting my response. This is your plan. We are your followers. We want the queen dead just as much as you do, and remember, several Westerners will attack once we attack. So you're going up against an army of werewolves and beasts. We are merely beings. They will be in the thousands. The Westerners have never encountered the beasts of the outskirts. I guarantee you it will take at least 10 to injure one of my trained beauties. I cracked my neck and leaned forward. I will focus on physically injuring the witch. You and the rest of the witches try to weaken her mind so that I can take control of her. And how will you take control of her? The back of her neck. I slipped my dagger out of my boot, admiring the way it glimmered. I don't think it will be that easy, and I think that that's a matter for when we see her and stab a silver stake through her heart. Easy there. Con, now here's the plan. Make sure to broadcast this to the rest of the witches. He'll take care of my beasts. I let out a shaky breath. They're all I can control right now. Chapter 40 for by Leila's father the northern lands 18 hours after Leila set her plan. My little girl was wandering the outskirts with no one but a witch who betrayed her trust. She was alone, maybe hungry and cold, with nothing but the daggers I carved with my bare hands and a suit of armor she bound to protect with her life. I looked up at the stars before my eyes focused on the moon. Goddess, it is a sin to go against your destiny, but I beg that you keep my oldest kin alive. I beg that you protect her heart in your hands and cocoon it with your hold. I pray that you watch over her, and only her. My voice cracked. I pray that you aid her in forgiving me. I pray that she does not pass detesting me. I pray that she is safe. I pray that she is strong. My legs could not hold the strength of my helplessness as I collapsed on both knees, hands held out in prayer palms facing glittering skies. Leila had it as in need of your help, and I pray that you give it to her. A tear slid down the apple in my cheek. The 3 kingdoms are in dire need of your help, and I pray that you give it to us. All hands squeezed my shoulders, forcing me to let out a shaky breath before looking up. Betrayal, my mate, my lover, my other half. All things I once found beautiful, but now seem to see lacking in meaning. This is the first time I see you cry. By lol, she sighs, a hand laying atop her chest. It is a gut-wrenching sight. I paused for a beat, eyes catching sight of the full moon before returning them to Badoes. The last time I cried was when I held Farah's breathing body in my hands, Leila's mother. The time before that was when Leila was deemed dead by the pack hunters. I confessed, wiping at my tears. Almost 9 years ago. It is okay to cry. By law, which by law, she assured. It is most certainly nothing to be ashamed of. My dear, indeed it is not. I stood up, walking to the edge of my roof. Indeed it is not. The king has suspicions that Leila will be striking the heart of witches tomorrow at dusk. Betrayal walked alongside me. Do you believe we are ready? We reached the edge of the fenced roof, both uttering a prayer before looking down at the almost fabricated sight we were witnessing. Warriors holding beasts by leashes, some by ropes as their beasts could fly, and others with unbreakable obsidian chains for fear their beasts were too powerful. The warriors were guiding their beasts to the borders of the northern lands in preparation for the war tomorrow. As were the rest of the ally kingdoms, we would march into the outskirts and fight with our last breaths. 3 kingdoms united as one for the sake of humanity. Can you believe my little girl fought these demons for years? That she lived in their lands and came out alive in the end? My knuckles whitened as I spoke. I certainly cannot. Betrayal admitted. She is a wonder. A true warrior at heart. Leila's name will be taught to our children's children. Generations above us will whisper her name in gratitude before their every slumber. May the goddess be with her. May the goddess be with her. I repeated. We sat in silence for a while as we watched the soldiers ready their arrows, guns, and dynamite. The sound of their footsteps was calming at first, but as the beasts got louder in their screeching, both Betrayal and I began feeling uneasy. I felt her fear growing through the bond, her complete and utter agony at the predicaments that tomorrow held. Betrayal was the first to break that silence. Promise me that you will come out of this battle alive. By law. Promise me that you will come back to me and tell me that the war has ended yourself. Her eyes welled with heavy tears. I cupped her face in my hands, wiping at her tears. I promise you I will try my hardest to come out of this battle alive. My love, I promise you I will try my hardest to protect the kingdoms of our people, but I cannot promise you that I will live. She whimpered, forcing me to pull her into my chest. Can I ask you a question? I nodded, chin atop her full head of silky hair. Would you die for Leila? I stilled, hairs on my arms rising. Of course I would. What kind of a good? 𝐊𝐲 pulled herself away from me, wiping aggressively at her waterfall of tears. It's what she deserves. My shoulders drooped at her reaction. You had me there for a second. I let out. She shook her head, a small smile making its way to her face. I had a very loving father, one that would cuddle me in his arms before bed, even as an adult. Without his love, I would not be the woman I am today. If it wasn't for him, may his beloved soul rest with the moon, my heart would not be as full as it is today. I swallowed down an array of emotions as her words sunk into my system. Leila would not have spoken of me in the way that 𝐊𝐲 spoke of her father. Never in a million years would she. I did not give Leila even half of what your father gave you. 𝐊𝐲 shook her head. You did not, which is why you have to fight. Not only for the kingdoms of our people, but for Leila. Am I unforgivable? I asked. As a daughter, do you think I am unforgivable? No one is unforgivable. 𝐊𝐲, you are only unforgivable if you do not try, and you haven't tried hard enough. To Leila, you did not care enough. To Leila, you sent out the minimum amount of troops to look for her the night she disappeared. To Leila, you gave up, but none of the troops were willing to leave their families. 𝐊𝐲, I exceeded the maximum. For weeks I sent those willing to look out for her, but she was so far away. 𝐊𝐲, breathe. I know. Trust me, I know. But Leila is your daughter. She puts you to such a high standard, a standard so excelled that she never expected you to deem her dead. Above all that, she is hurt. She is scarred. 𝐊𝐲 ran her fingers down the length of my face. Eyes glossy. But if you come out of this war alive, you will have all the time in the world to prove that you are the father she thought you were. My heart calmed. But the beasts sliding up at the borders only seemed to become more agitated. It was as though they could feel that war was brewing. 𝐊𝐲, do you see that? 𝐊𝐲 pointed to the direction of the outskirts, a great wall of washed-out trees. Over there. I squinted my eyes, lips parting at what I saw. An arrow slicing through the midnight air, fire lining its entire shaft. 2 more arrows followed, each one increasing in the distance it traveled. It was northern tradition to fire 3 arrows before war elders said it would bless its warriors with good luck. That each arrow traveled as far as the warriors would. My heart accelerated in its beats, as did my breath. Hope splashed through my chest. Strength flowed through my muscles. The world was colorful again. Alpha 𝐊𝐲, the war has begun. Send your soldiers to the forefront. We meet into hours. King Luca's voice radiated through my skull, sending waves of dizziness throughout my entire being. Luca may have been our king that night, but Leila was our leader, and we would follow her every command. Chapter 45. The war. Are you ready? I asked Kate, a bow and arrow in my shaking hands. She let out a shaky breath, both her palms facing the shaft of my arrow. As ready as I'll ever be. Let us declare war then. The northern way, I whispered, positioning the point of my arrow to the indigo midnight skies. Light this arrow the light of 1,000 suns, and show the people that war has begun. She chanted, fire blazing from her hands onto my arrow. My face warmed immediately as my fingertips blackened at the contact. Without a second thought, I let the arrow fly. I let the arrow carry my fears and burdens with it as its wings pushed it further into the atmosphere of the rotten outskirts. I let the arrow flee with my worry in its heart. I fired 2 more arrows, each one strengthening in the distance it traveled, before falling on both me's palms facing the night skies. O goddess of the moon, I will do everything in me to fulfill this wretched destiny you have put upon me. I will be your undying slave, just as much as I am your undying warrior. Whether I live or die isn't important. All that is of matter is that the 4 kingdoms rise once more as with their king. I prayed. I beg that your moonshine blesses my battlefield. I beg that your full moon works in my favor. Before I could re-in for any doubt within me, I got on both feet and turned around to face the army I had been raising for almost 3 weeks now. Over 6 beasts stood side by side, lining the outskirts like a wall of guards. They were under my command, my style. They would act by me, fight as I say, and die for me. I would be sure to bury every single one that passes. Not a single body will be left withering away in the rot of the outskirts. They were soldiers just as much as they were beasts. Is my plan clear? I'd asked Kate, evoking a nod out of her. Then the war has officially begun. Kate took a deep breath, whispering a lull of words before swaying her arms in circular motions, the wind following her every movement. She shut her eyes, power oozing off of her in waves before slamming both of her fists together. The dirt beneath her jumped just as her eyes flew open, amber in color and shining as bright as the full moon above us, and spoke. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 𝐷𝐐𝐻𝐿𝐢 𝐿𝐢𝐻𝐿𝐢. My breath was slammed out of me, forcing my bow and arrow to fall onto the ground. I collapsed, feeling my bones weigh 1,000 tons more than they were supposed to. I was cold, shivering in fact, but I was also sweating. It felt as though boulders of ice were positioned to the right of me, and to my left. The sun. None of it felt right, but Kate warned me what a spell like this could do. I was ready to face the consequences. My beast screeched at the sight of my fall, ready to lunge, but I held my quivering hand out, ushering them not to. My heart was beating with the force of 1,000 armies marching into battle, almost breaking out of the shell of my ribcage, and all I could do was withstand the throbbing of my body, all until it became too much. So I screamed. I screamed so loud that the great trees shook in their cemented soil. I screamed so loud that my beast danced. I screamed so loud that the moon was forced to move on its axis. And then suddenly, the pain dissipated. Suddenly, my body felt light. Suddenly, my bones and muscles glided against one another as though they were algae dancing in their home of water. Suddenly, I felt strength in my body, my mind, my heart and soul. I let out a deep breath, my fingers digging into the soil beneath me as I attempted to regain my composure. My wolf tried to be let out, but I reined her in, telling her it was not her time. Everything around me was multiplied in clarity. My smelling, my hearing, my instincts. It felt as though I was one with nature. It felt as though the leaves on the trees surrounding me moved to my own accord. Kate was silent as she watched me stand with my bow in hand, her eyes fearful before I connected my own with hers. How do you feel? I swallowed, eyeing my beast one last time before facing her, like him ready for war. She let out a breath she had been holding for a while. Oh, thank the goddess. Run along now. I will portal the beast into the center of the forest. The witches will meet us once the queen's beasts have been obliterated. They will hold her fortress captive with their magic as with mine. And remember, Leila, please remember to look out for Fa. You will never know if you are truly alive unless you see her, or any other bird, for God's sake. Birds are the only creatures a witch cannot recreate. I replied with a nod, taking one last deep breath before sprinting as though my life counted on it. As I reached the end of the mountain we were on, I shut my eyes and called to my wolf. She answered immediately, forcing the hairs on my arms to rise and the bones in my body to glide with her command. The process was painless, and I relished in its peace, for it may have been my last time ever facing it. Just as my shift completed, I jumped flying with the wind for a while before laying on the ground on all fours. My blood bond with Kate would ensure that, no matter how far away I was from her, I would continue to face the benefits of her magic, and I was eternally grateful for it. A half-hour passed before I reached the horizon of the Queen's border, forcing me to halt in my steps. A circular line of salt stood in front of me. If I was right, it covered over 20 acres of land. I heard my beasts' growls all the way from their borders. I heard their screams echo through the vast forests of the outskirts. I just didn't know if that was the sound of victory or the sound of loss. My heart accelerated in its beats. If I were to break that line, the Queen would know that 𝐼𝐸 arrived. There was a reason the beasts were portal. led into the heart of the Queen's cocoon. Had they passed through my journey, they would have faced 10 times the casualties we were already facing. My mask was strapped to my boots. My swords were hidden everywhere beneath my armor. My bow and arrow lay tied to my back. I was ready, and it was now or never. So I blew onto the salt line, consulting the Queen of Monsters that I was here. Without a second thought, I ran with the force of 1,000 wolves and growled like a dragon. The bodies of my beasts began nearing my vision as I watched them ravage the Queen's army. Their 6-headed bodies biting the arms of their enemies, but there was a problem. Her army had multiplied. There seemed to have been over 1,000 of hers, while there was only 6 of mine. Do you see why I wanted to attack now? I linked to Kate. I see. Fear not. The witches and I will help as much as we can. We cannot afford a death. 1 death is 1 man for your guard spell. She replied. My heart squeezed painfully as I lengthened the distance of my lunges. I was officially in the battlefield, navigating through several beasts' dead bodies and dodging the beasts whose attention even dared to divert to me. Kate told me that the Queen lived in the trees, the tallest tree of the outskirts. In fact, so when I neared a tree so tall its leaves blurred through the skies, I knew I had found her. And then came another problem. How in the world was I going to climb this tree? That problem soon dissipated when I heard a growl echo from right behind me. The hairs on my wolf's body rose. Fuck. I turned around, only to find a 10-foot-tall beast with its 7-fingered fist lunging at me. Instantaneously, I jumped out its way, forcing its fist to collide with the ground, not giving it time to recover. I sunk my fangs into its leg, pulling at it with so much vigor I managed to make it slip on its back. I forced myself to shift back into my human form, my armor accommodating my human body immediately, and slid my sword from my boot. Die, you son of a bitch, I growled, sinking my sword into its head and sliding it down his body, cutting his unruly form in half. Kate, I need to get to the top of that tree. I linked. There's too many beasts. Leila, she replied. Where are you? I asked, unable to see her through the sea of beasts circulating the entire tree. Just as I asked, another beast was sprinting towards me. I snarled, sprinting just as fast as it was with my sword dangled to its head. Before my sword could make its way into its brain, another beast slammed into it, clawing at its head before fisting its chest. The beast that wanted to attack me seized before falling still, its head disconnected from its body and its chest open oozing indigo blood. Just as I was about to thank my beast, a maroon hand slammed through its chest, forcing my beast to collapse on both legs, breathing and unmoving. I stilled, rage boiling in my blood as my eyes took in the maroon beast that just killed my soldier. Now is not the time to get emotional. Leila, I told myself, kill that motherfucker. I growled with the force of 1,000 groundbreaking earthquakes before lunging onto my red-faced enemy, sword in my hand and hope in my heart. Before my enemy's fist could land on me, I kneeled out of the way and jumped onto its back. Oh goddess, make this all my enemies' fates. I prayed before slicing that maroon motherfucker's head off. I rolled onto the ground afterwards, grabbing my bow and arrow in the process, and aimed at its heart. Just as my poison-laced arrow pierced the enemy's heart, the ground beneath me shook, forcing me to stumble out of balance. A beat passed and the rumbling of the dirt turned stronger. It couldn't be. Did the Queen's reinforcements sent from the west arrive? Was the Queen already in my head? Flying above my battlefield disproved that theory. My army was not prepared for such a war. I had lost over half of my beast, and my witches were hidden somewhere in the forests trying to keep my mind intact. With every thought that passed through my head, the shaking worse, and it got so bad that even the beasts of my enemy cowered. I refused to cower. Whatever it was, no matter how tall or great it was, I was going to hide from it. I was going to face it like the warrior mother raised me to be. I was going to flash it with the green eyes mother had blessed me with and strike it with my swords even if it meant I died. They're here, Leila. All of them. Kate linked. So I stood my ground. I stood as my enemies cowered with my sword in one hand and my bow on my back. The strings of my heart pulled painfully as the sound of their stomps loudened, but I refused to show them my fear. Whoever they were chanting. It wasn't until they neared that I heard their battle songs. Leila hatted, we follow your command. My lips parted as the unknown army passed through the fog of the outskirts. Hundreds, if not thousands of soldiers of all colors striding into the battlefield, riding beasts of all kinds from all sides of 𝐾𝐿's circular cocoon, all holding up flags of their kingdoms. I spun to my left, the east. I spun to my right, the south. I looked right in front of me, the north. My heart bloomed, so I howled, eyes facing the shining moon. They all howled right back. Just as I was about to run to the tree, I smelt him. I smelt Luca. My heart shattered. He couldn't be here. He could not be here. I was not going to be responsible for his death. A screech echoed from above me, forcing me to look up, only to find a broad-shouldered man flying high above me on a four-winged beast, arrows and ammo strapped to his back. The beast flew down at unimaginable speed, revealing its rider. Luca. I let out, heart bursting out of my chest. Get on my beast. We have to get to the tree, he ordered, and so I followed. I straddled his beast and wrapped my arms around his waist, his warmth radiating onto me and filling my blood with vigor like never before. I tightened my grip on his waist, laying a chaste kiss on his shoulder. Whatever you do, Leila, don't die, he begged. Am I understood? I nodded. I will try my best not to. 𝐾𝐿. I felt his heart squeeze through our bond. Luca tapped his beast's neck. Rise. And the beast did just that. The beast jumped upward, catching the wind with its wings and bringing us to the skies. I did not know how Luca was able to catch such a beast, and I did not want to know. I was just glad I could hold him one last time. Luca, please command your beast to catch you no matter what, I asked, my lips grazing his ears. He is already commanded to do so. Good, I replied. Very good. The battlefield beneath us only got louder as we rose, but with my arms wrapped around Luca, the battlefield felt like home. I looked down, watching as fires erupted and as guns were shot. Pride filled my being. We were going to win the war. We had to. There. Luca pointed to a window that was carved into the tree. That's our entrance hour. He said hour. Then let's get to it, I said, a smirk making its way to my lips. Let's kill the bitch. Let's kill the bitch, he repeated, a snarky chuckle escaping his throat. Luca's beast rested on the branch right next to the window. We wasted no time and stretched our way into the window. The window was just as tall as Luca, as though it were a trap made just for him to enter. All there laid was a circular staircase that would lead me higher into the tree. My chest hollowed as I prepared myself for what I was about to do. I faced Luca, who stood at the entrance of the window. In all his glory, I appreciated him for everything he had done. I made sure he felt it all through our bond. He furrowed his brows at the way I was looking at him, at the feelings I was making him feel using our bond. Luca, I began, eyes welling up with unimaginable tears. I love you. I love you so much that the only reason I am breathing is you. I love you so much I would die for you. I sounded insane, but Luca made me insane. He would be the rise of me, just as much as he would be the fall of me. Leila, so do I. But you're not dying for me. You will never die for. I interrupted him by slamming my lips onto his one last time. He met me with just as much strength, his hand fisting my hair and pulling me inexplicable closer to him. Everything about him felt right. His hands, his skin, his eyes and soul. He was my match made from moonshine. He was my soulmate now until forever. I was the first to pull away. For fuck's sake. I was always the first to pull away. Leila, what's wrong? He asked, hands cupping my cheeks, forcing his heat into my body. Talk to me. We don't have time. I'm sorry, Luca, but I'm not having you risk your life for me, I croaked. I croaked. Not now. Not ever. Well, I am. Now and forever. I let out a shaky breath, laying a kiss on his thumb before removing his hands from me. What was going on? I'm so sorry. Luca. I sobbed, all before pushing him out of the window and watching as his beast flew back down for him. Kate, close the window I'm looking at. Close it so that nobody other than me can enter it and leave it. I linked. On it. She replied. The real war has begun. Chapter 46. Luca's hurt swarmed through my chest. I felt all the knots that tied his heart, all the tangles and twists that I caused as I walked up the spiral staircase, tears strolling down my cheeks in my bow and north. His pain was my pain. His hurt was my hurt. His heart was my heart. I just hoped he would forgive me for what I had done if I came out of this alive. With every step I took up the stairs, the bombs from below got louder by tenfold S. The screeches of the beast echoed through the winds of the outskirts, forcing them to sway the other way. It wasn't until I reached the top of the staircase that everything turned silent. No longer could I hear the dancing of the winds, or the scraping of leaves. All I could hear was nothingness. It was suffocating, crawling up my veins and clogging them with such intensity I forgot how to breathe. I untied my mask and let it fall to the floor. In front of me lay a door I did not want to go past, but my will to win preceded my fear. If she wanted to see me, then let her. I was all hers now, except I held a bow and arrow that would soon be aimed at her heart. I slammed the side of my body into the door, forcing it to break on its hinges and fly open. You can put the bow and arrow down. My love, I don't think you would like to face the consequences of my death. A familiar voice echoed, venom lacing its cords. Unless you want to kill me now, unknowing of what misery that will cause you. I stepped into her room, lips parting. Her back was facing me as she flipped through the pages of a book, long black hair cascading down the length of her slim. Her fingers sported several rings, some large in their gems and others mere coils of copper. A lichen with eyes of thyme brings the witches their cause of demise. But so right as the moon strikes the heart of all magic's cocoon, revolution rises raw, and time no longer brews. She paused, facing me in all her beauty, until years have passed. Time will no longer debut only orchids with souls as dark as the night swarms the kingdom of all wolves. Until the warrior hears the trumpets, she will remain in her cage, leaving behind darkness and rampage. I completed for her. She smiled, head tilting. She did not look 14 centuries old. You're much prettier than I thought you would be, the mother of witches said as she shut the book in her hand, not before it disappeared into 1,000 specks of glittering dust. What a pity. My jaw ticked, eyes glowing bright green at the rage piling in my blood. Let me ask you a question. Leila, she began, taking slow steps towards me. Do you understand the prophecy? Do you comprehend what it holds? Why don't you consult me, Mother of Magic? I asked, toning down on my anger. Why should I? She chuckled. Your army is obliterating my own. You've turned my own witches against me. You are the reason I fight alone. I thought you were all-knowing, I said, voice condescending. I am not the reason your people have turned against you. It is you. All of this is you. If you think even for a second that I am the cause of your demise, then you are stupid. The witch raised her hand, ready to slap me. I grabbed her wrist with lightning speed before she could. My daggers are reaching to pierce your skin, to taste your purple blood. I sneered, tightening my grip on her wrist. So tell me why it is I cannot kill you. She snatched her wrist away from my grip, turning around. You know how witches are. Who knows? Maybe 𝐼VE placed a spell that ensures your death once 𝐼VE'd. Maybe. You and I are already dead. Maybe. Just maybe. 𝐼VE my death to stop the beating of the king's heart if I pass. At the mention of Luca's death, I aimed my bow with whiplash speed and let my arrow fly, watching as it scratched the tip of her ear before smashing into the tree bark in front of her. You don't know what the king looks like. I dropped my bow and arrow, pulling my dagger from my boot as I stalked towards her. You've just discovered what I look like. How are you so sure of that? What was her name? Kate. How are you so sure Shess stayed loyal to you? I chuckled. Her futile attempts at scaring me comical. I'm guessing you haven't heard. She spun to face me, evoking a smirk to make its way to my lips. Caitlin and I have blood bonded. Our souls are connected to one another. The fortress of my mind is being protected by 40 other, which is a guard spell so powerful even you are unable to make it past my soul. Her eyes wide and at my words no. You're weaker than I thought you were. I began. More arrogant than I thought. 14 years on this planet and you act as though you were 5. I suggest you watch your words now. I suggest you watch your words. I've had enough of your mind games. I've had enough of your bullshit. So unless you are willing to tell me what consequences your death holds, I think I'm going to go with piercing your heart. I let out, tightening my grip on my dagger. Mind games, you say? She faced me once more. I'm my dagger. And what exactly will you kill me with? I looked down at my hands, suddenly realizing my dagger was no longer in my hands. My eyes moved to look for my bow and arrow, but they also disappeared. And are you sure you want to kill me? Again. I questioned, heart beating out of my chest. It was only when I looked back up at her that I realized what she meant. Within the span of the 2 seconds I had spent mourning the disappearance of my weapons, she had managed to shape-shift into my mother, the one and only Hea Ferris had it. My heart squeezed at the sight of her, itching to climb into her arms once more. But I couldn't. Fuck you. I spat out, elongating my claws. I will kill you with my bare hands if I have to. Do it. You would be sparing me. I've spent enough time on these lands. She sounded exactly like Mother did. So I did what I did best. I lunged at her, fist aimed at her pretty little face, finally succumbing to the rage I had been burying for the past 6 years. She let my fist collide into her cheek, electing cracks from various parts of her face. 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐼𝐸. Bloodlust clouded my vision. It warmed my thoughts. It became me. I sunk my elongated claws into her arms, pulling her so that our faces were a breath away from one another. You're going to pay for all the lives you've taken, for all the minds you've unwillingly tainted. I pushed her away from me, claws sliding out of her skin, and stalked towards her, pulling another dagger from my boot. Your plan is nothing but a fabrication of your greed for power. You are nothing without the people you've murdered. Just as I was about to pierce the back of her neck with my dagger, the once glimmering weapon dissipated into thousands of grains of sand. You will never be able to control me. I'll destroy any other weapons you have hidden in that faux armor of yours. Without a second thought, I raised my fist and smashed it into her head, enjoying the loud thud that accompanied the colliding of her head into the beautiful tree bark. Is that so? Let's try this then, I said, elevating my claws once more. Fear burst into Mother's beautiful green eyes, forcing emotions I did not want to feel within me. You said you wanted to die, that it would free you. Am I right? Well, I've a nice change of plans for you. How about I make you my eternal slave, one I will pass down generations, one I will force to walk and breathe on my own accord. Would you like that? Or would you prefer my mercy? I snarled, claw grazing the back of her neck. I did not know what consequences piercing the back of her neck with my claw held, but it seemed that whatever I was doing was working. She began withering in my grip, trying her best to flee, but I remained still as a mountain withstanding a blizzard. So tell me exactly what you've got planned in that head of yours, or I swear to the moon that I will force it out of you. She stood her ground, jaw ticking. I applied more pressure on her neck, watching as a droplet of sweat trickled down her cheek, until she finally gave me a reaction. Laughter. She was laughing. Exactly 13 minutes have passed since we've met one another. Do you know what that means? She said with teary eyes. It means that my glamour has forced 13 minutes to pass up here, but 26 years to pass down there. My lips parted, agony squeezing at my heart, but she continued. Every minute up here is 2 years down there. To your people, the war has ended. To your people, both you and I are long gone. Another laugh made its way up her throat. Did you not think to yourself once that the birds do not sing so high up here? My chest caved. That guard spell is useless. Half a minute up here and your witches are either dead or minding their own business. She inched her face closer to my own. Until the warrior hears the trumpets, she will remain in her cage, leaving behind darkness and rampage. It was all so clear, but I saw none of it. I was blind. So fucking blind. A prophecy is a prophecy. I knew you would be the cause of my demise, so I accepted it. I know better than to fight against the will of the moon. I just made sure to make you suffer the most while you did it. To suck as much life as I could out of you and your people. I think 30 years is almost enough. I snapped her neck beneath my fingers, watching as those bright green eyes told once more right in front me. It wasn't until the beating of her heart stopped completely that I heard the trumpets, the sadistic squeaking of the birds singing outside the cage I was in. My dagger reappeared in my hand, as did my bow and arrow. She was gone. The ultimate threat had been eliminated. I won the war, but I lost the most precious gift the moon could ever bless us with. Time. I lost time, and I lost so much of it. I felt so much, yet I felt so little. As I walked down the damned spiral staircase, daggers in my booted bow on my back. My heart felt as heavy as the ocean, hollow yet filled with the density of helplessness. My body quivered, unable to control the knots tightening themselves in my heart. Upon reaching the last step, my legs could not carry the weight of my mourning any longer, forcing me to collapse on both knees, head held in both palms. I cried with the strength of an animal vomiting on all fours. I cried with the heart, not with the throat. I cried with my entire being, all while facing the window I had thrown Luca out of a few moments ago. 30 years. Oh goddess, I sobbed, watching as the birds danced to my misery. I won the war, but at what cost? Was Luca alive? Was he wedded to another woman? Was father alive and well? Did Slayman and Talia have another child after the war? Did Nader finally become king of the north? Were my half-brothers considered older than me now? Fuck. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. Goddess. I miss so fucking much. The thought churned my stomach, dizzying me for the slightest of seconds. A screech interrupted my mourning, forcing me to snap my head out of the window. A gasp swept my lips at the sigh in front of me. Lucas Beast stared me in the eye, head bowed down in submission as his feet clung to the long-grown tree branch that sat next to the window. I held my palm out, ensure he was no threat, only to have him lean onto my touch. So I got onto the beast with a heavy heart and navigated my way out of what was once the outskirts. Purple soil no longer tainted the grounds, only green grass and wonderful flowers of all kinds. It was as though they were welcoming me back home. Staying their stems underneath the speed of Lucas Beast. In fact, beasts no longer roamed the outskirt grounds. They were all gone. All the bad was gone. So why was I not happy? Why was my heart bursting with regret and mourning? Chapter 47. Luca, day of the war. I stared down at the beast I had just slain, watching in wonder as its body evaporated into indigo-hued ashes. Its lifeless eyes were the last to disintegrate, becoming one with the wind as it swiveled north. My body numbed, the sword in my hand falling onto the ground as I stumbled backwards, eyes upwards to the tree Leila had just pushed me out of. How were they disappearing? I looked behind me, only to see that everyone else's beasts were vanishing. Was it her? Was she the reason they were disappearing? Was she the reason the soil greened with every step I took? Was she the reason the scent of lilies and trees enveloped my nose? Was she the reason we had won the war? The noise from behind me heightened in its volume, consulting me and my theory. We won the war. We won the fucking war. A smile crawled up my lips at the thought. Leila had slain the wicked witch of the west, and she would soon fly down with me and my beast and sing to victory. She would watch as all 4 kingdoms bowed down to her, accepting her as the one true Luna, the title she should have been given the day I met her. The war is won. The East is no longer enemy. Leila Haddad, the mother of werewolves, has given us a second chance at life. Various chants echoed from around me as my people celebrated, fist facing the skies that were somehow turning blue. Leila was magic. She was truly magic. King, is it true? Is it true that the Mother Witch is gone? A southern boy asked, eyes glimmering with hope. Look around you, soldier. I gestured to the greening grass and the sun peeking through the thick atmosphere of the outskirts. These lands are finally breathing. The heart of the soil beneath us bleeds once more. Everyone cheered. My heart itched with genuine happiness. Wait till you see this. Leila, I linked. I turned to face the witches who had sided with us, brows furrowing at the expressions their faces held. With my beast chain wrapped round my wrist, I walked towards Kate, head tilted. What is it? Kate, I asked. Is something of the matter? She gulped, tears welling up in her ocean eyes before nodding. My knuckles whitened. Speak then. I rushed. What is it? The second she entered the witch's cocoon, the guard's spell had expired. My king. I don't know how I don't. None of us understand why. Tears filled down the apples of her cheeks, but prophecy said that she would need to hear. The trumpets. I completed. She needs to hear the trumpets. I opened the window Leila ordered me to close a while ago. Please bring her back. I cannot reach her through our blood bond. She croaked, squeezing my arm. But she's there. I know she's there. I can feel it. Without a second thought, I got onto my beast and flew to the top of the tree a foreign Holland was sitting atop my chest. I did not have it in me to feel. At that moment, all I did was fly. I had a mission, and that mission was to bring the owner of half of my soul back into my arms. So when my beast landed on that damn tree branch once more, I wasted no time jumping in and sprinting up the top of the stairs. My heart squeezed at the door Leila had broken, her shoulder imprinting its wooden structure. I uttered a prayer to the goddess, begging that I would find Leila waiting for me to bring her back down to reality, and walked in. I was met with emptiness. Silence so profound the beating of my heart forced my ears to ring. My happiness quickly turned bittersweet. Leila, I called out, eyes taking in the circular arena my lover had fought in. I gulped, unable to accept the moon's fate. I spun in circles, bell rising in my throat at her absence. Leila, I screamed into thin air, falling on both knees. Oh goddess, oh goddess. It wasn't until I noticed tiny droplets of water colliding into the ground that I realized I was crying. My heart hurt. It squeezed and pulled in all directions, smashing into my stomach and meeting my lungs with so my aggression breathing became a tough. Oh, Leila, Leila, I rasped, fingers digging into the wooden floors my woman fought on. Where are you? Talk to me. Speak to me. Will you? None of this was fair. The moon was too cruel to her. She bled red, just like me. So why did she have to disappear? And I, not? Why did she have to pass when everyone lived? Why did she have to face the consequences of the underworld's magic when her heart was pure? I smashed my fist into the ground, pain striking my entire arm at the sheer force of my hit. I was angry at the world, at myself for not flying back up fast enough before Leila ordered Kate to shut the window closed. I was angry that she was alone, completely unknowing of just what she was going through. The tears wouldn't stop. I was mourning her disappearance. I was mourning my future with her. The pups I had planned when she was away planning for victory. Helplessness clouded my entire being, forcing my chest to cave and my sobs to strengthen. If she was here, Leila would have wrapped her strong little arms around the length of my waist and whispered sweet nothings into my ear, telling me it was okay to cry. If she was here, she would have placed a chaste kiss on my neck and ushered me to stand back up. If Leila was here, she would have never wanted to see me like this. Oh no, 𝐴𝐴𝐿𝐴's voice rang through my ears. Oh no, my eyes met his. Blue meeting brown, brown meeting blue. She's gone. I let out, shakily getting on both feet. Her soul no longer resides in our lands. 𝐴𝐴𝐿. He panned the area above his heart, lips parting at the words leaving my mouth. That can't be. His voice shook, as did his head. It can't be. Well, it is. It came out aggressive, but I was not able to rein in my emotion. The moon, once again, has decided her an undeserving fate. Ready yourself. We must inform the people. He nodded with red eyes. As we both got on our beasts and flew to the ground, I realized that 𝐿𝐴 and I were in the same position. Both of us were blood bonded to Leila. Both of us loved Leila. And most of all, both of us did not spend as much time as we needed to with Leila. The soil beneath us shook at the force of our beast's landing, bringing me back to reality. In front of me stood over 60 soldiers who were awaiting a response, awaiting a declaration of victory. So I got off my beast, as did 𝐿𝐴, and stood with my shoulders held high. They were worried, unable to fathom that their king had tears strolling down his cheeks. Heads turning for answer. My people, I spoke, swallowing down an array of emotions. I didn't know where to begin. The love of my life and mother of my unborn children had just slipped through my fingers once again, and I didn't know that she would ever come back. I didn't even have time to mourn her disappearance. But this is what Leila would have wanted. She would have wanted me to maintain a strong front, to tell my people that everything would be okay. We have won the war, but we have lost something far more valuable than victory. I started. 𝐶𝐸 forced his way to the front of the crowd at my words, snatching his helmet off of his head. His eyes said it all. They spoke far more than his words ever could. He knew what was coming. He knew Leila was gone. Leila had it. My voice shook, eyes filling with uncontrollable tears. Leila had it has passed. The warrior of all 4 kingdoms. The hero of all icons. My mate, I choked, looking down as I wiped aggressively at my face. She has passed. Date of death, 27th of March. 𝐶𝐸's jaw quivered, his eyes watery. He looked at me with so much emotion, so much regret, so much agony that I almost broke out of character. Just like I had lost my mate. He had lost the sister he was not able to fully get to know after 6 whole years. Just like I had lost my mate. He had lost a bond he was unable to repair in time, and I didn't know which was worse. My army's shock was broken when 𝐶𝐸 collapsed on one knee, his helmet resting on his side as he faced the great tree Leila had passed in. Like dominoes, the rest of the soldiers followed him. I was the last. It was almost as though my body did not want to accept her passing, refusing to get down on one knee, but eventually, it did. I remembered her vigor to be a soldier, to be the soldier her mother had dreamed she would become, so I would announce her death like a true soldier. I held a howl so dense the birds stopped flying in the trees. The soldiers followed after me, treating her like the absolute warrior she was. Leila was the reason the pups of this generation and generations after could run around these grounds with a care in the world. Leila was the reason the grass was green and the sun shone. Leila was the reason my people could fall into slumber without fear that war would strike once more. Leila was the reason I felt alive. Leila was the reason my heart bled. And Leila was the reason I would not be able to smile without remembering that she was no longer there. I thought losing a lover was the most painful thing, until I found out that my mother was a stranger. Chapter 48. Luca. 16 hours after the war was Leila's birthday, the 31st of March. A day that should have been filled with joy and celebration, now tainted with an overwhelming sense of loss and despair. I sat alone in my chambers, clutching Leila's dress to my chest. It was the same one she had worn when she visited me for my birthday, and I inhaled deeply, desperately clinging to her lingering scent. The fabric felt both comforting and tortuous against my skin, a cruel reminder of her absence. My heart constricted painfully as I gazed at her attire, my fingers tightening around the delicate material as if I could somehow conjure her from it. The emptiness in my chest threatened to consume me entirely. 𝐿𝐴 had extended an invitation for me to join the Northern Kingdom in Leila. 𝐶𝐸, Two had pleaded with me to accompany them, insisting it was what Leila would have wanted. Deep down, I knew he was right. Leila, in her infinite kindness, would not have wanted me to suffer alone. But I couldn't bring myself to go. The thought of facing her culture, her people, and seeing reflections of her in every face was unbearable. I feared that if I ventured out, I would be overcome with hatred for every beating heart I encountered, knowing that 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻 no longer pulsed with life. The grief was all-consuming, and I chose to bear it in solitude. Luca, 2 weeks after the war, I stood before the great tree of the West, my heart heavy with sorrow and a flicker of desperate hope. 14 days had passed since Leila had been declared dead, yet I clung to the faint possibility that she would reappear, her emerald eyes meeting mine once more. What tormented me most was the fading presence of our bond. I could still feel her, albeit weakly, as if she were just beyond my reach. No matter how many journeys I embarked upon or how many hours I spent scouring the former outskirt lands, I could not find her. In my mind's eye, I saw her trapped in some hidden cage, waiting for the sound of trumpets that would herald her freedom. Kate, ever knowledgeable, had explained that the Mother Witch's magic was too powerful for anyone but Leila herself to break. This information both frustrated and motivated me. Every day, I found myself at the foot of the great tree, offering prayers to the moon goddess. I beseeched her to guide Leila, to spare her the misery of facing this ordeal alone. As I stood there, my fingers tracing the rough bark, I felt a connection to Leila that transcended our physical separation. Luca, 2 months after the war. As time wore on, my prayers to the moon goddess transformed from humble supplications into forceful demands. No longer did I beg for her assistance in bringing Leila back to me. Instead, my voice rose in anger, shouting into the night sky. The injustice of 𝐊𝐢𝐻's fate burned within me like a raging inferno. She who had selflessly risked her life for others time and time again did not deserve such a cruel destiny. My beloved Leila, brave and self-sacrificing to a fault, deserved so much more than this unblessed fate. In my fury, I paced the castle grounds, my loyal guards keeping a respectful distance. They understood the depth of my grief and the intensity of my determination. As I walked, I recalled every moment I had shared with Leila, every sacrifice she had made for the good of others. The memory of her kindness and bravery only fueled my resolve to find her and bring her home. For fuck's sake, she threw me out of a window just to make sure I would not go through whatever it was she was battling, and even then she made sure I had commanded my beast to catch me from whatever distance. Tears burned in my eyes as the Holland was her absence accompanied strength in its face. I just wanted one more moment with her, a proper goodbye. That's all. Was it too much to ask for? Was the moon so cruel to give me paradise and rip it away from me the minute I had accustomed myself to it? Come on. I scratched my beast's chin, giving 𝐊𝐢𝐻's battlefield one last look before flying back to my empty castle. Luca, 5 months after the war. I walked through the hallways of my castle, unable to find purpose in my being. Mother was no longer my ally. Father was gone, and Lara was in the north sending me letters of her wonderful time swimming the sandy shores of Beirut. She told me she was naming her son Leil. I told her it was a beautiful name and that I would visit her once she had given birth to him. Nothing more. My responses had become more 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐬, in fact. I was drowning in sorrow. Everyone around me was happy, celebrating the peace that had bestowed their lands, whereas I stood mourning with every day that passed. Half of my soul was missing, and I could do nothing but relish in its loneliness. Luca, 8 months after the war, I held my niece in my hands, eyes meeting his shining blue orbs. Leil. In Arabic, it meant night. I asked Lara 3 months before she birthed him if it was a tribute to Leila, but she refused to admit so. Her teary eyes today told me otherwise. 𝐻𝐻 beautiful, I whispered, coddling him into my chest. He has your eyes, Lara, so full of life, so eager. I'm just glad he got my male's tan skin. I've suffered with sunburns all year long. Pale skin only works in between castle walls. Lara complained, handing 𝐊𝐢 her pinky. "The North is just as brutal as it is pretty." I chuckled for the first time in a while, running my fingers through 𝐊𝐲's scalp. The longer I looked at 𝐊𝐢, the louder his heartbeat turned to my ears, the stronger the hollowness in my chest grew. "Oh, my Leila, if only you were here to see this. If only it was you and I holding our pup." Luca, 5 years after the war, it was the 5th-year anniversary of 𝐊𝐲's disappearance. All 4 kingdoms, the West included, held mourning ceremonies for the warrior that granted them their eternal freedom. Lara told me it would be good to show up at the North once more and mourn with them, but my wounds still laid unhealed. I didn't think they would ever heal. As I walked down the spiral staircase that led to the dungeons, the horrid scent of mold and 𝐶K rushed up my nose. I appreciated it, though, as wicked as the scent was, at least it made me feel something other than nothing. Nowadays, I found myself a robust king in the day, but an empty man in the night. I signed papers, aided in developments occurring in all 4 kingdoms, helped the families who yet haven't fully recovered from the consequences of the war but came back home to a silent room and a heavy heart. It was better than it was before, but it still was good. None of it. Leila was my light. She was the white noise blocking out everything that I didn't want to hear. Unfortunately, the buzzing bees that fed my once restless soul lost their queen. They were aimless. I was aimless. I pushed the gates open, giving the 2 guards protecting the dungeon a curt nod before entering. It had been 5 full years since I last spoke to my mother. Even calling her my mother did not feel right. So as I walked past the cells, the sound of whimpers and sobs making their way up my ears, I felt my heart squeeze at the thought of her reaction. Would she be happy to see me? Would she be glad that we won the war? Would she mourn 𝐊𝐲's disappearance with me? All my thoughts ceased to exist when I found her cell. The exiled queen of all werewolves sat in the corner of her 4-walled home, munching on dry bread as she stared hollow lie in front of her. It wasn't until her eyes landed on mine that she stilled, the food in her hand dropping to the ground. Luca. Tears itched at my eyes. I hated seeing her in such a state. Yes, she gave my father a horrible marriage. She hid him, manipulated him into wedding her, and took control of his position. Yes, she lied to me and her entire kingdom. Yes, she was the main cause of 𝐊𝐲's disappearance. But she was all I had left. She was my mother. "What brings you here?" She stumbled upwards, making her way to the bars of the obsidian-laced cell. "Why are you here?" Even down here her white locks shone. As much as I detested her for what she had done, she certainly was a force to be reckoned with. "I've come to see you," I let out, stuffing my shaking hands into the pockets of my pants. "Why?" She swallowed, her eyes roaming the length of my body. "Why now?" "It's been years." "Luca, why now?" I paused for a beat, the emotions swirling in my heart too robust before I spoke. "Because today marks the 5th year of 𝐊𝐲's death." It was the first time I said it out loud to someone other than myself. Because today marks the 5th year half of my soul disappeared. I felt a straight air crawl down my cheek, but didn't think to do anything about it. Let her see what she did to her own kin. Her lips parted and her pupils blackened. She took in a deep breath before she continued. "I'm sorry. Luca, your pity means nothing to me. I mean it." Her eyes welled up with dense stares. "Your father and I were not bound by the moon. Before him, I had a mate myself when the moon took from me. He died 2 weeks after I met him." She looked away, licking her tears off her lips. "His name was 𝐻𝐿𝐲. He died trying to fetch me an indigo feline in the outskirts. I did not find it in me to pity her, but she continued nonetheless. His death was so avoidable, so completely and utterly needless." She fisted her palms. "When Mother found out, she knew no male would have wedded a mated woman, especially in my time. So she had a plan, and her plan worked. Somehow, I ended up here, the ruler of all 4 kingdoms. So you knew the power of the moon's bond, yet you still went after my woman." I inched closer to her cell, watching as she cowered away. "You went after your own son's soul. She sighed, frustrated. Luca, Luca. Her eyes looked into my almost, cowered. Can you not tell? Can you not see? See what? My soul swayed, seeping out of my body for the most minute of seconds. What else was she hiding? What else was she planning? Was she the answer to Leila's disappearance? Her response was anything but. In fact, it was something I could have never imagined. I am not your mother. 5 words that entered my soul like a flame. 5 words that left my heart in ashes. What? I whispered to myself, stumbling backwards. You have your father's face, his pale skin and dark hair, his bright blue eyes and broad shoulders. She tilted her head, anger flashing through her ocean orbs. Laura, on the other hand, she is a stark image of your mother. Red hair, strong nose, long legs and green eyes. She looked nothing like me. The only thing separating her from looking like her mother was her white skin. She got that from her father. What? It came out louder than before. I thought Laura would have been an obvious pointer. She looked nothing like me or your father. I was just grateful did not get the tan skin of your mother's. That would have stirred waters we did not need in the castle. She came closer to me, so much that I could feel the heat of her breath on my skin. Did you never think to yourself why I did not bother taking care of you? Why I rarely ever spoke to your sister? Did you ever question how your father died? What did you do to him? I snarled, wrapping my fist around the bars. Guilt. She reeked from it. He died of a broken heart. She looked down, rubbing her hands against one another. Fear not. I would not go as far as to kill the king of all wolves. What did you to my mother? Where is she? The last part came out as a plea, and I hated my desperation. It made me sick. Your father warned me before we wedded that, if he found his mate, he would leave me for her. At first, I accepted. We lived 15 years as royalty. Our relationship was nothing more than a pact. Every time we tried, the moon never blessed me with a pup. I grew sick of him, of the goddess, of all 4 kingdoms. She croaked, and then she came. Rayanne. That's all I remember of her. The North visited us to renegotiate the terms of their treaty. She came in her armor, 2 swords strapped on her back and 2 more in her boot. I never which I knew. Right then and there, I knew that she was his just as much as he was hers. My mother was a northerner, a warrior. The knots in my heart tightened. I squeezed so evermore, regardless of the tears welling up in my eyes, nor the shaking of my entire being. Mother continued. I begged him not to send me back to the West. Somehow, I managed to convince him that his image would be shattered if the 4 kingdoms found out of his affair of a mate. So he kept your mother a secret, and they both agreed to do so. A sob made its way out of her throat. Then you were born. I just thought to myself, how wonderful would it be if I had a son that was king? It would be the ultimate ticket to freedom. I would finally be stable, and I would be able to give my family more. Stop, I leaned against the bars, out of breath. Please. STO then. That wretched Laura came. She had your mother's eyes. Lips, voice, everything. Her tears were drenched in sadness, but her lips morphed in rage. I put an end to it then. I gave your father 2 options. I pammed my chest, afraid my heart would fall out. I told your father to choose. She raised her head, jaw ticking. Either I would kill her and have all 4 kingdoms know of her adultery, or he made her disappear. What did he pick? My voice turned low. The second option, of course. I ordered a young witch to erase her memory of all 3 of you, especially me. I don't know how well her spell worked, though. The witch wasn't experienced in her magic. She took a shaky breath. After doing so, we sent her back to the North. I haven't heard of her since then. You monster. I rasped, knuckles whitening against the bars. You fucking monster. Oh, please. I've spent enough time rotting in this cell to know that I am a monster. I don't need to hear it from you. Father should have killed you. I snarled, flashing my eyes at her. He should have strangled you and left your body as treats for the beasts. He 𝐾𝐜. Her eyes turned empty as they stared behind me. My mother's dearest friend was a witch. All it took was one glass off an expensive elixir in his tea and I was ensured that he would never lay a hand on me. Even the thought of killing me would never run through his skull. My heart broke for my father. None of this was his fault. His heart was caged, trapped in an unbreakable cell until it stopped. Would I have the same fate as my father? Would my heart one day give up on me? "Do you have nothing to say?" she asked, eyes looking into my own for answers. "I will not spare you the privilege of looking into my heart," I said, taking a step back from her cell. "Even your thoughts are poison. Luca, do not utter my name on your lips or so help me goddess, I will cast every spell there exists on your being." I yelled. "I am controlling every fiber in my body. My wolf wants your blood and his gut, he wants your heart, where he can feel it unbeating. Please, listen to me, guards." I called out. "Reduce her food by half. Do not give her a change of clothes until for full moons have passed. As for water, make sure you spit in it before you give it to her." I snuck my hands into her cell, fisting her hair with all my strength. This woman is not the queen of all wolves and never was. She is a traitor, an enemy of the moon and all four kingdoms. Spare her no mercy. "Yes, king," they repeated, saluting as they bowed. "You will die before you witness the beauty of the next eclipse. You will never feel another hand on your skin unless it's one ding you. You will never see the sun or the moon until your soul is with the goddess." I pulled harder at her hair, watching as she sobbed into my hand. "You will be treated as the beast you are until your last breath has passed, and I will make sure of it." I released her, turning around before I could see her collapse onto the ground. Her cries echoed from the back of the dungeon all the way to the front, overpowering the rest of the sorrowful voices resting with her. It wasn't until I slammed the door behind me that silence finally accompanied me. That silence brought hope alone with it. Hope that neither I nor Lara were alone. Hope that I had someone to replace the voice Leila left behind. That night I sent a letter to 𝐴𝐴, informing him of the news I had just discovered. I sent a letter to Kate, asking her if there was any way we could reverse the spell Mother had been cursed with. And finally, I sent a letter to Lara. I was suddenly glad I had overworked myself. My insomnia had given me approximately 3 weeks of freedom from castle work, so I packed my bag and got on my beast, finally gaining some form of purpose in life. Even in her absence, Leila was a blessing. Somehow, on the 5th-year anniversary of her death, she managed to bless me with a gift. The gift of truth. "Come on." I scratched the bottom of my beast's chin, watching as he purred and leaned into my touch. "Let's fly. To the north." I went. To the north. I wept. Chapter 49, Filler Luca 5 years after the war. In total we've got well more than 40 𝐴𝐴. Alpha Bile all ran a stressed hand through his graying hair. The good part is that there's only 38 above the age of 150. He forgot the part where her memory is erased. I huffed, leaning back into my chair. Fear not. So long as a young witch casts that spell, it will be very easy to break. Kate squeezed my arm, sending me a warm smile. My gut tells me she's alive and well. So be hopeful. I've been hopeful for 5 years and look where it's gotten me. Alpha Bile all pointed to his hair. Hope is nothing but a scam. It's like having an arrow pointed to your head until the day you pass away. Tooth. I agreed. I ordered my men to bring me all the 𝐴𝐴 above 70 in my kingdom. You best hope that she did not flee from the north during the war. Kate, please brew whatever potion you need to make. Do you need a cauldron or any of that? Bayou Allah last. Kate chuckled, shaking her head in the process. Nonsense. All I need is my head in my hands. It'll be off then. The once wicked would shut the door behind her, enveloping us in an essence of thick silence. I swallowed. It's been 5 years. King Luca. Bile rose a brow, eyeing me warily. How have you been doing? I've been okay, I replied, voice monotonous. 𝐿𝐷, shaking his head. I can hear your heart all the way from here. Son, lying will only get you so far. It wasn't until his eyes traveled to my knees that I realized they were bouncing with incredible speed. Are you sure you're okay? He prodded, eyes swallowing up the mess it'd become. I sighed, jaw ticking as I looked anywhere but him. No, I admitted. No, I'm not okay, and that's okay. 𝐿𝐷 let out a deep breath. None of us are okay. As of now, 𝐊𝐲 has painted 7 intricate portraits of Leila. Sometimes, he forgets that his subjects don't all have my little girl's green eyes. He mourns every day. I asked him why he painted her so much. He said it was because he didn't want his daughter to forget about her aunt. 𝐊𝐲 has a daughter now. What about you? What about you? I asked, pushing the thought out of my head. How do you feel when I'm with my kids? I find it easy to push the hollowness out of my chest. It's only when I'm alone that I find myself weighing 1,000 tons. He pointed to his heart. Mountains of regret lay atop my soul. It feels as though it has just happened yesterday. 𝐿𝐷 ushered me to visit her grave, even urged me to pray atop it. But to this day I refuse. He shook his head, lips pursed. I refuse to stand atop a grave with no body beneath it. Her death, her disappearance. 𝐿𝐷 corrected. Her disappearance. My heart squeezed at the mention of hope. Her disappearance refuses to register to me. I began. 𝐿𝐷. I can still feel her. She is not dead. But she's not alive. She's in limbo. Somewhere in the mother witch's mind and able to hear the trumpets those wretched seers said she would. He let out a shaky breath, eyes watering. Well then, I guess we just have to wait. Time is our best friend here. I swallowed, a shiver running down my spine. Talk to me, boy. Let it out. All this frustration is not good. You need to talk. 𝐿𝐷 ushered. I am going through the same thing. I will understand you. I exploded, like a ticking time bomb. I let it all out. My soul is incomplete. A chunk of it has gone missing with Leila. I panned my chest, jaw clenching with the pain that accompanied my heart. It's just 𝐿𝐷. I don't know how to phrase it other than that. Every second I spend with a being that's not her is a second I spend mourning that they're alive and she's gone. I let out a quivering breath, throat clogging with emotions I grew accustomed to. Ever since Lara moved to the north, I have become a lonely king, one that drowns himself in work and liquor. Leila despised alcohol. He said, in fact, it is completely banned in the north. Anyone found possessing alcohol would have to pay a hefty fine. Really? Really? Ever since she was young, she would judge the Westerners that visited us who came drunk off their boots and ask, Father, how could someone live a happy life if all of their happy moments are made true with the sip of a drink? That sounds very much like her. A sad smile made its way to my lips and forced my eyes to look down. It's been 5 years and I cannot get her eyes out of my head. They're all I see when I'm not looking at papers, and they're all I think of when I'm not working. She had Haya's eyes. It was 𝐿𝐷 turn to look down. Her mother's eyes were just as bright as hers. He began fidgeting with his tan fingers. In many ways, Leila was just like her mother. So strong on the outside but so soft on the inside. You should, however, never mistake the softness of her soul as weakness. It was what made both of those women the absolute warriors they were. Was Leila's mother also a warrior? No, he shook his head. She was a housewife, one with big dreams and standards as high as the moon. We were silent for a while, both recalling the beautiful memories we once had with Leila 𝐿𝐷. For the first time in 5 decades of full moons, the weight settling atop my heart lessened in its volume. For the first time in a while, I was not mourning alone. 𝐿𝐷 was the first to break the silence. What did Leila think of me? 𝐿𝐷 ran his hands down his face. Please, do not sugarcoat it. I want honesty from your end. I sighed, eyeing him for a beat before I began. She loved you, that was for sure. She would have taken an arrow in the heart for you at any time of the day. Before she found out you were alive, she spoke of you as that you were the warrior of all warriors, that you were the man who made her who she was. It's just, I gulped, unable to face the sadness swarming his brown orbs. She didn't think you loved her as much as you love your. When we had dinner at your palace, she told me she did not feel at home. She felt foreign that you had disposed of her. O goddess, 𝐿 shut his reddening eyes. Why did you not look for her as much as you should have? I asked. I don't mean to pry, but 𝐿𝐲 always. When our previous alpha was pronounced dead, the entire pack voted me to be their new leader. Never in a million years would I have ever thought that they wanted me as their new king. He spoke, voice raspy, after finding out Leila had disappeared. I ordered as many willing soldiers as I could to look out for her. I could not force the men that had just lost their entire families to put their lives in danger once more, so I did not command them. We organized search parties for weeks, and our numbers were low, as you can imagine, with a pack who had just undergone a war. 4 weeks in, I decided I was ready to bury 𝐊𝐲. When I went back into my old cottage and saw that the door to the tunnel my grandfather's grandfather had dug out was open, I just knew she was in the outskirts. So why did you have that tunnel in the first place? 𝐿𝐲, may her kind soul rest in peace, forced me to keep it open. He nodded to himself. I found out when she passed that 𝐊𝐲 was part seer, so I think she knew this was going to happen. She used to be so full of life, so full of love, and then, one day, she completely changed. 𝐿𝐲 leaned into the couch, letting out a sigh before he continued. Now that I think of it, she probably knew all of this was going to happen. I never questioned her, though. After finding out that Leila was in the outskirts, I ordered my men to look for her. I remember that day so clearly. I sent out 20 men. Only 3 came back, and one of them lost his ability to see, so I could not command the men that were going through the same pain I was simply because I became their leader. Did you ever go to the outskirts to look for her? I asked. He nodded. I disappeared for days in the outskirts until the day came where I could not. Pack work was piling up. I had to draft treaties with the East and South to aid in the recovery of the North. I was being pulled from both my arms, and I had to choose one to give up on. He took D for the end time that day, so I chose the pack. In my head, Leila was gone. I could not feel her through our blood bond. It was not fair of me to force my soldiers to look for someone who was deemed dead, and it was not fair on my people to have my mind elsewhere. He had his reasons. I'm sure if Leila had heard him now, those razor-edged butterflies swiveling in her stomach would dissipate. It broke my heart that she was somewhere out there, unknowing of all these answers unfolding to the questions in her head. I'm sorry you had to go through all of that, I said, heart pulling at his pain, and I'm sorry you have to go through this as well. That comfortable silence swarmed the room once more, allowing me to breathe with ease. That was interrupted when King 𝐿𝐲 spoke. King Luca, he began, eyes brightening. Do you mind me calling you that? I shook my head, awaiting his response. Why don't you stay with us? 𝐿𝐲 laughed, forcing my lips to part. You have bonded with a woman of the North. You're one of us now. You can take Leila's beach palace, reside on our shores and stay with our people, and if your mother is still alive, then you are a son of the North. You have the rights to be here, king or not. I cannot. Think about it. He interrupted as he placed one hand on my shoulder. Don't come up with an answer now. Just think about it and find a way to correlate your pack work with the North. Okay, I responded, baffled, just as I was about to reject his idea. 2 guards marched through the arched hallway of Alpha 𝐿𝐲's living room, the sound of their metal armor echoing through the walls of his great palace. They bowed to both 𝐿𝐲 and I before speaking. All 40 𝐊𝐲 and S are waiting in a line outside the palace. With the information you gave us, only 4 of them had history of being warriors of the North. Is there anything else you would like us to gather? 𝐿𝐲 shook his head. That will be all. 𝐿𝐲, with one last bow. The guards marched out to the front of the palace to continue their daily task of protecting the Alpha's home. "Are you ready?" 𝐴𝐺𝐻 asked, head turning to face me. I gulped. "As ready as it'll ever be." 𝐴𝐺𝐻. Kate and I made our way to the back of the palace where 40 women stood alongside one another, all equally confused as to why exactly they were asked to visit their Alpha's palace. At the sight of us, they immediately bowed. I could hear their hearts beating all the way from where I was standing. All were fearful but one. I eyed the woman who stood straight, head shaved into a buzz cut with wonderful henna prints lining the length of her arms. She was a woman of great age. That anyone could tell, but the strength she held was undeniable, even in her years. Her arms were muscular and her physique was strong. Could it be? Nausea hit me like a wave crashing onto sandy shares, ushering dizziness into my being. I suddenly did not want to know who my real mother was. Suddenly, I wanted to be back in my castle as I signed off on thousands of papers without a single thought running through my head. Oh, beloved women of the North, you have all been brought here for one reason and one reason only. You will not know of the reason unless you have direct ties with the question at hand. 𝐴𝐺𝐻's voice was loud and clear. I asked at the woman who the suspect is her not speak until the rest of the women leave. Am I understood? Yes, Alpha. They all responded. 𝐴𝐺𝐻 gestured for Kate to begin, arm held out and palms facing the wonderful setting sun. She nodded, sending me one last smile before she began. Under her breath, Kate chanted beautiful songs in a language I could not comprehend and not want to comprehend. I simply wanted this to be done and over with. The suspense was eating at me like worms destroying an apple from the inside out. The thought that one of these fine women could or could not have been my mother made my heart itch so much that I wanted to claw it out of my chest to relieve myself from the discomfort of it all. I just prayed she did not die in the war. I just prayed that I was no longer alone. I just prayed that the goddess would finally bless me with news laced with nothing but good. To end her ritual, Kate swayed her arms in circular motions, eyes closed as her lips mumbled incoherent words, before suddenly snapping her fingers and forcing a wave of energy to swish through me. "It is done," Kate said. "I will be off. I have urgent matters to attend to. Good luck, my king. Good luck to you too." "Kate," I answered, sending her a grateful nod before moving my eyes to the crowd of unbothered women. To those who feel the same as they were when they walked through the doors of my palace, you are all excused. To the one who does not, please stay. 𝐴𝐺𝐻 ordered, watching as all the women bowed before walking off to continue their day as normal. All but one. The woman I had eyed, the one with beautiful patterns staining her tan skin. It was only then I noticed when the sun kissed the top of her skull that her hair shone a bright red. Her once fierce eyes were now lined with tears. Her lips turned, quivering on the process as she rose her hand and placed it atop her mouth. My soul left my body at the sight of her. "Oh, goddess," she wailed, hands shaking. "Oh, goddess." I was glued to the ground from my feet. My brain refused to accept that she was alive, all well and breathing. Simply looking at her tore me apart. The fact that this woman birthed me was something I could not accept nor comprehend. She placed her hands on her knees as she bent over, releasing long, deep breaths in an attempt to calm herself. I wanted nothing more than to feel her touch, to look into her eyes and hear her stories. I took slow steps towards her, hands held out in ceasefire as I approached her. She was beautiful. Mother was absolutely beautiful. My heart trembled at the sight of her eyes. This was probably all too much for her. Too much too soon. Guilt crawled through my veins at the thought of her existing life and how it would soon shatter. What if she had her own kids? Her own mate and own job? Who was I to ruin it all for her? And especially like this on a random Friday morning. "Oh my boy." She raised her hand, swallowing. "Can I hold you? Would you mind it? Habibi. Habibi." One word. Leila told me it meant my dearest. Hearing her call me such a profound word in her mother tongue etched tears in my eyes and frustration in my lungs. I could not remember her, no matter how hard I tried. I could not remember her. She felt like home. Simply looking into her eyes brought me warmth I had not felt in half a decade. But everything about her was foreign and different. So I nodded. I gave her express permission to hold me. Her palm met my cheek with grace. She rubbed her thumb against my cheekbone, forcing robust emotion from my stomach and into my heart. It was as though her touch was bringing me back to life. "Do you remember me?" she croaked, lips quivering. I took in a shaky breath, unable to withstand the love her eyes held for me now. Tears left the sockets of her eyes at my answer. I'm sorry. Do not apologize. My love, I am not crying because you do not remember me. Trust me, I do not expect you to. I am crying because you have your father's voice. She dropped her hand, allowing the hollowness in my chest to return. You sound just like him when he was younger, goddess. You look just like him. Father's, I choked, throat clogging with tears as I looked down at my feet. Father's gone. He passed years ago. I know. My boy, I know. Despite having her whole world turned upside down, she seemed to be the one comforting me. I felt it. I felt it all in my heart. His soul no longer beats alongside my own. I felt it all. The minute that witch snapped her fingers, I felt everything. How are you so calm? I asked, looking down at her in wonder. How are you not on your knees praying to the goddess in this very moment? When you live your whole life knowing that something is missing, you tend to be grateful for the truth even if it's a truth you do not want to bear. I know your father is in a much better place now. If the goddess willed for him to pass, then it was for a reason. She suddenly gasped, eyes widening. Where is your sister? Where is Laura? She's alive. I smiled through my tears at the mention of my sister. She has a son. You have a grandson. She cupped my face in her strong hands and wiped at my tears, smiling with me. Oh, what a beautiful day it is. I rose my hands and laid it atop her own. You do not feel real. I confessed. None of this feels real. How long has it been? She asked. How long has it been since that wretched queen erased my memories? A little over 152 years. But it's okay. I assured her. It's okay. It's okay. Come on now. Let's visit your sister. I need to hear everything I've missed. I need to make up all the time I've wasted. Oh, Leila, if only you were here to see this. If only you were here to calm me through the storm I was in. If only you were here to witness the first blessing I've received since your disappearance. Chapter 50 Luca 10 years after the war location, the North. You know, there's this thing called manners where you don't eat with your mouth open. Laura snarled, snatching the Arabic bread out of my hands as Leila sat on her lap. Mom, tell this rat of a being to be quieter. I glared at her. Laura, which Laura? Just sit on the couch. Leila looks uncomfortable enough as it is. Ray-Ann groaned, sprinkling a handful of chili onto the 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐬 she cooked. I knew you had a favorite. Laura cried out in comical misery. Shut it. Laura, I love you both equally. Yeah. I said. My tone condescending. She loves us both equally. Not even a second later, I found the pita bread that was once in her hand sliding off my face. You brat. I snarled. Suck it. Brute. I swear to the goddess I will, kids. Rain interrupted, forcing our eyes to face her. Stop this. You both are old enough to have a civil conversation. Luca, you should know better than to argue with a pregnant woman. I sighed, glaring at Laura once more before a smile made its way to my lips. Despite Laura angering the wild beast within me, I loved her to bits. Ever since Ray-Ann came into our lives, everything seemed so much more colorful. She filled the void Leila left being, but not fully. When I'm not training Leila and Betrayal as sons, I am alone in the house Leila and I shared a bed in. When I'm not in my headquarters, signing off on pack work and drafting laws against revolution. The silence seeped into my skin like venom, but it wasn't as bad as before. Is everything okay? Luca, Laura asked, eyes concerned. I nodded. sending her the best smile I could muster up. "That's good," she said, smiling softly at me. "It's just, your eyes went away for a second. Don't worry, there's nothing new. I just wish Leila was here," I confessed, leaning against the dining chair of 𝐊𝐢𝐻's home. "She would have loved you, Mom. She would have loved Leila. In fact, she would have fought with me for training Leila instead of her." Leila's green eyes flashed through my memory, pulling at my heart for the most minute of seconds before I continued. "But I've come to terms with it. Oh, Luca, Mother sighed, a hand held at her chest. She was a wonderful girl. I only met her mother a handful of times, but every time I did, Leila would be a wonder, constantly asking if I needed anything. A sad smile graced Mother's lips. She was so young at the time. I think 12. The knots in my stomach tightened at the thought of Leila in her younger years. "Come on then." I changed the subject, ushering Mother to sit down. "Let's eat as quickly as possible. We have a ceremony to attend to." 15 years after the war, I stood over Leila's grave, inexplicable emotions running through my veins. "It's been 15 years, and I finally mustered up the courage to visit your empty grave." I bent down, eyeing the rock with her engraved name. "It's been 15 years and I cannot seem to forget you." A sigh escaped my lips as I stood back up, shoving my hands into my pockets. I moved to the north. "It's much nicer here," I admitted. "I turned my castle into a school. Wolves from all 4 kingdoms can go there to learn medicine, how to saw, how to cook, how to garden, and all kinds of arts." I paused for a beat, swallowing. "I know how much you crave to learn of the arts, whether that be painting or music. It's why I made arts the biggest department." A cold wind crawled up my bones, forcing a shiver down my spine. "It's hard," I said, heart-churning. "It's really, really hard without you. Every time I catch myself smiling, guilt swarms me like a tornado. I do not deserve to be happy knowing that you're out there, trapped in a cage and unable to flee." My beast purred from behind me, nudging his nose into my shoulder. "I knew you for less than a month," Leila added. I began, "but it's been 15 whole years and it feels like I've lost you just yesterday. You feel so close, but so far." Tears formed in my eyes, and I let them flow freely. I was talking to Leila. I could not hide from her, as far away as she was. "The first thing I thought when I first met you was, if this woman did not bleed red, she would have been an angel." I looked down at my feet, sadness swallowing me whole. "But now, you are one. Now you no longer bleed." I turned around, facing my beast. He bowed, offering me submission I gladly accept. "You are to reside in the outskirts." I pammed my beast's head, graciously running the palm of my hand across his skin. "Unless Leila is with you, you will not come back. You have served your purpose here. Your last mission is to come back with the Queen of all 4 kingdoms. Am I understood?" My beast whimpered, nudging my once more. I smiled. He certainly was a wonderful creature. "Go off now," I ushered, encouraging him. "You will be fine without me." With one last screech, my beast was off, gliding against the wind with his wonderfully colorful wings. I was going to miss him, that was for sure, but he was better off with his own kind. Kate told me that the only reason he did not disappear was that he could fly similar to birds. The rest of the unruly creatures that used to roam the once outskirts land dissipated into nothing but ashes, but not the ones with wings. She said that they were loyal and actively looked for riders, and once they found them, would never choose another master again. I watched as he disappeared into the night skies, heart pulling at the sight. The next time I would see him was with Leila, and I would make sure if it. I gave Leila's imposter grave one last look before walking off, leaving my heart with her. 20 years after the war, how do you feel? I asked Betrayal, sitting down in front of him in the process. It feels good to know that my oldest son has successfully taken my throne. He replied, Nader will be an excellent alpha. With your training and mine combined, he will be practically invincible. It feels like just yesterday when he came knocking at our door. I picked up my glass of tea. Leila walked with him all the way to your place. I could tell she liked him. He chuckled, kicking up his glass as well. I remember it so clearly. When Mater finished his painting with her, he came up to me all squealing and gushing about how great she was. Bilal pointed to the wall that held a painting of Alphinator and Leila. 𝐻ES the one that decided to put the painting up there. Every time we redecorated the place, he ordered the workers to not lay a finger on the paint. To this day, he still does. The best decision he made as future alpha was to ask her to pose in that painting with him. I smiled, head tilting at the beauty Leila held even in a still painting. Do you know who painted that? A kind man by the name of Ali. Bilal responded. Could I meet him? I asked. You'd like to ask him to paint a portrait of her? Of who? I furrowed my brows at him. Leila, I said, leaning forward. You could not possibly have forgotten. I'm sorry. He ran a hand down his face, eyes wide and open. I've been forgetting a lot lately. My heart pulled. Even of Leila. My tone was angry, laced with betrayal. How could you? He sighed, stressed. They'll let you in on a little secret, but you cannot tell anyone. Only Mater knows. He looked around to ensure that nobody was around. But you must promise. Luca, you must swear on the goddess that you will not spill this secret in any way, shape, or form. I swallowed. I will not. He took one sip of his tea before beginning. As I said, I've been forgetting a lot. So I asked the pack doctor to examine me, and he warned me I could lose my memory in 10 to 15 years. He said it's only happened a handful of times before, and that there's no cure. What? I shook my hand. That cannot be. Why would that even happen? He said something about too much stress in the system, how it can reverse the aging of your mind. He gulped down the remaining liquid in his glass, sighing. It's when Nader took my position so early. I feared I would embarrass my pack, but HES also ready for it. HES been ready for a while. 28 is quite young for an alpha. I said. It is. He nodded. But trust me, Luca, HES ready. I stayed silent for a while, torn. The pack doctor was absolutely sure there is no cure. Bilal nodded at my question. What about Kate? Can't she do something? The only thing she said she could do was create a memory box for me to look into every day. Other than that, she said her magic was not as powerful as it used to be ever since the outskirts dissipated. She did not want to accept the consequence if anything were to go wrong. Fuck. I cursed. I don't mind the memory box. It's what's keeping me going at this point. It's the only reason I haven't told 𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐿. As he rambled on about how he was going to keep his sickness a secret, I could only think of one thing. Come back. Leila, come back before it's too late. 23 years after the war. What if all you need is a woman? Hamza suggested, passing me the weights. Simply thinking of another woman's touch makes me nauseous. You brute. I stood in front of the mirror, glaring at him. Just imagine someone other than Laura holding your hand. I'd rather not. My point exactly. I don't know. He shrugged. You speak of this emptiness, yet you do nothing about it. Your mother told me that one of her good friends has a daughter that's been eyeing you for a while. She did also warn me to never speak of this to you because she knows you would never accept. I sighed. I couldn't. I could never do that to her. I'd rather die empty than I sleeping next to a body I feel nothing towards. It's just a thought. Hamza put his hands up. No one will ever force you. But remember, if you don't birth pups, my son will become king. So I'm not too mad about any of this. You sure do know how to get under someone's skin. I sure do. He winked. You have 3 more reps. Continue. Well, you. 25 years after the war, I asked Mother to introduce me to her good friend's daughter. As I put my black shirt on, I stared at myself in the mirror. Unknown emotions swirling throughout of my being. Was I comfortable with the idea of meeting another woman? No, absolutely not. The only reason I agreed to was because she was a widow, a woman with a kind soul who had lost her mate in the war 23 years ago. She was going through the same thing as I, except she cowed and feel her mate in her bond. I felt as though I were cheating on Leila. I felt disgusting, regardless of the fact that it waited 23 years for her to come back to me, to her family and expecting nieces. I opened my wardrobe, eyes lingering on the caftans Leila had worn when she last visited the north. Her scent dissipated from the fabric. In fact, her scent dissipated from my mind. I sighed, guilt rushing through my swaying soul. Her name was 𝐿𝐤. The only thing I could think of was how many letters her and Leila's name shared. It stung like a great leech clinging onto my skin, but there was nothing I could do about it. It was either I stay loyal to Leila and risk the possibility of having the same fate as my father's, or I begin taking steps to form in a life without her. She could come back at any point. It could be tomorrow or in 1 year, but I've already waited to decades. If anything, that meant she would never come back. The moon had other plans for her. I just hoped she was okay. Every day before I engaged in my deep slumber, I prayed to the goddess that she was okay, wherever she may be. It wasn't until I looked at myself in the mirror that I realized tears were running down my cheeks. I wiped them off with unexpected aggression. It's now or never. It's now or 1 more years of mourning. It's now or I alone. Just like my grandfather did. 𝐶𝐻 here. Come down, Luca. Mother yelled from downstairs. Without a second thought, I walked down the stairs, greeting my mother with a kiss on the forehead. I'm just going to introduce you both to one another. She smiled up at me, stuffing her keys in her pockets. You two do the rest. I have to meet with 𝐿𝐤 and his mate. I'm not sure why, but Luna Farah ordered it. I'm pretty sure he said something stupid. But anyways, don't tall boys his age do so. 33-year-old alphas tend to be a little cocky. I said, go humble him. I sure will, she said as she rushed to the door. Are you ready? Mother linked. I nodded, sending her the best smile I could fabricate. She opened the door. 𝐿𝐤, how wonderful to see you again. Come in, come in. Mother ushered the chestnut-haired woman into my home, forcing bile to rise in my throat. You didn't have to bring sweets. You always do this. Her eyes were a chocolate brown, not nearly as green as I would have liked. It's the least I can do, she replied, chuckling as my mother tugged at her. Her voice was deep, not as velvety as Leila's. 𝐿𝐤, this is Luca, Mother said, turning so she could face me. Luca, this is 𝐿𝐤. I will be off now. You to enjoy. I hated her. 𝐿𝐤 let out a shaky breath just as I took in a shaky breath. Mother sent us one last wave before closing the door behind her. We stood in silence for a beat, taking in one another's presence. I sensed she was fearful, confused and guilty even, just as I was. Come in, I said, voice low. Make yourself at home. She gulped. This all feels. She paused, placing her bread basket onto the dining table. This is. I don't. I know. I reassured her, swallowing an array of emotions. Trust me, I know. Tears rushed to her eyes, pulling at the strings of my heart. She knew. Sorry. I'm sorry, she croaked, turning around so her back faced me, wiping at her tears. This is the first time I'm alone with a man after my male passed away. I walked towards her, pulling a dining chair outwards. Take a seat, I asked. Come on. It's okay. She let out a sharp breath, counting in her head before turning around. Thank you, she said, gracefully sitting on the chair I'd pulled out for her. I sat in front of her, watching as she patted her tears away. This isn't how I expected this to go, 𝐿𝐤 admitted. I thought 25 years was enough for me to forget. How long did you know him for? I knew Fahad for 3 weeks. Fuck. I knew Leila for a little more than 3 weeks. My jaw gritted. attempting to hold my tears back. So I understand your pain. It's just, she sighed, staring at her bread basket with questionable longing. There was so much I didn't know about him, so much I was eager to find out. Then one day, he was gone. I begged him to forfeit. The previous alpha even allowed it. He was excused, but, even for a baker, he refused to stand back. I did the same with Leila. Her eyes met my own, driving dizziness into my being. I begged her to not fight alone. I begged her to fight with me, not in front of me, but she refused. She said she did not want to bear a fate where I died because she did not fight hard enough. Fathead said the exact same. She smiled sadly, head tilted. We continued that way, spilling all the things we loved about our mates, all the things we missed the most and the things we regretted not doing enough. It was wonderful. We shared bread and painful memories, elevating weights from one another's chest. I liked it. The sun began to set, and eventually, we switched from sitting on the dining table to opposite ends of the 3-seater sofa. We silently agreed we were both not ready to evolve into anything romantic anytime soon. It made me more comfortable that we were both on the same page, regardless of the fact that we had never met one another. She was a wonderful woman, not nearly as wonderful as Leila was, but a wonderful woman nonetheless. I hoped I would meet her again after this. 25 years and 1 month after the war now. 𝐿𝐲 burst into a fit of laughter, eyes sparkling. You have to pound the dough, not punch it. We're making sourdough, not flat bread. That's what I'm doing. I groaned, face grimacing. I swear, I'm being as soft as I can. I'll show you. Look. 𝐿𝐲 got closer to me, her warmth seeping into my own, driving the beating of my heart into place I never expected it to go. Her hands met my own, moving them in slow, repetitive motions as she showed me how to correctly pound dough. She had soft hands, soft, warm hands. Like this. She smiled, a flick of flour on her nose as she stared at the dough. I don't know what got into me, but I rose my arm and patted the flour off her nose, swallowing deeply afterwards. She stilled, eyes widening as they connected to mine. Her chocolate pools were suddenly beautiful to me, 25 years and 4 months after the war. Location, the northern market's Luca. What do you think of the color green? 𝐿𝐲 ran her fingers down a green caftan that laid cinched at the waist. I smiled at the thought of Leila, her green eyes rushing through my memories. I stopped feeling her through my bond 2 months ago, and while it was hard at first, 𝐿𝐲 was there for me every step of the way. She sat through my fits and guided me out of my dark slumps, even the ones that got aggressive. Every time the void in my chest would grow at the emptiness the bond's absence left, 𝐿𝐲 would fill it by either baking me wonderful pastries and holding me when I needed her to. It was innocent. All of it was innocent. She was there for me, and I was there for her. It's a wonderful color, I replied. My favorite. In fact, she eyed the caftan, hair sliding off her shoulders as she tilted her head. You like it, don't you? I asked, heart squeezing at the sparkles in her eyes. I cannot afford to buy something as beautiful as this. My bakery has just started off. I have not broken even yet. I'll buy it for you. It was without hesitation. Her lips parted. No, I refuse. No, I insist. I prodded. Luca, no, excuse me. Can I have this in her size? I called out to the employee who rushed to my aid. Of course, King. Whatever you like. The employee said, out of breath. Take it as a gift for blessing our store. That, I refuse too. We insist, no. And that is an order. I said, smiling back at the employee. He nodded quickly, going to the back of the store and grabbing the caftanaglia light. Luca, I must pay you back, 𝐿𝐲 said, a guilty look morphing on her once smiling face. If you do, I will take it as an insult. She scoffed. Oh, well then I definitely will, 𝐿𝐲 said, rolling her eyes. 25 years and 8 months after the war. Do you love her? Laura asked. I do. I said, collapsing onto her bed. Okay. Try not breaking my bed. Plus, the kids are asleep. You know how annoying young pups are when it comes to sound. Shut it. Anyways, she drawled out as she joined me in bed, holding a pillow to her chest. How do you love her? Is it in like a romantic way or a friendly way? I think it's romantic, I admitted. I want to take care of her. I want to spoil her and give her the life her male was unable to. When did you start feeling this way? When Leila's bond disappeared. Laura stilled. Does that mean Shess gone? Like fully? Kate said it may mean Shess either dead or gone to the point of no return. I watched as Laura's eyes lined with tears she was miraculously able to hold back. To this day I mourn for her, she said, looking down at her painted nails. It is because of her that I did not lose Leo. It is because of her that my daughter able to run through the markets and come back, no matter the time, that she does not get to experience the wonder we are in. I swallowed. I thought of that every day for the past 25 years and a half. I let out a deep breath, looking up at the ceiling. Mother said it was easier to was in a better place. So that's what I do now. It works most of the time, but other times it makes me hate myself. Mom said the same to me. Laura connected her eyes with mine. Look, all I'm saying is, if Leila were to come back, would you choose her over 𝐿𝐤? In a heartbeat. My answer was instantaneous. Then you do not love 𝐿𝐤. You love the idea of 𝐿𝐤, but you do not love 𝐿𝐤. I ran a stressed hand down my face. It was only then I noticed my hands were shaking. 25 years and 9 months after the war. I helped 𝐿𝐤 close her bakery, placing the last clean chair atop its assigned table. Okay, now you can talk to me. She threw straight out onto the marble countertop, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand afterwards. What is it? I walked towards her and grabbed both of her hands, squeezing them. You know I love you, 𝐿𝐤. As do I, she replied, rubbing circles into my palm. But I need to be honest with you. You do. I took in a deep breath and began. Have you ever thought of the possibility that Leila might return? I asked. She furrowed her brows. Of course I have, she replied, almost offended. Luca, I do not expect you to choose me if she were to come back. It is insulting that you think I ever would. If Odd were to come back, I would run to him in a heartbeat. A weight was removed from my shoulders. She continued. Nonetheless, Luca, what you have is special. Do I think you are a fine man? Most definitely. Would I want to wed you? Yes, do I love you? Of course I do. But what we have is more than that. You've healed me more than I've healed myself in 25 years. The same way I've helped heal you. If Leila were to come back, I would be heartbroken. That is undeniable. But I would be happy just as much. She palmed my neck in her hands, eyes glossing. I want you more than anything. But if the goddess does not will for me to wed you, then so be it. That is what the past 9 months with you have taught me. You truly are a wonderful woman. I wrapped my fingers around her thin wrist. Leila would have loved you. 𝐿𝐤 snorted. She would have loved me before I met you. If she were to come back, our mighty warrior would detest me. 𝐿𝐤 shrugged, removed her warm palms from my skin. But I do not blame her. I would hate me if I was her. Oh, 𝐿𝐤. I pulled her into a hug, laying a kiss on the top of her head. 𝐿𝐤, 𝐿𝐤, Luca, she repeated, chuckling into my chest. 25 years and 11 months after the war. We were all having dinner with Alphinator as we celebrated the recovery of the West. Alpha Bile Al-Les and his entire family sat across the table. Laura, Hamza and their children were bickering to the left of me. 𝐿𝐤 sat beside me, my hand resting on the top of her chair, and my mother to the other side of me. 𝐿𝐤 and I established we would not indulge in anything romantic until I was ready. And something in me, an invisible strain if you would, told me I was. Something in me told me to wait a little longer, and so I listened to it. I don't know how you did it in only 25 years, but you did it. Alphinator shook his head, astonished. The West was doomed. All of their schools were taken down, along with almost 40% of their residential areas. But somehow, you managed to bring it all back up in a quarter of a century. Teach me your ways, Leila said, taking a sip of his water as he leaned against his chair. Lara swatted Leila across the head. You're not going to be king. I do not approve. Even if your uncle does not have a child before he rots in his grave, I will never accept for you to be part of that cursed role, Lara exclaimed, forcing laughter out of every honest soul. Just because you're 𝐊𝐻 does not mean you're ready to lead. He rolled his eyes, eliciting another swat on the head from Lara. It'll teach you. Do not worry. I nodded to Leila. Lara threw a slice of bread at me. I caught it this time. I don't know what exactly was different about that day, but I caught it this time. 26 years after the war, my eyes flew open. I shot out of bed and ran to the guest bedroom, knocking rapidly on 𝐊𝐻's door. She opened immediately, eyes frazzled. Did you hear that? I asked her, heart beating out of my chest. She nodded, gulping. So I'm not dreaming? I asked her. I don't think so. She flinched as the screech sounded once more. No, you're definitely not. Holy. My heart pulled in all directions, forcing me to lean against the side of the door. Holy shit. I slid against the fine wood, unable to hold myself as something reignited within the back of my soul. That was my beast. My beast was back, and it was singing. I always thought that 26 years would be enough to make everything vanish into thin air. But when I stepped back onto the land of my hometown, seeing my father's aged face, my childhood sweetheart growing up, and the man I deeply loved having once had a heart for another woman, I realized that some emotional entanglements can't be smoothed out even after 26 years. Chapter 51. The landscape had transformed in my absence, as if nature itself had flourished without the weight of war. The verdant expanses stretched further than I remembered, their hues richer and more vibrant. The ocean sparkled with an intensity that rivaled the clearest sapphires, their waves lapping at shores of sand that gleamed golden under the sun's embrace. Everything seemed to have blossomed into a more beautiful version of itself during my time away. I attempted to redirect our course back to the castle, but Luca's beast remained steadfast in its determination. No matter how many commands I issued or how fervently I pleaded with the magnificent flying creature, it refused to alter its path. The beast's loyalty to Luca was evident in its insistence on heading north, as if driven by an invisible force that superseded even my own desires. With every fiber of my being, I prayed that Luca had found solace with my family. The alternative, the thought of him mourning me in isolation for 26 long years, was too painful to contemplate. Yet, unbidden images of my son drowning himself in paperwork, unable to face the memory of his absent mother, crept into my mind. I could almost see Luca's spirit slowly fading, his vibrant soul dimming with each passing day. The weight of these imaginations threatened to crush me, and I struggled to push them aside. As we approached the top of my father's palace, Luca's beast let out another resounding screech. The familiar sight of the stronghold, unchanged after all this time, sent a pang of nostalgia through my heart. Without warning, the beast plummeted downward, the sudden descent causing the wind to whip around me. As we plunged through the air, I felt my battle-worn body react to the memories flooding back. The wounds of war seemed to dry on my skin, the blood of fallen enemies crusting over as if freshly spilled. The weight of the conflict I had left behind 26 years ago settled heavily upon me, and I realized that the moisture in my eyes washed from the rushing wind, but from the overwhelming tide of emotions brought on by confronting my past. Never before had I longed for my history as I did in that moment. The intensity of my yearning was so profound that it felt as if my heart might implode under the pressure. I found myself clinging to memories that, for me, were mere minutes sold 13 minutes that had stretched into 26 years for the rest of the world. The discrepancy was almost too much to bear, and I pursed my lips tightly, fighting back the sobs that threatened to escape. Luca's beast touched down before the palace with earth-shaking force, its massive form causing the ground to tremble. The Northerners gathered around, their gasps of astonishment filling the air as they recognized the returned warrior. Children gazed up at me with wonder-filled eyes, their innocence a stark contrast to the grief that consumed me. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Could it be? The mighty warrior is back. We held her quarter-century ceremony only a year ago. Their words pierced through my melancholy. Ceremony. They held ceremonies in my honor. The realization that I had been remembered and celebrated during my absence added another layer to the complex emotions swirling within me as I faced this changed yet familiar world. A crowd gathered around me, wary of not getting too close to the warrior who had gone missing. They were scared, shocked, and so confused. As was I. My throat clogged with needless tears. Leila added. A male voice echoed from behind me. Is that you? I spun with whiplash speed, unable to recognize the foreign face in front of me. It's me, 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐷. The tall man introduced himself, hands held out in ceasefire as he approached me with slow, careful steps. Your step, brother. Just 13 minutes ago. He was 8 years old. Just 13 minutes ago. He was pulling me across the northern markets, begging me to paint a picture with him in his very living room. 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐷, I whispered, palming my lips with both hands. It was true. The witch wasn't lying. 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐷, the boy I knew to be the future alpha of the North, was older than me. He sported a stubble and a round, chiseled face just like father's. Bile rose in my throat as he stared down at me, his height towering over my broken body. I refused to believe it. How old are you? I asked, jaw ticking as I tried to hold in my tears. As of today. How old are you? Everyone, go back to your homes. You are not to leave until the sun has set. Am I understood? 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐷 ordered, all while maintaining eye contact with me. Yes, Alpha, they chanted, scurrying back into their roofs. Alpha, Alpha, I am 33 years old. Leila, 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐷 said. 33, I exclaimed. You were just 8 years old. Leila, come inside, Leila. Father familiar voice slammed into my soul, driving me to shift my vision from 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐷 to him. Father stood at the steps of his home, eyes squinted as he leaned against a cane with the 𝐴Tool supporting him to his side. Leila, Father rasped once more. Just left, without a second thought. I ran with speed like never before and jumped into his arms, baffled as he caught me even when he couldn't even support himself. I sobbed into his shoulder, tightening my grip on him oh so evermore. Seeing him look so frail etched infinite scars in my memories. It was only then that I realized I did not want Father to grow old. I did not want him to grow old without me. Oh Leila, Leila, he cried out, eyes facing the glimmering skies. Oh my, what a beautiful day it is. Father tried to put up a facade for me, but anyone could see right through him. He shook in my arms, the strength of his cries uncontrollable while he held me as thought I would slip right through his arms at any given moment. Oh goddess. I spun around at the dear voice, a sad smile making its way onto my wet lips. There stood 𝐶𝐿, paint scattered all over his body with a brush in his hand. He ran a hand down his face, an attempt to hide the tears crawling down his skin. Before shaking his head, he dropped the stained brush in his hand and rashly strode towards me, forcing me to leave Father's warmth and to rush into his own. We met one another's arms with equal force, reminding me once more of the absolute warrior my big brother was. I'm sorry, Leila, 𝐶𝐿 and grieved. I'm so fucking sorry. Don't apologize. I whispered into his chest. As long as I'm here, I forgive you. As long as you're painting again, I will forget. Just like you have. I love you, Leila. Even back then. I swear I did. He rushed, forcing tears to my eyes. Leila, I thought you were gone. We all thought you were gone. I thought I lost you all. I let out. Tears drying onto Slayman's overalls. It's wonderful to have you back. Nader smiled softly. It truly is. You have blessed our lands more than you already have. Just as I was about to return the gesture to Nader, a gasp escaped my lips. Where's Luca? I asked, leaving Slayman's hold. Where is my mail? They all remained silent, pulling at the invisible strings of my heart. Angst swarmed through my chest at the looks on their faces. Is he okay? I asked, swallowing down an array of tears. Is he 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 right here? 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬? I spun with whiplash speed, eyes meeting marvelous ocean pools of blue. Luca stood in front of me, chest heaving. My lips parted. He looked bigger, arms the size of mountains as he leaned forward. Our bond reignited once our eyes connected, blue meeting green and green meeting blue. I felt everything, so much that the energy of his grief pushed me being backwards. Tears sprung to my eyes as his emotions twisted the strings of my heart. My mail had been mourning my disappearance for 26 years. 26 grueling years. Luca, I whispered, breath shaky. Oh, Luca. He strode towards me, each step long and laced with fervor like no other. I could not move. My feet were glued to the ground. I feared he was a fragment of my imagination, that the birds singing around us were not real. He was too beautiful, too perfect, to everything. His presence was overwhelming, so much that I forgot how to breathe. The closer he got, the harder it became to keep my eyes open. Our bond was squeezing the energy out of me, clogging my every vein and artery after being compressed for 26 years. Suddenly, I was in his arms in the absolute warmth his skin radiated. I was home with him. Only his hold could make me feel as though we were the only two beings that existed on this planet. My heart slowed in its beats. In fact, it slowed too much, so much that I felt my soul begin lurching out my body as Luca tightened his grip on me. Even when it felt like I was on the brink of death, I managed to muster up my last droplets of energy to wrap my arms around his body, the one that was molded to fit mine. Luca dug his head into my neck, inhaling my scent as he let out quivering breaths that graced warm winds into the slope of my neck. Black spots began flooding my vision, just as my leg stopped carrying my weight. Leila, Luca whispered, worry swarming his beautiful blue orbs. I love you. I whispered back, unable to hold myself any longer. Without a second thought, Luca carried me in his arms as he ran, shouting incoherent words. Keep your eyes open, Leila. Luca looked down at me, the wind passing through his hair wonderfully as tears escaped his eyes. Whatever you do, don't close them. Don't deprive me of those eyes once more. Those were the last words I heard before succumbing to the darkness that drove my vision away. Chapter 52. My body felt as though it were a star collapsing in on itself, dense and hollow all the more. I groaned, rubbing at my eyes before opening them. I immediately regretted doing so as the seeping sun seeped into my vision, forcing me to shut my eyes just as fast as I opened them. Leila, take it easy. Luca's velvety voice oozed into my ears like a lullaby. The sound of blinds being shut echoed throughout the room, compelling me to slowly open my eyes. After blinking for a few beats, my blurry vision finally registered the wonderful being of a man that stood in front of me, brows furrowed in concern as he leaned against the bed I laid comfortably in. How are you feeling, Verdi? He asked, voice ushering shivers down the length of my spine. Like a mountain just crashed on top of me. I replied, voice raspy. I feel heavy everywhere. I didn't know where to begin. To me, only 13 minutes had passed since I'd last seen Luca, but to him, 26 years had. I was uncharted territory to him, and that consulted in the making of cracks into my heart that spilled white-hot poison into my organs. So much could have happened for him. So much I did not get the opportunity to see. As I examined him, head tilted, everything about him was different just as much as it was the same. He was the same Luca I had met a month ago, but he was also not. "Where were you, Leila?" he asked, voice shaky. His eyes were so distraught as he asked me the question I was dreading to answer. I looked down, fiddling with my fingers as his eyes were much too burdened to look at. My heart already ached with the force of my lands ripping in half. Why did he have to make it worse? Tears burned into my vision. Luca placed a finger underneath my chin and lifted my head upwards, forcing our eyes to meet once more. His eyes roped me into his soul, in fact. Everything about him pulled my being into his. I could feel his warmth despite the inches separating our bodies from meeting. I could taste his lips despite the supposed years that had passed. I could inhale his scent as though I had met him just yesterday. But all of that seemed far away. It was all at the tip of my tongue, unable to manifest into what it was born to be. "Talk to me, Verdi," he pleaded, inching his body close. "Let it out. Tell me everything. I need to know where you were. I need to know what happened to you. I cannot rest if I don't." My jaw shook at his words as tears drove down the apples of my cheeks. I looked down once more, shaking my head. I don't know where to begin. "What did the witch do to you?" His eyes flashed a bright amber as he palmed my neck in his hands, squatting so that our eyes leveled with one another. "How did she keep you from me for all this time?" Images of my fight with the witch flickered through my memories, pulling at the knotted strings of my heart. "She made me kill my mother again," I croaked, wrapping my hands around his wrist as I stared into his eyes. "She made it so that every minute I spent with her was 2 years to everyone else. She made it so that the birds no longer sang so long as I stepped into her coven." My body shook as I tightened my grip on his wrist. "She made me watch as mother's eyes dulled once more. She made me miss so much. She made me lose everything." "Oh, Leila, Leila." He pulled my head into his chest, pushing sobs out of my soul so evermore. "Leila, Leila, you have not lost everything. You have only lost time. Nobody has passed since your absence. Time is the most important gift of all." "Luca." I pushed away from him, facing his eyes once more. I missed so many memories, so many celebrations, so many changes. I missed birthdays. I missed first steps. I missed needless arguments I could be laughing about now. I missed 26 more years with you. Luca, Leila, for all I know, we could have had 3 pups running around the shores of our home. But now, it's too late. It's all too late. I'd pushed myself out of his grip, crying into my knees, unable to contain the grief growing in my chest. "You have all bonded with one another in my absence, shared plates of wondrous food as you laughed about memories I missed so carelessly. You all live in the same timeline, whereas I live alone, on my own calendar, just like how I was in the outskirts. Leila, listen to me, now," I shouted, heart bursting with agony. "The goddess has destined me with the gift of one, the gift of loneliness. All my life I have been alone, and just when I seem to have adjusted with you, with Laura and my lost family, it's all gone. Everything." I grabbed the coverage resting on top of my legs and pulled them off me, the intensity brewing atop my chest too much to handle. Just as I was about to step off the bed, Luca sped in front of me, stopping me. "I understand your pain, Leila. I feel it fermenting in our bond. I feel your grief. I feel your helplessness. I feel it all." Luca rushed out, palming the tops of my thighs. "Don't for 1 second say you feel alone. That sole reason is why I'm here. Our souls are one. You will never be alone. Every day since you went missing, you were the first thing I thought of, what I'd reckon, what I dreamt of in my slumber." He squeezed at my thighs, coercing simmering heat into my lower body. "I will not let you go. Not now. Not ever. You have missed moments. Yes, I will not lie to you and say you have not, but that's the beauty of moments. You can make new ones. Better ones that are not laced with hollowness and defeat. rather ones that are only filled with wholehearted fullness. I stared down at him as he looked up at me, swallowing down an array of inexplicable emotions. "Leila," he began, voice bubbling with tears as he looked down. "Every beautiful moment we had here was bittersweet. Every beautiful moment that passed ended with the grief of your absence. It is not something to be missed, rather something to be built upon." He shook his head, gulping before looking back up at me. "You are here now. That is all that matters. The outskirts no longer subsist on our grounds, witches no longer have power, only we do. Balance has been restored once more. All thanks to you. All thanks to you." He licked the tears off his lips, watching my every movement as though he were afraid I was going to run off and disappear into the darkness once more. I felt his desperation through our bond. It brought out emotions I hadn't felt in years. I stared down at him, cupping his face in my hands as I let out a shaky breath. He was devilishly handsome, but his eyes were so mournful, so completely and utterly torn apart. "Luca." A beat passed. "Leila." His voice deepened as he stared up at me. "Leila, now we have time. We have all the time in the world. The moon is the only limit." My hands went from his neck and into his hair, pulling at his silky strands ever so slightly. His lips parted. "Luca," I let out once more, watching as he shivered at the sound of his name on my tongue. "Yes, Leila." I licked my lips. His eyes instantaneously moved from my eyes to my now wet lips. "I love you." I croaked, "and I need you to never let me go." I sounded meaty, and I knew it, but I was done being a hero. I was done sacrificing my future for everyone else's. I needed Luca to protect me. For I was so fucking over fixing myself. It was time that I finally accept the shoulder Luca had been lending me from the day I first met him. "I will never." His hands ran up my thighs, dangerously close to my heat. He rose, back bent so his eyes were still connected to my own. "I will never let you go," he repeated. "You've fallen out of my grasp far too many times already." Our foreheads connected gracefully as we cried together, unknowingly absorbing one another infinitely robust grief. He rubbed circles against the skin behind my ear, sensing the heaviness weighing my thoughts. "Never do that again. Leila, Leila," he begged, nuzzling his nose against mine. "Never push me away. I would rather endure eternity alone with you than 26 years without. It's time I become selfish. It's time I put myself before everyone else." I nodded against his forehead. I love you, Leila," he rasped with haste. "I am a lost soul without you. You make me whole. I love you too." Our eyes connected. The air around us was thick with sorrow and desire to be with one another forever. His warm breath and my skin, mere centimeters, separated our lips from one another. I knew he was going to make the first move. To him, I was fragile. To him, I wasn't ready. To him, I was scared. And I was all of the above. But I needed him. It had only been mere minutes for me, but when my eyes connected with his, it felt like years. I ached for his touch, for his soul, for his voice and the wonders that laced his words. So I pulled him to me. I slammed his lips onto my own. They reignited a match in my soul, forcing eaves of fire to light up my hollow heart. We moved in perfect synchronous ambience, our warm fist seeping to become one. He moaned into my mouth. His hands went from my thighs to the dips of my waist, pulling me impossibly closer to him as we became one. He was so warm. Everything about him was hot to the touch, and it drove me insane. He met my lips with rigor. He tasted me with the force of 100 suns. He kissed me like it was his last time. It made me forget. It made my grief slip away. It made me feel full. Again, I pulled him onto the bed, shutting my eyes as he got on top of me. His core met mine, compelling a deep-throated moan out of me. He was the first to pull away, his eyes that beautiful amber once more. "Leila, I can only control myself so much around you," he confessed, squeezing at the meat of my waist where hundreds of butterflies were set free. We have to stop. I didn't want to stop, but I knew we had to. I was not ready to mate with him after the disappearance of our bond. I knew I would regret if it happened in such a way. So I nodded with much hesitation. Just as he was about to get off me, I pulled at the fabric of his shirt, eyeing him with need. "Lay with me?" I asked, fisting the fabric in my hands. A few beats passed before he answered. "You drive me insane." "Leila," he let out, chest heaving. "Absolutely insane." So we laid next to one another, listening to each other's heartbeats. It was the most serenity I'd felt in my entire life. I was no longer being chased. My family was safe. Luca was alive and well. And I was his. Forever. And always. Chapter 53. I looped the lace of my caftan, tightening its hold on my waist as I stared into the mirror. Green eyes stared back at me. Dull, glimmer-less green eyes. I sighed, straightening out the burgundy-red skirt before turning, not sparing myself another. I couldn't look at my own reflection without hating myself for not killing the witch fast enough. I couldn't look at myself knowing I killed my mother once more. I couldn't look at myself without thinking how much better I could have done, not for everyone, but for myself. Warm arms wrapped around my waist, diminishing my capacity to think. I closed my eyes as I leaned into Luca's chest, traitorous stares lining my vision. "Stop thinking. Verdi," he whispered, breath fanning my ears. "You did everything you could. You did everything you needed to." I nodded mindlessly, disagreeing with his kind words but agreeing with him just to silence my mind for the time being. "It feels like this is a dream I could have never dreamed, but one I am," I admitted, tone low. "It still feels like I'm stuck. Nothing feels real. All of this is real," he reassured. "The birds sing louder in your presence. The swivel against the wind with more grace when you're here." I blushed, eyes meeting the floor. "You always know what to say," I mumbled, staring at our reflection in the mirror. "I hate it, but I love it so much. I'm just glad you're back." He laid a wet kiss to my neck, compelling my eyes to close as I leaned further of my weight against his chest. Only the goddess knew how heavy my grief made me. "Oh, Luca, let's not get into that now," he ushered. "There's so much I have to tell you. So many people I want you to meet. I cannot wait to speak of the wonders I've uncovered. Well, do it all at your own pace." "Thank you," I said, grateful. I just feel so disoriented. It's only been a day since I saw you, but for you it's been decades. The disorientation will subside. I don't know when it will, but it's only a matter of time. My lips parted. "Is that what you thought when I was gone?" I asked, turning to face him. He furrowed his brows, confused. "That it's only a matter of time for me to come. That you would stay alone and wait for time to finally befriend you." I tilted my head, eyes shiny as they met his. "Did you never once give up? Did you never once come to terms with the thought that I wouldn't come back?" He let out a shaky breath, grip on my waist tightening. Worry laced his ocean orbs, evoking confusion out of me. "What is it?" "Luca," I asked. Worry began settling over my heart as I sensed his panic through our bond. His grip on my waist farther tightened, forcing the smallest of gasps out of me, not at the pain, but at the shock of realization. He immediately let go at the sound of my voice. "I'm sorry. There was a time. Lost there?" I asked, every muscle in my body hardening. "There was someone else. Lost there. It's not what you think. Leila," he rushed out, going to grab my hands only for me to step backwards. My soul crumbled. I knew 26 years was a long time. I knew it. With every fleeting moment. I knew how much 26 years could do, but how could he? How could his soul allow it? How could his wolf yearn for another woman's touch? "Leila, if you were just, who is she?" I asked, my wolf's eyes flashing a bright green. "I will only tell you if you promise to do her no harm." My hurt quickly turned into anger. Why was he protecting another woman? I cannot make a promise I do not intend on keeping. I let out, cords scratching against the walls of my throat. Leila, I only met her last year. I mourned for you for 25 years. And even then, I made it clear to her that if you were to ever come back, I would choose you, he said, attempting to maintain his composure. She was the only one that understood me. Leila, she lost her mate in the war 2 weeks after meeting him. We mourned with one another. It was innocent. I never pronounced her mine, and she never pronounced me hers. My lips never touched hers. They could not. I could not bring myself to touch her the way I touched you. Tears ran down my cheeks. He spoke of her so dearly. You knew her for longer than you knew me. I croaked, unable to stop the knots forming in my chest. You've spoken to her more than you've spoken to me. Leila, to Leila. She means nothing now that you're here. He tried to walk towards me, but I held my plan up, stopping him. Leila, please, please, just try to understand me. I didn't even think of another woman until our bond disappeared. Is what we have simply the product of a bond? I asked, emotion slipping away from my voice. Is what we have only here because the goddess first stood upon us? Leila, don't say that. He begged, voice cracking. I knew you for 3 weeks and stood over your empty grave like I knew you for centuries. I knew you for 3 weeks and cried over you more than I did my father and mother. I knew you for 3 weeks and mourned you for 25 years. I waited for you for 1/4 of a century until your bond left mine. Until everyone told me you were dead and I finally believed it. He was frustrated, so completely and utterly torn apart. Did I not deserve to forget your absence for even 1 year? He asked, hands falling against his thighs in defeat. Did I not deserve to live without craving for your presence for even a fraction of the time I spent mourning for it? I knew it wasn't fair of me to project my pain onto him. Trust me, I knew it, but I didn't know what to do. My pain was just piling like a stack of bricks that would soon crash down on me, forcing me to suffocate in its great weight. It was too much. Father was sick. Mater was an alpha. Slayman had kids I still didn't know that names too. I still hadn't seen Laura. And now this. My eyes dropped to the ground, unable to face the thought that he looked at another woman the same way he looked at me. Unable to think about whether or not I was being too harsh or too lenient in my reaction. Who is she? I asked. He paused for a few beats, his breath loud and hastening by the minute before answering. Aaliyah, he answered, eyes glued to me. Ali, a moment. I resisted the urge to scoff. Our names shared the same letters. I was so angry, so filled with despair that I cowed and found it in me to respond to him. All I could do was change the subject. We have to attend the ceremony. I wiped at my tears with aggression, walking to grab the door above our bedroom only to have him grab my wrist. Fuck the ceremony, he rasped out, eyes red. We are not leaving this room until I've made it clear to you that you are the only one for me. The moon did not force this upon us. Leila, your soul was made for mine. My just was carved out simply so that you could lay atop it comfortably. I am yours, and I will always be yours. Aaliyah is a great woman. She is someone I love, but not in the way I love you. I could never see her the same way I see you. My hand shook in his. My throat tightened, unable to form words. I can't. Leila, don't think for 1 second that I would ever choose her over you. He said it with passion so robust a breath like my throat. Aaliyah and I helped one another grieve our past. But you are going to be my future, my present, my everything. You are mine, just as much as I'm yours. The minute you came back, Aaliyah became my past. Leila, please, you must understand me. Did you yearn for her touch? My head tilted, analyzing the way his eyes rose and his lips lowered. He shook his head at my question, turning around as disappointment radiated off of him in waves. Silently, he walked to the window, running an exasperated hand down his face as he stared at the kids jumping into the sandy shores lining our home. I don't know how to explain it to you. Leila, he began, tone subdued. We were two mourning souls who helped one another see light once more. She held me as I cried about you. I held her as she cried about her male. Luca paused, carefully articulating his next words before speaking. There was a time where I thought I loved her, where I thought she would make a good life companion, where I thought she was beautiful. And then Laura asked me the golden question. I held my breath. She asked me if I would choose 𝐊𝐲 over you if the possibility came that you were to ever come back. He finally faced me, jaw ticking, instantaneously. I said I would pick you. I didn't. I cowed and think about it. That's when I sat 𝐊𝐲 down and told her. And she understood. Guilt. It was an awful feeling the way it coolly slithered up your veins. In fact, she was offended that I even thought she harbored the idea that I would pick her over you. He shook his head, almost at himself. She's a good woman. Leila, a good woman. The minute you arrived, she packed up her things from the guest bedroom and left without a second word. I swallowed, unable to meet his eyes once more. We never shared a bed. We never shared desire. We never shared what you and I have. All we shared was grief. And now that mine is gone, nothing binds us to one another. He took slow steps towards me, all until he was right in front of me, towering over my heaving body. You are all I ever want. Leila, you are all I need. Even when I was angry, the urge to lean into his warmth never lessened, not even by a centimeter. I had no words to say. He answered my every question with the truth and nothing but truth, and I appreciated that. Truly, he ripped the bandage off and replaced it with a new one that would allow my wounds to heal much faster than before. Thank you, I whispered, looking up at him. The minute my eyes locked with his gaze softened, shoulders drooping in the process. Without a second thought, he pulled me into his chest. My arms instinctively wrapped around the circumference of his waist as I dug my head into his chest. I'm sorry. I spoke into his shirt, voice muffled. I'm sorry for reacting the way I did. Time for me didn't flow like it did for you. I still cannot fathom that 26 years have passed. You deserve to forget. You deserve so much. Don't. Leila. He shushed. That last thing I want to hear is an apology from you. Luca laid a soft kiss atop my head, sighing. Don't ever walk away from me like that. Leila, he said, voice shaky. I understood. I nodded, tightening my grip around his waist. 𝐊𝐲 was a good woman, but that did not mean I liked her or that I had to like her. At the end of the day, she had eyes for my male, and at one point, my male had eyes for her. I would be sure to keep an eye out for her. Come on now, we have a ceremony to attend to. Your ceremony, to be more specific. I hoped she would be at the ceremony. Chapter 50 for filler. I knocked onto the back door of Father's palace, letting out a shaky breath as I waited beside Luca. We were driven by two guards who could tame the carriage, forbidding anyone from seeing the both of us. It was a shame because it did not give me the chance to see the northerners through the wonderfully carved window. More importantly, 𝐊𝐲 and Molen. I knew the Momens when I was younger. They were good people. Both of our families struggled to make coin. In fact, it was what made the both of us bond with one another so well. What happened after the Northern War was something I could not answer. Though, the door opened, revealing an excited Alphinator. Seeing him always pushed the mere breath out of me. Just a day or two ago, he was 8 years old. Leila, come in. Father cannot wait to speak with you. He smiled, gesturing for us to enter the room. I returned the smile to him, nodding as I walked through the door with Luca's hand gracing the small of my back. 𝐻S waiting for you in the living room. King Luca and I will discuss, pack matters. Take your time. The ceremony begins in hours, so there's no rush. All right, Mater insisted. Why was he so excited to see me? He seemed to radiate happiness at the fact that I was breathing the same air as he. It unsettled me, but I did not show it. I refused to show it. I didn't know more than half of what my stepbrother had been through, so I ought to accept his overwhelming waves of glee. All right, I replied, turning to face Luca. "They'll see you then." He laid a warm kiss to my forehead, wrapping a hand around my neck before letting go quickly. "They'll see you then," he agreed, disappearing into the palace my dad had built. I took in a deep breath, counting to 5 before walking through the arched hallway that led to the living room. Tens of Persian carpets stained the ceramic floors of Father's home, filling a foreign hollowness in my chest with every soft step I took. The scent of oud rushed up my nostrils, evoking inexplicable waves of nostalgia throughout my body. My body ceased to move when my eyes landed on a specific painting that hung dead center in the living room, taking up a large chunk of the wall. Elfinator and I took slow steps towards the painting, until it was inches away from me, until the scent of the old paints rushed my nose and seeped into my brain. Tears lined my eyes as the strings of my heart pulled. That was the painting Nader pulled me through the streets of the northern markets to paint when he was 8. The one he practically forced me to sit down for almost 10 hours just so that Ollie could get the green of my eyes right. Nader looks at the painting every day before leaving the house. Father's voice rang from behind me, forcing me to face him with glossy eyes. Every few months, he would brag about how he got to sit with the mighty warrior of the north for hours on end. How he was the only man on earth able to convince you to step aside from your warrior duties just to be in a paint with him. I swallowed, a traitorous stare slipping from my eyes and onto my powdered cheeks. "You were his idol," Father said, walking towards me, a cane supporting his weight. When I told him it was time for him to take my reign, he said he began preparing the day after he met you, the day he saw you in that armor of yours. That he was ready. All because of you, 𝐊𝐲. My lower lip shook with robust emotion, with regret that I wasn't able to fulfill. Father sat on the couch that faced the painting, sending me a warm smile. "Come," he asked. "Sit with me." Silently, I followed his command and sat beside him, quiet tears flowing down the apples of my cheeks. "Why do your eyes bleed, Leila?" he queried, wiping my tears with his thumb. "Why do you mourn?" I miss so much." My voice quivered. "It's all too much. I'm overwhelmed." "Why are you overwhelmed?" he asked. "If you truly understood your purpose, the sheer power you hold, you would not be overwhelmed. But a messenger birdie has told me that you do not feel you deserve all this love." He let out a breath. "Leila, you are a mighty warrior. You are a soul that roams our grounds once every 10 centuries, as overwhelming as that maybe you must begin to own it." "I know, it's not what I'm used to," I replied, red eyes facing the patterned carpet. "It's too much." Father squeezed my knee, compelling me to look up at him. His eyes were just as red as mine were. "And that's my fault," he admitted. "I should have held you more. I should have bandaged your wounds more. I should have made all this your normal." My lips parted, shock saturating my veins, but he continued. "In all my 26 years, Leila, I have never felt more unworthy than I did when I found out you disappeared." He shook his head, disconnecting his eyes from mine. "But I promise, I tried. I sent out as many soldiers as I could. I sent out all the men that were willing to look for you, but most didn't come back. I couldn't bear bring upon the willing families the pain your disappearance brought me. I couldn't." I pursed my lips, a futile attempt to stop my sobs from escaping the base of my throat. A failed attempt. "I looked for you myself. I looked for you so much the Northerners began outing my abilities as alpha. So eventually, when I stopped feeling your bond, I didn't look further." He cupped my face in his hands. "It was easier to accept that you were dead than to think you were out there, starving and cold. All because I didn't come home fast enough. It's fine, I promise. Dad, you did everything you could. The day I believe, that is the day I die." Father pulled my head to him and laid a kiss to the top of my forehead before enveloping me in his arms. "You're not going anywhere now. You're my only cure." "Cure?" I pushed myself out of his embrace. "Cure for what?" He waved an nonchalant hand. "Nothing you couldn't fix. The elders said I was losing my memory, most probably due to stress. The day he came back, I stopped looking into the memory box Kate made me, and my memories came back. Bubba, I croaked, forcing his brows to rise. This is the first time you've called me that since the war, he said in so much awe he had to readjust his posture. An embarrassed blush stained my cheeks. Is it? Oh, it definitely is. I would have noticed if you had before. He insisted, a small smile making its way to his lips. Well then, I guess I'll be calling you that more often, I assured upon the smile that rested on his northern features. He sighed, assessing the curves of my nose and the dips of my cheeks. You look just like your mother, he admitted. She would have been so proud of you. I looked down, unable to meet his comforting eyes. I know, I said. I know she would have. She was always a beautiful woman. To this day, I do not know why she picked to wed me from several other wealthier men who asked for her hand. He shrugged, smiling once more at the thought of Mom. She always said this, though, take them poor, and the goddess will bless them with so much more than wealth. Smart woman, she was. I reminisced, leaning into the couch. Indeed. He let out a breath before meeting my eyes once more. Do you have any questions before we begin the ceremony? We must rehearse within the next hour, so you must be quick. I pursed my lips as a question arose in my head. There is one question, I confessed. Ask it. Then, it's going to take my dignity away with it. Just ask it. Leila, nothing can strike your dignity. I sighed. Who is 𝐿𝐤 and what does she look like? Chapter 55. We have all gathered here today to welcome back the soul who fought for our lands. Father began, standing in front of the podium. As you all may have already seen, the fearsome warrior of all four kingdoms has finally arrived. Whereas our war lasted a day, hers lasted 26 wearying years. I took a deep breath from the side of the stage, fisting the curtain that shielded me from the northerner's vision. It took everything in me not to disappear once more away from the judgment of my people. What if they thought I didn't do enough? What if they thought I was strong enough? What if they thought I was weak, underserving, worthless? Leila had it as the reason peace has graced our kingdoms once more. She is the reason the children of today and tomorrow can roam our grounds with carelessness and without fear. Father's knuckles whitened against the podium with every word he spoke. She risked a quarter of a century of her life so that everybody else's could flow freely, whereas hers stopped. Tears crawled out the depths of my heart, begging to be let out by the hold of my eyes. I refused. I refused to let the northerners see me cry. But she is back now. She is back and ready to fend for her people once more. Murmurs arose from the crowd, further tightening the knots twisting in my heart. She is back, and she wants to speak with you all. Father stepped down from the podium, turning so that he was facing me. My life has begun. From that moment on, my life in the real world began. As I walked out of the curtains and into Father's hold where thousands upon thousands of northerners could finally see me in my true form, my life truly began. No longer was I a fleeting memory, or an empty grave. No longer was I part of a long-awaited prophecy nor a vessel in the potent outskirts. I was Leila Haddad. I was alive. Every gasp, every prospect or shock that radiated from the crowd consulted me in my mission to be reborn. It felt as though I were a blank canvas, waiting to be painted by the individuals who thought I had passed. Father squeezed my hands, eyeing me with devotion so fervor my life weakened. The forced stepping of the stage leaving me to face my people once more. I took a deep breath, oxygen swooshing into my lungs. It was time. In the front rows at the royal and leading families, Laura stared back at me through teary eyes, a child resting on her lap and another sitting right beside her. My heart tore at the sight. Hamza, that damned brute, smiled. He smiled at me, a warm, genuine smile. An old woman with a shaved head, one that sat right next to Luca, stared at me with pride. She had an arm that was stained with northern inks, pattern so ancient it made me want to bow down to her presence. I will start off by saying that the war was won not because of me. I began, but rather, it was because of you, all of you. Without the help of all four kingdoms, the war would not have been the victory it was today. My leg shook underneath the skirt of my caftan. I would like to thank you all for risking your lives for a cause you did not fully understand nor comprehend simply because a warrior of your blood was fighting alongside you. I panned the area above my chest where my heart rested. And here lies grief. Grief I thought could not be replaced the night I lost my mother. 𝐻𝐻 added. Pathetic tears lined my vision as I spoke. And here lies the pain of losing the most precious gift the goddess could have ever bestowed us with the gift of time. That somehow, as I look at you all, my people, the hollowness that clouds my spirit is lifted and replaced with love I thought I could not find nor deserve. I look down, unable to face the unfiltered admiration the Northerners granted me, watching as a traitor 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐼 dropped onto the wood of the podium I spoke upon. I would like to apologize for not trying hard enough for having to force you all to join me in a war I would have much rather faced myself, but I would also like to thank you and the rest of the kingdoms. I straightened my shoulders, facing the awaiting eyes of my people. Balance has finally been restored. The moon's destiny is in place. Victory has been achieved once, and for all. The Northerners roared, hugging one another as they sang my name in gratitude. I shut my eyes, taking in slow deep breaths as I appreciated the moment in its rawest form. Pride. They were prideful. All of them were so completely and utterly proud of, not just me, but themselves, and I was glad that they had included themselves into the equation, for it would have not been fair if they did not. I opened my eyes once more, smiling at the sight in front of me. For the first time in my life, I felt proud of myself. I looked back at the front row, watching as the royal family and my own clapped for me, standing from the comfort of their seats and roaring with the commoners as one. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐪 children jumped in glee at the sound. I itched to get off the stage, to hug them and pronounce myself as their aunt. I itched to run into 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐪's arms and speak to her of how much I missed her and her colors. I craved to hold the young Northerness and speak of them, of the adventures that would soon be awaiting them as their stories grew. Thought interrupted my joyful thoughts. More so. A woman. 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐻 a moment. I scanned the crowd, pausing on every woman who happened to merely fit father's description of the infamous widow. I scanned and died. I analyzed and examined, all until my eyes met the eyes of a chestnut-haired woman who was staring directly back at me, shoulders slugged forwards with tears running down her cheeks. A warm smile was plastered across her lips. She was beautiful, but why was it that she was the unhappiness at my presence? Why was it that she was a cloud in a sky full of stars? Father rejoined me at the podium, bringing me back to reality. All foods will be of no cost today. There will also be a today holiday to celebrate the arrival of the Northern warrior. You are all excused. The guard will not be able to answer to any of your queries until after the full moon has passed. So please, treat her as you would treat any other Northerner. Father ordered like a true alpha. You are all excused to celebrate now. As the crowd dissipated, 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐻 remained in her place, unmoving. I walked down the stairs of the stage, maintaining eye contact with the woman who held a special place in my male's heart. I walked until I was in front of her, a kilometer separating us from meeting one another. Upon noticing, Luca approached me and laid a hand on my shoulder. Leila, please don't do anything rash, he said, breath fanning my face as he stared down at me. I trust that you won't. Oh goddess, how I've missed you, 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐻 interrupted, slamming into me as she wrapped her arms around me, lips gracing my ears. I never really liked the woman, but she's actually quite nice. Don't be too rough on her. They'll be waiting here to steal you away once you're done with her, she whispered. Thank you, 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐻. I whispered back, smiling gratefully at her before facing 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐻 once more. She gulped. I took long, strong strides towards 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐻 until centimeters separated our skins from touching. She was short, head barely reaching my neck. Your are more beautiful than I imagined, she croaked, wiping a straight air from her cheeks. Luca's descriptions of you could not encapsulate the beauty you radiate. I'd prefer if you do not call him that, I said. �K𝐼𝐬𝐻. He is Luca to me, and the king to you. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 as well, she continued. Lame, but just perfect for him. The goddess has sewn my soul so that it fit the king's one perfectly, I responded, analyzing the soft features of her face. It would be blasphemy if I lost. I know, she nodded, tired eyes meeting mine. I know, oh itch, I know. So why is it that you took interest in my mail knowing there was a possibility I would come back? I asked, shoulders straightening instinctively. Why is it that you thought it was appropriate to be fond of a man whose soul was already taken? That, I do not know. She pursed her lips. Half of my soul was ripped apart from me. And now, the only mail I sought to fill it is out of the question. I'm sorry, but you brought that upon yourself. 𝐊𝐢𝐬? I watched as her eyes snapped away from mine. As shame fell off her on waves. You knew there was a possibility I would come back. Yet you still took him, regardless of the fact that you knew he was going to choose me over you. Does he not deserve humility as well? She asked, jaw ticking. Or was it just I who brought this upon myself? Did the king ever tell you that he would wed you? Did he ever tell you that he would make you his? Did he ever indicate that he found you as anything other than beautiful and a soul to fill the vacancy I left behind? Her bottom lip quivered as she shook her head. Then it is you who deserves humility more than he. He made it clear to you that I came first, and you accepted it. I am not saying it was right for him to continue his relationship with you, but I am saying you are more wrong for staying knowing he was not going to make any move to develop what you both had. I heard him speak to his sister about how he felt a need to protect me, how he thought he loved me. She shook her head for the nth time that day. Lips pursed as tears flowed down the apples of her cheeks. But Lara had to convince him he was only in love with the idea of me. It's not convincing if it was the truth. I sighed, watching as more tears ran down her face. 𝐊𝐢𝐬, a king's instinct will always be to protect. He would have said that to any woman he met, romantic or not, to console you even more. Luca would have never agreed to meet you if it weren't for that face that you were widowed. I know, it's just how long did you know your male before he passed away? I interrupted. Almost 5 years. Her eyes widened. I mean 3 weeks. I knew him for 3 weeks before he passed. My brows furrowed. Say that again. I ordered, focusing my ears on the beating of her heart. I knew my male for 3 weeks before he died. My lips parted. You lie. You lie. I accused. A smirk crawling up my lips. You're lying. I am not. Lying to a member of a leading family is treason. 𝐊𝐢𝐬. I lowered my voice, angling my head so that our noses were almost touching. Don't think for a second that I'm not listening to your heart as we speak. She let out a hastened breath, stumbling backwards. It was the only lie, I swear to you. I let out a sadistic laugh, head facing the noon skies as my shoulders bounced. So you manipulated him. I got up in her face once more. You manipulated my male into falling for you out of pity. You took him when he was vulnerable because you knew he would not have even looked at you when he lost. Warm hands wrapped around my waist, pulling me backwards. Luca. How perfect. I almost sang, facing 𝐊𝐢𝐬's starry eyes. 𝐊𝐢𝐬, how about you tell the king what you just told me? Please don't, Leila, this is unnecessary. Luca almost begged, squeezing at my waist. I will have your entire family's heads on sticks if you do not. 𝐊𝐢𝐬, I threatened. She let out a bratty breath. I do not answer to you. I only answer to the king. She scoffed, without a second thought. I grabbed the hairs right at her scalp and pulled her so that her back was facing my front. With my other hand, I slid my dagger out of my back, placing it on her neck. Tell him, I growled, and that is an order from your queen. She writhed in my grip, a futile attempt at resisting my order before bursting into a fit of tears. I lied. She cried out. I lied. I knew my male for 5 years before he passed. But Luca, I didn't mean to. Silence, Luca commanded, running his eyes down the length of her body in disgust. He looked feral. I have nothing to say to you. He told 𝐊𝐢𝐬, But I have a request. One I will fulfill if you do not. Yes, she asked, almost pleading with him. Burn the green kaftan I purchased for you. You should never wear color so beautiful, not now. Not ever. I held a dagger to her throat, only to realize I was the villain in her story. Chapter 56. Did you see the look on her face? Laura exclaimed, her outspoken nature on full display as she collapsed onto the dining chair in her home, her laughter echoing through the room. She's just a mess. And that dagger thing you did, it was amazing. Mark my words, if another woman decides she wants my mail. I'm using it. I grimaced, leaning against the chair opposite her, my conflicted emotions evident in my posture. The weight of my actions at 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧 bakery pressed heavily on my conscience. It felt good when I did it. But now, I just feel like a raging bitch. I admitted, meeting Laura's gaze. My self-awareness kicked in, tempering the initial satisfaction it felt. Luca asked if he could speak with her at her bakery, and Laura's protective instincts for her brother flared, her eyes narrowing slightly. I said yes. I huffed. Unable to completely mask the jealousy boiling through my being. It wouldn't be fair of me not to. Laura's possessiveness over her own relationship shone through as she declared, I would have never agreed to such a thing. Either Hamza would never speak a word again or pick the other woman. She reached for one of 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧's pastries in the bread basket centered on the dining table, taking a hearty bite. She does bake some mean bread, though. The question that had been gnawing at me finally escaped my lips. Was she good for him? I asked, watching as Laura's full mouth parted, crumbs clinging to her lips. Oh yeah. Was she good for Luca? Laura swallowed the remaining chunks of bread, her expression turning serious. Do you want the truth? I nodded slowly, my knuckles whitening against the wooden back of the chair as I braced myself for her response. Look, she sighed, her tone softening. They were good for each other. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧 helped him out of that lonely grave he dug for himself. A month after he met her, I think I saw his first genuine smile. She helped him live again. Before her, all he would do was wait. It was horrible. The jealousy within me twisted painfully, but I pressed on. Do you think he loved her? Most certainly not. Laura shook her head emphatically, her loyalty to both Luca and me evident in her words. I know when my brother's in love. The way he looked at her was not even 1% close to how he looked at you. Sure, he found her beautiful and sweet, but he did not love her. Rather, he was in love with the idea of her. He made it absolutely clear to her that he would pick you over her in a heartbeat and never, not once made a move that would insinuate he loved her as more than a friend. Her head tilted, examining my downturned features, concern matching her face. Why the sad face? I feel like shit. I pulled out the chair in front of Laura, legs far too weak to support my own weight. I feel like a mushed up pile of shit. Why the bitch lied. Yes, but she helped Luca grieve. She helped him see the light after I disappeared. I looked down, analyzing the beautiful baked pastries resting upon the table. I don't know which. If I was in Luca's position, I would have wanted that too. Lie or not. If it makes you feel better, Luca would have snapped any male who helped you grieve's neck, lie or not. She inched her face closer to mine, lowering her tone. And trust me, I'm not exaggerating. He would be gone. Dead. I know. She had ill intentions. Her male died years ago and her wolf called out to Luca. What if she held and control her attraction? Plus, there was a possibility that I would come back in a century. It wouldn't be fair for Luca to wait so long. You're far too good. Leila. Laura shook her head. 𝐶𝐻. Far too good. She never touched him. Did she? Laura shook her head once more. She only held him when he cried of your absence. Laura's eyes dulled for a small moment at the thought. She was the only one who could calm him. When I asked him why, he said it was because she knew how it felt. I feel even worse. I pulled at my front hairs, guilt sweeping my body. Your Luna complex is developing. Leila, you can't blame yourself. The woman saw Luca as hers, and it was the right thing to make it clear that he lost. Laura consulted, but I was so aggressive. I would have been worse. That doesn't make it right. Screw it, no. I stood abruptly. I have to make amends with her. Why do you always have to be so good? Laura huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Because my life has just begun. There's no more prophecies, no more outskirts, no more loose ends. I cannot take my first steps by scarring a widow who may or may not have fancied my mail. For goddess' sake. She didn't even touch him, and I held a dagger to her neck. I scoffed at myself as I pushed my chair back under the table. I'll see you in a bit. I'll head to her bakery. Don't forget. Tonight, you're meeting my oldest son. She pointed an accusing finger at me, squinting her eyes. 𝐿𝐲's been dying to meet you ever since I spoke of your name. I'll meet him. What time again? I asked, walking to the door. Leila finishes work at the ministry at 6, so let's say 8 p.m. I halted in my steps, unmoving. What was his name again? I turned around, facing Laura. Leila, she shrugged, an embarrassed smile coming onto her lips. You're the reason he didn't die. If it wasn't for you finding me in the castle all bloodied up that night, he wouldn't be here. My heart stung. Without a second thought, I ran towards Laura and engulfed her in my arms, squeezing her tall body in my arms. This is disgusting, she mumbled, squeezing me even tighter. It really is. I agreed, Luca. I slammed the door of the bakery shut, flipping the sign so it signaled closed to anyone who decided to purchase pastries. There stood 𝐿𝐲, wiping at tables that did not need to be cleaned as dried tears crusted onto her plump cheeks. Her eyes snapped upwards, connecting to mine as she fisted the cloth in her hands. Luca, it's kin to you. I interrupted, walking towards her. I'm sorry. Wallah, I swear to the goddess I'm sorry. 𝐾𝐞𝐬𝐩𝐾𝐜. Tears blurred her chocolate brown eyes as she spoke. If you would just give me a chance to explain myself. What is there to explain? Ice coughed. You lied. You lied and didn't even think to correct your lie when my woman asked you. 𝐿𝐲, she corrected, taking a deep breath before continuing. I know what grief is like. I know how it makes one think. Tell me, now would you have opened up to me as much if I had told you I lost my mail years ago? Everything I told you was the truth. Everything, how I felt and how I still feel, is the truth. I knew that you would have seen me as any other widow if I hadn't bonded with you over the fact that I lost my mail just as quickly as you did. That doesn't make it right. I scowled. And you're right. I would have terminated any other meeting with you if it weren't for the fact that you lost your mail like I did my woman. You broke my heart. Luca, she croaked. I'd been watching you for months. Yet everywhere you walked, waves of grief would spill from your soul with every step you took. The same way I wished I was helped. I thought I could help you. She shrugged with defeat, eyes snapping away from mine. But my feelings developed into so much more, and I held and stopped myself. I've had enough people lie to me. 𝐿𝐲, all my life has been a lie, and to have you do the same, it makes you no different than the rest. I took a step away from her, heart pinching at the sight. I grieved for years. Luca, she leaned over the table, hands supporting her weight. I just knew you wouldn't see me the way you saw yourself. I promise. I wanted nothing romantic to do with you when I first met you, and then I did. She was lying. Her heart said so. Thank you for lifting my grief. 𝐿𝐲, I said, turning my back to her and walking to the door. But what we have can't continue. I was hoping I could befriend you, but your actions tell me otherwise. Just as I was about to reach for the door, it slammed open, revealing a tall, green-eyed beauty who smelled of the wealthiest DS and apples. My soul immediately lightened. "Leila?" I asked, baffled. "Luca," she let out. Relief. "Would you mind if I had a word with 𝐿𝐲?" She looked up at me. Her wondrous pools of ire rides and smelting the boulders that shelled my heart. Just the mere sight of her made it easier to breathe. I wrapped a hand around her neck and laid a kiss to her head. "Would you like me to wait here or outside?" I asked, squeezing at the skin of her neck. She looked ravishing in her burgundy caftan. It complemented the color of her eyes wonderfully. "Anything you like," she replied, voice made of the finest silks. My heart fluttered. Leila's eyes connected with 𝐿𝐲𝐻, chest rising slowly then lowering gracefully. Before walking towards her, "Fear not," Leila began. "I came here to apologize. Not to continue what we had outside." 𝐿𝐲 shook her head aggressively, eyes widening. "Please don't. I lied and deserve punishment for disrespecting your honor. I'll slide that under the carpet this time," Leila said, jaw ticking for the smallest of moments before continuing. "I also came here to thank you." 𝐿𝐲's jaw slacked. "Thank me for what?" "You may have lied," Leila began, "and committed treason, but you helped my male heal a wound that could not be stitched nor cleaned. It may not have been my favorite idea, but regardless, you helped him when nobody else could have." Leila fisted the fabric of her skirt, sighing. "I of all people know that you cannot control your heart, no matter how hard you try. So I cannot judge you for loving my male. Thank you for understanding." 𝐿𝐲 looked down, unable to face the sheer power of Leila 𝐿𝐲𝐼𝐻. "It's..." Leila paused, almost huffing. "It's fine, Luke." "The king?" Leila corrected through gritted teeth. "Sorry. The king told me you would have loved me if we met. But I warned him that I would have hated me if I was you." 𝐿𝐲 sighed mournfully. "I just am sorry. I really am. I had pure intentions when I first met him, but my heart would not rest. It's all right. So long as you do not continue relations with him and understand your wrongs, I can forgive you." Leila turned to face me, silky strands of hair sliding off her shoulders. "And so can the king." A smile crawled up my lips. She really was a queen. The king certainly can. I walked up to Leila, sliding a hand around her waist. "I do." 𝐿𝐲 wiped her tears, straightening her posture in the process. "I understand my wrongs. I really am sorry. I hope you understand." I shut the door behind me, locking it as Leila walked into our living room, the sight of her back wondrous to admire, her caftan lining her thin waist beautifully. I've got to say, the last thing I expected was... I paused, shocked. "That..." Leila smiled a bright smile as she turned to face me. "Luca, I feel so light." "Is that so?" "I feel alive." She ran to me, grabbing my hands and filling my soul with warmth. "Now that the outskirts are gone, now that all the bad is gone, I feel reborn." Her eyes glittered as they looked into my own, compelling the butterflies in my stomach to flutter their wings. "That's true," I said, cupping her neck in my hands. "Our story starts here." "Indeed it does," she whispered, eyeing my lips. "Indeed it does." Just as I was about to kiss her, she pushed away from me, bouncing into the kitchen with a giggle slipping out of her throat. My heart fell so full at the sight of her smile. "You need to update me on everything I've missed so far. I need to make sure you're still worthy of me," she asked, leaning against the marble countertops. I stood beside her, shoulders touching and sparks flying. "That's going to take days," I warned playfully. "Weeks maybe." Well, we have all the time in the world." "Luca." I felt her happiness through our bond, her complete and utter glee. "We have all the time you can possibly imagine." Chapter 57 Filler. "There's one last thing," Luca said, eyes glimmering against the night skies. To me, it was the most important thing. I sat up against the chair, straightening my shoulders as I snapped my eyes away from the view of our balcony to Luca's eyes. "Well then, spit it out," I ushered, excitement throwing through my veins. "You told me of father's illness, Slayman's portraits. That wretched 𝐿𝐤. Laura's son, who is somehow almost twice my age and more. I don't think you'll be surprised. His smile turned into a smirk. Really? Inching his face closer to mine. Really? I concluded. Well, oh well. He began. My mother was never the queen. In fact, my mother is a northerner whose memory was wiped and banished from the castle after the white-haired life prisoner found out of the affair her and my father had. My jaw slacked as I slapped a hand to my lips. What? I spoke through my hands. Luca laughed as he tucked a strand of hair behind my hair, head tilting at the sight of my shock. It's the truth. On the 5th anniversary of your disappearance, I visited Mother in the dungeons. She confessed to her unruly sins and told me who my real mother was. His eyes dulled for the slightest of moments before brightening once more. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿, your mother is a northerner. I asked, baffled. This is insane. He nodded, prideful of his blood. I must meet her. I insisted, dumping to my feet. 𝐖𝐡𝐢𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, that's gonna be a problem. You'll get something from our neighbors next door. She can teach me a thing or two. And I need to get some new attire. Those 7 caftans in my closet are simply not new. Luca shut me up by standing and laying a slow, sensual kiss to my lips. He pulled away too quickly. I stared back at him, dumbfounded. Don't stress. Mother can teach you everything if you want to. He spoke with a sway in his tone. You could wear my shirt and still look wonderful. Leila. So don't fret about that either. But she already loves you. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿. You are the warrior of all 4 kingdoms, the mother of all werewolves. You are the reason she breathes and strives through these lands without a care in the world. My heart bloomed with a foreign contentness as though a lantern were being lit within my soul. So I took a deep breath and allowed the tense of my muscles to ease. Okay, I nodded, laying my head atop his chest. Okay, she wants to meet you tomorrow. I sighed into Luca's chest, eyeing the full moon with gratitude before answering. Anything for you. Hobby. It was the next day. I was stressed to say the least. Would you calm down? Leila, you can't season mock boost chicken with garlic. Punching it won't make it better. You put that in the sauce. Stop. Laura ordered, grabbing my wrists and forcing them to rest beneath my hips. Look at me. I did just that, meeting her frustrated eyes with my own. Take a deep breath, she instructed, watching as my chest rose. Now let it out. I let it out. That didn't help, I confessed, pursing my lips. At all. Laura sighed before letting go of my wrists and snapping her gloves off of her hands. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐿. Get up and season the chicken. Laura commanded her oldest son, who sat atop the bar stool that faced us. Anything for Leila. He fake saluted, smiling sheepishly at me before hopping off his bar stool and popping on a pair of gloves. Thank you, Leo. I praised. You won. All you owe me is that beautiful smile. Leila, if you flirt with Leila one more time, I will claw your eyes out with my own hands. Laura growled, flashing her eyes at Leo. That is so inappropriate. She is your uncle's mate. The heart wants what it wants. Mama, oh. Leo winced at the strength of Laura's punch to his bicep, forcing a snort out of me. Say that to Luca and he will behead you. I don't fancy the idea of losing you to my own brother. There's nothing wrong with calling her beautiful, he argued. Tell me that when another man calls your mate beautiful. Laura swatted at the back of his head once more, forcing his nostrils to flare. Whatever. Pass me the dried lemons, he mumbled, cheeks reddening as he snatched the dried lemons from Laura's hand. Who knew 26-year-old males were so hormonal? Laura collapsed onto the bar stool Leila was previously sat in, wiping at her forehead. Anyways, Leila, I can tell cooking is certainly not your forte, and that's fine. Mother doesn't care about any of that. She was a warrior back in the day, so she'll understand. Are you sure? I asked, leaning against the marble countertops. Mother always said a woman should know how to cook. That was back in her day. Nowadays, a man cook. Plus, Luca is excellent in the kitchen, so you don't need to worry about starving to death. That's not the only thing I'm excellent at, Luca commented as he shut the front door behind him, sending me a cheeky wink I glared at him for. Lara fake barfed and Leo scoffed. What's gotten my niece so tense? Luca asked, patting Leo on the back. Heartbreak, Leo muttered, seasoning the last chicken breast. I pursed my lips, an attempt to stop myself from bursting into laughter. Lara, on the other hand, was pulling at the front strands of her hair. Who's broken your heart? Leo, Luca asked, eyes genuinely concerned as he grabbed the pan of seasoned chicken from him, placing them in the oven. You're E63. Have sharp features and a fit build. Any woman would die to have you. Whoever she is has no taste. I snorted, turning so I was facing Luca as I'd over unable to hold in my laughter. What if Chess mated? Leila asked, hopeless, and you must approach her. Luca eyed me before facing Leo once more. May I ask, who is this infamous woman everyone but me seems to know about? Leil's eyes bulged out of their sockets. It's Tanya. Tanya, yes. Lucas' brows furrowed. No, it's not. He looked down at Leo, comically threatening the poor kid. Who is it? Spit it out. I don't want to command you. Leo, I walked behind Luca, just as I was about to squeeze his shoulder. The front door creaked open to reveal a tall, muscular woman with a buzz-cut and red hair. Her arms were lined with ancient northern patterns and littered with cars of the past. Lara looked just like her, except her mother was rugged. She looked as though she'd seen the moon rise and the sun fall thousands upon thousands of times more than Lara ever could. My hands dropped. Mama, thank you for saving my eldest son, Lara cried out, running to her mother as she wrapped her arms around her. As Leo finally told Luca of his little crush on Leila, Ray asked, pulling away from Lara as a sparkle glittered in her eyes. Fuck, Luca growled. It's not what it seems, Uncle. Leo stuttered, cowering from Luca's soaring build. I suggest you run because my wolf is not happy with you right now. Lucas' response was simple yet all the more threatening. Leo looked behind him, analyzing the fastest yet safest exit from here. I just find her beautiful. Please go easy on him, Lara interrupted. Fertito, Lucas sized Leo up, eyeing him with a ferocity like never before. And so they both ran, disappearing deep within the house, leaving us 3 women to enjoy one another's company. Was I not supposed to say that? Asked Ray Ann, guilty as charged. What do you think? Lara scoffed, reuniting with her favorite barstool. You know your son yet somehow. HS on his way to kill my own. Luca would never kill Leo. He loves that boy more than you can imagine, I reassured, removing my gloves and throwing them into the trash can. You must be the infamous Leo hatted. Ray Ann sent me a warm smile, approaching me. Indeed I am. I gulped, smiling as best as I could. I'm really sorry, but cooking is not my forte. I did, however, ask the neighbors to make me a batch of mock booze in case anything came up. Who has time to learn how to cook when they're fighting an unruly war? Rain asked, chuckling as she dropped her hand down to the marble counters of my kitchen. I only learned how to cook after eyes. A memory passed through her eyes, forcing her smile to falter for the smallest of moments. After I retired from my war duties. Well then, what do you suggest we do? I could try to cook, but I cannot promise we will leave this kitchen intact afterwards. Ray Ann chuckled, shaking her head. Fear not. I am here to guide you. 𝐻𝐵𝐵𝐶, I stilled. 𝐻𝐵𝐵𝐶. The only woman to ever call me such a word was my own mother. The last woman to call me that word was Hea Ferris Haddad. 18 years have passed since I had been called darling by a woman older than me. My heart warmed. A smile grew on my lips. Memories of the past, present, and a hopeful future passed through my mind. The breaking of furniture sounded from upstairs, and I spoke. I am yours to guide. Chapter 58. Filler Lara had been teaching me how to sew for months. 𝐨𝐴𝐿 was angry that I chose sewing over painting, but I couldn't help it. I dream of uncovering the arts since entering that cursed castle. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐑's dresses were the first thing that blew my mind. I wanted to make dresses for my daughters, pursuits for my sons and nieces. I wanted to make the outfits that would dictate how they felt certain days. I wanted to make the armor they would wear to training with their father and mother with my own needles and fabrics. Now that I was no longer a warrior and willingly 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼, I had all this extra time on my hands and I would make sure to use it wisely. You're sewing a dress you're never going to wear. What's the point? 𝐊𝐢𝐳 asked, baffled as she stared down at the white silk I had connected to my needle. I shrugged, smiling as I ran my fingers down the wedding dress I would never wear. It would be nice to look at, I guess. I still can't believe you denied having a wedding with Luca. I don't think you'll ever get over the look on his face when you said no. I chuckled, shaking my head. I didn't say no. 𝐊𝐢𝐳, I said I would be his, just without the formalities. My once bright smile dimmed as Mother's eyes overcame my thoughts. It just felt wrong. Mother always said she would be there the day I got married, and now she's not. I could never host a wedding without her, even if it meant I lost Luca to it. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 sighed, shaking her head. I just hope my brat of a daughter loves me as much as you love your mother. I cackled, images of 𝐊𝐢𝐳's daughter slapping her, vomiting and sitting on her rushing through my head. I'm sure she will. I eyed 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heart blooming at the love I had for her. Thank you. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 snapped her eyes to me, brows furrowed. For what? For everything. Shut up before I stab you with this needle. I giggled as I tied the last knot on my dress, the smile on my lips becoming impossibly larger. It's done, I said, standing abruptly, bouncing on my toes in the process. I finished it. 𝐊𝐢𝐳, let me see, she insisted, grabbing the dress as she held it up the mirror and gasping. How is this fair? I've been sewing for years and �K�𝐳 didn't make a proper shirt until 2 years, and you made this beauty. I love it. I gushed. I love it so much. You got to surprise Luca with this. 𝐊𝐻𝐳 said, facing me with the dress still in her hands. I know you don't want a wedding, but just make it the two of you. The poor man waited tens of years to wed you. Give him a little something. I sighed, cheeks hurting from the great capacity of my smile. Luca, yes. Perfect. Put it right there. I whisper-yelled as the sleigh man and 𝐊𝐻𝐼𝐻 dropped the piano. A little quieter, please. She's right upstairs and this is supposed to be a surprise. Well, why don't you move it, King? 𝐊𝐻𝐼𝐻 snarled, blowing on his scabbing fingers. That thing was heavy. I still can't believe she chose sewing and this over me teaching her to paint. Sleigh man expressed, scoffing as he watched 𝐊𝐻𝐼𝐻 and I roll our eyes. Shut it, you brutes. Put yourselves in my place before you decide to be arseholes. Brother, get over it, 𝐊𝐻𝐼𝐻 said, patting him on the back. Now let's leave. He's going to surprise his woman. Fine, 𝐿𝐴𝐻 𝐬 groaned, glaring at the piano before exiting through the front door. I stared at the piano I bought Leila, eyeing the keys I did not understand, wondering what notes would rise with every tap and turn. Ever since I had met Leila, she had expressed her desire to indulge in the arts. With every dress, with every song and painting she passed, her eyes would shine with a curiosity I itched to feed. She lived her entire life fighting for survival, completely unknowing of the beauties scattered around the 4 kingdoms. Leila spoke of the sword she handled so skillfully with hatred nowadays, but spoke of the dresses and jewels she manufactured with such soulful sense. I understood where she came from, but it also saddened me, where back then she used to hold her weapons dear to heart. She now wants nothing to do with them. When I asked her why, she said she was done fighting. She said her thirst for blood was quenched and her need for victory was gone. All she wanted was a life of serenity and peace. She wanted to walk through her upcoming years with a swaying soul and to speak languages nobody other than her and I could understand. I smiled at the thought of her words as I carefully placed the drape over the piano, covering it as best as I could before blowing all the candles shut and walking up the stairs. For the first time in my life, I was tranquil, completely at ease and free of any tense mess. I opened our bedroom door, frowning at Leila's absence. "Leila," I called out. "Just a second," she replied from the bathroom. I shut the door behind me, brows furrowed. "Close your eyes, Luca," she said, a smile in her tone. "Leila, just do it." I sighed, veins thrumming with excitement. "Are they closed?" "Yes," I assured, leaning against the door. The sound of the bathroom door creaking open echoed against the silent walls of our bedroom. Her light footsteps walked towards me as her wonderful scent rushed up my nostrils, forcing me to ball my hands into fists as to not open my eyes at the ravishing sight of her. I felt her in front of me, her soft chest brushing against mine and forcing a comforting warmth to swarm in my heart. "Open your eyes," she asked. So I opened them. My lips parted. My eyes widened. My heart pulled in every direction there existed. There stood Leila in a wedding dress, smiling up at me as her green eyes shone against the moonlight that graced our balcony windows. The white silk brought out the tan of her skin beautifully, her exposed shoulders shining ever more. Her hair bounced off her shoulders in wondrous waves, forcing my arms to twitch in ache of touching the strands. "Leila," I croaked, heart slamming into my stomach as I dizzied at the sight of her allure. "Leila, you look divine." A blush stained her cheeks, evoking her to break eye contact with me and face the floor. I placed my finger on her chin and pushed upwards, compelling her to look at me. "Look at me." I cupped her face in my cheeks, voice quivering at the beauty she bewitched me with. "Goddess, look at me." "I'm looking," she insisted, giggling as her cheeks red and evermore. My eyes burned with tears as I stared down at her. If it weren't for the painful beating of my heart, I would have imagined this to be a fabrication of my memory, a mere remembrance that would remain unfaithful to my heart, something I could only dream of. But no, this was real. Leila stood in front of me wearing the color white, and she was more alive than ever before. I ran a hand down my face, an attempt at wiping my tears. A failed attempt. "Luca," she chuckled sadly through teary eyes. "Why are you crying?" "I could ask you the same," I rasped, wiping her straight hair with my thumb. You're beautiful. You're beautiful and so much more." "Stop it. I do not handle compliments all too well." "Well, which? You're just going after then, aren't you?" I asked, the white-hot fire contents of my heart spilling into my gut as I spoke no. I refused to ask. I laid my lips onto hers, silencing her. She responded immediately, wrapping her arms around my neck and further impelling my heart to explode from within my chest. I pulled away first, watching as her eyes fluttered open. "Luca," she spoke of my name in that soft tone of hers. I love you. "Leila," I confessed. "I love you more than the moon could ever imagine. You cannot make me cry after I spent all those minutes pampering my face for you." She chuckled, wiping her tears. "Come downstairs. I have a surprise for you," I said, running my hands down the length of her arms. "Though I must admit, I don't think it can beat this. Luca, I already told you I don't want anything. You've been buying me too much stuff, arg." Lara squealed as I carried her in my arms, instantaneously wrapping her arms around me for support. "You're going to regret this." "Oh, I'm pretty sure I won't," I insisted as I walked down the stairs. "It's your turn to close those eyes of yours." She rolled her eyes before closing. I slowly put her back on her feet as I walked her through the living room where the piano stood, in all its mighty, outside the back patio where our small garden laid. I made sure she was standing right in front of the sliding glass door, admiring the way the wind swiveled through her hair, the way the moonshine glimmered against her skin. My heart skipped a few beats just looking at her. It felt like I was going to throw up, burst into a fit of tears and jump in glee all at once. "Open your eyes." Leila opened her eyes and gasped, slamming her hand onto her lips. Without a second thought, she ran to the piano and pulled the drapes off of it. I followed suit, blood pumping at the sight of her excitement. "Luca," She spoke my name in amazement and appreciation, her tone lightening as she cupped her own face in her hands. How did you get this here? We don't make pianos in the north. For you, anything is possible. Verdi, I told her, wrapping my hand around her wrist and pulling her to the seat. I laid a kiss to the top of her head as she sat. She admired the keys with a newly found passion in her watery eyes. She pressed a few notes, flinching at the sounds that came from her touch. She ran her fingers across the ancient wood of the instrument all before she turned and faced me, tears helplessly running down her face. I squatted down, eyes leveling with hers. What's wrong? Verdi, I asked. Talk to me. I'm going to master this piano. She croaked. I'm going to become so good at this so that I can teach my daughter how to play. I'm going to become so good that all my daughter has to worry about is whether or not she is prepared for her mother's lesson, and not what monsters lay beneath these grounds. She faced the piano once more, taking in a shaky breath. I'm going to become so good at everything that all she has to worry about is catching up to me, and not fretting with swords and battlegrounds. The strings of my heart pulled as I lay hands on her shoulders, squeezing ever so lightly. Yes, you will, my love, I said. Yes, you will. Chapter 59. Luca 9 months later. Leila's water broke. She was rushed into the birthing quarters where she had been resting close to for the past week. I was not allowed in the room. Something about the bond affecting with the birthing process, but goddess, did I want to be there for the rise of our daughter or son? Leila said she was sure it was a girl. She felt it to her core that it was a girl, but I had a feeling it would be a boy with heart just like his mother's. I had a strong feeling bouncing from within my gut that it would be a boy with eyes the color of grass and a wolf even stronger than mine. I bit my fist in an attempt to stop myself from smiling as I leaned against the chair that laid right outside the birthing quarters. Laura, Hamza and some flame and begged to be there to witness the birth of their next king or queen. But I refused. Adamantly refused. Might I add. It felt too personal of a moment to share with others. Leila did not seem to mind it, but I begged her to just let it be the three of us until she finally agreed. I could not comprehend that just a year and a half ago, I had been mindlessly strolling through the northern markets, completely unknowing of the fact that Leila and I were awaiting the birth of our first child. Within the past few months, I learned to appreciate what had happened. I learned to appreciate Leila every day, as thought it were my first time meeting her, for I did not know when she was going to disappear. The door slamming open snapped me from my thoughts, forcing me to rise on both of my feet. Your baby is alive and well, King. The doctor smiled at me, opening the door furthermore. Come in. Is Leila okay? I asked, heart squeezing, tired, but definitely okay. She gestured for me to come in as she walked out. Come on now. Your woman needs you. My heart jumped in my chest. My ears rang. A nervous shiver ran down my spine, and I walked in. There laid Leila coddling a baby the length of my forearm, whispering sweet nothings into its face as she rocked it in her arms. I shut the door behind me, forcing Laura's eyes to snap up to me. Luca, she croaked, licking her dry lips. H.S. beautiful. H.E.S. so handsome. He my son. I took slow, shaky steps towards the bed Leila rested in and shut my eyes. It felt as though I were about to collapse. Open your eyes. Luca, Leila said, tone soft. You must look at him. I can't. I admitted, falling on to weak knees. Why not? Hobby, she asked. Even with my eyes closed, I could picture her with her head tilted and her brows risen. I could picture her beautiful little eyes looking up at me in diving curiosity. I'm not sure. I feel your fear in our bond, Luca, she said, laying a soft kiss onto my forehead. You're enough. You're going to be a great father. You don't need to have a dad to be a good one. It wasn't until Leila wiped her thumb onto my cheek that I realized I was crying. Open your eyes. 𝐾𝐿, she said. So I opened them. I followed Leila's command and opened my eyes only to meet eyes greener than Leila's. I followed Leila's command and opened my eyes only to be met with small hands stretching to grab my cheeks. I followed Leila's command and opened my eyes only to be met with my first child, a boy so fragile with a heart beating so strongly it made my own quiver in its place. Time had ceased to exist. It was simply Leila, my son, and I meeting one another for the first time. Leila laughed. I cried. My son growled with the strength of a bird, his eyes flashing that beautiful green color his mother wore. It was a moment I did not want to leave. It was a moment I wanted to live forever and ever. It was a moment I did not want to escape. What should we name him? I asked, smiling as he grasped onto my fingers with a toothless grin. I had a thought, but I didn't know if you would like it. Spill it. Hassan. Leila spoke of my son's name with pride. Hassan Belusi. I shook my head, watching as Leila's smile fell. No, I said, smiling at her. Why not? Hassan added. Her lips parted at my response, eyes widening oh so evermore. Docent, that sounds so much better. It does, but the Belusi family name means nothing to me. Leila, I confessed, running my fingers through her chestnut strands. Your family has treated me like their own more than mine ever did. For God's sake. Ivy never even met my father, may his soul rest with the moon. Are you sure? Luca. Her eyes sparkled as she sat up with Hassan in her hand. This isn't. I'm sure. Leila. I nodded reassuringly. Ivy never been so sure of anything. Leila 6 months later. I sat in front of the piano, one hand placed atop the resting keys and the other holding Hassan. My soul swayed as I played a little tune, watching as Hassan giggled as he clapped his hands softly against one another. He was such a peaceful child. All he did was sleep, eat, play, and poop. He rarely ever cried, rarely ever nagged and broke things. Lara was so envious of him, even threatened to steal him away from me, to which I kindly refused her offer. I noticed Hassan's eyes fluttering to sleep at the sound of my last note as his beautiful green eyes went to sleep with his pure little soul. For a few minutes, I just watched as he snoozed away in my arms, squeezing them every now and then in his deep slumber. Without a second thought, I stood from my beloved piano and walked up the stairs. As quietly as I could, I opened the door to our bedroom and placed Hassan in his crib. Ali, the wonderful painter, hand-made the crib for us. I rocked the crib as Hassan slept, admiring the tan of his skin against the shine of the full moon. He looked so fragile, so breakable against my scarred skin. The strings of my heart pulled painfully at the sound of his heartbeat gracing my ears. Hassan's heart beat so quickly, as with all babies. It broke my own to think of how hard his body was working to both keep him alive and make him grow into the king he was supposed to become one day. I turned around, only to face Luca, who was also seduced into a deep slumber. I frowned. He was drowning with pack duties, visitations, and the drafting of new legislation, yet somehow he always made time for Hassan and I. He always found a way to make it back home in time, even if it meant he had to shift into his wolf and run all the way from the south back to the north. I loved him for it. Every now and then, he would confess his thoughts to me of how holding Hassan stressed him out, how the mere size of our sons scared him to death, how he thought he was a bad father simply because he didn't have a blueprint to look back to. It was quite the opposite. The absence of his father made him an even better one. I tiptoed to the side of his bed and bent down so that my eyes once. I love you, I whispered. I love you to the moon and back. I love you too, he whispered back, forcing a gasp out of me. He continued sleeping. I poked him. He didn't even flinch. I poked him one more time. No response. My lips parted. Even when he was asleep, completely unconscious of what was going on in the real world, he still had it in him to tell me he loved me back. He still had it in him to be a good husband and a good father. My heart squeezed ever so tightly at the sight of him, with a flutter in my heart and a bounce in my steps. I stood back up and went to the balcony of our home and sighed, content lie. Whereas back then there was nothing more I craved than to slay a 10-headed beast with my bare hands. Nowadays I found myself craving to learn a new song. Whereas back then I only found peace in death. Now I find peace in the notes that hide beneath the keys of my piano. I stared back at the full moon with a profound fullness in my heart. Thank you. I spoke to the goddess. Thank you so much for everything you've given me and taken away from me. Chapter 60. The end of Leila and Luca. 20 years later. Leila. 𝐶𝐮. That was absolutely beautiful, I said, watching as he blushed, smiling warmly at the compliment he received. You played the piano like a swan gliding through a lake, even better than I. His jaw slacked as his bright green eyes connected with mine, green meeting green. You finally admitted it, he exclaimed, towering over me much more than his father ever did as he stood up in shock. You finally admitted that I gasped. Are you insinuating that you ever held the thought that you were better than me? I asked, feigning shock. Maybe. He shrugged, running his fingers across the 20-year-old piano keys. Maybe I am. I noticed his eyes dull as he concluded his sentence, frowning ever so slightly at the mention of the serenades his fingers sawing. I squeezed his arm, compelling his beautiful eyes to snap back to my own. What is it, 𝐶𝐮? I asked, his pain immediately becoming my own. Why do your eyes lose their color as we speak? Why do you slug through your days when you used to waltz through them just 2 years ago? He shook his head. It's nothing. Mother, you are my son. 𝐶𝐮, I began. So if you, for even 1 second, think that I cannot tell whether there is something of the matter with you by the flick of your wrist, then you best correct yourself. His lips parted at my words. So speak. This is not something I can simply speak of. He scoffed. And besides, speaking of it will do nothing to change it. There is no point in letting my feelings be in the hands of others who will not do anything about it. I will do anything. 𝐶𝐮, I said, heart pulsing with aggression at the sight of his distraught. Absolutely anything for you. The sound of the front door being open forced 𝐶𝐮's eyes to disconnect from my own. I sighed in frustration before turning, watching as Luca walked hand in hand with 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴, my beautiful daughter. She won the battle. She beat that northern brute like she was made to do it, Luca said, pulling 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴's fist so that it faced the ceiling. She's a warrior, just like her mother was. I told you. Leila, I told you she would beat him. 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 giggled as Luca placed his hands underneath her shoulders and lifted her into the air, celebrating her victory, a victory I did not wish to see nor desire to partake in. Ever since 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 was born, she had an eye for all things sharp and shiny. She played with my swords like they were dolls and had the scars to prove it, one running right through her cheek all the way to the side of her jaw. I loved her to death, but her ache for aggression scared me. It scared me to think that she possessed a desire to kill and to conquer. A desire I wished I could erase as the years went by. She stood with all her might as Luca put her down, tall and toned, with beautiful chestnut locks reaching the slope of her back and bright blue eyes just like her father's. Her olive skin reflected the afternoon sun beautifully as her and Luca spoke of strategies she could utilize to beat her next opponent in the northern annual duels. Even more of a reason not to speak, 𝐶𝐮 muttered, pushing past me as he went to hug his little sister and whisper a word of congratulations before hugging his father and leaving our home. I pursed my lips, palming my heart at the sight of him. Mama, you should have seen me. I jumped and kneed her right in the face just like you said. 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 gushed, eyes sparkling at the pain she brought her opponent. You gave her tips. Luca's brows furrowed. Go of 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴, almost making fun of me. Shut it. As much as I do not endorse these activities, I did not want to bandage yet another injury of 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴's. I scoffed, eyeing the door that shut closed at the absence of 𝐶𝐮. Just say that you wanted me to win, 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 said, tone cheeky as she wrapped her arm around my waist. Gosh, did I want to see her win? What I want you to do is to drop that sword, I remarked, watching as she rolled her eyes. Never, mother, she said, almost mocking me. It was my turn to roll my eyes. One day you will understand the consequences a sword comes with, I said, running my hands through her beautiful chocolate locks as she sat atop a bar stool. That day is sadly not today. It certainly isn't. and I hope it will never come. I sighed. Memories of my captivity in the outskirts rushing through my mind. Memories of my only friend ever being a sword for 6 solid years. Memories filled with bloody hands and mangled minds. 𝐿𝐴𝐻, are you sure you want to enter the guard trials? I reasoned, watching as she groaned. Fine. I won't speak of this again, it's just. You're too young to understand what awaits you. Mother, the outskirts are not a thing anymore. 𝐿𝐴𝐻 cried out, balling her hands into fists. I don't get it. You're so supportive of Hassan and his P&O dreams, why can't you be the same with me? I just beat a man who was double my size within the 3 minutes. The same way you dreamt of a life of serenity. I dream of a life with a sword. I dream of a life fighting for my people and myself. My jaw ticked at her words. She simply could not comprehend that I cared for her, that I feared she wouldn't ever be able to unhook herself from the lids her sword will take in the future. 𝐿𝐴𝐻, why don't you go to your room? I'll join you in a little bit. Does that sound fine with you? Luca said, laying a hand on her shoulder. 𝐿𝐴𝐻's eyes filled to the brim with tears, her bottom lip quivering before she nodded and left to her room. I let out a shaky breath, unmoving until I heard her door closed shut quietly. Leila, Luca took my hand in his, forcing our eyes to connect. The girl has made up her mind. She is 18 your age when I met your age when I assigned you as the guard of all 4 kingdoms. I know, but Luca, she will never understand what it feels like to take someone's life with her bare hands. That changes you forever. I don't want my little girl to feel like a monster. I don't want her to feel the sorrow I felt when I killed my first man. I still dream of the witches I've slain and the lives I've taken 20 years later. You were forced into this destiny. Verdi, Luca said, eyeing me with intensity as his ocean orbs carved into my own. 𝐿𝐴𝐻 was not. Trust me when I tell you that she was made for this. You can see it in her eyes when she holds a sword. They sparkle with excitement, whereas yours they dulled with grief. Yes, because I knew what the sequel of my sword was. I corrected, agitated at his support. Would she not be better off smearing her hands from paint than blood, innocent or not? 𝐿𝐴𝐻 is just like I was. Leila, and Hassan is just like you were. Luca cupped my neck in his hands. There is no way in hell you will be able to convince her otherwise. Trust me. I sighed, stepping out of his hold as I laid both hands on my hips. When are the guard trials? I asked, more so demanded. Luca smiled. A month. Exactly. He replied, okay. I said, okay, I'll come to drop her off. Good, he said, tone curt as he tried to contain the length of his smile. She wants you to train her as well, but that's a story for another time. Again, I sighed. I'll think about it. 𝐏𝐜𝐲, I promised. I have to check on Hassan. Make sure 𝐿𝐴𝐻 is okay and tell her I'll contemplate whether or not I should train her. I've got it handled. I looked for Hassan all evening, even skipped dinner trying to find the man. It was fair that the goddess gave him legs longer than his father's and a torso the size of a door. He was a big man with an even bigger heart. Luca said I was the same, but I refused to believe so. How could I have a big heart when I basically approved sending my daughter off to be beaten? Or worse, to kill? How could I have a big heart when I was sanctioning that the blood my little girl would soon have on her soft hands? The scent of coconuts and pine rushed up my nostrils, effectively interrupting me from my spiraling thoughts. Hassan. I followed his scent until I reached what seemed to be our eastern desert house. It was only when I squinted my eyes that I noticed a man sat on the couch facing the 1,000-year-old rocks with a drink in his hand. The man looked to his left, eyes glittering green for the most minute of seconds before his focused on the rocks once more. My heart pulled. I approached Hassan. His ears perked up, alerting me that he knew I was present with him in his lonely moment, though he did not seem to acknowledge my presence. Hassan, I've walked through the northern lands for 2 hours only to find you drinking your day away, I said, tone disappointed as I crouched so that my eyes leveled with his. What's wrong? My son, what makes your heart ache? What makes your soul crave liquor and not love? He stared into his glass of whiskey. eyeing the drink with fever before gulping down the rest of its contents. "You wouldn't understand." His tone was curt, yet all the more saddened. "Yes, I would. Of all people, I will understand," I begged, palming his knee. "Talk to me." He paused for a beat or two, thinking of all the scenarios his secret spilling would result in, just like I would. Before he spoke, "You promise not to overreact?" he asked, eyes finally connecting with mine. I nodded. "I promise." 𝐾𝐞𝐬. He placed his sorrowful cup onto the wooden table in front of him, the midnight wind swiveling through his silky strands of hair before beginning. "I don't want to become king." The breath was rushed out of me. Eyed �İZD for a moment, tightening my grip on his knee, but he continued nonetheless. "The last thing I would want to do in this lifetime is become king." He leaned against the couch, eyes facing the stars. "It seems our destinies are intertwined. Mother, you were forced to become this kingdom's greatest warrior. And I will be forced to become yet another king who will pass away signing off on legislation and drafting treaties." "But Hassan," I stuttered, unable to comprehend the casualties his resignation will bring. "You underwent training with a bright smile on your face. You promised all for kingdoms you will become king. You respond to your father's every wish to become king with might. Your crowning 𝐊𝐧𝐧 in a year and 6 months. Why do you think I speak to my liquor then to you?" He shook his head as he watched a star glimmer above him. "I find peace in the keys of my piano, not within a crown on my head. I find peace in soulful songs, not power." My heart squeezed tighter than it ever did in the once vanished lands. It smashed into my stomach and forced bile to rise in my throat. I sat on the couch right next to Hassan, facing the stars with him. "What do you want to become?" I asked. A smile overcame his lips. "I want to become the greatest pianist there ever lived. I want to write songs that soulmates will dance to in the nighttime as they share their deepest secrets with one another." He spoke with an unknown passion. "I want to draft orchestras that will make people ache for more. I want to attend the university father built and learn how to move people with notes, not sign documents and orders." My eyes burned with tears. I understood where he came from. The day I stepped foot into the castle, I had an adamant craving to engage in the arts, but never felt I was worthy enough. I was trapped by the sword hooked to my waist and the dagger strapped to my boots. Every chandelier I passed by, every door I walked through that was carved with ancient patterns, every painting that spoke to me, every song that called for me. I knew what he felt with fire. "Hassan, don't." "Mother." He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "Don't. It's not possible." We sat in silence for a bit, allowing the heaviness of our burdens to register within our souls. "Does Alara know about this?" I asked. He nodded, chuckling. "I told her when I was 15. She told me she could become queen so that I could attend the royal university. I had to break it to 13-year-old Alara that it didn't work that way." He admitted. "I wish it did." I mumbled. "I truly wish it did. The 4 kingdoms would never agree. A female alpha is one thing, but a queen to rule without a king. They would call it blasphemy." A light lit in my head, forcing me to stand upwards. "Except it's not blasphemy," I whispered to myself. "Try and convince the 4 kingdoms that. They would cause a revolution, an uprising of all sorts. Laws can be changed." I corrected him. "Laws can most certainly be changed, and Alara is definitely strong enough to become queen." "She is, but nobody else would agree. Nobody thought I could ever pass the guard trials. The old queen tried to exile me at one point. All odds were against me, but I made it out alive. I made it out stronger than ever." Adrenaline rushed through my veins. Alara would love to be queen. She was made for it. She always spoke of how she wished she was me, how she wished to become great like you and father. I would even go as far as to say it's her dream to become queen. Hassan confessed. "I refuse to have my children not achieve their dreams because of century-old laws," I exclaimed, grabbing his wrist and pulling him upwards. "Oh, how I hate how you'd hour over me. Might as well get used to it." I swatted him across the chest. You will attend the university for the next year and 6 months. Am I understood? I commanded, happiness swarming through my chest at the excitement that radiated off him. I will speak to 𝐊𝐲𝐬 tonight. He'll keep this from your father for now. He is much too attached to the idea of you taking his crown. But you will attend university. Mother. Hassan shook his head, a sad smile overcoming his lips. It's not possible. I would not want to indulge myself in needless hope. I would simply fall in love with a false reality only to be stripped back to my throne. It was my turn to shake my head. Come home, Hassan. He'll deal with it. I shut the door behind me as I walked into 𝐊𝐲𝐬's room, forcing her to sit up straighter in bed as she readjusted the book in her lap. Is Hassan back home? She asked, worry settling atop her brows. He is. Habibti. I nodded, kissing her in the forehead before sitting next to her. What brings you to my chambers so late at night? She asked, bumping her shoulder into mine. An idea. What idea? What do you think of becoming queen? Her jaw slacked. Hassan told you, she exclaimed, slapping her hands onto her lips. That's so embarrassing. No, it's not, I reassured. If anything, it's a beautiful thing to want to become. Well, she bit her lip, blue eyes distancing themselves for the slightest of seconds. Of course I would love to become queen. I've dreamt of ruling all 4 kingdoms for ages now. I don't know how to do it. Hassan teaches me everything Dad teaches me behind his backs, but I've got the gist of everything you're supposed to do. It's not going to be easy. You speak if it's possible. She rolled her eyes. We have a year and 6 months. Cousin Leila will inherit the position if Hassan doesn't take it. He's a mighty alpha. There's no way I can beat him even if I am allowed to challenge him to a duel. Which may I remind you am not. The door opened revealing a sleepless Hassan who mindlessly sat on 𝐊𝐲𝐬's desk chair. Continue. Don't mind me. I couldn't help but overhear this conversation, he said, gesturing for us to continue. Your father can change the rules. If anything, it's fair, I pointed out. The men had been in charge for too long. Look at the East. They've got a female alpha and they're absolutely flourishing. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 smiled, as did Hassan. I guess that doesn't seem too far-fetched, she said, smile growing. It really doesn't. Hassan agreed. My heart bloomed at the sight of my children smiling. Why are you crying, Mother? 𝐊𝐲𝐬 asked, wiping the traitorous tears dripping down my cheeks. It's just my story has ended, but you 2 stories have just begun. The end. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.